We're back and better than ever.
It is time to kick off what is going to be the highest staked day of Apex we have ever seen.
Let us see how impressive you truly are.
Oh my word! Oh my god, what is happening?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
That was insane.
Let's go!
يلا هجري مكركتي
It all comes down to this.
Let's go!
Oh my word!
Today is gonna be our day.
Target spotted.
The dance has continued. between the knockdown shields, between the smoke, in between the zone.
Scars with 6 kills at the moment, looking for more.
They've
They've made it to 7, looking for 9.
Go, boys! We're so good!
Okay, bump right when you have it. Go, 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 go. Quick, 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 quick.
2 seconds, 2 seconds. Go, 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 go. Bob on me.
Fighting Sharky.
Let's go!
What a beam though onto Bunny Hop. How has Fussy pulled that one off? That'll be the go signal. And Sukaraiku, they're looking for the back-to-back. Waltzy has to duck away to safety. He doesn't have any shields. Fussy is in there. He's with Bullet. They're trying to find the shots. They're not quite connecting. Eventually, they do. Bullet goes down, trades 1 for 1, but Waltzy is back, and Sukaraiku are as well. It is a back-to-back.
Torrent versus Furia, the two teams that were inside the trade cards, now duking it out for the win. They also have a decent amount of kill points, but this is all Furia. Watson, welcome back to the ALGS and NA.
He's 1 HP, 1 HP. I hit him 60 flash.
Nice.
I just need what's in my hands right here, and it's the Mastiff Complexity going ham.
Woo! Let's go! Oh, baby!
Look across, guys. I'm killing these guys.
Woo! Nice Kraber shot.
What's now up to drops. He hit 72, 88 with the Mastiff. Can he clutch up here? SSG is out.
It is time. The top Apex Legends players from around the world have converged on the city of Stockholm, Sweden, to prove they have what it takes to call themselves Split 2 champions and take the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool. My name is Kate, and it is my pleasure, nay, my delight, to welcome you for the first time since 2019 to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League playoffs on LAN. Just think about that there for a moment. Of course, we couldn't do it by myself here on the desk. I will be joined by Bardolph and Xenox. Bardolph, I got to start with you. Today means so many things to so many people, and I'm not just talking about those of us behind this desk.
No, to everybody at home as well. But of course, all the players behind us, the players to our right, the players to our left, there's a lot of people here, and they've been waiting a long time for it. And what a beautiful stage we have as well. It is a fantastic setting for such an epic event. A long time coming. The playoff finals here for Apex Legends. It looks utterly beautiful, and it's great to have so many top-level players among us.
And boy, what a great segue. Xenox, you're a guy that lives and breathes Apex, certainly Apex there. I got to ask, what does this mean here? So seeing all these regions together in this decked out stage on LAN for the first time.
Well, it means a lot, especially for the teams down under, but also from APAC North, even South America, for example. Just being able to see, can they mix it with those teams from EMEA, North America, for example? It's been a long time coming. And now they get that opportunity because in their own little bubbles, they probably think that they're the best. Now they can prove it.
Now they can. Well, let's take a look at those teams that are going to be going up against each other here today and throughout this entire playoffs. Groups A, B, C, D. There is not a easy group in the house here, Bardolph. I mean, I'm looking at top contenders in every single one of these lobbies.
Yeah, we've got big names across the board, but we also have a melting pot of styles in every group as well, of course, with teams from all kinds of regions. Group A and B have got some monsters in them. That's what we're going to see in particular today. TSM, Optic, Empire, 100 Thieves, and it wouldn't be esports without some burgers as well. So looking really good in Group B.
Absolutely, 100%. Group B, I got to say, I'm going to come back to you again and again here, Xenox. I mean, Crazy Raccoon. We're seeing the likes of ADA Raccoon. Like, and APAC North is showing up.
A lot of raccoons that's coming from APAC North. Yeah, and look, honestly, both of those two teams being able to represent APAC North is perfect because they are the best two teams. I like the fact that we're going to be able to really see them on the global stage. They dominate locally. Can they do it internationally? We'll have to see.
We will indeed. And how we're going to see is called our format, and that's what we have to show you right here, right now. It's going to look pretty similar to a lot of other esports, but guess what? We are going to be showcasing those top 20 teams and those bottom 20 teams. We talk them winners and losers brackets. And Bardolph, I mean, today will be a very important day to find out who is going to be going through more of a grind than others.
Absolutely. And what's going to be interesting with all these teams playing each other, we're going to find two things. One will be familiarity, another one might be fear. And fear may lead you to that loser's bracket, a place you certainly don't want to be. But perhaps we have a miracle run from that loser's bracket. Perhaps we have the fairy tale ending for one of these teams. And I've got to say, Kate, I've got a phobia of arrows, so I don't know why we're seeing so many on the overlays. I told the guys in the back about this, and here we are.
And here we are indeed. This, of course, is how our brackets are going to work. We're going to get those top 20 winners bracket. They're going to have, listen, they're going to have a pretty good run, but they still need to prove themselves in some scary, scary lobbies. But let's talk about what those scary lobbies are going to look like. Get your phones out, screen grab if you can. This is where you're going to want to be for each of these individual stages. This is our schedule here. Of course, we have our group stage starting today. We got 18 matches, 18 chances for glory. We'll find out how that kicks off in just a few minutes. And then, of course, tomorrow, the bracket stage. And here is how everything breaks down even further. You'll notice a secondary stream we have here. Well, that is being done by the incredible Nicewig, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But a huge thank you to him. We got mainstream here, and that's going to be going from 10, of course, all the way through, starting off our third group there at 7:45. And then, of course, tomorrow, playoffs bracket begins at 11 a.m. CEST. And day number 3, that grand final, you are going to want to be there for that for sure. Speaking of that secondary stream, we got to make mention. There is the man, the myth, the legend himself. He is within a stone's throw of this desk, and we are fans, certainly. We try to get him to say hi, but, you know, he's too cool for us, Bardolph.
He's ooming us from up above. Actually, shout out to Nicewig's mum. Nicewig's mum subscribes me to his Twitch stream, so
oh boy.
Shout out to Mama Nicewig as well.
Shots fired. Here we go. Let's make this happen. So absolutely a huge full weekend of Apex here that is going to culminate in an incredible Sunday. But one of the other things we got to talk about is that while it might be about points and everything, there is some money on the line here, Xenox, and there's quite a bit, especially in that first and second and third place.
Yeah, there certainly is, and it's always going to be something that we're going to look at and wonder who's going to take home the lion's share of the prize. But honestly, it's also about the integrity for these teams and the pride as well. Can you be considered the top team globally, internationally, and generally speaking, when you're placing in the money, you're doing something right.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. I like that. And as we talked about, of course, today's playoffs prizing is a big deal, of course. But let's talk about the bigger picture. I can't believe I'm even saying this, but the reality is that this isn't the biggest event we have coming. This is merely a stop on the road to the championship. Top 30 teams from playoff points qualify for the championship, and that's a very important element here, Bardolph. Today, and certainly throughout our splits, those points are king.
As big as this event is, as big as these playoffs are, as important as they are for Apex with the run we've had in the 900 and something days, there is a monster on the horizon called the championships. And first place at these playoffs, as you can see, will be 500 points. And in this top half, there's quite a fat chunk of points you can get. But if you go in the bin early, then you will leave in 40th place with a measly 2 points. And let me tell you, that absolutely sucks.
100%. Well, of course, we are in split number 2, so there are teams certainly here, and there are teams that haven't gotten to this playoff that we are looking at right now that have really showcased their playoff points already. And, you know, Xenox, we take a look at this first board. These are the top 30 right now. We know top 30 go to championships here, but let's talk about this second board, because these, I'm looking, listen, I love them to death, but GMT Esports, they got to show up to this weekend.
Yeah, and there's obviously a lot of teams that are going to have to show up for this weekend that are, maybe from 40 to 60 right now. This is an opportunity for them to collect some points and put themselves in a position where they can finish inside of the top 40. But, on the flip side, in that first graphic we had, there's some teams like, Dreamfire inside of the top 5 are not here. So they're on 150 points. Is that going to be enough? We'll have to wait and see. But, there's going to be a couple of teams that are also not here watching on and wondering, are we going to have a place in the championship?
Oh, man. And that is the question du jour, and certainly one that we will have a better understanding of here at the end of our 3 days of competition for playoffs. Well, we have so many ways for you to get the most out of your ALGS viewing experience, and one of those ways is one of our favorites. If you've been here before, you know it, you love it. It's called Multiview, and it takes a little bit of a form like this. It's exactly as it sounds. There's a command center down by that Twitch follow button, and hey, if you want to press the follow button, we'd love you for it. We're here. We're cool. We enjoy you. Come and be a part. Either way, take a look at this multi-view. You can see all of your favorite players, your pros, those players that are going to showcase incredible talent. And not only that, but you can hear their in-game comms. I do not know a better way to level up your own gameplay than to learn from the pros themselves. And hey, this time they're going to be doing it on LAN, which online is already hard enough. Can you imagine doing it under the bright lights and with my very loud voice, but speed away? No, it's probably a bad idea. Either way, there's something else that we want to tell you about. The first ever Twitch ALGS extension and stats sub-stream. There are 2 new features we're debuting here today. That Twitch extension is going to be on your main stream. It's going to pop out with a window showing current standings. This is up to the 2nd current standings. You're literally going to be at the same level of knowledge as we are. I'm very excited, and so is he. He knows things. Exactly. We're also going to debut a stats page, which you can open up in the multi-view, so you can keep up on all the latest stats up to the 2nd. Incredible stuff. And hey, something else to keep an eye out for, not just these players who are definitely in the game mode here, game faces, keeping themselves calm, collected. But let's keep an eye out for the fight indicator. You're going to see that on your screen. Players' cards flash yellow when they are engaged with each other. And I got to say, they're Xenox, I'm looking at these players and they seem pretty cool, calm, and collected for being on LAN under the bright lights.
You need to be though, right? You can't be coming into an event like this looking nervous or scared. You've got to feel confident in your team. You've got to feel like you're capable of being able to win or at least do very, very well. So if you're coming into this a little bit shaky and a little bit nervous, not a good start. And it's going to be a long day as well. So you've got to settle yourselves in nice and early, be happy, and be a team.
Look at that. We're seeing teams right there doing their business in the moments before. But hey, something else to remember. We have a huge day on Sunday. And not just because we're crowning the Split 2 playoff champions, not just because we're giving away the lion's share of $1 million, but because we've got a trailer, a teaser, a thing that maybe you'll want to see. Perhaps
what are you talking about,
news.
Kate?
Perhaps we
What's
have an
going on, Kate?
Brad, whatever your name is, I can't talk about it, and that is making me verklempt right now.
Give me the info, Kate. I've got a pen.
I can't deal with it, Bardock. We'll talk about it later. Either way, you're definitely going to want to stick around for that. Believe me, Sunday is going to be a big, big day. Now, as we have mentioned, every team has proven themselves. They've gotten themselves here because of incredible gameplay throughout our split. But really the question you have to ask yourself is, which teams, which players are going to make it into your multi-view? Our analysts have something to say about that. Oh man, this is, I know, the reality here, Xenox, is that this is probably the hardest decision you're going to have to make all day.
Is it? I thought it was honestly pretty easy. I've gone with Team Empire as my first team. The top team from EMEA coming in here for the playoffs. And look, they're a team that are fortunate that they've not had any substitution issues. They're very consistent at the back end of Season 2 as well, winning very consistently. And they have that aggressive playstyle that I think can do well for them on LAN in this environment. They're going to be a tough team to beat for a lot of other teams from other regions that maybe like that more slower approach. These guys are going to get in your face and they'll beat you down.
That's beat you down. There it is.
Moving over to our second team, it's of course going to be TSM. They have to be a team to watch. They're a team that everybody watches. We know the numbers, Hal does when he's streaming. We know what they do when they make it to the finals as well. They often deliver, they almost always deliver, and here is their next test. But of course, it is a very different scenario now. It's not just the NA region, it's the whole world against them, and it's time for them to perform.
There's one last one, though, and it's a special one. It's green. It's the green wall. Hello. Welcome, Optic, to Apex Legends. Of course, picking up Esports Arena, and that's going to be in itself so fascinating to watch under the new banner, under the bright lights of LAN. So much pressure, essentially, now on this roster. New org at LAN. Can they handle that? We know they're dominant in North America. Can they be dominant globally?
I'll tell you what, right now, you just mentioned 3 teams. We started with Team Empire, themselves an incredible squad. We go to TSM, an Empire they have been. Will they continue to be? Will this be a thing that they could dare to be great to? We'll find out here today, of course. And finally, we've got the Green Wall making their premiere here in Apex, an Empire in and of themselves. Will either of these teams, all 3, will they find themselves at the top of our leaderboard? Will they be the lion's share of that $1 million prize? Well, only time will tell, but don't worry. That time is coming up real soon. Game number 1 is coming up really soon. Oh, man. I mean, the reality with the teams to watch is always one of those that you got to take a look at all of those teams that are making waves, and every single team that is here has made those waves. They are the top of the top, and we're looking at this, as Bardolph said earlier, incredible set, incredible place to play. No pressure, as Xenox was mentioning. All these players doing their thing. And
look how big this stage is.
Huge.
It's enormous.
It's enormous. You know what? Speaking of enormous, let's talk a little bit about. We're going to see some teams here in our groups because, of course, we're on main stage here, and it's going to be Group A versus B. But before we do, we got to mention this. We're starting off on Storm Point. Bardolph, I know we talk about it a lot, but this is now on LAN. It's going to be one extra little thing to throw into these players here as we under the bright lights. We got Storm Point starting off first.
Exactly, and we have to mention the comments from North America about the current EMEA meta. They think Bangalore's a gimmick pick. They don't believe it. They think they're just going to wipe the floor with those guys. But we've seen Bangalore control space and force teams to engage each other while the Bangalore team sits back and punishes the stragglers afterwards. So now we're going to see an immediate test to see if North America can defeat these strats or if they'll be thrown off. And that's before you throw in APAC.
Yes, it is. Way before that happens. Well, you know, it's one of those things that we like to do here all the time. I get excited and a little nervous, but let's talk talent predictions. We've got a stellar cast and crew here today, and this is who you're going to see throughout the 3 days here. Okay, Xenox, I'm starting with you, bringing in the APAC North love.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, of course. They finished second in Split 2 behind AD Raccoon, but I just think their playstyle, the team composition that they bring, they play double rotation. I think it can suit them well here in this environment globally. I think it'll stand up a little bit better than maybe some of the APAC North teams.
I love it. Bardolph.
I've got a lot to say, Kate, okay? Firstly, we've got the traitors, right? Elfish Guy going for TSM, right? We've got the safe picks. We've got Fallout. We've got the Vicky Kitty, of course, going for the safe picks. They don't want to be on the bottom straight away, going for the strongest teams. Listen, Caustic, Maggie on the same team. I'm excited. Of course, I've gone for Empire. Nothing but BM. I can't wait for it. Bunker busting squad. It's going to be completely outrageous. If you find yourself in one of those small trucks with long windows, you are going to get absolutely harassed by Team Empire. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be absolutely disgusting. And I am here for all of it.
Well, you know what? We are also here for all of it. And in order to be here for all of it, we got to start with game number 1, and it all begins with 2 people that I cannot be more excited to bring on to cast us out of our first LAN here since 2019. That, of course, Fallout and Vicky Kitty. Gang, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate and team, and welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. It has been a long time coming. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty. Significant amount of time. We're talking 360 days since we've been here, and it all comes down to this.
More, 950 plus. It's
Times
absolutely
3. I was just
insane.
making you math real quick.
Well, I mean, it's just crazy to see all these players here. We are ready for it. I mean, this is exactly what these players have worked for, and we are here live. Before we jump into game number 1, though, we got to go over the points. We got to go over what our players are going to be looking out for. Those placement points are so extremely important. First place, you'll find yourself with 12 points. Second, 9 points. Third with 7 points, and so on and so forth down the ladder. Of course, KP is so important, but that's why those 12 points is exactly what you want in that first place spot, so that way you can feel settled down in that first game.
That's right. KP, of course, being kill points, 1 point per kill. So you have 2 play styles. You can play aggressive, edge fighting, play for kills, or you can rotate early, play for placement. APAC North, actually, originally, traditionally, last time we were on LAN, 950 plus days ago, was known to be the aggressive region. Now, the exact opposite. They play crypto. They play Watson. They play a little caustic. They like to rotate early, find positions, and post up chill. So expect a variety of metas from each region, and that's what's so exciting, Vicky, right? For the first time in such a long time, we have an international competition. We've had all of these kind of bubbles, if you will, the North American League, the EMEA League. Which regions have elevated and ascended, and which regions have maybe staggered behind? We have no idea which region is the best.
This is the first time we see all these regions compete against each other on land. This is the first time that we get to see all these compositions come together, and this is exactly where you want to be. If you want to figure out which of these regions are the strongest, which of them will come out on top as we take a look at Scars first, making their rotation.
And Scars, of course, playing with a substitute here. You'll see Taishin on screen twice. That's a visual bug. Apologies for that. It's IPN playing alongside this squad. IPN, former member of Alliance, so we know their substitute, of course, a significant competitor with a significant amount of experience, playing alongside one of the dynasties, really, of EMEA in Alliance, alongside Hockeys and Wives. I'm excited to see IPN in his debut as a substitute here for Scars. Obviously tragic that Mandy is not going to be able to compete with this team this weekend, but we are beyond excited to see what IPN can do, and if he can step up. We know Scars is a fan favorite.
And look at this circle, and look at where it's going to be pulling. We got a southern circle here on Storm Point, something that we see very often, usually on Storm Point. That's going to be great for our northern teams running the Valkyrie, because with that redeploy, they're going to get a lot of distance. And you could already see Scars when we were tuning into them, Barometer. They're going to be able to rotate off to the east. Empire are going to be able to already loot up Shipfall. They're going to have the beacon control as well, so they know that they don't really have to move anywhere too far away. But sometimes with this southern circle, we see it pull off far to the east by that rock slide that kind of joins together with Gale Station. And we've seen how absolutely chaotic those final circles gets with just little to no cover right there.
Great point. We'll keep a close eye on that map and rotations as we go. If you're maybe a little new to competitive Apex, you play Apex casually or watching for the first time, maybe it's for the Twitch drops, maybe it's for the new multi-view experience, or maybe the new stats extension experience where you can keep an eye on in real-time live your favorite players, your favorite streamers, your favorite teams. A quick explanation for you. Obviously, in competitive Apex, you're going to have stacked end games. Things are at high stakes here for $1 million. So expect these teams to rotate early. I mean, look how fast TSM is exiting Antenna. Verholst, only a gray shield to his name. They're not going to finish looting. Why? They want to get the best position. And this is a very favorable zone, a southern zone right underneath Antenna. All they got to do is worry about Empire, who's probably going to rotate to the south side of Shipfall here. So TSM in a favorable spot.
And TSM already with their priorities, they want to get the beacon. That's what they're pinging right now. Like you said, Team Empire is the only other team that they have to worry about. But with this quick rotation and with reps already rocking the purple Evo, they're looking fantastic. I love already the representation with the tridents that we usually see. We've seen a little bit of that in the North American region with CLG kind of making that statement, utilizing the tridents to play around the edge of the circle. Team Empire, they don't know what's coming. They are playing off to the south side, but they could potentially see TSM out in the horizon here as they loot up these boxes.
Very fast rotation coming from Sutaraiku, the second best team, arguably the third best team, but they outperformed Team Burger in Apex South. You saw them down towards Shipfall, actually quick rotation for them. Meanwhile, TSM finds themselves in a bit of a long-range skirmish engagement with Empire. Is TSM going to take this fight, Vicky?
Oh, they have to watch out. Suturaiku's right there. They're getting pinged off from a distance. TSM have a lot on the line right now. This is the team that was able to take the very first land, the Invitational, and they have something to prove. Falling a little short so far in the Split 2 of Pro League, they make it here to playoffs, and they're looking to stay. They're looking to take another land under their belt.
Yeah, this is huge. And you know what, James? It's not a safe pick. It's a smart pick. TSM, by the way. How could you not count them out?
Hey.
Listen, I made the mistake, Vicky, of for the first time in my career, by the way, because I've been a TSM stan since the very beginning. I've known how skilled they are, of actually predicting against TSM, because I don't want to show too much TSM bias during Split 1 playoffs. And they proved me wrong. They got the dub. Reps and Hal tweeted me. Big mistakes were made. I am not making that mistake again. TSM's my prediction here to win in this match series, 6-game series to kick off group stages. Who'd you get?
I got Optic.
Why is that?
Optic. You gotta give that props to the DNO boys, because we've seen the sponsor curse happen time and time again. I'm keeping my eyes on them to see if that's what's gonna happen to this team. I mean, this is land. This is a different environment. We gotta talk about mentality. Some of these players, this is the first time that they're able to compete in this environment. Some nerves are gonna be coming into play for game 1. Of course, as we play more games, it's 18 games in total that these players are gonna have to go through for today. So little by little, these players, they'll get into their usual game mode.
That's right. Couple important things to note. We have only 1 or maybe 2 contests for POIs, points of interest off drop. It's Fennel, Japanese team, very, very talented, arguably a top 3, top 4 team in APAC North, which is a competitive region. Actually, the most statistically competitive region is APAC North, and we kind of determined that stat, objectively by calculating the majority of teams that performed and had a chance to qualify. I think it was 20 to 23 teams. It's the most competitive, the most stacked, the most deep region. It's technically APAC North in terms of statistics from the Pro League. And with that said, Fennel from Japan will be contesting GMT over at the Wall on the far north side of the map. Keep a close eye on that, but for now, 4-7, another APAC North team finds themselves in the fight.
4-7, you see it. We've seen it before from APAC North. The Watson, the Crypto, they saw the opportunity after the EMP, but that team is out of there. The redeploy, successful as they were able to get away.
That's right. 4-7 making their rotation. FC Destroy. Lusquin is showing on this stream. So I believe this is a bit of an on-screen observer UI inconsistency. We know FNX Phoenix is a South American team, whereas FC Destroy comes from the APAC region. So apologies for the inconsistency. I just want to make sure to clarify that and make sure there's no confusion. But Lusquin and Frogs of Team Phoenix are a team we got to keep an eye out for. They are a top 3 team coming from the South America region. And talking to them this week, they feel like they don't necessarily get the recognition they deserve. They feel like they are a top region. They have to prove it this weekend. They do.
What's so interesting to see that rotation from FCD right there is 4-7, APAC North, both these teams from APAC North recognized that they were going to be there in that location. They wanted to contest them early as Fascination Colors has stored. This is a team in APAC North who scraped by in 10th place with 79 points, but they're a pretty consistent middle of the pack team who needs to make this adjustment now with all these other regions here currently in the lobby.
That's right. On board now with Crazy Raccoon. Again, if you watch the North American or EMEA broadcasts and aren't too familiar with international competition, don't worry. We got you covered. This is the top 2 team in APAC North. Highly competitive region, as I mentioned earlier, right below AD Raccoon. You got to keep an eye on this team. Raz on this squad, arguably one of the best players in the world. Last time we saw Raz was live in Poland. Here we go. Optic Gaming find themselves in their first fight. Knocked quite literally back against the wall. Controller player Duplex goes down, Vicky.
That's what I was talking about, the sponsor curse. They can't even go inside right now. Yeah, they have the Caustic Trap blocking the doors, but they're in some trouble. They lose Duplex. Nox trying to pop the shield back. He does so successfully, but low on health overall. The dome's been used up. It's TSM versus Optic. These are our 2 team threats that we're looking at, but they're low. They're getting pinched from the back. TSM have the advantage right here. They're cleaning things up. They're looking to take them on. Scores is the one that's caught in the middle.
Imperial Hal goes huge, gets the Arc Star stick, immediately connects for the second. So much damage done from Hal, about 500 damage already, and none other than on their rivals, Optic Gaming, who's been taking TSM's lunch money all Pro League long. This is the #1 team from Pro League. Well, welcome to Apex Legends, Optic. Maybe not the welcome you wanted.
Oh, Skittlecase has got a lot to prove, though. He has no shield. He's playing right behind a knockdown shield instead. Noct, who is knocked himself, sees a player off to the corner, giving some of that intel like Skittlecakes. If there is an opportunity, playing by the knockdown shield, you don't want to contest that PK. You really want to peek. You're just going to team off inside.
And it's going to be a wide flank, but Skittlecakes is doing what he needs to do. Arguably the best Caustic player in the world is Skittlecakes. There's no one under more pressure to perform than Skittle. A lot of commentary on Skittles online. We'll see if he can stay alive here. Skittles down to 20 HP, and he gets taken out. Optic Gaming eliminated by TSM to kick off the Apex Legends Split 2 playoffs.
Scars gone. Optic Gaming gone. TSM have taken the real estate on the top of this building right here on the 2nd floor, and they were able to take Optic already with 3 KP to their name.
And you know what, Viggy? So I'll take a little moment.
All right, you know what? I'm done.
To say, this is how you do it. TSM prediction, you got Optic. TSM 1, Optic 0, girl.
All right,
I'm just saying.
all right. We got 5 more games. We got 5 more games, Fallout. We got to look at what happens here with TSM. Again, this team has something to prove after they were able to take the first land in the preseason as we take a look at other teams that are making their far rotation into that circle.
Hands on. There's a lot to dissect. We'll of course, dissect the gameplay, but one quick note on that. Very important. Not to continue to hamper on this, but it's an important storyline. Optic Gaming, online warriors, arguably, the last year, have never proven themselves on LAN, have never competed on LAN in any title. TSM, the most proven LAN team, and off the rip here, obviously Optic got put in a bad spot. TSM showing their LAN prowess. You can't count them out, but right now it's Zen, another team coming from the South America region, Wolf, and a lot of controller players from this region currently gonna pop their dome shield, need to heal up.
See if they have the opportunity to try to play around the dome, but right behind you, you gotta look to your back. Zen now low here. Talisi being the only one alive. Can you queue out? Maybe. Yes, you can on time. Maybe get some extra cover here. Can't jump around the wall. We have to talk about the nerves that some of these players may be feeling.
My man just ran face forward into a wall. Literally. Couldn't even jump. That's called LAN nerves. My man shaking. Zen, welcome to LAN competition. Crazy Raccoon, the number 2 seed from APAC North, showing their prowess. 4-7. Another APAC North team. So far, so good. Crazy Raccoon eliminated by their rivals in 4-7.
Oh, that's huge because Crazy Raccoon, we've seen before in the APAC region, is so strong on storm points. So many of our heavy-hitting teams are the first one to go in this lobby.
Hey, and 3 years ago, again, the 950 days ago, we saw Watson, we saw APAC North. Everyone used Watson back then. It was Watson, Pathfinder, and Wraith.
Insane.
Welcome back to competitive Apex on a global stage. Watson, as Sangjun takes out his rivals. The number 2 team, Crazy Raccoon, is, I believe, eliminated down to either one member or completely eliminated by 4-7, rocking the Watson pick.
4-7 now. They're going to be able to loot up, get quick with the rotations. Now looking at this circle and where it's pulling, look how many teams have already made their rotation over to try to take control over some of those beacons. Team Liquid
just flick a Prowler, you saw that?
Yeah, that was insane.
He just hit the Prowler with a flick.
you gotta show them. You gotta show how confident that you're feeling right now. You can not only click heads, but you gotta click the Prowlers too. Send, being one of our EMEA squads here, they're gonna make their quick rotation with the Valk redeploy. Also get some intel with the Valkyrie passive too. Try to claim a spot off to the side. This is a spot that we've actually seen before where sometimes the circle does pull over by the horizon here in this open ground, but holding this corner that you see Ascend trying to land is gonna be so important. But they're getting pinged. Post skill is literally the definition of one.
They are, but they're taking the page out of Optic Gaming's playbook right now. The rotation to arguably a great position, arguably the best position, and look at this perfect Wraith portal. That's going to guarantee them cover, but no, Kashera goes down, does not wait for the Wraith portal. Maybe, perhaps a bit of a misplay right there for Kashera. The IGL of this team, Ascend just needs to survive, and post kill's gonna get taken down. Send's eliminated. Ascend is out from Empires, their rivals in EMEA. The number 1 team from Split 2 Pro League takes out the Split 1 playoffs champions in Ascend.
Insane, and Reject was actually over by that building there too, pinging them, putting in some of that extra pressure. That's why it can be so risky with these 50-50s in the late game redeploys here. Another fight, Phoenix team, only down to Zelk here. See if he can actually clutch it out. The R9, the EMP on top of it, so close, but you can't close it out. There was still 2 other players that you have to worry about here.
Phoenix team alive for now. We'll see what they can do, as they got in a little bit of a skirmish against 4-7 as well. And you saw that Rampage shooting slow as molasses right there. Sometimes in those scenarios, the Rampage can melt in the mid-range and a close range, not what you want. Team Empire, though, 3 points are ready. And notice that actually their live point feed is next to them. And it's a good time to notice, kicking off, debuting for the first time, you actually have a stats extension on the right side. Click the little icon. You can see stats in real time. How many points your favorite team has. In multi-view, you can have a stats page as one of your feeds in addition to the main broadcast. In addition to your favorite teams, you can listen in through the multi-view feed to your favorite comms and your favorite POVs.
It's really good, too, if you want to take some notes in terms of just understanding how IGLs make their decision-making. If you want to take a look at your favorite player that's still alive in the lobby just to figure out why they're running certain compositions, it's such a great feature that we have here in the ALGS multi-view, here to stay throughout the entire season. GMT in a fight themselves here. Serdell is going to be able to heal up. And this is another team that we had our eyes on during the EMEA region who's been amazing and consistent in their own regard.
That's right. The debut for this roster may be, of course, one of the most heartfelt, most difficult stories of this tournament. Max Strafey in Ukraine, not able to attend this event, but arguably one of the best players in EMEA. The return of the God Squad, Nasky, Strafey, Dell, now GMT Esports, unfortunately could not happen this weekend. Our heart goes out to Strafey, his family. And you know, one thing that's really interesting, I was talking to Nasky, if GMT places in a significant prize pool or in the money at all, they're actually going to split prize pool with Strafey. They said, hey, look, his impact to this team has been significant. He deserves the prize pool from this event in addition to the prize pool they earned from the Pro League. So again, hearts go out to Strafey, but I'm excited to see if Mady, former Kangarna, got replaced by Badoli on Kangarna. Excited to see what Mady can do. He hasn't competed in a few months.
I love that you highlighted that from GMT, because this is a team that, with overall, I believe they finished with 92 points in 4th place in the EMEA region. Another very consistent team that is here to prove something as they play by the edge. They're taking a slow rotation, but what I like to highlight here in the mini-map, do you see how many crypto drones that are just flying around? Who
APAC
are gonna,
North.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And you know what that's going to mean here? They're going to be able to get the beacon. I mean, if you want to consider the EMP fireworks. Light it up like a firework out here.
Yeah, I'm just showing my own little bias, man. not a fan of. I'm not a fan of crypto. Give me some Bloodhound. Give me some Bangalore. I'm trying to throw smokes and get loose. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
Playing on controller. I know you feel me on that.
Oh, absolutely. Especially looking at what we have seen before in the EMEA region. The redeploy happened right in front of a GMT right here, so they know that they have some freedom. They are getting pinged by another team from afar, but circle's closing in soon. You got less than 5 seconds before you make your decision if you are going to redeploy yourselves.
Yeah. You know, one thing that's fascinating here, the most important thing, sticks out like a sore thumb. 14 squads remaining in round 3 on Storm Point. We in NA and EMEA Pro League, we did not see that. This was a slow game. It was rotate and chill. APAC North, they're known for the meta of rotate and chill with Watson fences, with crypto. But not this time. We thought people would be nervous on LAN. Are you kidding me, Vicky? TSM's taking fights. Crazy Raccoon's taking fights. People came out swinging today.
Look at this. The team landing, getting caught by the drone scan.
Is that TSM over there?
Getting 2 cracks. We got the wingman shots. The wing bro managing to land some of that pressure here. Losing out on one of our teams from afar. Team Liquid playing off by the back. This is usually a team that runs the Loba, so that way they don't have to overcommit when it comes to loot. GMT, though, did not redeploy in the position that they were expecting. There's an ult right behind them. The black hole on top of that. You can't hide behind this bush. You think you have something working out for you, but they redeployed right in front of another team.
Yeah, that was a tough rotation for them. And guess who it is? TSM joining alongside FC Yuka from Japan in the kill points. And somehow, some way, Serdell surviving. Not for long, though. TSM continuing to farm, and it's Hal leading the way. He does more damage. Hal gets knocked by Gilderson of Team Liquid. He's going to get revived. Everything's okay. TSM fans, you can chill, but I just noticed Team Liquid in the kill feed for the first time.
Team Liquid, we were just talking about them. This is a team that usually likes to run that Loba, so that way they can take control over that final circle positioning without having to overextend when it comes to loot. They ping from far away. They have strong weapon loadouts. LFA is another one of those teams making the rotation through the rock formation here. We highlighted before where we saw the circle pulling towards the south. We usually see the circle end up where K-Sweeney is, but Luminosity. Oh, what a way to get double cracked and the Volt in the hands of Ganjaman.
You know what I'm saying, Vicky?
Yeah.
Fly, Ganja, fly right now. Play with the same aggression you were known that made you the rising star of Split 2 in North America. Great story here for Luminosity Gaming. Recently picked up by LG, a Mexican team, the only team from Latin America to qualify. They're fighting against their South America counterparts. And here we go. Here comes the push. Ganja wants smoke.
And he's still managing to get that knocked here, too, onto sleep. He's backing up a little bit. The EMP is right there. He knows when to not overextend. Now backing off, waiting for Enemigo to actually cover his back instead. The dome has been used up. They cleaned them up. Luminosity, they had just recently gotten picked up. That was formerly known as Scry. And currently, Ganjaman with the Volt, he's trying to back away. He sees the other team coming in from the 6. What do you do here? Do you redeploy? Do you try to wait it out? Look for the opportunity, but the EMP is coming. You won't have much of a shield soon.
Yeah, it's going to be Ganja. Swings wide right, gets the knock. Can he get 2? Yes, no, he's going to do the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Pinnature going to do enough to take 1 out. It's all its enemy. And Luminosity Gaming gets embarrassed by Fennel from Japan. They had no business losing that fight, but guess who's going to profit, Vicky? TSM comes flying in.
TSM looking amazing today. Look at their KP in total. They got 6 KP. Look at the damage alone on Imperial Hal. They're looking to make a move.
My man's dropping 1600 already.
I can't.
Off the rip. Top 10 squads left, and you're already at 1600 damage. And look at all the loot they have to work with. TSM, fully kitted Evo shields. They are so well positioned to just walk in this ring. They own this entire north side of the map right now. They have a little high ground. 100 Thieves, also rivals in North America in a fight against 4-7.
100 Thieves, though, taking the high ground on 4-7. They have the position advantage. See Juzna being the only one left alive, playing through a little crater right here. Doesn't want to overly expose themselves because they know there's another team right to their south. What do? You're going to put yourself in the line of sight of 2 teams. Team Liquid, who was popping off in the kill feed, who were highlighting the Loba, but now Gildersons has been taken out. They're trying to recover that banner, but first they got to take control over this fight. They're playing right behind the dome. They know there's another team behind them. They have to get thinking soon.
Yeah, 4-7, Juzna, Higak, and Sangjun. And the fight Team Liquid. A team with really unimpressive overall statistics. They were one of the least damage output, kill output, and placement, and they're going to get taken out here. But a top 5 finish for Team Liquid, that's kind of their bread and butter. That's what they're known for. 100 Thieves eliminated as well. And on board with TSM, they lost 1. Reps is down, 4 squads remaining. Reps has to go big. No, he gets taken out. It's all up to the last member. TSM eliminated from Team Empire. It's the best team in EMEA versus arguably the best team in North America. And it looks like Empire did get the kill. Sorry again for the UI bug. That is not Reps. That is Empire. TSM eliminated. Nocturnal is ratting and still alive.
Oh, Team Liquid still in this here. Nocturnal just playing off of the underside of the rubbish that's on the floor right here. Team Empire coming out of that win, but still TSM. What a performance so far within that first game. Really showcasing why they're here to prove something on LAN.
Absolutely. And you know,
despite all that effort, all that damage, only about 12 to 14 points for TSM. I believe they're not going to get the placement points they wanted. So unfortunately, we didn't see what happened on that rotation. We thought they could just walk it in. Not so easy. And now look at this.
Team Empire.
We got Reject. We got Team Empire. And I think, is it still Nocturnal Red?
No, they just took care of him,
So
yes.
2 squads left. It's going to be Reject versus Empire. APAC North versus EMEA.
See how this plays out. Team Empire with the portal plays, trying to get around the rock, close in that distance. They don't want to put themselves out in that open field. Team Empire are the ones that need to ease their way into that circle, but luckily they do have that portal there to play from. They're playing from the natural rock formation of the map here. The opening things up pretty aggressively here too, but they don't want to get too overly aggressive with the building being in control of the other team. It's going to be Reject still that have been holding on to that building, by the way, since the very start of the game.
Yeah, Reject. A Korean team, but a Japanese organization here on display for the first time in international competition. We know Maliwan, Ranches, and Cleve. If you're a fan of EMEA, we know how good they are. This is a CIS team who came to play, and here goes Empire. They want to fight, and they got all of Reject hiding with their tails between their legs here in this bubble.
Here we go, the EMP coming down. Team Empire don't have shields on 2 of their players. Cleve gonna try to put down some pressure. Ranches popping the shield bat, so is Maliwan right here. They're playing off of the low ground, but they're still finding so much of this beamage here. The R301, see the car with the gold mag on top of it all. They're still putting on so much pressure. Double cracks right here with the wingman from Cleve. You talk about some of that Bloodhound action. Team Empire is performing for you. Dropping down with the PK. Team Empire now are forcing this team to drop like flies.
My man literally just jumped off the building and hit a shot like MJ there. Ranches, Cleve, and Maliwan, welcome to LAN competition for the first time. They got 1 player left. Min Seong gets taken out. And just like that, it's going to be at least 1 kill. Dogma down to 1 HP. He wants the KP. Can he get it? No. Goodbye and good night, Dogma. You're just running for your life right now as you're getting hunted by Cleve. And that's it. Team Empire wins game 1.
That was the best team coming in from the EMEA region, formerly known as Team Major Pushers. They finished first in the EMEA with 114 points, and now they finished first in game number 1 on LAN.
Absolutely. What a start. This is the team we saw huddling, hugging each other before the game. They had a little pregame chant, a little pregame ritual. And look at the nerves, look at the excitement from this team, their coach behind them. What a start for Team Empire. And just a quick note for the viewers that maybe aren't as familiar with EMEA, the journey of this team, formerly Major Pushers. They were unsigned, Vicky, for at least a year and a half. And they were an amateur team that grinded their way into the online tournament scene, became a pro team, sometimes would look so good, but were not consistent. They found that missing piece that made them consistent, and now arguably the best team in EMEA. We sleep on this team way too much. It's about damn time we stop doing it.
That's why we have to focus on them when it comes to those team prides. Team Empire really coming through to show that no matter if you have the positional advantage, they still were able to force that team off of that dome building.
Yeah, well played. And it's not just that, that late game fight, the way they took that 3v3 with confidence, great. But that's just a microcosm for the way that they played all game long. I mean, they were playing with aggression. They were playing with confidence. Vicky, they finished with 12 kills and a first place finish. That's going to be a 24-point game for Team Empire. What a way to start.
I know. It's absolutely amazing. You even see the emotions on the players, how they feel. A lot of nerves coming into that first game, but that's going to get over and done with as we go through more of these other games fall out.
Absolutely. And we're, of course, going to walk you through the standings here in just a moment. But for now, you see them sipping on that Monster Energy, making sure they're staying energized as Team Empire swinging and starting so incredibly strong here. For those that are maybe just tuning in for the first time, maybe new to competitive Apex, first things first, welcome to competitive Apex Legends. This is the Apex Legends Global Series, the most hype esport in the world, and it is showing. We are back on LAN competition. We got a 60-player, 20-team Battle Royale opportunity for these teams to fight through group stages, and that's the most interesting thing in my eyes, Vicky. I mean, I've been casting BRs for a while now, before Apex came out. There's no format like this. To have a group stage format into a double elimination bracket, into a championship match point format finals, that's going to be on Sunday. It's one of a kind.
All these teams will have the opportunity to play one another, to have the opportunity to see what is different across all these other regions, which composition is going to come out on top, which team is the strongest team amongst them all here in this national competition.
That's right. We're doing a quick pan around these teams. The Gildersons on the far left. Talk about a story. The young controller player, one of the youngest players in the competition, playing with Nocturnal. Mr. Veteran, been competing for a long time. He's only 23, 24, but he's considered a vet in this scene. Continue to scroll around, looking at these things. You saw TSM earlier, the debut of Verhulst. I mean, talk about Verhulst's first performance, his first time playing on LAN, 18 or 19 years old from Kansas City, Missouri, and talk about showing up. The controller god, the rising star, the best story we've had, really rags to riches in Apex Legends.
It's beautiful, too, because you can see the support that Verhulst has from his former team coming away from ESA, how he just supports how ESA gets picked up by Optic joining in on the space. Just the sportsmanship that we see across all our players have been amazing to watch, even before today, just seeing how these players are prepared with one another. But look at the raw emotions that these players
I thought he was
showing.
fist bumping the camera, bro. I'm like, this guy's hamming it up right now, Cleve. What's up, bro? All right, I like that confidence. Back to TSM. We talked about Verhulst, and I meant metaphorical rags, of course. Big shout out to the Verhulst family. Multiple siblings who got Verhulst into competitive gaming. His older brothers who got him into playing, and his whole family supported him. He was an amateur. Played a little bit of Call of Duty before, but didn't really have a competitive background and rose to the top from ranked, grinded online. It's kind of that story that's aspirational. Every single one of you watching right now can have the Verhulst story. It's the craziest part about the ALGS. There's open tournaments. Nick Merckx, so many teams are qualifying right now through that challenger circuit. You could be a ranked warrior. You could be an arenas warrior. You could be a control warrior. It doesn't matter. Start grinding, start competing in the challenger circuit, and you can qualify to be here, just like Verhulst did just a year and a half, 2 years ago.
That's what I love so much about Apex Legends is seeing a lot of these players coming in from controller, coming in from mouse and keyboard, competing together in one bracket. But before we get into that, Fallout, let's take a look at the match 1 results so far. Team Empire, not only did they take first place, like you mentioned, Fallout, but they also were able to claim 12 kills in total.
And Reject right behind them. So we knew Empire would have 24. Reject with 17 in a firm second place. I mean, off the rip here, Vicky, let's just look at the top 7, top 8, top 10. We got EMEA on top. We got APAC North in second. We got North America in 3rd through 5th. And again, APAC North in 6th and 7th. It is insane to see the distribution right now. And I don't want to get ahead of myself by any means, but a lot of people thought North America would come in and steamroll. Well, look at Optic Gaming. Look at these North American and EMEA teams. Scars on the bottom. Not a good start for them, but overall, very well distributed.
And something to highlight in that first page, TSM, 10 kills in falling in 4th place. Yeah, they didn't claim those 12 kills, but what a showcase from TSM. And Team Liquid putting down all that damage, still were able to end in 3rd, but with only 3 kills.
That's right. I want to talk about Reject again. A team that you might not know a lot about, Junghi, Minseong, and Dogma from Korea, a Japanese esports organization. They've never gotten first place in an ALGS competition, the elusive first place. That was me in my pro playing career. I got second like 7,000 times. I could never get first. I had the second place curse. It looks like Reject might be similar. They got 3rd place in the Pro League in Split 1. A couple second place finishes in ALGS online tournaments here and there. Who knows? You know, could that Cinderella story, could that elusive first place come here in the playoffs?
I know you're having that PTSD just looking at that happen, right? But the champions got, can we talk about the graphics out here? The hollow sprays? Oh, that is beautiful. I want to get that hollow spray. I want the Cleve hollow spray right there. I love the Bloodhound, but look at the damage output, 2,456 damage. Are you kidding me?
Insane. And talk about the team comp. This is the team that ran Mad Maggie in the Pro League, Vicky. This time they're running Bloodhound. They are probably a Gibbyless team. Everyone thought you had to have Gibraltar. People laughed at APAC North for running Watson over Gibraltar. Well, look at Cleve running Bloodhound and dominating. Oh my God, that's awesome to see.
Insane, insane. We've seen that sometimes from EMEA where we see the Bangalore come out instead, and it's really risky where you have the bombardment come. Yeah, shout out to Shiv, of course, making that movement there on Storm Point, really showing that success in the EMEA region. But this time around, it's not the Bangalore. We're seeing the Bloodhound. We're seeing the Val. We're seeing the mobility being prioritized on Storm Point. I know we highlight a lot the verticality that's so important on that map, and you see it right there, Team Empire. Not only did they have a heavy frag game, but they took the dub on top of it all.
Picking up right where they left off from the Pro League. Team Empire CIS on top, EMEA on top for now. We'll see if they can keep it up in game number 2. We're going to jump to a very quick break. I'm Fallout. This is Vicky Kitty. Hope you're enjoying the action at home as much as we are. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 2 $1 million playoffs live from Stockholm, Sweden. Fallout here alongside Vicky, and I just got the chills saying that. The fact that I could say live from any location, we could be anywhere in the world right now, I'd be just as hyped.
It's insane. It's to say that we're finally here after over 950 days. Our players are performing here on this stage that is right behind us. That is beautiful, by the way. And these players already finished with game number 1, hopefully shaking off some of those early game nerves here. Team Empire, though, showing that they're far from nervous, ending not only with a dub, but with 12 kills to their name.
24 points. TSM, Crazy Raccoon, our top teams from APAC North and North America, also playing aggressive. And that's the crazy thing. I mean, if you missed game number 1, glad you're here for game number 2, but you missed something awesome. I mean, we had 14 teams left in Zone 3 on Storm Point. And if you're new to competitive Apex, Storm Point is known to be a slower paced. Teams rotate early, not a lot of fights, not a lot of edge fighting. This time around, well, that was not the case. I mean, we thought on land these teams would be nervous. We thought they'd be avoiding fights. They'd be scared to take fights. Not the case at all. And this team right here, Team Empire CIS organization, you see Rancis, look at this guy. He's just so chill.
Yeah,
he's giving the most casual, semi-awkward wave, you know?
We were talking about nerves. He looks like he's so far away from that. He just looks like, hey, you know what, this is just another day here at work. I'm so used to doing this here. And I love to see all of these players, just the raw emotion now that they're here on land.
That's right. We just saw Scars right there. And that actually, shout out to our production team. The tale of two tales, right, in a lot of ways. Yeah, the number 1 team, Team Empire, best team in EMEA, and you had Scars. They exited 19th place. They're playing with IPN in place of Mandy as a substitute. Unfortunate for them, but not the best start. But IPN is proven. I mean, he played with Alliance. He performed on Alliance. He is a top player in EMEA. All eyes on Scars. All eyes on GMT. Can they perform here in game number 2?
Gonna have to see. Storm Point, of course, just to reiterate for those of you guys tuning in right now, we are starting the first 3 games on Storm Point and then ending the last 3 games on World's Edge for those of you guys that are just wondering. First time here in Split 2 that we get to see 2 maps, of course, and we've seen how that's changed things up across all the regions between team composition switches, between team mindset, the way they want to rotate, and it's so important because we highlight the POIs, we highlight Storm Point, especially from those teams that start off in the northern side of Storm Point, and the distance that they're able to obtain with the Valkyrie deploy coming in from high ground into low ground.
That's right. First time we've seen a 2-map competitive series since Kings Canyon and World's Edge way back 2+ years ago. TSM, a team that has had their way, their drop spot, they've always dropped center map. That's their strategy. Drop center map, which means no matter where the zone goes, you can rotate early. In Kings Canyon back in the day, it was Cage. In World's Edge, it was Fragment East. Here on Storm Point, of course, they're dropping Antenna. And it seems to work out for them. And I just gotta say, look at this beautiful map. Shout out to Respawn. The fact that we got another competitive map in Apex has been such a treat, Vicky.
I know, I love it. I love all the little new things that we've also just integrated, not only just the map, but the multi-view feature, the stats feature, for those of you guys that want to follow even closely into what these teams are doing, who's engaging onto who. There's so many teams to watch, but there's also so much action when it comes to those choke points, looking at where the circles are going to be pulling for us.
If esports were a bunch of stock, there's an esports stock market, I'm invested in Apex Legends. It's on the up and up. Obviously got a little bit of bias there, but you're spot on, brother. The advancements made in the ALGS over the last year, the viewership has gone up. It's been skyrocketing. Big shout out to people like Nick Merckx, Imperial Hal, who've been loving this game. It's such a good competitive game, and ALGS competitive Apex and Apex Legends esports is on the up and up. And we're gonna jump on board with Team Empire to kick this one off.
Rancis? The Bangalore?
Am I getting trolled right now?
I mean, can we talk about prophecy? We were just talking about this composition from EMEA in Storm Point. Not only are they still not going to be running the Gibby composition, but instead, talk about makeshift cover. Talk about mobility. You got the smokes. You got the redeploy coming in from Maluan, and you got Cleave still on the Bloodhound.
I'm at a loss for words. Shout out to Team Empire doing something that no other team in competitive Apex does and switching it up, going off meta. Bloodhound, map number 1. Bloodhound in Bangalore and map 2. After you just dropped 24 points, no other team would do that.
Let's ignore the thermal side, right? Let's talk about the scan into the smokes, how important that's going to be for the composition that we're seeing from Team Empire. You can see the confidence that they're feeling. You talked about those early contentions, though, for those POIs. GMT facing off against Fennel right now. Early on in game number 2, GMT already eliminated. What a quick fight off the rip in game number 2, going in favor for Fennel.
And perhaps it was foreshadowing. We previewed this fight at the wall. We said Fennel, the Japanese team, and GMT would be splitting the wall. We thought it would be civil. And we know that this team actually came and boot camped early against GMT at the Lounge Esports LAN Center in Stockholm, and they would every single game fight each other and then turn and say nah and pass each other candy, literal candy, if the other team won. Well, it looks like that continues here. I thought on LAN things would be more civil, but no, the same energy continues here in the competition. Are you kidding me?
Oh, man. And look how quick Team Liquid's always when it comes to these circles. Not only with the quick rotation game number 1, but this is going to benefit them even more because we got a northern circle here, which is going to be difficult for those southern teams to make their rotations without them having to feel safe of the contentions that we're going to see in these choke points here. But another northern circle this time around. We usually see those southern circles here on Storm Point, but a little bit of a different pace here in game number 2.
That's right. Team Liquid find themselves in an early fight. And I mentioned it earlier. I'm going to kind of clarify the points I made. I wasn't being toxic for no reason, but big shout out to my man Mike Nowitzki, community members that really have stepped up and helped us in terms of stats analysis, bringing their skills to esports. He put together a really brilliant analysis and stats doc that showed that Team Liquid, well, from a statistical perspective, really unimpressive in the Pro League. They were actually in 20th plus place in average placement and average kills, but still qualified because they're consistent. They're always placing 5th, 6th. They're always getting 7-8 points per game. It's nothing shiny, but it gets the job done. But the thing is, Vicky, that's not going to get the job done if you want the largest piece of that $1 million prize pool. I mean, you got to see Team Liquid play a little more aggressive here if they want to win.
I think a lot of that also comes from the composition. Oh, they hear the redeploy right outside their front doors. It's Christmas morning here. Serve up a silver platter. Team Liquid looking for the opportunity. I mean, may as well be, but look how quick that team was to rotate away. They're getting pinged by another team, so that's going to be the green light for Team Liquid to move in for the third party.
And this is the aggression we wanted to see. It's Team Burger. Pricey gets taken out by Nocturnal, and just like that, Team Liquid clean wipes Team Burger, the number 3 team from APAC South. The Aussies eliminated by Team Liquid.
Gilderson's with that black market immediately goes for that shield swap too. We saw earlier in the API that Gilderson's had a double name. That's how powerful Gilderson's is, that he has to transcend sometimes through his teammates. Sorry about Ascend here, though. They're going to be rotating here. They're also going to be able to get that loop from the loop box.
That's right. Meanwhile, right nearby, Sutoraiku, not an APAC North team, but actually an Aussie team. They're going to be the second place team from APAC South. They're actually nearby, and they've done the same thing twice now. Another pick is going to come on E6 from Fun. Keep an eye on that kill feed at the top right of your screen. But one quick note, Sutoraiku's been actually using the Trident and rotating early with Trident. Didn't work out well for them last game necessarily. We'll keep an eye on them. Shout out to my man Bullet on this team. Greek, Australian, fellow Greek competing in this one alongside Stay Naughty. My man Greek God killing it with Nicewig. The Greeks are showing up this weekend. You know
I love it. I love it. I know you're feeling amazing about that too. Shout out to the other stream there with Greek God, Nicewig. They're going to be able to pop off in their own way. Love it. Love to hear what the thoughts are so far with what's going on.
My man Wig has Greek energy too. You know, he's Greek God. My man looks like Zeus. IRL. I saw this. I didn't realize this dude's like 6'3". He's looking bigger than ever. Shout out to my boy Nicewig. Make sure to check out the B stream. There is a full-blown stream casted by Greek God and Nicewig going on with the secondary matches.
Ooh, Elevate though in some trouble. Got to back off a little bit. Maybe trying to overextend a little too far up ahead.
Yikes.
Team Liquid though popping off in the kill feed, getting even more KP on top of everything. This is another team that we saw that they were not overextending. It's Ascend that gets eliminated here. Talk about the EMEA region, unfortunately, going down here early in that game number 2.
They actually traded a knock though. Actually, Nocturnal from Team Liquid did go down, so I'd love to keep an eye out on Team Liquid here. Sutoraiku nearby. This is an interesting fight here. Team Liquid says, Fallout, hold my drink, all right? You say you want us to play aggressive. You want us to be a little bit more outstanding in our play, aggressive in our play. Well, here we go. Team Liquid are ready with 4 or 5 kill points to start off map number 2. It's exactly what you need to see from them.
Elevate now managing to restabilize. Sleep needs to pop this med kit here. Playing off the corner a little bit. Oh, talk about the
we hit those?
bombardment with the follow-up after the wingman shot and the break. But needs to get away, though. He's quite literally won the follow-up. Sleep with the coverage. Gets the crack. And now they're going to be able to try to get that down here. Bin goes down, unfortunately, as Bullet was able to get that knock.
We got some region-on-region action here. Elevate from South America all the way down. Same longitude, latitude. I don't know which one it is. But all the way in the Australian region. We got Sutoraiku. So we got APAC South versus South America right now. And we'll see who comes out on top. Elevate gets the revive, and it looks like they will both have a chance to reset.
Although they had gotten that knock, they want to take this opportunity to keep themselves in the position here to gatekeep for that next circle. They have the information of the beacon, where the circle is going to be pulling. You have to imagine, as all these other teams are running crypto, they don't have to overextend for that beacon information. They don't have to put themselves at a disadvantage as much more of these other fights are happening on the northern side of the map.
Here we go. Scars find themselves in a fight against Optic Gaming, and we didn't really set the story up enough, Vicky. We gotta. No team has more pressure this weekend than Optic Gaming. If they don't perform, they will forever be deemed, or at least until they perform at Champs potentially, as online warriors. They have dominated. It hasn't even been close. Skittlecakes, Duplex becoming the best duo in Apex Online. And of course, Noct, Controller God, getting dropped from Cloud9. Justice for Noct. He found his justice, but again, that justice will not be served unless they can form on land this weekend. So much pressure, particularly on Skittle and Dupe.
It's insane, and we've seen the sponsor curse happen time and time again. The Charge Rifle finding some beams here onto Scars, but they're getting pinched by 2 other teams, only playing off of the crates for the only makeshift cover that they have for themselves. They're pinging down the other team that's trying to take another off angle onto Scars here, but they have the redeploy in case they want to get out of this position. But they like this spot. They have the beacon, so they know where the circle is going to be pulling. They have the high ground, but they need a plan where they want to rotate to, and so they're just going to be taking the low ground instead, rotating right around that big Pride Rock.
Meanwhile, we got a replay here. This was the fight we saw earlier. Team Liquid came down to Gilderson's. You see Cachera, the Portuguese sensation, the face of Portugal, repping the Portuguese flag on his back, and Ascend gets eliminated by TL. Gilderson's clutched up. Here we go, Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming coming in on the 6 of Scars. Scars now pinched a little bit too hard. See the Nox gas coming out. We were highlighting Skittlecakes before. Optic Gaming trying to find an opportunity, but look how passive they're playing. They're looking around. They're wondering if the third party's going to come in on their 6. They get the knock, though, on IPN first.
Are you? Oh, they didn't. Actually, no. Rad's got the knock with the defensive bombardment. He's going to steal it. Skittle got the finish. And just like that, Optic Gaming, 2 kill points to their name. 16 squads remain. Meanwhile, TSM, Imperial Hal just lit up Scars, Taishin over towards the Cascade Falls. We know Optic is nearby. We know TSM is nearby, and Scars is eliminated by TSM.
TSM still claiming so many of these heads so close to Optic Gaming. What is Optic Gaming going to opt to do? Are they going to try to take position control, take that as an advantage, just gatekeep a lot of these other teams that are going to be rotating off to their side here? They know there's another team coming in from their south, so they want to try to take position on the high ground. The black hole on top of it, Skittlecake's in trouble. Big boy incoming here with little to no cover. Duplex got him covered, though. That's the insurance of the Dupe.
And I'm not sure which Horizon team just used that black hole, but the best use of it.
Yeah.
And that's where black hole is so good. Horizon's been so good on these edge fights, because if you can catch someone on edge with the black hole, that's it. GG, you're done for. Unfortunately, right there, it's a missed Horizon ulti. FC's laziness gets knocked, and just like that, Optic Gaming swings into motion here, and they are going to take out 2 members of FC.
Optic Gaming now are going to continue on this domination, playing off the low ground slowly. They want to make that comeback after their performance in game number 1. I believe they fell as the 18th or 17th squad there, but they're getting pinged off to the side. Pretty difficult position for them to play off of, because they're getting circle cupped in this situation, and they're still playing off of the low ground.
Well, hey, it's Optic Gaming. All eyes on them, all the pressure in the world. Let's hear it in their voices. Are they playing with confidence? We're jumping into our first listening of the ALGS playoffs with Optic Gaming.
She's right here. Oh my god,
they're one.
We can't do nothing.
We have to be careful of them ulting us while we're down here, though.
Oh, this guy's close as fuck.
No,
he's on the respawn. He's on the respawn.
I'm looking at.
Northwest.
I'm getting angle over here. He queued back, Careful of your top LOS.
Alright, yeah. Watch our top LOS. I'm good. I have 5 bat 6 cells and an ult XL.
6-12. I'm gonna have to take the flat line, I think.
Take it.
I'm leaving it there. I have to use the rest of my Devo ammo first. Is there any nades here? I had 3 arcs if you want one.
Arc. There's arc and a frag on that guy.
That guy's just overextending playing the rock as Wraith.
You want to just death ball on him?
And then the top would just drop in Horizon ultis.
I don't think
they're not up
there
there anymore. Yeah, the Horizon ran away. I don't know where he is right now, Dupe, so careful. Not seeing him.
There's a frag on here. Do you have any traps in your shit? Horizon Q up here on the right. You should put like.
So I can play up top right now. I can play up top.
Yeah, I think so. Be careful, they might be up there ready.
The building has angles. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, they're on the roof. They're on the roof right here.
Hey, kidding me?
Yeah, I think you just give that up, and we should have Skittles put some an ult on traps up there.
It's hard for me to get up there.
Yeah, me too. We have to like climb up like 3 fucking ledges right here.
I can't even get up there to put traps down because I'm just gonna get shot. Maybe I take the zip. Careful that guy over there. He's playing that rock right there on my team. I popped your trap on accident.
And there you have it. Let me tell you, I've said we're going to jump into a listing with Optic Gaming probably 100 times in my career in various esports titles. Feels good to say that live in Apex Legends, baby. Welcome to Apex Optic Gaming, and they're performing so far in Game 2. Guess what? Crazy Raccoon, the #2 team from APAC North, the Koreans, nearby.
Crazy Raccoon, who have so much success on Storm Point here. They had a bit of a lackluster performance in game #1, looking to make the comeback just like Optic Gaming are. So they're not trying to overextend. They're just holding on to that building. Optic Gaming, though, we heard them in the comms. They know that there's a team right there. They know there's a team on their 6 as well, but the circle is going to continuously pull in that direction, so they don't want to find themselves getting circle kept. But that's the beauty of the Valkyrie, too, and the redeploy that provides a lot of these teams for those quick repositions.
That's right. Crazy Raccoon, for those, again, unfamiliar, Raz, Zedder, and Maney. Maney, one of the best Gibraltars in the world, let alone in APAC North. Joined this squad, replacing Selly, who went to AD Raccoon. And by the way, Selly not competing in this competition due to injury. He is actually going to be substituted in for the former member of AD Raccoon, Karanpu. Excited to see how he performs this weekend.
And we got to see where that circle is going to be pulling by the wall right there, but I also got to see 2 black markets now instead of 1 from Team Liquid. So we got 2 Lobas in this lobby. Talk about legend diversity. There's a redeploy, though, happening right in front of Optic Gaming. And yeah, we got to call in and Katy Perry out here. They're going to be landing right in front of Optic Gaming. But remember, there's still another team that's holding onto the high ground by the hills. That's going to get pinched. Already the crack from Optic Gaming. They're going to try to fully send it. Are they going to try to close in the gap? Or are they going to look at their 6 where Crazy Raccoon is situated in?
Yeah, they're too late in the game right now to send. With Crazy Raccoon right behind, you don't want to do that. They're just going to play for damage, try and level up those Evo shields.
Oh, they're coming in?
And here we go. Is that...
Crazy Raccoon maybe walking slowly, trying to take the high ground.
So interesting. The position that Optic's in right now, they have to play cautious and watch their 6 because Crazy Raccoon will flank on the ASAP. Optic's in a tough spot here, Vicky. You'll see how they play it.
See, yeah, they're playing off of that low ground positioning here, getting pinged by the Rampage from afar. Thinking maybe if that's another team trying to make their rotation, just looking at the position right there. But looks like Optic Gaming are just going to try to fully send it. The Nox gas now, or rather the bombardment coming in. Duplex is going to force them off the high ground right here. They're forced to drop down, and the caustic gas on top of it, the Nox gas.
Oh, they're all in.
Is it actually right there, but the Nox gas, I think, managed to blow up beforehand.
Yeah, they're all in right now. That's an ulti from Caustic, an ulti from Gibby, and it's going to be a full fight. Horizon is going to come through, and to the skies they go. Everyone flies. Optic Gaming is chasing. They're flying right now, and they're going to actually get knocked first. First kill for Crazy Raccoon, but Skittlecakes goes huge. He needs to perform. It's a 1v1 for the bread. Skittlecakes with 110 HP. Can he do it in the 1v? He's going to get the shield swap. Skittlecakes is playing out of his mind.
Oh, he manages to get the player to get off of the high ground right there. He gets the res on top of it all. He doesn't want to fully overextend her. You can see the carefulness from Skittlecakes as he tries to perform here. Gets those 2 knocks.
Yeah, Skittle says, I don't care what you think about me online. I'm going to come to land and do the exact same thing. Ice in his veins, and Skittlecakes performs for his team. They scare off the little raccoons who run with their tails between their legs, and just like that, Optic Gaming wins the 3v3.
It's a different look. It's not the rat play that we're going to be seeing. It's the raccoon play instead. Optic Gaming now, they come out on top, but we have to highlight, again, the fact that they didn't want to fully send it with Skittlecakes prioritizing getting the res, prioritizing getting those points.
Can we make that a thing? Can we call it raccooning? You know, when you run away from a fight trying to survive? Raccooning? Question mark? Hey, listen, we got an SOT little info. Had a chance to catch up with Optic Gaming. Let's take a listen.
I think we're going to be a top 3 team. Optic Gaming. So Optic Gaming, TSM maybe, third, maybe 80 Raccoon. Keep calm, listen to our intuitions, and let's just play it like a tournament online. One change in the competitive meta, let's see. I guess a new map made for competitive that is very well balanced. That's one of the main things I would love, kind of like another World's Edge. Not like, I guess Storm Point's okay, but you know, there's PvE, too many uphills. It's just not balanced at all, especially in all those aspects.
Perfect timing. Good to get that insight from Duplex as things were not necessarily heating up, but now they are. It's going to be Optic getting surrounded right now. Not sure which team this is. Would love to get some insights here maybe from production or ops. We can find out which team is right in front of them.
Whichever team it is, the Rolling Thunder did roll in right there, so they're running the Bangalore here. We saw the Bangalore before from Team Empire.
Surely.
Yeah, maybe trying to look to circle keep Optic Gaming out here. You heard what Duplex was saying too, just the high to low ground disparity here, but they're trying to fully send it, playing off of the side of the rocks here, not trying to take an off angle at the same time.
And TSM Reps is actually going to get a knock on Ranches, so it looks like they're going to sandwich Empire. It's the #1 from EMEA versus the #1 from North America. Nox takes out Maliwan. Goodbye and good night, Empire. NA on top. Blow it up in the chat right now if you're from the US. You want to hype this up, but TSM's nearby.
TSM now moving in for the opportunity. They were able to take out Optic in the first game. They get the stick with the Arc Star. TSM now can fully send it. They have the phase breach and they really want to move in here. Maybe just save it instead. There's maybe a third party coming on the other side.
2 games in a row, TSM reigns on the parade of Optic Gaming. TSM on top. Duplex gets knocked, and just like that, the third party from TSM is played to perfection.
Oh my, the timing for TSM and their rotations, the fact that they're able to clean up so many players in the middle of it all. 5 kills in total for this team. Verho says, I know it's not personal out here. I know you are my former teammates, but this is LAN at the end of the day.
And look who it is. It's Reps, most underrated player in Apex. Lives in the shadow of Hal in a lot of ways, but does it just as well, if not better. Let's jump into a listen in with Reps, with Hal, with Verholst of TSM.
Yep. I'm running left, killing this guy. I'm coming. I'm at the bub. I got a bat at the bat right here. You might have to bub, or you might have to bub. I'm in a bad spot. Popping a bat. We're fine. Just crouch on me. Yeah. Solo here. I think. He's dead. Yeah, nice. There's a team down there. Yep. I'm trying to fully heal. There's a Kraber somewhere. I don't know where. I'm gonna see if we can get down here. I don't have Gibio. Watch our back, Evan. Watch our back. Set the stabilize here and walk this in. I got tethered. 100 on one. I'm popping a bat. I got Gibby ulted. I'm keeping back. They're fighting hard over here. Wait, we got third. Where? Oh, up here. They died. They wiped. Go up. We have to go that. I think. Can we go up that? They just took height. They're all up there now. They're all on the run. It's too late now. We're getting mirrored. I think we're getting mirrored from where we just came from. Yeah. At the bub. I have to bat this. You guys have nades for this? Yeah, thermiting them. I don't have TP for this. At the bat. They're not pushing. They're just arcing. A lot of arcs. At the bat. You gotta look for me. Almost cracked the Valk. One's close. I'm palming the bat. 30 on Gib. Valk is cracked. I'm 1 HP. I got shot in the back. I have a purple knock. Give me, look. One shot. Look right. You guys gotta fight this. Hop in the bat. Yeah, no shit. Just give me knock. Let me play knock. Can you look, Evan? Yeah, I'm looking. I think we're good. I'm trying to hit a bat. They're right here. I'm trying to hit a bat. I just have to hit a bat. You gotta look at that. Just look at them, please. Yeah, we're good. I cannot take zone. Hop in the bat. You're gonna have to bubble forward, Jordan. Like bubble forward, we're gonna play here. Let me pop a syringe. You ready? I'm bubbling forward. I'm bubbling forward now. Yeah. Like I can't even get into it, man. Cracked one. Hold your knock. I'm popping about, yeah. Give us knock. Res? Like. No, we can't. Just shut the fuck up. I could have been. I'm gonna run forward. On you guys, on you. Evan, just live. Fuck, man.
And that's going to be a 7th place finish from TSM. It's going to be 100 Thieves taking them out. It's a little game of rock, paper, scissors. 100 Thieves beats TSM, who beats Optic.
And Sudareku was on their 6 the entire time, too. They were just in such a tough position. They didn't make the decision fast enough. 100 Thieves now fully sending it on Sudareku here. They just finished cleaning up TSM. Zen just gets eliminated. Knock with the Kraber in his hand, too. So much action happening in the feed as well.
Insanity. That's going to be a significant kill game so far from Team Liquid. 100 Thieves alive. Team Liquid alive. North America on top for now. But Elevate from South America is in it as well. The Battle of the Americas here. Last team alive, well, it's going to be FSV 4-7 from APAC North in this as well. And here we go. 100 Thieves with the wide push. The team that finished with such a strong finish to Pro League. 2nd place has been on fire. They are on the up and up at the right time. Great upswing from them, but can they close this game out? 17 points to their name already. 100 Thieves is looking great.
FSV, they have the Watson fences set up, though, on the high ground here. You see 100 Thieves now having to play off from the low ground here, too. You love to see it. You see the black market out. You know that's Team Liquid playing off that low ground right there with Gilderson having, or rather not having the
My man
Kraber.
just yeeted a Kraber shot.
And he still has one bullet left. Oh, but unfortunately, he does not get it. He wanted to style on them, but you got to look out for the high ground. 100 Thieves making their way up there.
So here we go. Team Liquid. That was Elevate that got eliminated. And Watson with FSV 4-7. With the Watson in late game, they're fenced up like the penitentiary right now on high ground. Team Liquid below them, 100 Thieves behind. But Team Liquid is the meat of the sandwich. In the words of my man Hotsick, you never want to be the meat. You want to be the bread. We'll see if Team Liquid can somehow get out of this one.
Yeah, at least if they could toast up those buns, man, they could go fully in here, 100 Thieves. They have the redeploy just in case, but those Watson fences are still set up on the high ground there. We have to talk about the God spot going in favor for 4-7 right here. They overlooking so many of the other teams, 100 Thieves, Team Liquid playing for the low ground.
And we didn't see where the zone was pulling to, but it actually ended up being 100 Thieves that ended up in the middle, getting sandwiched here. 4-7 on high ground, sitting on top of the Acropolis right now, looking at the peasants below and absolutely raining down. It's 4-7 in a great position. 100 Thieves heals back up. They got to go huge in this fight. 3v3 against 4-7, and the Liquid is just saying, yeah, y'all enjoy that. We're going to chill on low ground and take this dub.
Yeah, they want no business in that, and you have to be careful with the timing of these domes too, because you have to think about 4-7 with the EMP that they have in their hands. 100 Thieves now getting the crack. They have the wingman at the ready here. Vaxlon and Omni, they're going to be easing their way into that circle.
Vaxlon, former teammate of Madness from CLG, joins 100 Thieves and makes an immediate impact. Obviously, the roster change controversial, but it's paid off. Team Liquid now with 32 points. Such a big game from them, and this is anyone's game, Vicky.
15 kills in total for Team Liquid. This is insane. Are you kidding me? The EMP, you got to get rid of that. But the timing on the dome, that's what we're talking about. Perfect timing. Now, they get the crack. The Watson goes down. The Crypto is stacked, and it's Team Liquid showing they heard you follow, and they win game number 2.
And you see Fun shaking his head saying, you can't mess with me, baby. On land, Nocturnal, Fun, and Gilderson's the rookie, the controller player, the young man performs a 17 or 18 kill game from Team Liquid. I challenged this team. I said they got to step up. They got to stop being average or above average, and they were great. They rose to the occasion here, and Team Liquid is your champions of Game 2 with a monstrous game.
It's so insane, too, to look at the microplay that Team Liquid performed right there. Not only prioritizing their position, even when they couldn't take the high ground from 4-7, but the timing on that dome, knowing that 4-7 was on the high ground with the Watson fences, with the Crypto drone ready to utilize that EMP. And if they used that dome early, they did not have any makeshift cover right there.
That's right. They played that to perfection. They had to slow play that. They had to hope and wait and force 100 Thieves and 4-7 to fight. That's exactly what they did, and they cleaned up the kills as a result. Nothing but smiles right now. You see Hotsick, the coach, right behind them. And just like that, Team Liquid taking a page out of Brene Brown's book, daring to be great, and they are great indeed. A 29-point game, monstrous performance for Team Liquid. And one quick note before you walk me through the rest of the standings here, Vicky, that's important because the tiebreaker rules say that if you are tied for top 20 to make it into the winner's bracket tomorrow in our championship bracket, it's going to be overall game score, the best possible game score that does it. A 29-point game should, if it does come down to tiebreaker, should do it for Team Liquid. That's huge.
It's insane that they finished with 17 kills after what we had seen in that first game, because they still finished in top 3, but they only secured 3 kills. So you talk about top 3 consistency already after game 2. Team Liquid is up there. Team Liquid is showing that they're here to dominate the LAN. And now looking on the other page, Team Empire, the team that won game number 1, falling in 11th place there with only 1 kill.
That's right. A couple other teams here. Empire's going to be fine in the standings. I can't wait to see the overall standings. But Ascend, Team Burger, GMT, and Scars, all eyes on them. These are teams that perform in Pro League. These are teams that have become household names in EMEA. GMT, I've been a big fan of them for a long time. They were in a S tier, a class of their own with Strafey. Obviously, Strafey's not here. Our heart goes out to him. We got to see if they can perform with Mady here. However, it's all about Team Liquid. Fun, the typical Fuse god, drops 1,808 kills. Gilderson's the controller sensation with 4 kills, 1,600 damage. And Nocturnal, the IGL of this squad, does it big with 1,300 damage and 5 kills of his own. That is a huge 17-kill game for them.
Insane. Look at the graphic, too. You got to flex on them a little bit. Got to show the different compositions that you're rocking here. The Loba, it's absolutely beautiful here, but Team Liquid pretty even in terms of damage overall for this team.
That's right. Great performance from them. You saw Hodzic right behind them, coach of this squad, and just a quick heads up for everybody watching. You see the coaches behind the players, but much like other FPS titles, CSGO and others, the coaches are not live on mic during the game. That's an important distinction. We got to let the players play. The coaches are live on mic after the game, and they can make adjustments. They can make calls. I want to make sure that was noted. But here's the overall standings. Team Liquid jumps up into first place with 39 points. They are on top by a margin, 4-7 right behind them. Look at TSM at 24, Team Empire at 26, though.
Yeah, very frag-heavy games for these first 2 games already. Team Liquid jumping up all the way to that first place spot. Like you said, 39 points already here. I'm looking at teams like Optic, actually, after that game number 2. We saw them. They were the second team to go down in game number 1 in that crazy skirmish there, and they were able to jump 6 spots after game number 2, and unfortunately, getting ended by TSM once again, who went down by a point, but they're still there in the top 5.
Yeah, and what's happening with TSM here, it's an important discussion. They're known to be an early rotate team, a placement team, but then they like to play edge. They like to fight in those late games. After they find favorable positions, they play edge and they kind of walk in the circle if they can, and they've done that. They've found success, but unfortunately, they're finding themselves in pretty bad positions. You saw it right there, the reps bubble, unfortunately not able to connect, and they got taken out on their rotation, but so far, they're playing aggressive. I like the aggression here. I wouldn't change anything.
No, absolutely not. And that's what's great, too, because usually on Storm Point, at the very start, where a lot of our teams were trying to figure out which compositions they felt comfortable with, the verticality that was so important on a map like Storm Point with the high to low ground disparity, I'm wondering here that a lot of these teams now just feel much more comfortable, and they're looking to be a lot more aggressive in this lobby. So it's really impressive to see how that's continuing on, even going into game number 2.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll keep all eyes on the mainstream, but want to take a look at the secondary match and secondary stream lobby, and guess what? It's AD Raccoon and Reignite without Jen Burton, by the way. In second place, JMW of Kungarna substituting for that team. The most common sub-team is Kungarna because 2 of them are from Sweden, JMW from the UK, playing with, well, his representing their queen, if you will, his Aussie friends down under. And they're in second place right now, Kick, and then it's players in Alliance behind them. So I don't see G2 in the top 5. They're in 9th place overall, and it's all EMEA and APAC in the top 5.
Insane. That's insane. I love it. We talk about land, the energy on the other side of the page. What's going on there, energy? What's happening there? We talk about the IGL performance from Sweet, but it's looking like that secondary stream, though, is just as spicy as what we're seeing for our stream right here with A versus D going on for this group.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, you can watch that stream live on Nicewig's channel. He's casting alongside Greek God for a bit of a watch party. He'll be doing it all weekend long on twitch.tv/Nicewig if you want to enjoy that action in addition to the main stream here. I'm Fallout. This is Vicky Kitty. We'll be right back. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game 3 around the corner here. Don't go anywhere.
They're dead now. See, there's liquid too. That one. Beam. Oh. Quick! Boys, it's not easy. It's just so easy. Hey, good boys. Kraber's the most balanced gun in the game. Yes, sir. It's that.
It's that easy, says Fun. My man Knock is going for blindies with the Kraber. You already know he so balanced.
Yeah, no, super. We saw it in the kill feed. Absolutely balanced right there.
Yeah,
but I love the
100%.
energy, though, from our players. You saw them popping up. You love to see the raw emotion here on LAN, and there's going to be more to come from these players going forward.
Absolutely. The question is, though, I mean, it always is the question, can they continue that consistency? And again, I'm not going to continue to go back to being a little negative or anti-team. Look, by all means not. They know, especially Hodsick, Nocturnal. I got a lot of love for them. They proved me wrong. They popped off right there with a massive game. Can they keep it consistent? We'll see. But we haven't seen a whole lot of games like that from Team Liquid. They had such a low kill per game rate in the playoffs. So that's awesome to see. You like to see them showing up and performing here in game number 2. And they're currently on top in the entire region, by the way.
Yeah, talking about their play style, you highlighted the fact that they usually do end up in these top 5 situations with low KP. And we look at their composition with the Loba, with the Black Market, and their gameplay is always to try to situate themselves on where that final circle is going to be pulling, sit in the middle of that circle, utilize that Black Market to collect all the loot that they need without having to overextend. So they want to take beacon control early as well to understand where that circle is going to be pulling, and it all trickles into their game plan. So they, instead of trying to clean up on the way to that final circle position, they just want to get ahead of the curve and get there and situate themselves with the Black Market.
That's right. Gilderson's rising star of Split 1 on the Pittsburgh Knights, playing with Asura and Joey Blackout. He was looking so good last season. Controller player. He's been on the up and up. He's almost like a mini Verhulst in his story, his trajectory, not often as talked about as Verhulst, but you got to put respect on his name. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, my man Amu's rocking the bandana, all right? He's putting some swag on the main stage right now. What's up, Amu? Welcome to LAN, baby.
Love it. Love 100 Thieves coming through all the way from Texas here to perform. 100 Thieves has just been such an amazing team so far.
My man Amu's from Illinois, all right? He's repping Chicago.
All right, but now they moved over to Texas.
Gotta give
them that credit over there.
Shot-town.
Love it. Love 100 Thieves. Love seeing all the performance that they've been able to put down. I mean, one of the biggest things I highlighted from 100 Thieves, Amnu with the Hemlock, with the Wingman, is so terrifying.
And, big questions on that team, very much like Optic Gaming. They've never been on LAN. Are they going to perform? I mean, Vaxlon either. Vaxlon was kind of a rookie rising star in the online tournament era of ALGS, right when, of course, COVID hit and all the LAN competitions came to a close. We had to move online. Vaxlon was on that original roster that became CLG and kind of grinded his way to the top. They've never been on LAN before. It was a question mark. How are they going to perform? Are they going to be nervous? Well, I think your question has been answered. 100 Thieves looking the same way that they looked to finish off Pro League, which was dominant.
Insane. Game number 3. This is going to be our final game on Storm Point here, Fallout, right before we head into World's Edge. So now on Storm Point, for those teams that feel so strong, that usually land on that north side too, so they can get those quick rotations just in case, they need to perform here because this is going to be the last opportunity to obtain as many points as they can before jumping into World's Edge, where a lot of our legends feel extremely comfortable to perform on.
That's right. And sadly, we only get to cast Storm Point. I wish I could have cast it. I know. We'll be giving it over to Rain Day and James Bardoff to cast next. Of course, they're going to crush the next 3 games. The last game on Storm Point will move over to World's Edge. And one thing I've loved so far, Vicky, the diversity of zones. We saw a far south zone and then a far north zone. Nice diversity here, and both times TSM performed, a couple other teams performed consistently with that center placement. Important to understand here, Team Liquid, speaking of dropping centrally, they love that very center map drop. Cascade Falls gives them the ability to rotate south early or get a nice northern position. As you see, Nocturnal on Watson. Hodsick, as the coach of this team, likes to shake up the meta, likes to shake up their team comps.
And they also have the ability to get that beacon. You could see Knock right there said, wait, hold on, let me go real quick.
I said Watson, say Valkyrie.
Oh, no worries. We've been seeing the Watson coming in from APAC. It's great to see all just diversity in general, but look at this circle. We got another one of those southern circles, but this time it's pulling all the way to the west here, and this is going to be insane because I'm looking at Optic Gaming, who have won the fight originally on the mill when we were taking a look at North America in the Pro League. They constantly were contesting Sentinels for this spot. Amazing loot spot for them to make their rotation, and they also have a Trident to their south in case they want to make a quick rotation, just like we're seeing from Sutu Raikou from the very start. This is what their game plan has been, and this is the other team that's actually rocking the Loba.
That's right, Sutu Raikou from Apex South. Ooh, all right, what's up, movement?
Oh, okay.
They drop No Name Village right outside of the mill. They got to be careful of Optic Gaming. They like to take that Trident. They like to early get that beacon if available, and this time, well, they're not going to have to rotate. They're going to be able to chill, but it's going to be, once again, GMT versus Fennel. Last time, Fennel got the upper hand here. This time, it's going to be Fennel getting a knock, and that's going to be an elimination again. The Japanese over the Europeans. Fennel on top.
GMT, you were still hard-headed to try to contest for the 50-50 on the POI. I mean, this was your last opportunity on Stormpoint to secure some of those points. That could be the logic that GMT is going into this, saying, you know what, if we could run it again, we'll run it onto World's Edge where we feel comfortable. Maybe try to find an opportunity here. Hopefully they don't get contested on World's Edge because Fennel coming out on top with another win now. They're going to be able to walk away with that KP. They're one of the teams rocking the crypto. You see how many points the team has in total right there off to the left. 12 points in total. Shout out to the Apex Prod team out here having these overlays for us. Multiview is also live if you guys want to check out the comms going down. Sutu Raikou with those quick rotations. You must be wondering what's going on through their head as they see a redeploy, an early redeploy at that. Now trying to go over to Mill.
Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in though with Sutu Raikou, the first Aussies that we're going to listen to.
Okay. I did 84 to them in the air. That was really good.
I'm popping the low bro on the stairs.
We're good. Alright, I'm looting.
Fussy, you're taking the armor.
Wait, team in the building close.
Yeah.
Careful of the window. Careful of the window, okay? I'm taking the 3-0.
Got an evil shield here.
Please be very careful of that window. We've been rolled by before, okay?
Yeah, but fucking Implex. I need heavy ammo. It's liquid next to us.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Lober team.
That's fine. He's breaking your ult.
That's fine. He gets it back quick. I need heavy ammo next low bro. Hopefully people are dying. Otherwise I have to chill.
Just AFK, dude. We literally just AFK unless you like really want to get your armor up.
I might try. Don't have enough heavy ammo for that shit.
I just want a better scope, to be completely honest. That's about it.
What do you have?
None.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, quick listen in there to Sutu Raikou. One thing I really love to see is the prep. I mean, they obviously knew because it was Loba, that it was Team Liquid, which means they know Team Liquid rocking the Loba pick, and they're able to. They did their prep, they did their homework, of course. Sutu Raikou here, all eyes on them. Second best team from Apex South, representing Australia here in this group matchup of A versus B. Reignite popping off on the flip side.
And adaptive too. You heard what they were talking about when they were getting pinged by the window, understanding, hey, we've been rolled like this before. Let's not let this happen again here. We tune into Reject. I love holding onto the dome here, trying to close in that gap just in case Dogma needed some help here. Manages to replenish those shields with the shield bat here too. They are going to be able to take control over this building.
Yeah, notice this game's going to be a lot different than we saw in games 1 and 2. A lot less fights, and I think there's so much real estate. All of these buildings, you saw Sutu Raikou in one, Reject in another here on the southwest side of the map. So expect this to be a lot slower. We're going to have 17 squads remaining most likely in round 3 and 4.
Ooh, Optic Gaming, though, this is the team that lands over by Mill, so they had the circle advantage already, taking an early fight. They want this. Look at their loot that they're rocking here, too. We highlighted the loot that Mill provides, and with those quick rotations, they're able to scoop things up on the way. See Dupe taking on to the high ground here. Now trying to find the opportunity to send, actually, that's on the inside of this building.
No way to send. It's going to get griefed again. They're getting full sended right now from Optic Gaming. We know Optic is confident in these fights. It's all up to Send, the rookie for this team. They, of course, would have liked to play with their third DJ from Iran. He could not travel due to visa reasons. So on board with Optic Gaming, they shut down Ascend. One more left, and Optic Gaming profits. Ascend is eliminated for a third game in a row.
Let's break down that fight too. Optic Gaming not overextending, taking different angles to split the attention of Ascend, even though they had the man advantage on the ground there too. Optic Gaming now take the real estate inside of that building, and they're going to be playing by the edge outside of the circle, so that way they're not in the chaos of what we've seen sometimes in Cenote Caves.
Yeah, you know, on top of that, we saw on the kill feed, FSV over Zen. That is a South American team versus an APAC North team. We also saw Scars get taken out by FC, who drops over in Cenote Cave. So we'll have to keep a close eye on them. K-Swinny and E6 on screen for the first time. This is a team formerly 69 IQ Esports that I have been excited to watch on LAN. K-Swinny, one of the most vocal, outspoken, best IGLs, playing with two controller gods from the UK in Nags and Slayers. I'm excited to see what they're made of here.
Zen is backing up here. Element 6 is now moving in, trying to find a different angle here, playing off the low ground. Also rocking some pretty good shields in total here. You see Nags with the gold Evo, so he could just pop one of those shields. Tells him he wants to get quickly into the fight, but this time just popping a shield bat so that way he can be fully replenished, because there could be a third party coming in on their 6 soon.
Right. Element 6 find themselves between a rock and a hard place. 2 teams nearby. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen and hear what the IGL in case Winnie is made of.
I doubt it. Maybe people, they're careful.
Yep. That was 4-7. One of them died.
Yeah. The guy here, he got banners. He dropped down.
Did we just go like chase him?
It's a foul. It's a foul.
I think so.
Foul caught him.
45.
22. This one.
Dead.
Nice. Good shots, man.
Okay, boys. Careful the back. Look the back.
Yeah, I'm just healing here.
Wait, how are you doing?
Because I armor swapped to a white, bro.
Yeah, purple.
I got pop here.
Who did?
The guy that we just
Is that
killed.
you walking fence?
Yeah,
it's
B.
him. They really just need to be careful. They can't do the same thing that we did to them.
Yeah, they're gonna do it 100%.
Just come to me. I'm gonna drop my purple. I'm gonna go grab his purple, bro.
Okay, drop it then.
Wait. I need to know where it is before I drop. There you go.
The crypto running.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're moving up, they're taking my gas.
Can we take this roof?
Yeah,
This
do it,
zone.
go fight fast. Might be here already, careful.
I don't know if I could take the
I
roof.
don't have jetpack. I just came up.
I need to take this carbine, I don't have bullets anymore.
No, roof
Might
flame,
play the
roof flame.
headlights.
Nice.
And we are back. E6. Snags with the beautiful beams, by the way. Controller beams on the Valkyrie deploy. They got that final kill. Now they find themselves with another team. And this is an edge fight. This is what E6 likes to take. They are one of the most hard edge playing teams. Of course, with controller, they like their chances in these fights. Meanwhile, TSM taking out Scars in the kill feed. E6, in my eyes, I see you play with aggression.
Hey, they're looking for the opportunity. You heard them in the comms, trying to take onto the height there too. Tossing out the nade. They have the Nox cast. Do not want to try to push into Element 6 here.
Yeah. My man looking like Caution with those Sky Nade shots. My boy Caution. Gears gang, as we got Element 6 now. They hit the Sky Nade. They hit for damage. They want to push, but it's going to be an APAC team, most likely running Crypto. 14 squads left. I have beat my words from earlier, and guess what? It is an APAC team. It's Fennel coming from the wall. They beat GMT, and they said, hey, don't you take out our European friends. We're going to avenge them, but I don't know. It's looking a little dangerous right now.
It's actually crazy, the follow-up off of the EMP into the bombardment, because they knew that the dome was unavailable. They knew that the EMP deleted the dome, but they didn't fully capitalize here because Element 6 is still alive. Mags manages to get away to try to reset onto the high ground.
Yeah.
But you talk about the mobility. Oh, the stick
no
on the
shot.
Arcstar again. Now that's going to be the green light here, but they lose K-Swinny in the process.
He hit his foot. Oh my God, it flies over him and gets the kill. K-Swinny with the skill on display here, doing it with style. And just like that, actually I believe that was Slayers, just like that, E6 looking great.
Oh, we're just changing things up around. All right, we got to play
exactly.
musical chairs with our names. It's
with
Nags, maybe, right there?
Exactly.
Yeah, right
Sorry
there.
for the UI issues. We're getting that sorted. We talked to the production team. They're working out some of those technical issues with the UI display. Most importantly, though, that's Fennel, eliminated to the hands of E6. I'd love to check in with some other teams, though. Here's Team Empire, TSM. Where are some of these teams located on their rotations? Team Empire needs to have another big game 3 here on Storm Point.
Two Dark Star toss there, trying to control some of that space at the same time. Ooh. Is that a no-rag right there with the wingman? Trying to play off that low ground here, too. It's Team Burger getting a little hungry here, just looking at them right now. See them just trying to take control, using this hill, too, just to help LOS. Yep. Cute little head glitch right here, too, just trying to be able to be sneaky while also looking at their 6.
Yeah, Team Burger. Team become kind of a staple in the APAC region. I believe former Reignite South squad. Reject squad, actually. We saw Reject here. Reject used to be played by the Team Burger squad. Now they're Team Burger and Reject both played in APAC North. We're going to keep a close eye on both of these teams here as TSM Burholz takes out Phoenix's Azazel in the kill feed here. Hal's going to take out Frogs. TSM with at least 6 kills.
Actually insane how frag-heavy TSM is playing in this third game, because we took a look at Optic, the other side of things here, when we talk about our heavy-hitting teams, and they're playing it a lot more patiently, playing outside of the circle, only finding Ascend because they were taking the real estate that they wanted instead. So Reject now taking control over the high ground, still trying to apply some of this pressure, but no sign on that wingman here.
Yeah. And I wasn't on the analyst desk, so I didn't have a chance to kind of share, but my quick bold prediction and thought in terms of regional play is that South America is not going to perform. As much as I want to put them on the map, as much as I want to give them respect, there's players like Elysium, Team Singularity who are nasty. We haven't had a chance to watch them yet. They're in the other stream. But I think South America is, if I had to make any bold prediction as which region is going to underperform, it's going to be SA.
Love little sneaky plays out here, but misses those wingman shots. Point blank, Dogma backing up, giving that respect. You see the EMP, but it's okay. Dogma already didn't have any shield, so they are going to pop up that shield bat. Junkie is going to be able to do the same exact thing, just trying to take control of this real estate inside the building, and with the dome, they're trying to fully send it.
Yeah, here we go. Big fight for Reject. And it's going to be 100 Thieves' Vaxlon who's going to get the first knock of this fight. TSM, well, they are on the far side, near Barometer, and they're finding more fights of their own, and 100 Thieves going to defeat RC. Really, really good win for them. Jung Hee is still alive, and another team's coming. It's going to be E6. This is not looking good for 100 Thieves. E6 is flying.
Ooh, yeah, they're trying to look for the opportunity right here. You see the tether as well there, too. Just trying to block out the doors. K Sweeney's still on that caustic there, too, so they're just trying to block out the doors, but they recognize the situation. They don't want to try to overextend as 100 Thieves use the phase breach to relocate, but right in front of another team. Point blank.
I don't know if E6 predicted that rotate or was just going for a rotate of their own and actually rotated right to the portal, the phase breach of 100 Thieves. Maybe 200 IQ plays, maybe 69 IQ, but nonetheless, great plays from E6, former 69 IQ esports.
Yo, we talked about Christmas earlier today. I mean, that was quite literally a delivery here from Santa Claus. I mean, E6, they try to rotate over to this building, and then served on the silver platter was a phase breach right in front of their eyes.
Wow. That's 100 Thieves eliminated. That's big. Team that performed in games 1 and 2. Game 1 fairly well, game 2 big. Is out in 12th this time around. And guess who the kill leader is? It's Nags, the young Brit controller player. So talented. He was an up-and-comer early on back in the ALGS online tournament era. And he is playing on his first LAN tournament competition. And boy, oh boy, Vicky, as things are slowing down here, I just got to take a moment to say his difficulties his last 2.5 years were with the COVID pandemic and, of course, the world shutting down and everything moving online. Great that esports continue to thrive, Apex continue to grow, but even greater to be back on LAN in international competition. This event here means so much. We get regional play, we get global play, we get to see how TSM plays this.
And it's amazing, too, because you could see the compositions that just have evolved over that time, too. And it's absolutely beautiful to see a lot of these players.
100% pick rate back then. Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith. And it was
crazy.
the most boring thing to watch back then, in my opinion. Compared to now, are you kidding me? We have all this meta. Shout out to Respawn, who's really evolved the Apex Legends meta and really so many feasible legends here. It's great.
Yeah, this compositions just across all these different regions. I know we've been highlighting it, but for a reason there, too. We see different pick rates across these different regions, and TSM with these rotations. We saw a little sneak peek of where that circle is going to be pulling all the way to the west, off by the side of the coast here. So TSM, they're looking for their opportunity to inch their way into that circle, but they know that there's still another team that's by the bridge.
Yeah, and you know, it's so interesting here. TSM taking the same page out of their playbook here. Early rotate, but a fight on edge. And here we go. Right now, it's going to be Reject. They're going to get eliminated by E6. E6 is on a tear. They can't be stopped. Nads now has 5. And just like that, Slayers has another 5. That is 10 to 12 kills for E6. What a pop-off game for them.
Actually insane here now. From rotation to rotation, other teams just do not learn their lesson. They're still finding themselves in the line of sight of Element 6, and now they're going to be able to take control over this building, and this is perfect for their composition. They're running the caustic here on Storm Point, so who's going to try to push in on them?
And I know my man Smeggy Toe is watching right now, proud of his boys. Perform and shot to Smeggy, retired Apex Pro player. On board now with Raz of Crazy Raccoon. Needs to connect. He's going to miss the massive shot, and just like that, TSM, number 1 in NA, arguably, takes out number 1 in APAC North, arguably. TSM on top.
Luminosity, though, all the way on the other side of the rock. They're going to inevitably meet up with TSM, though, so they're just going to hog the edge of the rock all over to their left. They have to be careful. They're out in the open here.
And the question is, Vicky, TSM's doing the same thing as last 2 games, but they got 5th, 6th, 8th place last couple games here. Can they make it to late placement to get those big points with this high-risk, high-reward playstyle? Hal sees a fight, needs to be cautious because LG is to their left. Big opportunity now for TSM, but also very risky.
They know that they're right there too, but they're playing with such confidence right now. They have a phase breach in case they need to get out of the situation, but you get the crack right there. You see the Archer, perfect dome coming in from Reps, not only to avoid the bombardment, but to avoid the initial damage from the Arc Star.
That flick and tracking of Hal right there was insane. I didn't even see a player, and he saw nothing but head. Got headshots, and just like that, cracked LG, took the pressure off, but Reps is going to get taken out. The portal's going to come through. It's going to be Imperial Hal with the phase breach, but it's looking bleak. Reps is out, all up to Hal and Verhul. So once again, this high-risk, high-reward play, it's not paying off. It's Team Burger that shuts him down.
This is actually insane. Not only did he want to try to tank the Arc Star right there, but he was still in the line of sight of Team Burger that's on the high ground of those rocks that you could see Luminosity getting shot from there too. It's just Verhul's. There's only so many places you could run. TSM get eliminated in 9th place on this game number 3.
And this is so interesting. The way TSM's playing, the team that did that old Pathfinder, Watson, Wraith meta so well by rotating and chilling, getting Godspot and chilling. Low kills, high placement every single game until late game you picked up kills. Well, they're playing different now. It's a new TSM. And they've adapted with Verhulst, who likes to play Edge. When he was on Esports Arena, now Optic Gaming, he loved playing Edge. He adapted to their playstyle and TSM's playing a little more Edge aggressive here in late game, but they're not getting the placement points, Vicky.
Yeah, and now with Optic Gaming still in the fight here, they're taking things a lot more slowly. We were talking about it before. Yeah, they may have not found as many fights that we were seeing from TSM, but they wanted to play for that final circle positioning. They know everybody is going to rotate in their direction. Duplex loses their shield, but still gets a crack over by the other side of that team. Doesn't want to overextend without his 2 other teammates over to his side.
Great damage output from Duplex. 1.3k damage already to his name, and he's not done yet. They want to take this fight, but they want to be smart at the same time. Optic Gaming loves finding Godspot, the best position in the late game, and chilling, and right now they have it. They don't want to give it up. They have all the cover they want to work with. They can do damage. They can pressure other teams. They can gatekeep. This could be an Optic Gaming win here, Vicky.
Gotta see, you're playing this so smart, too. They're playing by the edge of this circle. They do not want to risk their position, especially with these redeploys that are going to be coming out late game. Luminosity, look where they're pinging. We know there's a team right underneath where they're pinging.
That's Optic, right? It has to be, I think. Yeah, it is. This could be interesting.
Optics over there.
Okay.
And then this is the other team that we saw Duke shooting at originally before.
And just like that, Luminosity's rotating to the worst possible spot here. Sometimes that's the high risk, high reward with Valve. Let's see if they can get out of it some way. And Caustic's going to help them, but they're actually going to be trapped by a Caustic barrel.
I think that was Optic.
I think it was. And Elevate is going to get the knock here. So again, a tough rotation for Luminosity. Let's see what Enemigo can do. Last alive, but yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes with Valve.
Again, it's those risky redeploys that you have to understand here. Enemigo cannot get away, even though the dome comes down. That's going to be for Elevate. Just a quick little present for you before I find myself escorted into the lobby.
Yeah, because Empire and Optic are right on your throats. So Elevate does get themselves some KP, and they're going to get 7th place at least. And Empire's going to say, yeah, that's it. That's it for you. Hope you enjoy it. We gave you a little gift, and goodbye. As Ranches with Bangalore here is going to push on in. 2 members of Elevate knocked, and they got to be careful because Optic could third-party this. But it'd be a risky third party.
Yeah, Team Empire actually understanding that they're backing up, but the one difference that Team Empire provides here that we highlighted in game number 1 after they won is the Bloodhound. So with the scan in the late game, they're going to have that information to know if there's any other team looking for the opportunity to third party. They are putting down some pings on their 6. They know that there could be a team that could rotate through their backside, so they want to take control over by the circle here, so that way they can have a little bit of that elevation that the ground provides.
That's right. 6 squads remain. We know Team Liquid is still alive. E6 with a monstrous game. We got Sutaraiku alive from APAC South, the Aussies. My man Bullet, Greek-Australian, representing 2 countries here in this event. We got the Loba Ultimate. Black Market's going to come through, and Team Liquid's going to profit. This is where Loba is so powerful.
Absolutely, but look at this position that Team Liquid has to play off of. They're always kind of caught in the middle here, too. We're talking about Sutaraiku coming in from the backside of the circle, the middle of the rotation. But with the Black Market, they have some shield swaps that they can play off of as well.
That's right. This is where you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable, and they still have that Gibby Dome. Has a get-out-of-jail-free card if it gets a little dicey, but it's an uncomfortable position right now for TL. We know Nocturnal, one of the best IGLs, one of the most underrated IGLs, one of the most underrated players, by the way. He IGLs while also being a top fragger, and I don't think gets enough credit for it. So he is the best possible leader to be in this position. It's going to be tough for them. Meanwhile, on high ground is Team Burger. Underneath them is Sutaraiku. So we have a 4-team sandwich here. Empire and Optic, well, they just get to watch it happen.
Oh man, E6 has had just such a game so far. Love their position on the high ground there too. They're going to overlook teams like Team Empire, Optic. They know that there's a team playing right underneath them too, being Team Liquid with that Black Market. But look at Cleve playing this with confidence. Sees that there could be a squad coming in from the back. You see the scan that the Bloodhound provides you, the difference in terms of compositions as fun goes down here from Team Liquid.
And Gildersons tries to find at least some position. It's going to be a rock to give them some cover. They turn, they gatekeep, and they fry. Just like that, Team Liquid is going to connect for so much damage. Gets a couple kill points before things close out here. At least does some damage to cause kills to happen. Great wingman shots as well. Gildersons Nocturnal still surviving despite losing fun.
Team Burger finding that fight on the high ground from E6 here. Team Liquid, yes, Optic gets taken out of the rotation. They had nowhere to go after they escorted themselves out of that building. Now Team Liquid still in this fight there. This is the team that was able to take game number 2 with 17 kills.
And it's going to be Gildersons and Nock continuing to do it. They take out Burger. So we got E6 alive. Empire alive, I believe E6 is still in. No, it's going to be down to 2 squads. I take that back. I missed it in the kill feed. It's Team Empire versus Team Liquid. NA versus EU to close this one out.
And these are the winners from our first 2 games, too. I mean,
me?
this is insane. This is consistency by its definition right now. Team Empire, though, have the advantage. They have all 3 members up. They're looking for the opportunity right now, but Ranches is in trouble.
And just like that, Team Empire does it. 2 out of 3 games on Storm Point. EU on top. As Empire, the CIS God Squad, former major pushers, wins 2 out of 3 on Storm Point.
Love it. I love what I'm seeing from Team Empire here, taking Game 1 and Game 3. There's 3 more games to go on World's Edge after Storm Point, but look at this. Look at our EMEA teams really shining and coming through.
Stoic in their pictures, stoic in their gameplay, excitement on their faces as this young team who had to prove themselves, had to work through the ranks of the online tournament system, get as many ALGS Pro points as possible, has finally cemented themselves as the best team in Europe, and they are not stopping with the Pro League. They're doing it again here on Playoffs.
Number 1 in just one region is not enough, Fallout. We need to be number 1 across the board here, and with a pretty interesting composition at that. Yeah. But look at this. Team Empire with 12 kills and coming out on top. They literally replicated what we had seen in game number 1, where they won with 12 kills in that game too.
That's right. Team Liquid's got to be happy with that, right? You're down to 2. Fun gets taken out early, and you're able to find a good spot to gatekeep. Good shout out to Gildersons. I don't know how he was able to get there for free without getting knocked, heal back up, and Team Liquid sneaks out a 2nd place finish. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, not the game 3 they would have wanted. Ascend and GMT, so disappointing, Vicky. These are 2 teams that we had our eyes on as top teams in Europe, and it was just a matter of can they show up. So far, not showing up on Storm Point.
And breaking down, what happened to GMT? I mean, those early 50-50s that they just did not want to give up by wall was time and time again happening, and they were just unfortunately losing out on that. And that's something that you have to consider as we move on to World's Edge. As more POIs, are they going to be contested? Are more of these players going to respect that after seeing what happened on Storm Point?
That's right. Well, here we go again. It's Cleve, Maliwan, and Ranches with a dominant game number 3. 6 kills apiece for the duo. You love to see it. I remember this team, a combination of major pushers and magicians, 2 free agent, unsigned teams. Well, they are a staple with Team Empire, and they're looking great. A 4K plus damage near game, another dominant game, another 20-plus kill game. That's going to help them skyrocket. They're going to be in first place, Vicky. I can't wait to see the standings.
And another Gibby-less game at
That's
that
true.
from Team Empire.
Changing the mold, baby.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And we have to talk about the Bangalore composition together with the Bloodhound. I just love to see it. But now I'm wondering here, Fallout, are we going to see these compositions consistent onto World's Edge? Are we going to see them change up a little bit? I know we've been seeing that across the board when we move over from one map to another.
A lot to discuss. And, you know, that's a good point on Gibraltar. Apex Legends, competitive Reddit. First off, I love you. Second, love the discussion. A lot of people were saying, hey, Gibraltar, APAC North doesn't run Gibraltar. Does it need? It's a necessary legend, and Team Empire has proven otherwise. So, hey, I'm excited to talk through all the action. I'm so excited because guess what? We're going to throw it over to the desk here to break it all down. After that, we'll have Elfish Guy and Genome. Shout out to Ozzy, putting APAC South on the map. Not Rain Day and James. I apologize for the mistake earlier to cast World's Edge. But let's go ahead and throw it back over to our desk. Kate, over to you.
Thank you, the dynamic duo, for starting us off here in games 1 through 3. And I'm going to bring our dynamic duo here on the analyst desk up to bat here. Boy, it's hard to say things because, my gosh, Bardolph, those first 3 games were out of control. Primarily, I'm going to start off with the team comp situation and Team Empire saying, we don't need to have the same team comp every game. We're still going to win 2 out of the 3.
I hate to say I'm lying. I knew Empire were going to come in and smash, but quite a surprise again. They won the first game and still said, screw it, we're going to change our team comp and just continue to dominate. And they did it in exactly the same fashion in that 3rd game. But a fantastic start from Team Empire, who again, we haven't even seen their maximum level yet. Maybe that comes, but we can later on. But we can discuss that later on. For now, it is a slightly unexpected, unusual comp that we've seen from them. And again, going from Wraith and being like, oh, we don't really need the Wraith, let's get the Bangalore in there as well. The NA teams did wonder if that was a gimmick pick. Apparently it's not.
Apparently it's not at all. And I will say we're taking a look at TSM, 100 Thieves, and some of these teams, Xenox, that have really been a thorn in the side. Not as, unfortunately, at the top of our leaderboards coming into these first 3 games, but boy, have they made a difference in this lobby.
Yeah, certainly so. And look, honestly, game 1 really did throw out some interesting storylines. Did their Optic and TSM early on, which, you know, Optic did go out early. Could they respond in game 2? And, well, certainly was a little bit better. And the other thing has been sort of third parties and teams that have sort of been on the wrong end of those. One of those being Mike. my prediction of Crazy Raccoon from APAC North. Unfortunately for them, the first 2 games, both times getting third party. And obviously, I think the biggest thing, right? I mentioned Team Empire for one of the teams to watch. One of the reasons for that, consistency. And they were able to do that through all 3 games. But going into game 2, that's when we really saw Team Liquid at their best.
Absolutely. And Bardoff, we talk about fences making great neighbors. They don't, but they do actually end up in our late game more often than not here.
Yeah, we did certainly see some Watson action, which is fantastic. I noticed some Watson action in C versus D as well, so we've got a good spread of fences. I'd love to see it. Moving into match 3 again. Ultimately, we saw the same 12 kills from Empire to finish off the job, but we saw a late performance from Team Liquid once again as well. And I'd love to see some bunker busting as we're seeing here. A dome halfway in, halfway out. Make your way forward and try to do what you can. A difficult lobby for all concerned. TSM came 9th in that 3rd game, so they're still in the mix certainly. And E6, they got 14 kills while finishing in 6th place, which has to be noted as well.
You're absolutely right, and I will talk about Team Comp for a minute. Team Liquid, known of course for their low buzz, and certainly has been helping them out here today. One of the things I love, especially when we add the mix of a regionality, are those team compositions, and we've touched on it in 1 through 3. But Xenox, let's talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing, and more importantly, what you're expecting to see as we go into World's Edge. Remember, we're Storm Point here, but World's Edge is a whole other ballgame.
It certainly is, and while I think going into Storm Point, maybe we didn't see as much Gibraltar really as I was maybe expecting, where it can definitely shine. Well, I think going over to World's Edge, you're going to see a little bit more bunker play, for example. I think we'll see a little bit more Caustic. I think also the Watson from APAC North should definitely shine if we are going to be seeing. We saw 4-7 bringing it out. I think that's where it can really benefit them.
100%. And we have our leaderboards here ready to go. We're going to find out what games 1 through 3 meant for so many. And boy, Bardoff, we're talking Team Liquid, Team Empire. They are but 2 points from each other. And yet here we go, TSM and Team Empire. That is a steady lead.
Yeah, I believe that Liquid got 4 kills in that last game, but consistency is key. The consistent deep runs will do you very well. But that early game from TSM, sometimes we've seen them start cold. They came in and got some points really early, and I think everybody wants to see that. You need your important dominant team to be consistent as well. So they got some early points on the board, and there's plenty of action to come. We've only just begun here.
We absolutely have, and of course, that was just 1 page of 2, and here we are. And you know, I will say this, and I certainly don't mean to harp on it, because GMT, I love them very much. They've been doing some great things coming into this tournament, but I'm looking at number 18 there, Xenox, and there's a reason for that, we're pretty sure.
Yeah, well, they've been trying to contest with Fennel over towards the wall on Storm Point. Didn't quite work out, fortunately for GMT. Of course, now going over to World's Edge, this is an opportunity for them to maybe really get into the thick of things. They're 3 games behind. It's not the end of the world, but they will need to obviously turn it around on World's Edge.
You're absolutely right, and I will say, this is them A versus B here. We're going to find out what the secondary stream has to say right now, actually, because we've got our leaderboards. So something to remember when A versus B, GMT is going to be contested. But let's take a look as we see, okay, you know what? Interestingly enough, Bardoff, we're seeing a much bigger point differentiation between 2 and 3 in our A versus B versus C versus D, which is pretty
Can we just note how concerned we were that Alliance might not even make it to this land? They came in the back door. They snuck in maybe through the window, I don't know, but they have started off really early as well. We saw an earlier leaderboard for C versus D, and NRG were not in the top half of that. So it's nice that they've got going as well. Cloud9 having a good day so far as well. So yeah, there's a little lead at the top. AD Raccoon, fantastic to see them up there, but again, there's going to be a lot of change as things move forward.
Absolutely, and I will also say number 4, Reignite, doing well despite being without Jen Burton, Xenox, as we take a look at number 2 here.
Yeah, and look, one thing I'm also looking at here at the moment for Group C versus D is actually there is a little bit of lack of consistency. A lot of these teams have had like 1 really good game or 2 really good games and then 1 kind of poor game, except for probably Cloud9, a 4th, 6th, and a 4th, showing that they've got that consistency, which should hold them in good stead moving forward. Of course, on the other side of the bracket here, look, you know, a couple of teams down the bottom, but honestly, when you look at the points, they're not too far away from being able to collect a decent amount, get over to the other side of the graphic.
Shout outs to Vega and Tatsu. They're in there as well. Tatsu on that Watson. So again, we got more. There's fences everywhere, man. Look out for them fences.
Vega, James loves you. Bardoff loves you. It's good. It's great. It's fantastic. And also something to mention, C9, you talk about Xenox, they are playing with a sub. So something else to consider, that there's a lot that goes into these storylines, and there's certainly a lot to mention here on LAN in terms of, you know, changing things up and having to deal with situations.
They're not the only team, right?
Absolutely.
And so in that way, you probably don't want to harp on it too much. You just got to kind of deal with the punches that are thrown your way. And the best teams will be able to deal with that.
Yeah.
I have to add, actually.
Please.
If you think about how crazy certain teams' comms are, Cloud9's are up there as the probably the craziest comms. So just sitting in between those guys and how hectic their comms are must be quite the experience.
Exactly. Well, speaking of experiences, let's take a look at what these players are going to be experiencing now as we change to our World's Edge map. And, you know, Xenox, we talk about Stormpoint being all about the elevation, all about that verticality. World's Edge, talk about some of those caustic players maybe are enjoying themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, and Stormpoint obviously very open, maybe less buildings to play through. Well, World's Edge is the complete opposite of that. And I think when you look at, say, APAC North, APAC South, they like the Watson, they like the caustic. That's going to be so important on World's Edge. And that's probably something we're going to want to keep an eye out for, especially the crypto play. Get inside of a building, get those drones up in the air, get information. So this could actually be a chance, I think, for those regions in particular to really make their mark here at LAN.
Absolutely, and I will mention that we did see two teams on Stormpoint fielding that Loba. We saw two teams fielding the Watson. We saw two teams with crypto, and of course that Bangalore, man. It's always great to see us change up those team comps, and I think that's something we're absolutely going to see going into World's Edge here as well, Bardolph.
Maggie is
here she
on the way. I'm telling you, if you're late on a rotation and all you have is a truck, if you're anywhere near Empire, you are going to be the subject of my amusement at the very least. That much is for sure.
I love it. I will say well done on your talent predictions here. Team Empire certainly is giving this lobby a run for their money. And my team prediction at that point, by the way, was a Phoenix team. They've been doing such great things. We talked about Jen Burton earlier. This is a Phoenix team that has come in and said, we have icons in this lobby. We have people that we watch, these players we have seen and do great things. And now this relatively new team from Brazil, they're coming in saying, we're going to be a part of this. We want that respect. And they're actually not doing too bad here in our lobby. And I want to make sure that they get the shout out they so rightly deserve. But Xenox, let's talk a little bit about APAC North as we go into World's Edge. I mean, you've mentioned it before. We've heard Watson discuss. We've heard Maggie coming in for our North America, or excuse me, our EMEA. What are you expecting specifically from the APAC North boys?
Probably seeing a little bit more center play, more towards the center of the circle rather on the outer edge. We were seeing probably a lot of edge play on Stormpoint. That should change up for World's Edge. They're going to want to get into those buildings, play off of their cryptos, play off of their Watsons. So, and then also for APAC South, touching on them, they do like to bring the caustic, same with North America. So
I think just respect that Watson is more important than Gibraltar.
Thank you.
In APAC North. I'm moving. I'm changing country. I'm on the way.
But these graphics are perfect though, because it really does highlight the difference between the regions. You know, Gibraltar 47%. You look at all of the other regions, Gibraltar's going to be in the top 3.
You're not wrong at all for sure. And this, of course, from our Split 2 regular season as we take a look at those picks. And I got to say, it's always great to hear that. I also want to talk real quick about Optic. I think Optic came in and they made as much of a stage show as TSM did in the earlier games. I'm talking real quick, Bardolph. Optic was a thorn in the side of so many throughout this particular first 3 games. I'm curious your thoughts on what the Green Wall has done here, even though they haven't consistently got that W.
Yeah, we saw a lot of them in that second game, and you know they're just so confident. They just exude confidence, and they're rarely concerned. They're ready for any fight. And so they're a fantastic team to watch, and that has translated straight through to LAN immediately. I'm seeing no difference there. We're seeing how strong Skittle Cakes can be. There we go, tongue twister. They had a very dicey situation where maybe they got some help from a third party, but they were able to survive it, able to stabilize afterwards. And that's the Optic Q1. Like I think at this point they're up there with TSM, where they're a team that you kind of you want like dominant champions who are always just causing a lot of people trouble, and I think for the most part Optic have been that team in recent months, and they continue to be here in Stockholm as well.
Well, speaking of trouble, we've got some comparison here that we want to make sure we showcase. And you know, Bardolph, I'm going to stick with you for a minute because Team Empire, of course, your pick. This is a Valk. These are our 2 Valk players, Maliwan and Nocturnal, facing off. And curious your thoughts here. I mean, the truth is, even though 9 kills over on Maliwan's side and 11 on Nocturnal's side, it's still pretty consistent, pretty balanced.
Yeah, both these teams in the top 3 or top 5 at least. And again, the sample size is small right now, so we're not seeing anything too crazy. But we'll keep an eye on these two teams and players and see if they can separate from each other as the day goes on.
And we'll also see if they're going to be fielding that Valk going into World's Edge. Of course, a great rotation player, a great legend to use on Stormpoint. We've seen it again and again. Xenox, at this point, we are coming back for our next game, game number 4. We have, let's see, let me do the math here. We have 14 more games.
Don't do math on screen.
No, you're right. Where's Gaskin when I need it? At any rate, yeah, it's definitely something to think about. In terms of longevity and keeping these players going, again, we're only on game 4. How are you thinking? How are you feeling? How are you seeing these players keeping their heads held high?
It's a long day. It's going to be a long day, a lot of games, and that's why you don't really want to go too much energy too early on. You do need to pace yourself, but at the same time, they're just all so important, these games. So you also don't want to go in too relaxed. I think consistency is going to be key. You don't need to be winning every single game. You just need to be performing well, and then you can obviously get results from that.
And there it is. That's exactly right. Well, speaking of results, perhaps you could get a result. By that result, I mean a Lenovo Legion gaming laptop, a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, excuse me. And to do that, head on over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. We're going to be giving one away at the end of our weekend on final Sunday. So remember, twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. And don't you worry, we will be right back because we've got more. We got game 4, in fact, and our newest cast-in duo are taking the stage after we get back from this break. Stick around. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Playoffs on LAN.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We're halfway through our first lobby, and that means caster change time. Elfish Guy and Genome all the way from APAC South on the mic from here on out for our very first lobby. And Genome, things are going to get a bit more interesting now. Not that they weren't interesting already. Obviously, we've seen Team Liquid, Empire really dominating this lobby. TSM having a good time so far as well. But we're swapping over to World's Edge, and that changes a whole lot.
I mean, there's been a lot of change already in this series, Elfish. I mean, Team Empire, the team that's sitting in second right now, only just barely behind Team Liquid, have so far changed their composition 3 times. In 3 games, they've played 3 different compositions, and somehow they are almost on top of this lobby. That is nuts. You do not see that every day.
That is certainly quite abnormal. Not something we see every day, but maybe that's something that's going to calm down heading here into World's Edge as well. Obviously, we know Stormpoint is the newer map into the competitive environment, so moving over to World's Edge, teams are going to be a little bit more familiar with what they like to run.
And it's not only the new map, Elfish, it's the fact that it's almost a new meta, right? We finally got that clash of all of the regions from around the world, all 5 of our ALGS regions coming together, and all those different compositions, we're just seeing them mashed into this blender of a playoffs here. And as a result, I think teams are still on the fly, kind of trying to work out how this goes. I mean, sure, they've had some scrims, there's been some boot camps, there's been a little bit of time for these teams to walk into this and try and work out how it goes. But when it comes to competition day, as we know in Apex, it's not always the same.
And, you know, that's what I love about a tournament like this as well, is that once you do bring all of these regions together, there's some semblance of maybe a mini meta developing within this one tournament itself. We may finish off the Split 2 playoffs, move into, you know, whatever comes after that, and everything gets changed up off the back of that. But at least here in this bubble of the Split 2 playoffs, you're going to start to see some interesting things come together. Maybe teams start to run crypto as a result of seeing so many Watsons, etc., etc. But that might not be the case throughout the rest of this year of Apex Legends. Either way, all that aside, we do have to focus in on what's coming up next, and that, of course, is going to be World's Edge. So everything that we've just seen on Stormpoint gets thrown out the window, so to speak. Maybe not necessarily, but World's Edge, hopefully for a lot of teams, is going to bring with it some semblance of a change, and for the couple at the top, they're going to hope to continue what they started.
Well, the North American teams doing pretty well on that front, Elfish. As we said, TL and TSM both up there in that top 3. The other one rounding that out is, of course, the team on your screen right now, Team Empire. Looks like they're starting their drop on Harvester. And if we look at the composition here, they've got Valk, Bloodhound, and Wraith. Now, this is what they actually started off the day with in Game 1, where they took out a dub.
TSM as well, going back over to the Wraith. That's something, obviously, that Hal likes to play here on World's Edge. Certainly a comfort selection for TSM. Not something that you see from a lot of teams, the Wraith, at least on this map in particular, but something that TSM have had a lot of success with. They'll be starting in Fragment East as usual. Circle moving out over toward Overlook, which is a fairly, I guess, quiet area of the map, at least at the moment, right? You're seeing a lot of teams dropping up near Skyhook, near Countdown, a lot down in South, down near Launch Site. It looks like we've even got a contest down there as well. 2 teams toward Thermal Station, so a lot of teams are going to have to do a very long rotate to get into this circle.
Yeah, so it looks like even at Thermal Station as well as Launch Site, as you said, yeah, look, a bit of argy-bargy down there on the south side. Storaiku looks like they've sort of taken the north side of that. And Phoenix team taking the south. Then the other contest we had, this is over in Launch Site, Luminosity. Well, looks like they're on the run.
They're going up against Fennel at the moment. Seems like actually I think they're getting the better of the fight. Chakamo has already been knocked down by Ganjamin, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. Mamon getting in there, but unfortunately not enough for Fennel as they are eliminated in 20th place to start off their campaign on World's Edge. And unfortunately, Genome, that is not the way you want to be kicking things off on the second map. That said, we can't slow things down at all because Elevate have rocked up for that third-party enemy. Goes down instantly, and it is not looking like it's going to go too well for Luminosity, even despite winning that initial fight.
It needed to be a quick reset there from LG, but unfortunately, it looks like Elevator rotated in a little bit too fast. And you often see that when you've got the tree and the launch site. If there's contests, maybe even in Thermal Station, maybe in launch site, Tree just has the avenues to get down there so quickly. You don't even need the Valkyrie. You just grab a couple of armors and run straight in there to try and grab that early KP.
Well, speaking of armors, fantastic start for Elevate in that respect. They got 2 golds and a purple already. This fast in the game really sets them up for success. You've also got a little bit of fight going on here between Sutraiku and Phoenix. Obviously, the teams coming through from APAC South and South America, respectively. And 2 teams that really need to start to get that ball rolling here on World's Edge because they haven't had the best of start in Split 2.
We've got the hammer points coming out early here. The team's just making do with whatever loot they can find here, splitting that initial POI, but they don't just want half the loot, they want the whole place to themselves, so they're going to take the fight.
Yeah, I don't know that it's going to help Sutraiku out all that much. Fussy already being finished off, bullet down on the floor as well. It'll be Waltzy to try and clutch it out 1-on-2, and I dare say that's going to be a difficult task with Azazel having purple armor. Frog's obviously getting time now to just reset. In fact, not even going to, he's going to charge on forward. Waltzy trying to just play around, and he's now been able to put it into the 1-on-1. Maybe a big clutch for the team from APAC South. Waltzy still has the armor to play with, hits flash. Was that on the down player? Was that on the player that he's fighting? I'm not too sure. Some cracks going through. Waltzy now has the advantage and clutches it out for Sutraiku. Phoenix team eliminated, and they'll be giving Waltzy a pat on the back after that one because that's a big 2-on-1 to win.
Didn't even get any finishes. Strikers are going to be able to get the revives and be up and away. Not only that, it does give them the, the chance to try and take this POI going forward. We'll have to see if that other team can test them again in Game 5 and Game 6 in this lobby. But, if you're going by the laws of the street here, really, they should be giving it up and moving on.
Yeah, well, either way, we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out.
I mean, it really felt like Phoenix could have waited a little bit there and double swung together. As you said, the Valk just pushing up by themselves. I don't think that was their best play, and it turned it around into that 1v1 where Waltzy, with the stun on the missile swarm, able to clutch up.
It might have been a little bit of a miscommunication there because I really did think that there was time for the reset, maybe pop a bat, something like that, just take that 2-on-1. But ultimately, you can't afford to be making mistakes like that at a competition like this because you're going to get punished by the best players in the world. Here we go into the top 17 now as Team Empire have run into an opponent. They've been doing so well today, but maybe things start to come unstuck. It's a Crypto, the EMP lands, Cleaver's down on the floor immediately as Ranches and Maluan trying to clutch it out, but ultimately it is not looking too good for them at all. Ascend, 3 players online, and certainly winning this engagement quite
all of the European teams going up against each other here. It looks like it's going to be an overlooked circle, which is why these teams have to try and make their way into the tunnel, but there's not really anywhere to run once you get in here, so they kind of have to take the fight. You can see the Gibby just trying to bounce up and down behind this balustrade here.
That's another team, I think, coming in.
Shotgun.
There's a third party arriving. Reject joins the party. And then down to just the 2 players are looking a little bit worse for wear. It's an absolute slaughterhouse right here in the tunnel. Bub goes down to provide some time for the reset for Ascend. Unfortunately, no res available just yet as Kushera is going to be finished off by Dogma. But at least Ascend is able to get those bats off and get themselves healthy, at least to find out 2-on-3.
You can see they're really struggling right now, but he go with one more down. Missile swarms. We've got arc snares and arc stars coming in from the side. This is going to be very hard. 100 Thieves are looking to thieve away a couple of these kills.
Yeah, and I don't think Ascend is particularly interested in hanging around any longer. They're going to be chased down. Reject know they need to win this fight. They need to get these points because there's a very good chance that if they don't, they get sandwiched by 100 Thieves and ultimately finished off. It is Dogma to try and push his way forward. He does have the advantage. Eva 8 comes out and lands the shots. Ascend are eliminated 15th, but Dogma really is going to have to get a wriggle on. He can't stay there.
I mean, he wins that fight with about 10 health, and they're strafing there using the Eva 8. Really, it was the movement that won him that battle. And look, some of the APAC North players, it's what we know them for, those incredible movement mechanics.
Unfortunately, it hasn't helped him out. Reject immediately get eliminated straight up, and so it's one of those situations, right, where you get into an early fight, someone's going to start having a bit of a sniff. They're going to be hearing those shots, and that wasn't just someone or one team or 2 teams. It ultimately ended up being a 3 or 4 or 5 team kind of skirmish, and all of a sudden we're down to 13 teams left.
You're locked in, right? Because once you're in that tunnel, as we said, like, what are you going to do? Take the zip line up? I mean, you know there's a couple of teams up the top watching there. Not really much cover to play once you go up there, so you kind of have to just... it's a dog-eat-dog world.
It is indeed. With that said, things are probably going to slow down a little bit now. We've obviously lost a lot of teams really, really early on to this game. Like, this is Ring 1 only just closing now, and we've only got 13 teams left. So that is quite abnormal. Normally, you're going to have a lot more teams than that at this point in the game.
Yeah, a couple of contests at the start. Teams even third-partying those contests. That's where a couple of those come from. You know, the other ones, I guess, you know, really just, rotations through this circle towards Overlook, where a lot of the teams who like to rotate early have definitely gone in there. You know, Fascination Colors Destroy, not one of those. Probably, I would actually say, the most aggressive out of the 40 teams we have here at the ALGS playoffs for Split 2. And that's why they are going the other way. They're not going towards Overlook, they are going towards the enemy, and that is the only way they know how to play the game.
Well, interesting position for Team Liquid at the moment as they're just stuck inside of the zone at Harvester. Why don't we have a listen in and see what they're thinking as we head into our first game of World's Edge.
As long as they're leaving me alone, I don't care. Shit, who would have thought scrims were realistic? Wow. Do you need anything fun? I have 50 crafting. I could craft your armor once.
Can you craft a flatline, actually? I want to drop the charge.
Yeah, I can do that.
Actually, no, never mind. Everyone has fucking heavy. This is way too much heavy needed.
That's fine, you can stay on charge. Let me craft your armor then, fun.
Here?
You can heal yourself, too. Grab your bat.
Shield battery here.
Body shield here. Level 4.
Open supply bin here.
I'm good to go. I'm 4-4.
Good. I have 1 syringe. I'm 228.
Here, Guild, pass me your armor.
Alright.
I'm gonna drop you a syringe as well. Do you have no medkits?
I have 1 medkit. I have 6 bats, 9 cells.
Can you take this? Take this and drop me 2 bats.
Alright. How many cells do you both have?
Thank you. 4.
Okay. I'm 228.
My red heals are kind of shambles, but I've double medkit, 1 syringe.
Optics here. Med range.
Do we want to try and like play for res beacon hill?
Down. Or bridge.
Just like somewhere to capitalize on using the charge.
Yeah. There's a WAP over here we can get.
Down. There's a lot of teams dead.
Oh, interesting to hear the thoughts from Team Liquid, obviously playing on the edge, doing a bit of replicating their genome. They looked fairly stacked, but I did really appreciate the fact that they were saying how this game really felt like it was playing out like a scrim, and I guess that is probably what I was thinking as well. 13 teams alive this early on in the piece, it really is quite abnormal, but them's the breaks, right? When you're going to be playing this kind of a format, this kind of a situation where, you know, you haven't played against a bunch of these teams before, you're being thrown into a bunch of different lobbies, teams are dropping in different spots all over the place, you know, it's going to be like that.
They were making that comparison to scrims, and, you know, we heard a lot of players talking about this, being like, oh, this is not what the real tournament's going to be like, but, I mean, these are the best teams from all the regions around the world. There's some big egos in here, Elfish. Like, 100%. Are they just going to give up their drop spots, even if they lose a couple of contests in the scrims? Maybe not. We're definitely not seeing it right here.
Well, I think the thing is, as well, you have to consider today is not technically an elimination day, so you are fighting for control of your drop spot for the rest of the tournament, and this is the best time to do it, even if you're losing, because you can't get eliminated from the competition. Yes, you can go down into the lower bracket tomorrow, etc., make life difficult, but you can still make it work. Sutaraiki's going to go on a Valkyrie, rotate all the way around to Overlook, and they're going to drop right underneath the team who's on top of the silos. This doesn't look like a fun place to be. Having to clear out those barrels.
Yeah, that's Optic Gaming up the top there, actually.
Multi split.
So they're right underneath them. You can see they've had to try and use a Gibby ult there just to put some pressure down on the team on top and give them a little bit of time to try and find their way around. Duplex is looking for the angles as the team right underneath. Ooh, flash!
And I should have said it was actually Fussy that was split. Waltz and Bullet were down a little bit further toward the cliff side rather than up inside of the tunnel. Fussy trying to cross. He tried to put that buff down and just instantly gets deleted by Crazy Raccoon. If not by Crazy Raccoon, it probably would have been Optic. So just maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there on the landing from Sutaraiku, and it's more than likely going to cost him. I think Fussy's done. I'm sure he's not getting rezzed.
Seems pretty unlikely
He's
from this point.
forward though.
Well, either way, Crazy Raccoons have come up from the vault tunnel there. They're just moving in to newer addition to World's Edge, that passageway through there, but definitely a playable spot in one of these overlooked circles. You have to worry about Optic Gaming. You know, certainly can't peek too much. They've got the advantage on the high ground. They're going to be doing a little bit of damage to you, but okay. They think that's maybe a little too hard, and they're going to go back. Actually, no. The circle is pulling very much south, Elfish. It's actually going well below Overlook. So a lot of teams who, I mean, like, there's classic endings around the silos.
It's actually kind of where Crazy Raccoon is right now, isn't it? We need to sort of get that vision on the main screen, right? Because obviously you guys at home can't see the circle. Next, it's actually quite a crazy pull. By the way, we'll hold that thought for a moment because Crazy Raccoon are getting into an engagement with Elevate. The bubble fight at the moment, and already first blood being drawn by Crazy Raccoon. Meaning, Nox been down with the Mastiff. Crazy Raccoon just take the opportunity now to reset. They know they can play out that 3-on-2 once they get shielded up, once they get comfortable, and probably close to actually win it fairly comfortably. Ellis getting knocked over by Log, and there is at least one exchange, one little trade back, but Crazy Raccoon still have the numbers, and Elevate are going to be finished off.
And they've got heaps of time to reset here, Elfish, right? Because as we just saw with that map screen, everyone thinks this is a more northern circle. I don't know, maybe there's a couple of teams up there with the Crypto who are able to hit that Overlook beacon and get the knowledge and make that early rotation. And eventually teams are going to notice those Valkyries and probably start to stream south after that as well. But damn, this has really caught a lot of these top teams off guard here who thought it would be, you know, definitely around the buildings, maybe the silos in Overlook where you do see a lot of those circles. But no, we've got that almost like empty, just barely hilly ground above the vault.
The nade's getting tossed in there by Team Liquid as well. Doesn't look like it's really connected onto Element 6 just yet, but Team Liquid are using that opportunity to try and push forward. Star actually getting the knock onto Fun, and all of a sudden Team Liquid now look like they're going to start to struggle. Caustic Gas gets tossed inside of the bubble. Winnie is doing so much damage right now with that devotion, and surely this will be the end of the rampage of Team Liquid. Element 6 getting a third party though. TSM, as has been the case, have been the third party kings of this lobby, and they rock up to just play spoiler in this battle between Team Liquid and Element 6.
Not the case, Winnie now. As Nags have got to try and make this work. It looks like they've made enough space here to get the revive off.
But now teams are getting that info as well, by the way,
Yeah,
that circle's going south. So, you know, look, it's nice to win the fight there and be able to pick up the res and do what you need to do, but that is costing critical time that you could be using to rotate. Hopefully, they've got the Skyward Dive available there on Nags.
They're about to run into one of those other edge teams, Elfish here. FC Destroy, they've been prowling the edge of the circle, looking for someone else to take down. And look, Element 6, they're actually the next team in the firing line if they go too far to the west.
Solon said he wins the race maybe is the mantra here for Element 6, as they really aren't doing a whole lot at the moment. Again, like we've mentioned, probably do have that Skyward Dive available, can use that to rotate their way in, but I just worry with how much of this zone is kind of unplayable terrain. How easy is it going to actually be to come in late?
It's going to be very tough. I mean, there's actually, there was a playoffs ending for APAC South that we saw here once, and I've got to tell you, it was Natsuru-sama on the Caustic. He absolutely did a fantastic job of locking off space with the Caustic traps there. Look, Crazy Raccoon maybe don't have that option, but I think one of the teams like Element 6 with the Caustic, if they can make that rotate early enough, can do some damage in that way. But yeah, it's like, where do you land at that point? There's going to be teams Valk holding in and just sending it last moment. Still a lot of Valk picked up despite all the diversity and compositions we've seen so far. But when those Valk ults come in, there isn't a lot of playable space, and absolutely the teams who are already established on the ground are going to be taking a lot of shots at them.
3 sets of red armor from FC Destroy, and an interesting team composition being brought in here as well. Bloodhound, Horizon, and of course Gibraltar. So they seem to be having a pretty solid game for themselves. Only 90 damage done here from laziness, so it may not be coming from the damage dealt necessarily as replicating and hovering through some loot boxes, but they're going to try and take this fight. The Team Burger that they're up against at the moment, the scans are coming through. They're only spotting 4 or 5 players around here. They know that there's probably not much going on aside from that fight against Burger. They've had to force out the defensive bombardment, and Burger is really just on the run. They don't want a bar of this.
The Horizon ult coming in now as well. If you connect with that, it's almost impossible to win the fight. Honestly, a couple of grenades on top of that, and you are done for. Burger, they are done for. 4-7 also going out. We're seeing the gravity lift come out to amazing effect here from FC Destroy, getting some great damage onto TSM, who were on top of the silo. Had high ground, probably thought they were in a fantastic position. They turned their backs for one moment, and that is what happened.
Yeah, but this is not going to be a fun place to play from. Look at the angle that Optic has at the moment. Skittle is able to drop RPR. That one is going to be confirmed straight away. Optic Gaming farming up. And they are loving it. There's so many death boxes around as well to armor swap on, to grab some loot from.
Oh, this next rotation is going to be so tough. It's like the teams don't even want to make it. They are basically fighting in Overlook before they make that Valve rotation, because they probably know that when they get in there, it's just going to be crazy raccoons lining them up as they stream down from the sky.
Yeah, most definitely. Scars down to the 2 players, IPN and Typhoon. Obviously one of those teams that did have to make a substitution, having had a relatively okay start to this lobby. Looking to pick things up. The top 6 so far for this game. Not too bad, but instantly eliminated as I bring it up. So a bit of a casting curse involved there maybe. Sorry lads. Element 6 were the benefactors alongside Sutaraiku.
Yeah, so they're holding outside of the circle right now, but there's 3 teams, as you can see here. Straiku, we've got Optic Gaming, and I think the third one might have just gone down, actually. All clashing into each other, while Element 6 just look on from afar and maybe try and get the final bullet and add some KP to their total in a very sneaky fashion.
I mean, I don't mind the way that Optic is playing this one out, right? They've really controlled their side of the zone, and that's about as good as you can do in a zone like this one. I believe this is Sutaraiku in front of them, who have just tried to hold themselves down inside of this valley to lock down the rotation. They've been doing a pretty good job of finding some KP themselves, but this is going to be the fight that they need to win. Excuse myself, it is Element 6, by the way, on the other side of it, and that is short work made of Optic Gaming, as they just dispatch of them in the blink of an eye. There's another couple of points on the board for Element 6, who are actually really putting together a very nice game right here. It might be coming to an end, though, as 100 Thieves do arrive. They've been third-partying all game, and they're making it work this time as well. Sutaraiku eliminated in the kill feed. I can see there for top 3 now remaining. Crazy Raccoon looks like the power team.
They have been waiting for their moment to strike. They made so much space for themselves in this circle. It feels like no one else has occupied it with them for pretty much the entirety of this 4th game. Now that the other teams are just locked into, look at that, the tiniest skerrick of space there at the back. Crazy Raccoon are going to dominate this.
There they are. Element 6 at least able to eke out a 2nd place, but end of the day, we all knew it was coming. It's Crazy Raccoon who will walk away with the first win on World's Edge at the split 2 playoffs. I know Xenox is going to be cheering in the green room. He did predict them as the team to top this lobby, so maybe there was something in that. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, though, Genome, a very favorable circle pull for Crazy Raccoon. They were already on that southern side of the zone when that circle pull came through. Almost every other team had already rotated north into Overlook. So, you know, you gotta take these opportunities when they present themselves, don't they? Like, you can't get that kind of a circle pull and then do nothing with it. So it's great to see Crazy Raccoon being able to pull that one off and capitalize on the opportunity that was presented.
No, they certainly didn't. And look, we've had winners from EU, we've had winners from NA already today, and now APAC North taking out a dub here in our first mainstream matchup.
Yeah, certainly. Fantastic to see as well, right? We want to see that diversity. We want to see teams really representing their region and pulling for themselves and for the region as a whole. Crazy Raccoon, a pretty solid win there. Obviously, 8 kills. It's not the biggest we've seen today, but 20 points on the board out of that game. And considering they have been having a relatively reasonable start to the day, I think that's a pretty good result for them. Element 6, we touched on them a lot during that game as well, didn't we? We constantly saw them fighting, and they've gotten a good amount of points out of it.
They just had that great gatekeeping position between that newly established link into the east side of Overlook, and they played it really well. They couldn't get it all the way there to the end because, honestly, Crazy Raccoon, they made so much space for themselves, right? And that's what you expect out of those teams that are at the top of their region. I think it was, what, a 2nd finish for them in Split 2. And yeah, look, they really forced everyone out, and it made it such an easy finish.
One thing to note as well, Team Liquid, this is their first time outside of a podium finish in this lobby. Obviously, when we were looking at Stormpoint, they finished 3rd, they finished 1st, and then they finished 2nd. So I guess as far as the rest of the lobby is concerned, it's kind of nice to see Team Liquid having a bit of a struggle there as we start off World's Edge, because, you know, that's what's going to have to occur here if someone wants to catch them. they've got a pretty solid lead at the moment. They're 20, 30 points above most of the competition, barring obviously Empire and TSM maybe. So if anyone's going to catch them with only 2 games left, Team Liquid kind of has to drop the ball a little bit. And the same thing happened for Team Empire too.
Now looking at our champion squad here of Crazy Raccoon, Ras. Everyone knows this player as just the most incredible mechanical monster in the game. And you can see leading the way there with almost 1,800 damage and 4 kills for his team as well. I mean, look, just to give some love to our APAC South fellows there, we did see Striker having a decent game here in game 4, you know, and you got to remember that was off the back of taking that thermal contest as well. You know, I talked to them a little bit earlier yesterday, and they were saying how they were actually expecting it to be really quite hard to play Edge because so many teams are just going to go hard into the ring with you know, this LAN playstyle, right? But they're forced to play Edge when they have those early contests like that.
All right, well, let's take a look at the leaderboard here as it stands. Team Liquid have only put 1 point on, and so have Team Empire. Only 1 point out of that game for both of those 2 teams, which has really closed the gap. Element 6, big benefactors of that. They've jumped up into 3rd place. TSM drop a couple as well, down to 5th. So there's a lot of moving and shaking still going on here in our very first lobby, groups A and B. We do have 2 games remaining, though, and I think, you know, you've still got a lot of teams that are within striking distance of taking a top spot at the moment. That said, if you're on this side of the scoreboard, and if you've only got single digits at the moment, you know, for Ascend down to Zen, it's starting to become a little bit too late to really think about a top placing. You just have to now get as many points on the board as you possibly can.
Yeah, look, that said, you know, this is the first series of the day, right? There's 3 rounds that these teams will be playing today. You know, it's a cumulative score at the end of all of those 3 rounds that will determine whether you're going into that winner's bracket or into that loser's bracket. So, you know, look, we don't have to, you know, write the name on the tombstone just yet for a team who doesn't perform in round 1.
I mean, I guess you're right, but in the context of the way this day is going to play out, like, this is a massive day of Apex Legends. So if you don't start well, some of that tilt factor maybe starts to get involved, and it makes it more difficult towards the back. And we are going to update you guys on how the secondary stream is going as well. Looks like there's been a few changes there too. AD Raccoon sitting at the top of the C and D groups. Obviously, another one of those teams coming through from APAC North, which is very, very impressive for the region. We did see Reignite sitting in 2nd earlier on when we checked in with this leaderboard, but they've dropped down fairly substantially into 6th. Obviously, playing with a sub makes life a little bit difficult. Team Singularity at the bottom of the table there as well. You know, they're playing with a sub too, so there's a whole lot of that going on, Genome, and I think you have to say, you know, just get in there, give it a crack. This is a good opportunity for a lot of teams to sort of start to get a feeling of with how things are playing out here as well in the Split 2 playoffs, because it's still early days. There's still a lot to play. There's always still tomorrow as well, regardless of how things go today. For now, though, we do have to take a short break. We do have a couple more matches coming up for our very first lobby of the Split 2 playoffs, so don't go too far away. We'll be back on the other side.
살린다. 오케이. 오른쪽 가자. 천천히. 나 코스 찍는다. 오케이. 나 위로 갈게. 코스 캐피. 코스 잡았다. 나이스. 저들 이 새끼야. 나이스.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, a bit of a stumbling block for Team Liquid and Team Empire. Does spice the lobby up a little bit as we head into our penultimate game of our very first lobby here at the Split 2 playoffs. You know, I mean, look, at the moment, Team Liquid and Empire still at the top. No one overtook them. But they only got 1 point each out of that last game, so opens the door a bit.
And yeah, and you know what it makes me wonder, Elfish, is we've just had the change, right? We've just gone from Storm Point into World's Edge. And we certainly saw this throughout Split 2, that, you know, certain teams definitely performing better on one map than the other. They might get the majority of their points in the one half of the series and then struggle losing momentum if that map is the first map that we play for the day. So, look, is that going to be a Team Empire or a Team Liquid today? I'm not so sure. I think these guys are pretty good, and that might have just been a blip on the radar there.
Sure.
But look, you know, maybe something to think about.
But you have to say, really positive signs coming through there for Crazy Raccoon and Element 6. Optic Gaming on our screens right now. They've been a little bit more of a quote-unquote consistent force in that respect. They haven't had a massive, big breakout game so far in this lobby, but they've actually just been able to put points on the board in every single game. Their worst was actually game 1, but it's been trending upwards since then. So, you know, I guess it is probably a good time to be hitting your peak with 2 games to go. You need to be getting some points on the board here, Optic, and you've got time still to do it.
And we know how good they are as fraggers, right? As a team who can take those contests. I mean, Sentinels, where are you? I don't see you. Oh yeah, they're not at LAN because they tried to contest Optic that many times that they got sent home. So it's really a team, you know, that absolutely frags out. And yeah, look, sitting in 9th, I expect them to be a bit higher, right? I mean, I predicted them today.
True.
And look, I'm hoping that what you're saying there about the trend upward is only going to continue.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look, I guess at this point it's probably a good time to touch in with some of the teams that are sitting toward the bottom end of the scoreboard. TSM certainly not one of those, still in the top 5, but I'm really keeping my eyes on the likes of Zen, Phoenix, Scars, GMT, Ascend, Burger, all these teams that are sitting down toward the bottom 5 of the lobby to really have a big game here to get them back in the discussion. Otherwise, it's going to be the next lobby that they're really going to have to start focusing on because it's just not going to happen here. Heading into game number 5, though, on World's Edge, the big question is, are we going to continue to see those contests, Genome? Because there was a couple in our very first game there, and I'm quite interested to see if those will play out again and if they'll play out similarly.
Compositions, we saw them change up a little bit as well, Elfish. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, for instance, here, the double rotators. I like the choice for World's Edge, honestly. It makes it a little bit harder in those final circles sometimes, but look, not last game. Didn't matter how much caustic gas was there around, because, I mean, you know, it takes up an area, that the gas grenade, the ultimate of caustic there, but Crazy Raccoons with their presence had about 6 times that in the final circle. They were that good at keeping other teams from rotating out.
Looks like it could be a Lava City finish geyser in there, as well as, you know, the eastern edge of Lava Siphon. But OG going to be very, very happy with how that's gone. We were saying, you know, they need to sort of step up in this game. Things have been going relatively okay, but not amazingly. And this might be the game to do it.
Okay, well, we've got 3 teams up in Skyhook right now. Remember, there were some contests at last game. It looks like Fennel this time. They've landed there again, but it looks like they've kind of been forced out by Luminosity Gaming, who are fully taking over launch site there. And then we've got 3 teams. So it was Element 6 who have gone all the way up to Skyhook. I'm trying to think of who was the team that Strike beat at Thermal Station last round?
Might have been FSV?
47. Oh,
something that started with an F. I think it might have been Fascination Colors.
No, it was Phoenix, right?
Phoenix?
I think
I
Phoenix.
knew it was an F team.
And they've gone down to Dome. Okay, so
well, to be honest, that's actually maybe worked out for them with this circle.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, look, Dome. I mean, we had, who was it? Sneaky B that was playing from Apex South. And honestly, it's not one of the better performing POIs you get in World's Edge, but certainly it can be made to work. So Phoenix team, they like their chances having the POI to themselves rather than taking another battle against Storaiku, especially when, you know, you go and think about the leaderboard at the moment, and Phoenix is sitting in 19th, Elfish.
Reject coming off the drop with some pretty solid loot. They got themselves the purple armor, a couple of blues. They're in a good spot here to just work their way down to the zone relatively quickly. They've got the info as well with the beacon that where that second circle is going to be, and they've actually run into GMT again. One of those teams that has been having a bit of a more difficult day to start things off, and I saw a white armor involved there for GMT, so this doesn't necessarily seem like it's going to be a particularly fair fight, and I wonder if Reject knows it as well. They're looking well stocked, and they really seem like they want to take this fight.
GMT on the other side of this, they're a team that loves to rotate early, and you can kind of afford to do that sometimes with low bar because, you know, you get that position deep in the ring, and then you don't necessarily have to take fights to get the loot boxes. Oh! We see the bracelet come out from Serdell, but it's just not quite quick enough. And now Reject with the armor advantage are definitely going to thirst this kill.
Yeah, a couple of whites and a blue only for GMT. This was odds quite heavily stacked in the favor of Reject from the outset. They even got some initial shots off before GMT knew they were there. And ultimately, you're seeing Reject kind of work their way through this engagement with relative ease. A couple of other players hanging around, having a look, but Rejects have this one on lockdown. They've started to control it pretty comfortably, and they're fairly healthy as well for the moment. Dogma eats a bit of damage. I think Reject now are starting to recognize that there are some third parties looking in this direction, so maybe it would be wise to just back off and not fully commit to this fight.
Happy for now, split in the buildings as well. Looks like they're just trying to get those angles. But nothing really coming to them for now.
Zen's just been eliminated by Sutaraiku, so that must have been down toward thermal station rotations coming through in that area of the map relatively early on in the piece. Teams are going to know that they need to get on the move.
Yeah, some other teams running into each other across the map as well, but the Australian teams actually have just found each other, and here it is, Thoraiku versus Burger across from Thermal Station. Fussy the first one to be lost and thirsted immediately. Waltzy doesn't actually believe in the team this time. The call is made, and he's going to take the Skyward Dive straight out of there.
Yeah, Bullet's probably a dead man on his own there, unfortunately. So for Sutaraiku, I guess they're going to just be hoping that Burger might move on and Waltzy can come back and kind of hoover up those banners and perhaps try to find the res inside of the zone. Of course, it is still going to be zone 1, so time to do that. But it's not going to tick too much. Big points, though, on offer there for Burger as they do pick up a couple. They really were desperate for some. We'll have to see how that continues throughout this game. Team Empire in an engagement already. Thermite nade ticking onto one of their opponents. But Team Empire kind of just looking for a little bit of time to reset here, get some bats off, and then they can really begin this fight in earnest.
Yeah, they're happy to just sit in the multi-level buildings right now. Very rarely, if ever, will the zone end on these. You don't get those heal-offs, but they are often a good place to play from. You know, especially, look, a Caustic team like with Taishin here, you know, you can put those traps next to the zip lines, and it's almost impossible to come up against those. Maybe if you got, you know, you can chuck out a Crypto EMP first or something like that, try and clear the barrels, but otherwise, very tough.
Very tough indeed. IPN going to be looking for the thirst, and he is more than likely going to be able to get it here as well. There's a player ducking in behind. It's Frogs from Phoenix team. They didn't have a great start on World's Edge, and it might continue. Scars, though, have they bitten off more than they can chew? Taishin will be finished. And that's from Crazy Raccoon as well, so they might have just decided to come in and third party this one. Scars eliminated early on in the piece. Phoenix goes down as well, and Crazy Raccoon say thank you very much for the KP and the loot.
It's been a tough day for Phoenix so far. Once again, they're going to drop early and probably not make their way any further up the leaderboard. CR, though, off the back of a win, probably going to be feeling it right now. Taking mid-level in these buildings. Not necessarily... I mean, look, honestly, it might in some ways be better than having that top shelf, right? Because you don't have to deal with the Valk ults coming in. There are some ledges and places you can play around if teams just decide to full send it.
Crazy Raccoon in a good spot at the moment. Fairly comfortable. Lots of good sets of armor. They've got 30 points on the board. They just won their last game. They're feeling confident, I'd say. And of course, this is a building where you can really coexist with a couple of teams. Normally, you'll have one team on the roof, one team in the middle, one team down the bottom. We've got a replay here of the fight that Reject took. That was against GMT that they did eventually finish off. If you remember, we watched them pick up one of the earlier kills and then, you know, reset slowly. And unfortunately for GMT, it hasn't worked out for them. And so their tough day will continue. But again, like I said, Genome, today is not an elimination day. You know, you can kind of almost consider it a bit of a seeding day. Send teams into the upper bracket, send teams down into the lower bracket tomorrow. It will mean a harder day tomorrow, yes, and a lot to reset off of. But yeah, well, there is still an opportunity tomorrow if today doesn't go well.
With the double elimination bracket start, you kind of just lose a life, right? if you're not in the top half of teams at the end of today, then it gets to the sticky part of our LAN here in Stockholm. So most teams have, the circle has shifted over towards, looks like it's going to be that sort of you know, the egg in between Big Mord and Lava City. Probably going to be ending up somewhere around there, so most teams have realized this, and it's very congested right now. We actually do have a reasonable number of teams sort of sitting outside. I mean, Element 6, they're still up in Climatizer,
well,
by the way.
We sort of saw them playing that edge style last game as well. They were getting a lot of frags right out onto the edge of the map, and they were working their way in quite nicely. Like, obviously, it's a high-risk, high-reward kind of a playstyle. You're going to have to fight a lot, but they seem to be fighting well at the moment, at least here on World's Edge.
Yeah, look, 100 Thieves trying to get into a fight here. They're on the other side of Surdell, who actually made it out. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we saw that wipe, but maybe it wasn't a full wipe for GMT there. So they still have a member alive. Looks like potentially making their way all the way back. And, you know, there's a respawn beacon up there. I got to say, I don't like his chances of getting it off when, you know, you've got Verhulster and TSM on one side of the choke and 100 Thieves on the other one. It doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, certainly. And this game's playing out a little bit more standard than our previous one. There's not as many early engagements, right? At this point in the game, last game, we've probably had like 10 teams left alive. Now we've got 16. Obviously, the buildings are going to be a benefit for that kind of a game. But it means there's just a whole lot less space to really play with for anyone that's trying to rat it out or try to get res or something like that. There's probably going to be a team right next to you. So very, very difficult in a scenario like this one. If you haven't already rotated your way in, if you're not already set up inside one of these buildings, you are pretty much forced to play that edge style.
Yeah, and like we've got more teams going into these later circles, less contests than we had on the first map of World's Edge, and so it's only going to get more and more congested. These later circles are just going to be hectic.
You're indeed correct. We're sort of in the eye of the storm at the moment, aren't we, right? We had a lot of earlier engagements. Well, not a lot. A decent amount. Some jostling over position. And now things have slowed down a little bit as most teams have found their way into the zone or into some degree of relative safety. And they're just trying to lock down their building or their position. And we're not really seeing those committed fights just yet.
Yeah, I feel like Lava City is probably going to be a little bit chill for the next circle or two. You know, if you think back to 100 Thieves, they were holding a choke point that could see some action. TSM actually might have just even heard a little bit of a Valk off in the distance there. They've come down now on top of Big Mord and bypassed that gatekeeping position that 100 Thieves are holding. And look, there's still another couple teams that could get in there, but TSM first, they've got to worry about trying to fight for this position on Big Mord.
Yeah, and we know you want to hear from them, so let's jump into a listen in with TSM and see how they're going.
Can we go back up? Can we go back up? Yes. Okay. Go back up. Oh, me. Kill this Valk. I'm pumping it back. Valk is cracked.
Bat him as well.
Oh, no. No. Bro.
Dead now.
We should just went gun room. And that arc was perfectly timed. Underneath train. Underneath train. Oh, go sit in the cart. Sit in the cart. Sit in the cart. Right in front of you.
Okay.
I should just.
Well, Hal might think that one's a little bit unlucky with the Arcstar timing there, but I got to say they were making that rotation kind of late there, Elfish. A lot of teams already taking up position in Big Mord. And look, if you're not the first there, sometimes you're just dead.
Unfortunately, that can be the case, but still TSM not in a bad spot for this lobby. One more game to go, still one more opportunity. Team Liquid takes up residence inside the bottom of the building, which is already occupied, of course, and they're going to start to understand that very, very quickly. EMPs, thermite nades, frag grenades, they're all coming down the elevator shaft, and Team Liquid are going to go into the stairs. They're going to take a fight here as well. It's a Crypto on the other side, full flesh. Nocturnal gets the first one, but he's instantly traded down. It's Send, who are on the other side of this engagement. Fun is very low, and Gildersons has no shield left here. Oh no! But maybe still clutchable for Team Liquid as the Mastiff comes out once again. They have a gold pack back if they can get the opportunity to res. There is something in it. Unfortunately, when those kills are finished off, you're not going to be able to do that, and Team Liquid is eliminated. And also, Ascend unfortunately losing a player there as well as Elevate comes in for that third party and reaps the benefits.
I mean, it was almost a sick clutch. they're hiding behind the knockdown shield there. Almost works out, but unfortunately, with those buildings at this point in the game, there are 3, 4 teams, one for every level almost. Those offices are occupied, and it's very hard to deal. I mean, sure, they chucked out the black hole. I mean, it's interesting with Horizon, her abilities, oftentimes they don't have to be aggressive. They can actually be quite defensive. You can use the gravity lift to block off an entrance, and the black hole in the same way. So they try to do that, but the EMP, too many entrances, 3 or 4 different points of ingress there into that bottom floor. I mean, they can't take it out themselves.
Palawan from Team Empire really looks like he wants to drop off and try to get a shot in. You can see, obviously, he's the Valk. So if he does drop, he take that shot with the Peacekeeper, fly back on up, get a bit of damage in, put a bit of pressure on. He's constantly looking for openings and opportunities, but hasn't really been able to get one just yet. Zone is starting to creep its way in, though, and we're starting to get into that late game sort of scenario where sooner or later one of these buildings is going to get forced out.
Yeah, so as we watch Element 6 come in here with the Valk ult, it's actually 4-7 who are probably in the best spot, because this ring is going to be shifting towards the east, the full eastern side of Big Maud. I mean, if you look at the mini-map right now, you can see some of the cliffside there around the end. It's going to be hugging that pretty much. So all of those teams, essentially, in Lava City, that's why they're Valk ulting in right now. They've just realized the shift has gone over there, and they're following those other Valk ult teams.
Element 6 just taking up residence underneath Big Maud. I guess not the worst place to be. There's not really a whole lot going on in this area of the map at the moment. There are some angles, but for the most part, teams are on top of or inside of Big Maud, and they're not really going to be a huge threat to Element 6 underneath. So they can play there for a little while.
Okay, so a couple of teams have already been sitting in Big Maud for a while. Reject is one of them. And then the rest of these teams from Lava City, I mean, there are so many that are going to be piling in very soon. Optic Gaming with the Caustic, again, they've been there for a while, and that means there's probably the full 6 barrels up and running for Skittle Cakes, which is going to mean any single point of entry for another team is going to have a little warning bell on it. And Skittle Cakes will be able to let his team know that early.
I can hear some players shouting in the background as we just take a moment of silence. There's a Kraber involved. Onmu is putting that to great use for 100 Thieves. Banner retrieve for Optic Gaming, but I'm not sure that's going to help them out too much. There's a push coming on through a team. They've been having a look. They've been hearing those shots come across. They want the third party, but the Peacekeeper is keeping them at bay. Skittlecakes dodges some bullets on the way out. He's like Neo, but does survive for the moment. I think everyone's going to be aware now of this Kraber on the field, and they're going to be keeping their heads down.
And sometimes you're just the first one who takes that shot, right? Like you don't even hear the, you don't get that sound cue early, and someone like Onmu just puts you down before you even have a chance. There's another Valk now on Big Maud playing with fire.
They might send it here. They're thinking about the phase breach. They're going to go for it. 100 Thieves up onto the roof of Big Maud. What have they got planned? It's a rotation that they needed to make. Zone was at their back. They've gone early. They know they've got some powerful weapons in their arsenal at the moment, but they're not going to need to use them for now. Team Empires who will switch to, and they are doing a fairly solid job just cleaning house inside of the train station. He'll have to take a quick reset here as the shields start to fall low. Cleve in a bit of trouble, needs the backup from his teammates. Is he going to get it in time? Good shot through from Ganjamin, and Fennel's eliminated, but there's obviously more than one team here, more than 2, and Team Empire, they might have bitten off a bit more than they could chew there, unfortunately. Genome, they did take out Fennel for the most part, but Luminosity are the major winners here as they do pick up both teams in the end.
Well, we're at the train station here, and one of these teams is trying to run away with it, but it's going to be pretty hard when there's a good 5 or 6 teams actually trying to play for the northern side of this, which will just barely clip inside the ring. Onmu, he's trying to be...
Once that bubble goes down, there is no cover at all on top of the train station. And there's a Kraber watching. He's only got 2 shots left in it. But, of course, he can put them to great use. There's an opportunity, but it doesn't land. It kind of gets the heart racing a little bit when you see a Kraber on the field.
He's got one more shot to stop a heart with that, and then he's probably going to have to find one of those death boxes to switch back over. The teams that he's looking at down there, Luminosity, Elevate, we've got and I think there was Crazy Raccoon as well there. But it looks like they've been taken out now, so EMP is coming in. That will eliminate the bubble. You think you've got some safety, and then the Crypto just rips it away from you.
That said, 100 Thieves still looking relatively safe for the moment. Time for them to reset, and you know, even though the EMP lands, I don't think any of these teams right now in Big Lords really want to be taking the fight. They're more focused on what their rotation is going to look like for 7. They seem to be set up very, very nicely, and you know, we've talked at length about the Watson, and in fact, this might be the best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, they had the crypto, right? They didn't need to be close to the beacon. They can fly that straight through and get that info. So they were there early, and they were there first. Elevate, one of those teams fighting around the train station right now. Oh, okay, gold bag. That means you often think about sticking it when you wouldn't otherwise, just because the reset option is that much stronger.
Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get it off. The missile swarm just finishes off Nellis as that res was going to come through. So Elevate are going to have to play this one as 2, but it's not going to matter too much. They do run through Luminosity, pick up a bit of loot on their way, but they're going to have to start to move fairly shortly. Zone is pushing in and is doing a lot of damage at this point in the game as well. 100 Thieves, of course, still looking really strong on top of Big Mord, but the issue is now everyone has to move off.
Right now, FSV, 4-7, they are the only team in the circle, Elfish. This is very reminiscent of our last game. Everyone pushing into 4-7.
And you know, maybe it's going to be more difficult to push into 4-7 because if you remember last game, it's a double rotator comp for Crazy Raccoon with the Wraith, with the Valk. Here, you've got a Crypto and a Watson to deal with. That was a double stick! And it's going to do a ton of damage as well. For 7, they're charging their way forward. Elevate just get absolutely booked. They're out of there. See you later. And that's just going to happen. 100 Thieves also eliminated all those teams coming off of Big Mord. And all of those teams are getting absolutely wrecked right now by 4-7. It's almost like playing a zombies mode. There's teams just chucking themselves at you. Element 6 down now as well. And no one is getting past 4-7. They're playing the role of Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. They're saying, you shall not pass. Reject is down as well. And now 4-7 charging toward their victory.
It's only Optic Gaming, I believe, left alive. 4-7 have had this in the bag for it seems like 5 minutes, but now they have to pull the trigger and finish it off. They do. Another APAC North team comes out on top here in World's Edge.
I am astonished, almost speechless, which is not very good in my job, unfortunately, Genome. But man, what a crazy win for 4-7. And as you said, it played out very similarly to Crazy Raccoon's win in the first game of World's Edge. But I have to say, that was a bit more explosive from them, wasn't it? Right? So many teams just trying to send it in their direction. And I don't know how many kills they ended up getting there. It was absolutely nuts.
There was a lot of team wipes there. I mean, we saw Team Burger come down from the south. They were just trying to sneak in. That's kind of, you know, their MO. They like to be in those final circles and then pop up out of nowhere, but they get spotted a little bit too early. 4-7 grab those kills. Optic having to try and deal with Team Reject there at the end. That was the last 3 teams left alive, and they did a little too much damage to each other for them to be able to then turn around and try and take the fight there with 4-7, who were just set up as we saw. And you know, I think a lot of people have talked about how, you know, sometimes they don't think Watson can be as effective in the open, right? Versus in buildings where you often think defensive characters like her and Caustic can do their damage. But we see there, you just take so much space and teams can't Valk ult in on top of you.
Well, while we've got the graphic up here, I'm going to reiterate the fact that Team Liquid and Team Empire didn't really get a whole lot out of that game. TSM also only the 2 points. Element 6, you know, they're not on the top end of this scoreboard. So those teams up in the top 4 or 5, with the exception maybe of 100 Thieves, haven't really gotten a whole lot out of that game. And again, the fact that now 4-7 has put 21 onto their points, where they started at 33, they're going to just jump themselves right up, maybe even into the top end, maybe on top. I don't know, Team Liquid get 1 point, so maybe not quite enough for 4-7 to take first place in this lobby, but that is really getting them into the discussion.
Team Empire, only 5. This is just making this lobby closer and closer. We're going to have an epic finish here in Game 6 as this condenses, right? And the other thing we have to notice there, Optic getting a second, picking up a couple of kills there as well. We talked about Optic being on that rise, and it feels like there's only one place to go from second, Elfish. Well, that's number 1.
Hey, Optic Stonks, they might be on the rise. Luckily, you invested early when they were at the bottom, and they're on their way up. So maybe you'll get a big win out of that one. Either way, huge win for 7. Just taking a look at the kills, they did get 9 in the end.
And you notice, right, there's a lot of assists across the board. Even the amount of kills they get to the amount of damage they've done are very, very efficient there. So Sang Jun actually putting out quite a lot, while Justin and Higa says seems like those guys were just popping in for that last bullet. But either way, you didn't need to do a lot of damage because you had the position, and everyone else was doing it for you.
Yeah, I mean, that was the nature of the beast, really, for 4-7, wasn't it? It was just a good, smart rotation early on in the piece. They set themselves up. They're the perfect team composition to do that. And then there was 2 or 3 quick minutes of explosion, and it's all over, and that's all. That's all that they really had to do. Either way, we've got the leaderboard here on your screens. It's Team Empire that will take first for the lobby, but by the slimmest of margins. And look at how tight it is for the top 3. 2 points the gap between Liquid and 4-7. And of course, there are a bunch of teams that can still sweep the win in the lobby.
And you know what I'm loving about this is that this feels like the LAN scoreboard that I wanted to see, right? I mean, obviously, when you're in your own region, there tends to be a larger skill disparity across the 40 teams here, but you take the best from everywhere, you mash them together, and we're getting tight lobbies. That's exactly what we wanted at LAN.
And what's the best part about it as well is I think you're getting this clash of styles, right? The EMEA style coming through for Team Empire, where they're really changing their comps around a little bit on Storm Point. Then you have the North American style with Team Liquid, and of course we've seen this sort of hard rotate kind of style coming through from the APAC North teams, where they're really getting themselves into a good solid position early on in the piece and just playing it out that way. Different team comps are being successful. It's not as if anyone is really dominating with one composition. We're going to see that for the rest.
We see the crypto there, right?
There's a whole lot going on. Yeah,
that crypto coming in and playing such an important part in the teams who are near the beacon. They didn't have to do that. They could play from a better spot while still getting the information.
Indeed, indeed. All right, well, there's so many questions we still have to answer. We've only got one more game to do it in for this lobby. We'll take a break first, but we'll be back on the other side. Don't go too far away. One game remains for our first lobby of the day, and it is very tight toward the top. And ultimately, Genome, obviously, it doesn't necessarily matter whether you win the lobby or not, but it is bragging rights, and getting as many points on the board at the end of the day is going to be a big factor. 18 games, that's all the teams have to play with, and if you finish off the first 6 with a really good result, you're in a great spot.
It's splitting into that winners bracket and losers bracket, right, Elfish? So top 20 go to winners, bottom 20 go into losers. So if you're thinking about, on average, how you need to play, you really just need to be in that top 10 of each round. So if you're coming in the top half, that's kind of what's important today.
That is true. That is true. Something to consider, of course, as well, is these battles for drop spots and that sort of shenanigans that are going on at the moment as well. Something that can have a longer lasting effect over the course of a tournament as a whole. So you're kind of laying the groundwork. Like, you've done that a little bit to an extent in scrims, but this is the real deal now, right? These are the official matches, and this is where it really does end up mattering who's doing what, where as well specifically. So getting off to a good start, making sure you lock down your drop location, and setting yourself up with great momentum for the rest of the tournament is imperative.
As we talked about just before the break, it's been a tight lobby, right? I mean, you know, if we're looking throughout, like, let's take, you know, Split 1 or Split 2 as an example, across a series of 6 games, often you're getting teams winning with like 70, 80, 90, sometimes a big game you might get 100 points or more to finish off with. That can't happen here.
No.
We are going into Game 5, and the teams at the top have barely cracked 50.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid's at 54, Empire's at 52, so it sort of ties into what you're saying for 745.
It also means that there's so many teams that could still come out on top here because the gap is so small. I mean, we've already seen, what was that first game today? The 17 kill one where they had, like, was it 29 points or something like that?
Yeah, 17 kill win. That was the second game for Team Liquid.
Right, exactly. That's 29 points in a game. So if you take that as the barometer of this, you know, teams all the way down to like Elevate and 11th or something could still come out with a win.
Maybe, but it's going to have to be a massive final game here, and that's, of course, what it will be as we kick off the last game of this lobby. Now, don't get too perturbed when you hear me say last game. We do still have another 12 after this throughout the rest of today. It's going to be a massive day of Apex Legends, so do stick around. But, of course, make sure you watch this game out as well before you do go and, you know, have a break, get some food, do what you need to do, and start thinking about the second lobby. Let's see what 4-7 can do. They've just come off a massive, massive win, something that they didn't necessarily need per se, but they obviously really benefit from, and it kind of gets them into the discussion for potentially winning this lobby if they can replicate that here in the final game.
Well, replicate being the key word. They drop at Survey Camp. They do have one of those at their disposal. I mean, it's not known as one of the best drop spots, Elfish. Usually, a team who is landing in Survey Camp is kind of pretty far down the pecking order. But 4-7, they're working against that adversity.
Just got eliminated pretty quickly by Fennel. So I guess their run is ended, unfortunately, for this lobby. They were in 12th coming in. But the fact that Fennel has actually picked up 3 points off of that is probably going to drop them down into 13th, because Fennel was the team right behind them. And that could continue to sort of fall for Luminosity, as there's a few teams quite close by to them as well.
So we've got a different circle here. It looks like it could be pulling towards Harvester. Looking at that, I'd say there's a lesser chance that it goes towards that sort of northern thermal station side, considering the mountains are in the middle there. But we'll have to wait and see it at zone 3 or 4. You know, looking up the top here, I'm still interested by the fact that we've got 3 teams in Skyhook, right? I mean, very often you'll have the team who's in the west of Skyhook. They also get trials. But this time, Team Liquid are just having to run off the trials loot and then maybe coming down the back of Lava Fissure. I'm not sure. I mean, considering how fast you can see Burger already rotating down through there, they're probably not looting that sort of like the little house that I think Team Liquid would probably come through and grab as well. But I mean, it's not amazing. I mean, sure, you kind of guaranteed some good stuff there at trials. Maybe you get the gold armor, maybe even 2 sometimes. But you don't have a lot of options.
True. There's definitely a little bit of that going on, but hey, I mean, you can only make do with what you've got, and that's why I continue to bring up these drop locations where it is so important to kind of lock down your spot, because if you place your mark right now and say, like, we are the Skyhook team, or we are the Fragment East team, or the Fragment West team, or whatever it may be, as soon as you get into the next lobby where another team might look to contest you, and then they take a look back at this VOD and say, oh, well, they actually really wrecked their opponents on the contest, maybe they think twice about doing that, and that can have a longer lasting effect on the rest of the competition as well. We'll hold that thought for the moment, though, because GMT once again have gotten themselves into an early engagement. This time they're a little bit better set up, and it's actually against Sutaraiku, who have been having some good games, been having some bad games. They've had to rely on a big clutch coming through from Waltzy in our first game of World's Edge to get them out of trouble, but they are getting the better of GMT at the moment. 2 players cracked, so Dell out of the picture really fast with that bracelet, but what a crack, what a beam. And Waltzy is going to be eliminated pretty early on in the piece. Let's have a listen in here and see how GMT are feeling.
Fuck, man. I'm out of cells now.
Height looks free. Careful above us. Height looks free above us. There's a team up here. Keep rotating. We're going all the way back. I'm waiting for my key.
I'm completely out of meds. On the trenches.
Okay. I'm going here. Let's just get a reset and chill.
Yeah, they were. Holy fuck, man.
I have 3 ultic cells on me. 1-4.
I'm 0-0. Found 2 cells in here, clutch.
I'm gonna use level just to fucking use it. Not here, dude. There's nothing.
There's nades. Don't take nades. Don't take nades. Anything but nades.
Bat cells. Anyone wants my Devo?
No. I need meds, bro. I'm 0-2.
I would like your wingman there. Yeah.
A bit of a discussion around the Loba ult there. To be fair, you know, it's going to be a pretty solid choice in this kind of a circle when you've rotated so early.
Yep, we said that works out for them. It doesn't really seem like it's been working out for them today. Elfish, I mean, twice they've been the first team to be eliminated in this lobby. You know, sitting at, I think it's, 6 points only so far today. So GMT not having a good one of it. But as we said, look, there's another 2 rounds that they get to play today. And look, there's still some points available here in Game 6.
Yeah, 2 teams eliminated. I didn't catch who that second team was. I'm assuming maybe it was Sutaraiku because it looked like they did end up getting third-partied by Crazy Raccoon. But, well, that's for the moment. And see how things are going.
Well, look, we called it a bit of a harvester circle, right? And you can definitely see some teams agreeing with us on that point. Scars, Reject, Zen, heaps of them in there.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little bit of assistance in that department. Teams remaining, and this will be the big question mark when we go over to the next one. Who is still in the competition? Who were those 2 teams that got knocked? It was actually Elevate that has been eliminated. So they will not be improving upon their result either, unfortunately. They did come in 11th place overall, and I'd say that might be where they end up, or perhaps they do get overtaken, drop down into 12th or 13th or something like that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily matter too much exactly where you're placing. What really matters is how many points you're getting on the board. So you're talking about GMT with only 6. That's going to really have a follow-on effect for the rest of the day. We just total all the points these teams get. You can almost think about it as an 18-game series where you're just playing against different lobbies. And if you get 6 out of 6 games, that's just not enough.
Yeah, of course. You're right, because you're playing against everyone, right? We've got the 4 groups here. And this Group A, they're going to be playing against B, C, D. They're going to have a chance to prove their worth against everyone, against all the other teams that might contest them, the other teams that might be playing different compositions. We get to see all those combinations and permutations throughout the day. I mean, for GMT, though, what worries me is that they're not necessarily like a pop-off team, right? If you're someone who plays that hard zone, you don't necessarily get the chance to just like rack up kills every single game. And because we're doing this cumulative point system here, you know, that means they're going to be wanting to get points after points, and every KP matters. And if they're not getting those massive games and starting behind like they are here in round 1, it can be hard to make that ground up.
Certainly can. I mean, Team Burger, they've been having a bit of a wishy-washy start as well. 17 points on the board at the moment. One of the teams through from the APAC South region. And, I mean, I think they're going to probably want to be getting a little more than that, right? They would have had higher expectations than where they're sitting at the moment. Definitely an opportunity still, of course, with 12 games after this one to go.
Well, Caustic's meant to be, you know, on World's Edge. That's where it's meant to come alive. So, yeah, not an amazing start to the day, but with the gas grenade here ready to go, there's a small space, and they might find their way in this fight.
Well, they're certainly looking to at the moment, aren't they? They've taken control of the roof of the building, but it seemed like Pricey wanted to maybe take a bit of a battle there, but inevitably the call has been made that this might not be the smartest of contests just yet. It is going to keep GMT a little bit concerned, but in the end, Burger, well, they recognize Team Liquid is coming in from the high ground, and they have decided to just absolutely try and book it.
Oh, no.
Might not have done it quick enough, but that's some good shots coming through from Pricey, and that will just, you know, give Team Liquid a pause for thought, where they're going to have to reset, get a bat off, and maybe they think, okay, this isn't the 3 points that we thought that it was.
The high ground vantage point there from Team Liquid really kind of rough, because Burger were pulling out. They thought they could easily disengage from GMT, but throw a spanner into the mix. It's Team Liquid, one of those top performing teams in our first series here today, trying to deal with their Antipodean counterparts.
Looks like in the end of the day, it's not really going to result in a whole lot. Team Burger get out of there okay. GMT seems to be comfortable at the moment, and of course you do have Team Liquid as well in this vicinity. Still not, you know, exactly sure where this zone is going to end up either for a lot of these teams, right? This is a bit of an interesting one, right? It could pull out down toward Thermal Station, it could go back up in towards staging. There's a lot of areas that it can still move to. So a lot of playable areas for the moment. 18 teams, I should say, still alive as well. So it feels like the longer we've gone through this lobby here on World's Edge, the more the teams have figured it out themselves and kind of recognize, okay, we can't take a fight here or there, we're going to get third-partied. And now we're starting to see a bit more semblance of normalcy from the lobby.
Yeah, it's slowing down a bit, is what you're saying there, right? I mean, we're seeing more teams into those later circles. I mean, look, I'm still trying to figure out Team Empire at this point, right? I mean, the composition changes throughout the day were interesting. Now they're going for that combo that it kind of feels like Apex, you know, that original roster was kind of made for, right? Bangalore and Bloodhound, that idea of putting down the smokes and then scanning through them to give you that sort of one-way vision. And it's a team that, even though they've done amazingly well in EU, I feel like I haven't heard as much about them. They kind of keep it a bit low-key.
Fair enough. Some teams tend to be like that. They don't have those massive pop-off games or such. They're just more of a consistent force, and that's definitely a valid way of playing the game out. GMT are going to try and make a rotate with the Skyward dive here, and they're going to go into Thermal Station, which means they're going to have to come out of Thermal Station as well. Not going to be easy. We'll turn our attention toward Fennel and Optic Gaming, who are going head-to-head. There was a defensive bombardment invested. Not sure which side that one did end up coming from, but Chacobo is taking the opportunity to just reset himself, get that med kit off, back to full strength. And it might be a situation, a world where these things can just coexist in this compound.
Well, they want to, Elfish, because we've actually got a sneak peek of that circle. We were saying how there was maybe a lesser chance to pull down towards Thermal Station, but nevertheless, that is what has happened. So a team like Optic, with the Caustic set up in here in those train station buildings, are going to be incredibly happy about that, assuming they can stay there, they can reset and get the chance to just get themselves back up to full health when you've got people like Fennel here and Pinota on the crypto just coming through and deleting your shields constantly.
Honestly, it kind of looks like Fennel want this fight. Like, they're the ones pushing forward. They're the ones trying to contest the building that Optic Gaming are holding. But they do need to be careful that if they get involved in an engagement, it doesn't last for too long. Because the zone's starting to shift closer and closer, you're already seeing third-party shots coming in there. Little tickles here and there at the moment. That's not a huge factor, but it may end up being a concerning situation in a little bit. Either way, we'll move away from that one and take a look at GMT Esports. Would love to hear from them again, so let's jump into another listen in.
They're landing it's pulling Thermal, I think. A lot of teams are rotating Thermal right now. Another team landed full top middle.
We're in a great spot. We got a lot of time to work from this spot.
It doesn't look like a thermal pull, then it's gonna end here if anything, but it's very unlikely. Yeah, yeah, wow.
That's huge for us. We can
team in this building, keep that in mind. We're gonna play this fence at some point, okay? Clear our backs at all times. We're probably gonna play on this side instead, okay? Matey, you're gonna play on our back at all times, okay? Now we're chilling. Del, you're gonna play over here. What's your weapon, Del?
I can only watch the side though.
Del, you play on this rock and look for kills. I'm holding our backs over here, okay?
Yep.
I can't really hold it over there. There's a team down here.
Yeah, don't shoot the team on top middle, because they can really fuck us.
And charge off from the house. In whiffed.
I'm gonna try to just place a low ult and see if
they did fight on the house, so you should be able to snag something.
Maybe there's something, yeah. The drop is here.
No one's watching west side now. No one's watching west side.
I'm taking the syringes, fuck it, I guess.
Okay, well, Nasky seemed to agree with me there that it was an unusual circle pull, or at least one that many of these teams, I mean, Nasky, fantastic at sort of calling those circles very often, would expect, and that means the teams who are already set up there, Optic, now GMT on the southern edge of this, who are going to have to move up eventually, in a good spot for now. We've also got Crazy Raccoons playing a bit of gatekeeping, but then as we move back over to Harvester, where a lot of those teams initially thought it was going to be, we're going to have some trouble.
We've had some pretty serious ring pulls actually on
Yeah,
World's
we
Edge.
have,
Every
haven't we?
single round it feels like it's just ruined half the lobby with the ring pull. Empire, by the way, I've just gotten a knock onto Yuka.
It's like someone's on the back end of this and they're like, oh, I've got a spicy ring, and they're just kind of, you know, deliberately placing it where the players won't expect, just to mess with them.
Making it fun for us viewers. Team Empire, they did, I mentioned, get that knock, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to follow up on it. They've got a bit of info as to where it was. They did get the Bloodhound scan off, but you know, there is a lot of teams right now around Harvester, so they don't want to try to get into an aggressive position and do anything that would kind of compromise their own game, even if they would be able to knock out an opponent.
This team's still kind of thinking about where they're going to play next. I mean, I think at this point you probably would have to expect that with this knowledge, it's going to keep going down south and west. And then teams like Fennel getting that information there with the crypto drone. Old mate Pinota just playing his Game Boy in the corner.
As you do. TSM under the pump at the moment. Al on the floor. Reps finished off. It's Verhulst once again that is going to have to try and clutch this one out. And maybe it's doable. Some flesh cracks there. Unfortunately, not enough. And TSM will be eliminated in 18th for the final game of this lobby. At the hands of Team Liquid, no less. Element 6, another one of the teams contesting for the top end of the scoreboard, are unfortunately suffering at the hands of Fennel. We knew this was going to be a fight that could eventually break out, and ultimately it hasn't gone the way of Element 6 at all. Max is going to, again, be the solo, try to clutch it out, keep it alive for his squad, but how long can that realistically last?
18 teams, Zone 4, this is exactly what you expect. It has to start shrinking now, and Element 6's chances of taking this game out have just shrunk to roughly 0. Fennel constantly putting in damage here through the bottom of that stairs, but all of a sudden there's another team in the building with him, and it looks like Optic has taken this chance to come through with the caustic and try and finish them off. Some nice wingman shots from Fennel, maybe making this go the other way. Shakabo with the devotion, doesn't even need the turbocharger there to pump that damage in.
4-7 just gets eliminated. I can't honestly blame Optic Gaming for coming in and third party in this one. Fennel have been so annoying for Optic Gaming. They've been peeking around, they've been flying EMPs at them, they've been shooting them through windows, throwing grenades at them, and finally now is the time where Optic have said, look, we've had enough. Like, you've annoyed us all game long. We're going to get rid of you. And it's now just down to one Fennel player. So really smart moves from Optic Gaming. They get some good points on the board off of that one. They haven't actually finished Fennel off just yet, but they have done enough to basically mean that they are now the ones in full control of that area of the map.
So this is the very south of our ring currently, Elfish. You've got Scars as well as Phoenix. You can see Phoenix playing underneath. Another team, again, kind of down the bottom, 6 points, roughly where GMT was sitting as well. GMT, of course, have moved up into a slightly better position. And then Optic also making some moves to try and make sure that they have the best spot going into round 5.
Yeah, they look like they might be a team that could even win from here. So now it's probably a prudent time to hear from Optic Gaming and see what they have to say about it.
Came across.
Remember, there's like a rat on us somewhere. I don't know. He's not in the closet, is he? Like up top?
No, he's not. I'm gonna check up top. No, he's not on the
Behind you, Skittles, careful. They got
flying on
us. They got oof.
Flying on the other building, I think.
Did they get
on me! They're right here!
I'm watching. Just pre-shoot traps if you ever need to.
There.
Good.
They're on the outside the door right here. They're bubbled right here.
I have to reach
There's like a solo Valk outside.
On me!
I got you. Ash for me. I hit her for 130.
You gotta watch that. I'm phoenixing.
They shot all my traps out.
I knocked the Valk and I hit Ash for 130.
I'm gonna peek 3 seconds.
Watch your back. They're in the left corner, close left corner. Careful of the stairs.
I'm a bubble on them.
There's. No. They're gonna shoot us from the top. Just stairs. I'm going back in.
Do not
There's bangle smoke on our back door. We have no traps on the front door.
Any ult cells?
Yeah, one. I got the kill here. Nice, Nox. You're so fucking good. No, I cracked the bank. I cracked the
He's
bank.
on this side.
Yep,
We can
I'm
kill
going.
him.
I'm holding this side. He's close. I got him.
I'm gonna shield swap on this.
I'm batting. Does he have heavy ammo?
I'm going for Valk's loot.
Okay, I'm good on ammo now.
Right, knocked with the car there, kind of making it look like a vault. The amount of damage he was pumping out of that makes it like is that a care package weapon in his hands?
He just runs around the corner. There's two players sitting and ratting just inside of the crevasse.
And I mean, a
turns
move
around.
like that is actually why I was wondering why they committed that bubble. I mean, sure, it netted them one kill, but we were kind of talking about, I was saying, oh, that was a little bit unsafe. If someone just swings through one of those other doors, they might need that defensive tool. It only comes up once every 40 seconds.
I did just see them pick up an ult Excel, so maybe they've got that in the back pocket. Either way, Phoenix team are trying to hold down the fort. They desperately need some points out of this one. They're having a much better game here in Game 3 of World's Edge. Top 8 for them. They'll need to get some kills on the board as well to really just elevate that scorecard as much as they possibly can. You can see Optic Gaming are doing a fantastic job in that department. 5 KP already for them. Team Liquid also looking pretty good in this one, and maybe they're going to be the team that inevitably does walk away with the win here in the first lobby of the day.
Could be them, Elfish. Lots of other teams still left in this, though. 8. 7 now left alive. It's 100 Thieves to go down, and Burger are starting to make their move there. Pricey with the wingman from long range will get a tap onto Fun FPS. Their compatriots in Storaiku go down now, however, and Burger just have to deal with Team Liquid on their side, who are kind of sandwiched between a couple.
Yeah, between a rock and a hard place as well, because that zone is pushing them in. They don't really have anywhere to go. Team Liquid are down to just the one. Phoenix team losing a player as well, as there's a bunch of players jumping into their bubble. They weren't expecting that from Optic Gaming. It hasn't gone well for either side, of course, but Phoenix team has been eliminated in the 5th place. Optic just desperately trying to find these resets. Unable to do so at the moment. Reject above Burger. GMT having a much better result as well. They're into the top 4.
Considering the 4 squads that are left alive here, though, you've got Reject on 52 points. Optic were one of the only other teams here who were really sitting at the top of the leaderboard. And look, a big performance here from those two could leapfrog them all the way to the top here and take out this round 1.
You're certainly right, but we're also looking for Burger and GMT to maybe play spoiler. Neither of those teams will be able to top the lobby, but they both really need points as well. We've said they've had their struggles so far, and they need to be getting those points right here, right now, because this is the last opportunity for the lobby. Duplex was finished off there by Dell in the end, and Optic Gaming inevitably will fall. Ooh. I like that move from GMT now, though, by the way, because that's cleared out their entire side of the map, and Team Burger and Reject, as you can see, are really kind of jostling for position on the other side.
Yeah, but because this circle has such a big shift in the high ground towards the top of it, it just feels like Reject are going to be indomitable from up here. GMT, they've played this game well. Finally, we're seeing what we expected of them. But from the low ground here, it's going to be a long way to the top.
Surely that's going to force the bubble out from Team Burger. Oh, they're keeping their heads down, but yes, I do see the bub invested early on in the piece, and that's pretty bad news, because now the EMP starts to come across. This is where Reject is really going to start to build themselves into this game. Jaro is knocked down by Mady, so you've got GMT and Burger taking a fight against one another. In fact, GMT may be fighting a battle on both sides as they're getting knocks on Burger and Reject, and it's Burger out in 3rd. Now it's GMT who might actually walk away with the win. Somehow they've been able to do enough, and GMT from an awful start in this lobby have walked away with the win at the end of the day. The 11th hour, they finally get it going, and GMT, that must be such a relief, because it has really been tough going, I must say, and it's great to see some smiles coming out for them, because I did feel a little bit bad for them, obviously, GNM having to play with a sub. It's never going to be easy, but they pulled the win off, and there you go.
That's true. Look, there's a couple floating around here, but it doesn't matter. You're on the stage. You just have to do what you can. And finally here in Game 6, GMT have showed up. I mean, I honestly am struggling to believe they won that end game, right? I mean, Team Reject, they had the high ground. It felt like the other two teams were probably going to be funneling into each other. I think they even had like the last use of the bubble there, and they had the crypto, which can dictate how the other teams use their bubble. And despite all of those things, all of that adversity, GMT still managed to come out ahead.
Yeah, I think they kind of just kept their heads out of that fight for as long as they needed to, right? They were sort of, I felt, the third party getting involved. It was kind of Reject and Burger, and then GMT just sitting on the side getting some shots across, and inevitably they managed to get a knock onto each team, which give them such a massive advantage once they bring it into the two remaining teams. So 20 points on the board for GMT out of that last game. Reject having a really good final result there as well. And then it starts to fall off a little bit, right? You've got 20 points and then 17 points and then like 9 and 12. So it doesn't feel as beneficial for Burger and Optic and Phoenix and Liquid, etc. But, you know, maybe, at least in the case of Team Liquid, they might have done enough to still top the lobby.
I'm going to be really excited to see when we get that final scoreboard coming up. Other teams that we think about who were kind of in contention, maybe TSM at some point was, but with 0 points there in Game 6, you kind of think that that's no longer an option for 7 off the back of some inspiring performances by them. Unfortunately, 1 point in this final game. So, all right. Sure, we're going to get those final scores soon to see who actually takes out the round. Elfish, this is going to be a very exciting reveal.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, as we've reiterated multiple times, it doesn't necessarily matter whether you win this lobby or not. There's no like ultimate prize in that respect. It's about getting as many points as you possibly can over the 18 games today. But I think there is still, to a degree, a bit of an element of bragging, right?
I was just about to
throw the
say
gauntlet down at some of the lads and say, hey, we won this lobby. We're the top dogs at the moment. What are you going to do about it? GMT, well, they walk away the top dogs in that final game. Really nice, impressive damage numbers coming out from them as well. If you remember, they were fighting for the majority of that game, so it makes sense.
Yeah, they had to play for a lot of spots, right? You know, they were all the way south below the train station, and the circle just kept shifting away from them. And every time it did, there was something they had to fight for. But you see that they make that work just enough times to come away with the win in our Game 6.
It was interesting that we got to hear them, you know, in the listening really early on in the piece where they were saying, okay, it's very unlikely to be a thermal station circle. We're kind of cooked. And then they are so positively surprised when the circle shifts down to the south and they say, oh, you know what, we can actually play here. And then they go on to win the game.
Yeah, because they didn't even have the info, right? They were literally just looking at a lot of the other Valk teams coming in and being like, oh, we're seeing a lot of teams rotating here, like maybe it's our day, and it was.
It certainly was. Obviously, as a whole, not their day, but you know, nice to get some points on the end of it. The tail end, at least it's some good points on the board, and that's something that they're going to be quite happy with going into the second lobby. Either way, that's us done and dusted for World's Edge and for Lobby 1, and now I want to hear from our panel, so let's jump back over to the desk and see what they have to say about it.
Thanks, gents. Appreciate your time. Certainly appreciate you bringing the chaotic action to us here for games 4 through 6. Okay, Xenox, I'm coming to you first, my friend, because if we want to talk about highlights from games 4 and 5, this is where APAC North was showing their teeth.
Yeah, certainly. I think we kind of expected going over to World's Edge that maybe the meta would suit them a little bit more. In some ways, yes. In other ways, we did see some standouts, especially some fighting outside of buildings, which also benefit them as well. It was a little slow going, especially probably in match 4. I think the transition from Storm Point over to World's Edge, quite prominent that, yeah, things did slow down. While we did have a couple of early fights in match 4, it then really did come to a bit of a stall. We saw a lot more of the Caustic and the Gibraltar, of course. We expected that. And ultimately, you know, it was Crazy Raccoon who took that first game, and I'm just sitting in the green room, and I am smiling.
He's got a big, trust me, we all saw, he's got a big smile on his face, certainly. And Bardolph, match 4, as Xenox mentioned, we started a little bit in you know, a little bit more measured, I would say. But going into match 5, things really started to unleash.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, the Trash Panda's coming out on top here in this game, so very nice work. They were super hype about that as well, so there was a nice confidence boost because I would imagine some of these teams will feel like underdogs coming into well-established metas in EMEA and North America, respectively. But we saw some nice bunker busting here in match number 5. A lot of crypto ults actually just coming and griefing other teams as well. I saw many situations where there were one crypto ult on top of another one, which if you're the guys in that building, then you can't be happy. But 4-7 will certainly be happy with what happened in this 5th match as they were able to get a W as well.
Absolutely. And Xenox, I mean, we take a look at these match 5 results. You talk about, I see, look at 4-7 here coming out on top, and I also see Oh, Watson.
Fences!
Yes, Fences win the game in the end. But just quickly as well there for Game 5,
Please.
Onmu on the Kraber. So impactful and just a big power play in the middle of that game. But yeah, back-to-back wins for APAC North, Game 4, Game 5. And also Reject as well in that game ended up picking up a lot of kills. So they really a good start. And then heading over to Game 6, we actually saw maybe some teams that have been a little slow going finally pick up the pace. None more than GMT and a little bit from Burger as well.
Absolutely. Bardoff, GMT had to win this one. They had to come out swinging. And they decided to change up their team comp.
Yeah, they brought out the Loba for that last game. Maybe a desperation play with how things have been going for them. And hey, they were able to take the W. But as some teams rise, some teams fall. And TSM, a team that's kind of run out of steam in the second half of these 6 games. But also, Empire completely fell off. I'm calling them out because where's the Maggie? Where's the Caustic? You know, they stuck with the Bangalore for World's Edge and didn't really get the results they were looking for.
They did not, unfortunately. And I will say, as someone who's very excited for a non-traditional comp, I was excited to see your team Empire really coming out and swinging, but I'm with you on that one. Unfortunately, that's not something. I will say also, you know, reminding ourselves that Team Liquid also filled in a Horizon, which I appreciate seeing a nice little change in pace as well, Bardoff.
Yeah, we saw some nice launches in those games of Horizons, looking to just like get the whole team up and just land on top of another team. I think TSM in one of the much earlier games were a victim of a play like that. So we've got so many different flavors that we're seeing, and that's just in these first 2 groups. Let's not forget there are 2 other groups playing as well.
Very good point. Well, let's take a look at what these 2 groups had to say with our leaderboard. Remember, math doesn't lie, gang. And boy, does it lie down, however, for Team Liquid. That is a hearty 4-point lead there, Xenox.
Yeah. Well, can I also just say, though, when we were 3 games through, it was the top 2 running away with it. And now at the conclusion of 6 games, you can actually see how close it ended up finalizing. Liquid and Empire started so strong. Yes, did they slow down a little bit on World's Edge, but ultimately able to pull through and get that top spot. It's a really good start to the day. Remembering, of course, that, yes, it's nice to be winning and leading at this point, but it's not everything. There's still 12 more matches.
Absolutely right. And Bardoff, one of the things I continually have to remind ourselves if we take a look at our second page, Ingrid's Group A versus B, it's all about the points. It's all about the points. You can get that W, that's great, and don't get me wrong, kill placement and points is great, but throughout today, it is all about, did I mention it was all about the points?
I think you might have, Kate.
Fair.
And GMT, we can see they've moved up 6 places in that last game. They were really lacking before that result came through for them. And they've given themselves a reasonable average in the middle group for the time being. You know, there's a good spread of the jam towards the top, but things are looking kind of dry piece of bread with no water near the bottom there. And they're going to have to really put some work in a lot of these teams. I think if you don't have, say, 25 points here, or, you know, Fennel are just 1 point away from that, so 24, let's say, then I think you might be in quite a pickle at the moment.
Quite a pickle, of course. And again, we are 6 games in, everybody. We are going to be seeing these teams go 18 today. It seems like a grind, but guess what? These teams are so used to this, and they have certainly found their way in and out of our winning lobbies, and we'll find out how that works a little bit later. But we also have a secondary stream, gang, and that is something that I got to give a huge props to Nicewig, twitch.tv/Nicewig. That is on his channel. And as we mentioned in our main stream here, this is A versus B, but we've got C versus D. We are all Apex all the time today, because it's just math, gang. It's in order to keep all of these matches going, we have to have that secondary stream. And guess what?
Yes.
This is what I'm going to go over to you right now, Xenox, because there's nothing you can't say.
Yeah, look, so excited. AD Raccoon, you know, Karen Poo coming in and filling that slot. Sally, who's such an amazing player. And look, to be able to get top spot, and especially off the back of what Alliance actually did earlier, they had a 19-kill win. So what did AD Raccoon do? Well, they got a 14-kill win in the very final game to take that top spot back away from Alliance. But honestly, I think you can see a little bit of a difference between the 2 lobbies, right? Maybe a little more top-heavy here, obviously, for Group C and Group D, but really good to see APAC North on top.
Absolutely. Bardoff, I'm looking at, listen, I hate to say it this way, but I'm looking at G2 right now.
Yeah, G2 did not have the greatest time. If you actually look at the top 2 teams there, won 4 of the 6 games. The top 4 teams won the 6 games. So it is very top-heavy indeed. In terms of the placement as well, because of course you can get a nice result in terms of consistency without winning, but getting the kills and so on, but G2 definitely lacking. A team that maybe one of the most confident teams that we have here, definitely going to be disappointed with their performance so far.
100%. We love you guys, but we know you can do better. We know you can do better. But either way, I will say this. One team that has definitely done great today is Team Liquid. Our own Evan is coming at you with Nocturnal from that team. Evan, talk to me.
What is up, K-Desk, everybody out there? It's Rain Day and your boy, Nocturnal. How we doing today, man? You guys took the top of the group. I mean, what a performance to start it off.
I'm feeling great. Confidence is all-time high, and we're ready to carry through.
We've been talking a little bit behind the scenes before we got this interview going. The vibes seem to be very, very strong within you. You're happy, you're laughing. The team communication and symmetry seems to be on point. Are you guys just feeling like you're connected in this tournament specifically? It's LAN. It's, you know, playing together for the first time.
Honestly, I'm more nervous about this interview than playing the game. So, like,
well, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I did get dressed up for this. But I really do. Yeah, exactly. He said he'd be pantless for this interview if he could. I think that just kind of denotes where we've been over the course of it. 957 days, I think, to get to this moment. Obviously, you have been playing so much, and you guys have been crafting so much of how you wanted to approach this tournament. But from your words and with Hotsick and what you guys have put together, what's the goal here in Sweden as far as how you're anticipating playing?
we're here to just make everyone fear us. Yeah. There's no stopping. We're gonna run it away with it. There's no stopping us.
And is that something that, obviously having the highest point total for a single game today in the groups that we watched on stage, 29 points, that you felt was just coming, or did that cement it for you? Like, okay, we're here, we're ready to do it.
Honestly, we had 2 or 3 teams just walk into our building, and we 3v3 them, killed all of them, and then Guild had an amazing clutch up. And after that, it was just Kraber. You know, we love the Kraber. And then after that, we just ran away with it. Fun did an amazing call to hide behind the tree, let everyone fight on edge, and we just walked in through there, played it super slow, and took it away.
We've had, I want to ask you a little bit about your teammates as well. Gilderson's a guy that has been so talked about, keeps the joy up. How is it like playing with him? What's the impact he has on your team and your success?
He's like a newborn puppy. He's super energetic. He's fun to watch, and God, does he dish out damage. He is insane. He's a breath of fresh air, honestly. He's instilled my confidence. I have a team that I can trust, and we're going to take it away.
It just feels like you guys are firing on all cylinders. I'll talk to you one more about someone who used to work on this broadcast with us, Mr. Hotsick as well. As a coach, some teams more coach-focused, some teams aren't. I know he plays a big part in how you guys come together, figure out what you're going to do. Speak a little bit about the coaching dynamic and how that helps you guys.
Well, first off, he's a headache. Respect him, but that joke's got to go. But honestly, he keeps us in check. He is the backbone of our team mentally. He keeps us when we're having a bad day. He's make sure we're okay, make sure, if we need anything, we will do it. He'll do anything for us. And then he's not really honestly, he's moving away from coach, just like a caretaker. We've already refined our gameplay. He is here to just make sure we are on our 100% every single day. We're locked in.
Dang, confident words and a really, I think, natural adjustment for somebody who feels like family more so than just a team member there at this point. Finally, we're 6 games in. We've got 12 more to go. How are you feeling about the journey that's ahead of you? You guys pacing yourselves? Or are you saying everything all out every game?
Just gotta take it easy, honestly. Just let things happen, and we don't have to go all out. But top 10 is the same as first place. But first place does feel really damn good.
Well, you guys are certainly on your way there, taking first place after 6. This is Brandon Nocturnal. We'll send it back to the desk. You guys finish this off.
Oh man, Gildersleeve is a newborn puppy. That's what that meme just writes itself. Either way, thank you very much, Nocturnal. Thank you.
Does that mean he poops everywhere?
That's for them to know and us to not find out. Dear goodness, I hope not. But an interesting strategy, an interesting thought there, Bardolph, in terms of not going and saying obviously they're very confident, but let things unfold. What an interesting thought to come into.
Absolutely. Sometimes you need to have trigger discipline, just like we saw with 100 Thieves and that Kraber with somebody action, because they want to get it down in a position where they can get a kill afterwards. And as they were talking about in the interview, Team Liquid being behind a tree and someone and waiting for the right time to strike, not going to overextend and take unnecessary risk, because they're playing for the long game, not the short-term result of, hey, we've got to kill So they're definitely thinking about the long game, and you have to when you come into the first LAN in 900+ days.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what the math says about all of this. We are, of course, in our group stages. This is day number 1. Green means good, Xenox. Green means good. And, of course, we've only played our first round. We got 2 more rounds, 6 matches each, 12 more games to go. But what does this first page tell you?
Well, firstly, it tells me APAC North is clearly the best region, right? Does number 1 mean good? Yeah, it does. But look, it's early days, right? It's 6 games. So much can change within the next 6 and then, of course, the final 6. So we've got 12 games to go. We're not even halfway through. So you don't want to celebrate too early. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, you do want to be in this position by now. It means obviously things have started well. But for the teams that are probably, you know, in the next 20 slots, well, they're going to be fighting hard in the next 6 games. They know that they need to play that little bit better. So, you know, there's a bit of a target on the back of these teams now.
Well, I will say here, Bardov, the Dare to be Great scenario is absolutely exactly what Xenox said in this second page. And I will also say this, you know, as we talked about, that first page can't sleep on anything because we've got 12 more games to go.
Yeah, there's certainly improvement to be done here. We're looking at IG, for example, in 35th place. Has to be a shocker for them. Reply Totem are certainly confident as well, and they'll be looking for more. GMT again, they could have been in a much worse position had it not been for that W. So many teams we can talk about. CLG have been on the up over late. We'll see if they can do better. Gunjamin was quite the story during the road to the playoffs, so we'll see if they can get more out of them. But we have to say, just heading back to that first page for a second, Cloud9, bearing in mind they've got a stand-in, are currently in 4th place, and that has to be respected. That has to be an overperformance, all things considered.
Absolutely. There we are right there, number 4, and it's certainly something to take into consideration. And, you know, I'm also going to give it to Reignite as well at number 12, still on this first page. And you know what, Xenox, I'm also going to talk a little bit about the winner's bracket is the goal for some of these teams, but let's be clear, that second page is still scary. That second page, there are some teams that could tear through the loser's bracket.
And you don't want to count them out. You know, it's only 6 games, as I said, 12 more still to play. These are really good teams. They know what they need to do to improve. They're not going to just, you know, go and sit in the corner and throw the toys out of the cot, right? Like they have a little bit of time as well to now get off and walk away and go and try and readjust going into these next couple of games. Obviously, you're going to have also a new group, new teams that you're going to play. So things can change pretty quickly. You can't rest on your laurels if you're in the top 20 either. Ultimately, we're going to probably see some shaking and moving even after the next 6 games.
Absolutely. And Bardov, I got to say, it's so interesting because we keep throwing wrenches at these players. Not only do we have 3 maps. We've got Group A, B versus B, Group C versus D. Next up, we've got A versus C on our main stage, D versus B on our secondary stream. And here we take a look at what we're going to be seeing up next. It's like, no, you can't stop, you can't rest, you can't get used to anything because by the time you do, things have shifted.
Okay, before we expand to the APAC area, we've got Alliance, Cloud9, NRG, Empire, 100 Thieves, and TSM all in the same lobby.
Bloodbath.
That is going to be really fun. We all love to see TSM versus NRG specifically, but we're going to have Tatsu in there on Vega with the Watson as well. And oh, how can I forget players? I almost didn't see them there for a second. Hardeki is going to be on the server. This particular matchup of players is going to be nasty. It's going to be beautiful from start to finish. The level of skill on these players is kind of OP for this particular matchup, A versus C. That's going to be maybe the groups of the day.
There it is, exactly. Wow. A versus C. It has been stated here, gang. It has been stated. Xenox, what are you looking forward to in this group A versus C? I mean, I think Bardov said it right. It's stacked.
I actually kind of probably stole my point because I was going to touch on Cloud9 and Alliance. As soon as I saw those two making their way over to the mainstream, I was like, oh, this is going to be juicy. Obviously, AD Raccoon, I've got to touch on them. Top spot at the moment. And I think, you know, again, when you talk about teams that do have substitutions, no Sally. Now, Karumpu has come in, was part of the main roster previously, so it's not too dramatic of a change. But to be top spot after losing a player yesterday, it's very significant that they've been able to readjust to basically what their old composition used to be.
Yeah, and you know what? Now we take a look, Bardov, at what is going to be on our secondary stream over a Nice Wigs World. We're seeing a lot of the teams. Obviously, we just saw Group B in our A versus B on the mainstream here, and they're going to go up against the likes of Group D.
Yeah, and this is interesting for different reasons. Looking at G2 and IG, for example, they're 2 teams who are looking for way better results, but they've got Optic coming in now, and we know how they like to dominate lobbies from round to round. They're going to be looking for those Ws. And maybe with some of these D groups struggling, it's a chance for GMT to try and right the ship and get some more results on the board. So there's a lot of different things going on here. Liquid will be looking for blood as well. So looking like B have looked a little stronger than what we've seen from some of these D teams so far, but maybe the mix, maybe the styles make the fights and we'll see something stronger from D, and maybe we'll see some surprises.
Absolutely, and maybe we'll see some more contention from the drop. I don't know why I enjoy it so much. I love GMT, but it's so much fun. I'm sorry. I like aggro. It's fantastic. At any rate, yeah, we've got a ton in store. Still yet to come, as we mentioned. We've only been game 6. This is only round number 1 here. We're going to go and make it round number 2. We're going to have some fun here on the desk. We got a new desk analyst, and it's going to be a great time. And then, of course, we will find ourselves in round number 3 a little bit later today. But let's talk about what our talent said here for round numero uno. Let's see who came out on top. Looks like Bardo has the win.
Start as you mean to go on. I'm the only person in color. Caught you guys sleeping again.
Well, Team Empire certainly has done their job here today. Xenox, I think, we talk about the APAC North. You were,
I got the wrong Raccoon team.
It was...
yeah, you did.
I should have gone AD Raccoon instead. But no, look, honestly, I think the majority of these teams have been able to at least get up there and be amongst sort of the top echelon of their respective lobbies. So pat on the back for everyone.
Listen, I'm going to open a church of talent predictions. Okay. And there'll be Bitcoin donations will be welcome as well.
It's only round 1.
So look out for the information later on.
Amen. At any rate, if you would like to enter to win a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming PC, and who wouldn't? They're amazing. Head on over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. We're going to be giving that away on Sunday of playoffs. You're not going to want to miss that. Could be you. Head over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. And hey, it's just the beginning of this playoff journey, so don't worry. We're coming back for part 2 in just a few minutes, in just a little bit. We've got some great content for you in the meantime, but until we get back, this has been the ALGS Pro League Playoffs. First time on land since 2019.
It's just one guy apart. There's one guy, in 40.
A bubble behind us, though. A bubble behind us.
Nice.
Crypto up on height, in 40.
I'm getting finishes.
Crypto on height, 40. Get the thirst.
Let's
nice,
go!
boys. Let's go, man.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
is in. TSM are your champions.
This is the last game of the playoffs. I think we had Beacon this game. Did we? Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It looks like we had Beacons. I don't remember.
I don't remember what kind of loot we had.
I think
we had
double white blue. We definitely had double white blue because
I think you had white armor to like zone 5.
Yeah. So we had Beacon, double white blue. Zone was really far away this game, so we decided to loot up or try to loot as long as possible, since zone was pretty far away. I don't think there was crafting west frags because we would have probably went there to craft ourselves. Actually, no, we left. Did we left early this game?
I mean, I don't remember.
Actually, no, I think we left early this game because we wanted to try to get the balloon spot that we usually do. But someone got. Oh yeah, we tried to.
The zone was the one that ends on dome.
Yeah, it was a very south zone, and I'm pretty sure we played. Yeah, because we went to the same spot the previous game, and I messed up. So I think I wanted to go there again, because it's like a really good spot, and we can like get kills and stuff like that. So we actually decided to leave early. Depending on depends on the zone. We would like depict on whether or not if we leave early or not. Even though the zone is like pretty far away, and we should have probably just looted up instead of like leaving early. We tried to get in the spot early, but it kind of actually bit us in the butt here, since we didn't get the spot we wanted and we left with like mediocre loot. So right here we typically, you want to get to like a high ground spot as quickly as possible, so you get as far as possible with the Valkylt.
You guys remember what guns you had?
I had
I had R3 and a shotgun, I think.
Yeah, I had a wingman.
Yeah, I had wingman PK, which
So
are
right
like
here-
decent guns.
So right here we
Yes.
saw that people were in the balloon spot, and then we also wanted to go to the that room right there where the other team landed, but we were hesitant because we weren't sure if somebody was inside or not without us landing like on top of them. So we basically lost both like priority spots that we wanted, and now we're also stuck with double white. So this is like probably worst case scenario right now that you can possibly get. But right here I don't remember the like where crafting was, but I'm assuming that there wasn't any in like sight, and I feel like I didn't want to get caught on edge trying to craft with double white, just in case we ran into like I don't know, since it's this like a south zone, like Furia would be playing edge, or like Team Liquid, or even C9. So I just decided to like, let's just get into zone somehow, like second zone, and we tried to level up armors with the wingmans. So right here we're just talking about spots, where we can get what could be open.
We're just kind of chilling, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah.
Like maybe a team flies in and we can kill them, something like that.
Yeah, because at this point in the game, like if you do anything drastic, like Valkylting again, or try to like push like deep in the back of the zone, you can just like die for it.
Yeah.
Everyone just kind of just holding a position now. Yeah, like just because we're in match point, like usually teams swap comps and stuff like that, but we won the game before we were even on match point, and we were doing really well. So I was like, there's this swapping comp is just like the like the worst idea possible, and as soon as you like start switching stuff up, since we were in first place just because we want to win the game, you'll just eventually just like lose points, and you just gotta play normal. Like you can't force the win. You gotta like let it kind of come to you, if that makes sense.
So we actually got like pretty lucky with that Valkylt. This is not a bad spot at all. To rotate in. Yeah, it's not like an end game spot, but to play here and wait for something to happen, a lot of teams Valkylt for where you're pinging right now, that south launch site building.
Yeah.
Because there's like 4 or 5 different playable spots.
Okay, right here we wanted to play like the doorway, or like we've done this in scrims where we would like just walk up later on and like fight the team inside the building from this doorway right here. But there was also another team already there trying to do the same thing that we wanted to do. So right here, I was just kind of bullying them, trying to get blue armor, which I already did. With.
But you did have armor.
No, I
think you took Evan's armor.
Yeah, because I was farming it. I was farming it. We had double white blue, and I got mine to blue. Then I swapped to Evan, and I couldn't get the blue until like we Valk ulted later. But basically, right here, like I said, we wanted to play the big door, but somebody else, like another team, was already there, so we were just kind of farming them for armor. Eventually, I realized we can't go this way. We have to go a different direction, because nothing's gonna happen here if we just, keep bullying these guys. So that's the plan. Basically, the whole time, like the whole point of like this early game is trying to get blue armor, and try to get as close to third zone as possible, so you could Valk ult like as late as possible. Definitely no nerves.
Yeah, there really wasn't nerves.
Yeah, I didn't have too many nerves either. Like my first few games were pretty nervous, but I think after like the third game, I was settled in.
Yeah, usually like it's either prior to the game or like during the first game, and then after that for me is completely fine.
Yeah, mine is always before we play, and then once we play, like the first game, it's just, I don't know, you just like walk in.
Yeah, the first game's always the worst for me. Jitters wise.
Here we're just like scouting, make sure nobody's. We thought we heard somebody, but they were underneath us running. But they were running right below us, and they went to respawn beacon and rezzed. So right here, like, it's just like way too risky for us to take a 2v3. Even if they rezzed, even if they rezzed 2 guys, like it's still like really risky for us to take. Even a 3v3 against a team that like it got 2 respawns, because kind of like the zones here, everyone's like paying attention. So like even if any commotion happened and like anybody, like even if nobody got down, we would get third partied. So we just like stayed away from the respawn and just kind of went our own way and tried to craft some batteries, because we were pretty poor in this situation since we left early to get a spot.
Yeah, we had like no bats, so we just bubble the crafter, be safe. You can't really die, bubble the crafter. And there's not really a risk of a team just pushing you right there. No bubble.
So right here, we're moving to this spot because we have more angles, a lot more things to like be able to see. It's a higher.
Hold out the north side.
It's more likely to like pull the you'll be safer here longer than the other spot, since the other spot was like on the edge of the circle compared to this one. So we moved to this one.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that all the side buildings were open.
Yeah, we were really surprised that this was open too.
We gotta have like all
this is a good.
Almost.
We're coming in from the west side.
It's because usually
hold out north side, and you force them to go on that northeast side.
I think it's because usually Sentinels plays this, and this game they didn't play this. They went to the dome. That's why this was open.
I don't really like playing dome early.
Yeah.
On this zone. I mean, we've never been able to do that personally, but I don't think it's that good.
I've never been able to do that.
Well, it's good for like guaranteed points, but like to win the game, it's like almost impossible because you'll just get pinched eventually over there.
Yeah.
Which is what happened to them, and they died for it.
I think this next zone is when the game starts heating up, and we're doing actually doing some stuff, finding some kills.
Yeah, I remember you guys were just getting. I feel like you guys got like 3 or 4 picks with the wingman here.
Yeah, we did. Like people flew in, like people flew in like bottom on site, and Jordan like just farmed them with the wingman.
Yeah, I was watching our backside the whole time. I was pretty much on backside duty this whole game when we were rotating through, so I was just chilling.
Yeah, so depending on our guns, like depending on me and Evan, like our guns, we decide who's gonna be anchoring and watching our back, mainly. So I had a wingman, Hal had a wingman. So me and him are out looking for damage, looking for kills, stuff like that. Well, Evan, I think he had short range weapons.
Yeah, I had Arthur with iron sight. So, like I didn't want to waste ammo shooting people a mile away.
Yeah, so him holding north side is just more efficient for us in this situation. And the reason why we're running wingman is because we didn't really have like a variety of weapons we could choose from, honestly, off our drop. We were just getting really bad loot. Right now we're just chilling, waiting for some damage. You know, we're on 1 white, 2 blues. Hopefully get our armors up soon. Blue is like the minimum you really want to have, but you know, purple isn't too hard to get. It just depends on your meds. Like if you look, Hal has four cells and probably like 2 bats. If he goes out and takes a bunch of damage to get like from blue to, you know, just to like get damage on his blue and, you know, maybe have like 100 left or something to go to purple, sometimes it's not worth it because he could use like 3 cells and have 1 cell at that point and not even have purple armor.
If you have white armor, then you for sure upgrade your armor first.
Yeah, that's
then
the only
craft
time,
batteries.
in my opinion.
But if you have blue armor, then upgrading it is not worth it. Just craft the batteries. So right here we get free kills. I don't know what SSG is doing, but they just flew in. You see, this is what happens when.
Yeah,
like,
I picked up 2 kills on SSG right here.
What SSG did is what I talked about earlier, like trying to force, like when everybody else is just kind of sitting in a position and you Valkyl, like you're the only team Valkylting in, you just die for it. Like everyone's just stalemating, and you're the only person moving, and you're just gonna, like, everyone's just gonna shoot you to death. Even if the spot, like even if they got to the spot they wanted, which is like the crates, the blue crates, like they're just gonna get focused so hard from like 5 teams, you're just gonna die eventually.
Yeah. Another thing about the wingman has really good ammo conservation, so ammo is a big issue in comp when you don't have Loba. Like if he was on a light gun, he would have used like so many more bullets just to shoot those guys that were crossing.
Yeah.
Compared to like the 10 that he used. So in comp, wingman is really good for getting those armors up and conserving your ammo.
Yeah, I feel like you guys both on the newfound love for the wingman this tourney. Like, I feel like both you guys are running in more.
Yeah, both the games that I'm pretty sure I ran wingman, we won.
Yeah.
Well, in scrims we try like a bunch of different like comps, just because, not like, I don't know, nothing seemed to be working. Like I was just kind of like trying stuff out just because we could, and we really gained much if we played Wraith. So it was until maybe like the night before or the day before I like finally decided like I'm just gonna stick to Wraith, basically, because these are all just like comfort picks. Like I'm comfortable on Wraith, everyone's comfortable on Valk, and Jordan's, you know, comfortable on Gibby. So, you know, we didn't really have like enough time or like experience on like other things like Crypto and Ash or whatever else it would maybe.
Were we the only team running this comp?
Yeah, yes, we were the only team that ran Wraith, and I don't even think that's like even like it is stronger to have like the only team to run Wraith, but I don't think it like even if I played Ash.
I don't think so.
Even if I played Ash, it would have been the same outcome.
But I think we have 3 kills now so far.
Yeah, I'm over here trying to hit a one shot to get. I don't know why I popped the cell here. That was a waste. Should never pop a cell when you have like 10% of your bar like missing, especially with white.
Yeah, unless you have like, a lot of cells.
Unless you have a lot of cells. I'm just desperately trying to get blue armor because right here, this is like if I could easily die out of the air. Like if we Valkyl and I'm getting shot at with white armor up in the air, I could just die in like 3 shots. So like I'm trying to like, and if I land and I get naded or something, I can just instantly blow up in half a second. So I'm like just really trying. I'm trying to get blue armor, but without me having to waste all my cells because I have 3 cells and probably like 2 bats or 1 bat. So at this point, I'm like I can't get it. I'm just gonna, you know, risk it.
So our game plan is our Valkyl thing.
Yeah,
we already called that we're going to Valkyl because look, the zone is coming in, and but yeah, we're forced to Valkyl here.
Like basically everyone's in our way. If we try to run it, like I'm probably gonna die trying to like walk the zone instead of Valkylting. So right here, I basically see like I'm about to see a team like land right next to the egg, and I'm like screaming like land here because there's like multiple things happening. Like this team lands next to the egg, another team behind us already bubbled. Like we can just pinch this team, like with the other team that landed the egg already. So we pinch the team inside, which is Sentinels, and we eventually kill them with Renegades. Renegades is, I'm pretty sure, is the team that's opposite side of Sentinels, right next to them here.
We used all our grenades on this team.
Yeah.
I
Basically,
remember I hit like two 100 damage grenades on that team.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything, so we set so many nades. And they only had that one bin for cover.
Like
That's why we didn't want to play that early. Like the dome. That's why we were saying it's not great, because they just got pinched right there.
And so the whole point is to like be the last one like Valko, so you can gain information and like figure out where to like pinch or like land to pinch a team. And like right here,
we knew we needed a loot right here. We had no meds.
But like right here, we realized that like, you know, stuff is like starting to like even out, or like fights are starting to even out, and we're in a bad spot and we're running out of meds, like Jordan said, and we had to push a direction. So I told them to give you out this direction, this is complexity, and take the fight. And it was just a perfect fight to take. They got crypto ulted and Gibby ulted, so they're already somewhat low when we pushed them. And the fight was you know, pretty good for us. Nobody got down, which makes like right here in this situation, like this is where it's like highly like if you don't like when you get to top 10 or when you get in a situation after this where you're alive and it's like 4th zone or 5th zone, this is like the highest chance of you possibly win the game, and you have to be the team to like make a play or like push people away from you, because if you like if you let the game play for itself, there's a high chance of you like dying for it. So like if you push and like make plays yourself, then you know you put the game in your favor basically. So like right here, that's why we push complexity and kill them. You know, we're pushing over, pushing teams into each other so we could, you know, gain space and clear our back and stuff like that. So
We're just waiting for this team to fight up here so we can third them. And also, we're like keeping mind of, you know, the teams over by the dome area so they don't mirror us, which would be like them just following right behind us and just killing us right after we kill a team.
Yeah, I think Renegade going in eggshell, like while we were rotating around that side here, they weren't really moving around too much, which was really good for us. If they'd walk on their backside, that could have been bad.
So Evan got a pick right there on Liquid, so we portal up to try to secure this high ground position. It's way better, and there's a ton of loot here.
Yeah, again, just pinching.
We're top 3 at this point. So this team had no bubble. It's free kills, 100%.
Not here. Okay, go ahead.
You can go ahead, yeah. This is yours.
Okay, so basically we realized it's 3v3, we all call it. And like, since I'm Brave, like, I'm like the perfect character in this situation to gain as much space and like angles as possible. Like, I knew that Renegades, I knew like ever since, you know, before we pushed complexity, like I was paying attention to Renegades, which is the team right here at the end in the eggshell. And I knew they were playing passive the entire time. Like, they never like try to shoot us in the back or like, you know, play aggressive at all. So like I felt like I was like pretty hesitant because I wasn't sure if he wanted to wait for the zone to start moving, or do I just walk up and just end the game before the zone even starts moving. And I basically just like carry the mentality of like that whole game and where we have to like kind of create the game ourselves in our favor. So I like
this angle was really good right here.
And like I have a head glitch here, like I'm Wraith, even if I got pushed I could just queue out.
Off that damage, we called a push.
Yeah,
I dropped Gibby ult, force the bubble. Evan jumps in the bubble, free kill.
Yeah, they basically lost since like they never played like aggressively. They just played so passive and just lost angles and just die eventually for it. Like mainly their Valkyries were like the main reason why like they didn't really win that game. If Valkyrie like challenged me, like took a 1v1 on me, or just played aggressive at all, they could have had a chance, but since he was like passive, we got away with it easily.
It basically let you control the whole map.
Yeah.
And just walked out and died.
Yeah.
You gotta be active in this game. You gotta take control.
Down to just one player.
Shot by charge rifle, and he's down to 1 HP. Will he be able to make it?
Okay.
They're just trying to get a really good position and play for a late game.
Absolute insane, absolute madman. What can Taylor do? The movement is there. The dipping, the dodging, and he's connecting for so much damage. Taylor's popping off, and it's not going to be enough. All up to Noth. Last alive. Noth from Rats on the high ground is going to rat his way to another kill right there. Good job coming through from Tolkien.
Spot here. Complexity still alive and kicking. Imperial Howl, the last remaining player, takes down the last rat of NRG, and we're suddenly into the top 5 here, Mark.
I have seen some crazy things from the point of view of TSM Imperial Howl. This would be the craziest. Complexity still alive. A full 3-man roster on the map. I just wonder here, does Howl have any heals to work with? Because he's not healing up at this moment, just jiggle peeking around, trying to make his way forward. There's lots of eyes on him, and I'm sure the Sorcerer knows that that is TSM Imperial Howl. He's got the Kraber in his hands, but those few shots are going to force him to back up. That's great news for Howl. That might give him the opening to move up he needs. So the ring is closing. 5 squads remaining. Can Complexity find themselves in a nice position? Imperial Howl eliminated by the Kraber of Sorcerer.
It's down to just Sanya, but Sanya is just going to be playing safe here. But in 8 seconds, this safety little cubby hole is not going to be safe any longer with the ring coming in. And LG, who were in first place coming into this, may fall within the top 10, leaving it open for Lazarus and Alliance.
Bubble going to be going down though. Lazarus moving in, but they're going to be met by Alliance. Alliance trying to take the game on their shoulders here. However, here comes Sanya from LG looking for the armor swap. LG are out as well. Alliance making huge.
Unbelievable. They don't look at their backs for 1 second, and another team just comes in and kills 2 of them. It's all up to Retzi to see if he can pull off a knock. He gets the knock. He has 2 people knocked. Will he take the portal? Will he try and look to push through these doors? I believe he'll be able to put enough pressure to get him off of the reses, but he's not broken the other guy just yet.
Retzi right now is a 1-man Sentinels colored wrecking crew. If he can pull this one off and stop these reses, get these kills, both of his teammates are only down. They haven't been finished off in this situation. So if Retzi can clutch up here for his team, this would be massive here for Sentinels. But it's a lot easier said than done with the amount of talent that is in this lobby. But it looks like he's going for it. A 122 forces him back through the portal as well. And it looks like Retzi is hot on the trail of this player. Takes him down.
I agree with you. There's a lot of teams that are going to be dropping here, so the kill feed is going to light up. Bronzy's the last one alive for South State here. He is currently still 15 squads left. He hasn't racked up the placement point just yet. He might just use his ultimate. Oh, they might have heard this. They've got to have heard this. No, they didn't. They didn't hear it, and he's not quite in zone yet, so he's going to throw his ultimate. It hits 3, 106. That's massive damage.
Incredible. Can he get anything? He's looking for KP. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it. He's just got to play on the backside of this, but he's got Gibraltar's attention.
Taylor there, flavor of the month, are going to get wiped off the face of the planet as the last player is inside this building. A couple of missed massive shots, but made up for it here for Hardeki. Now, a solo player alive for his team. Can he get his teammates back up? Or will the 2 teams outside try and push this and get the KP on the board as they fight for that first place finish?
Hardeki right now just wants to use his teammate's shield as bait. That's why he's not going to go for that revive right now. Going to heal up quickly. Back to full health is Hardeki. He's the current rat in this situation. He wants to let these 2 teams fight, and he wants to secure at least a 2nd place finish. His Q is going to help him in this scenario, but for how long is the question? Hardeki going to get flanked, going to get a good shot, and he's going to secure himself a 2nd place finish. Goes for the shield swap, connects for it. He is now fighting 3 members of 3rd Impact Black. It's going to be bleak.
There's a solo up top. 1 player already down there. Octane trying to hold it. This could be the evidence of the jump pad being worth it after all. Kanaka's Pets fighting down below. The R01. It's hitting head shots, but will it hit these shots? Wingman in the hands of Fury sucks. My Little Pony. Are they going to come out and do it? Will he be able to clutch Fury? Oh, he does it, and he clutches as a solo and takes game 1.
this is where the big 2 versus 3 happens, where it ends up being a knock, and you see Nasky's already dead. So you're gonna have Dell just one sliver of health right there, and if he dies, 4th place is not even close to what they get this game. So he picks up a handful of kill points right there. He ends up getting the shield swap off, and this is where he's still a sliver of health away. So he's only, what, 125, 126 HP going against someone that's going to be 225, and he's still able to do it. Great massive shots here. If you remember, he ends up switching to his wingman to finish the final kill, but popping the shields right here is what ends up doing it for him, where he realizes that he has this one. This player didn't even hit him, didn't sneeze on him, didn't do any type of damage.
And how do they not know he's right there? He's right next to Solafide, and oh my goodness,
Can he reach? Wow.
God.
Okay, well, if you wanted to see the value of Horizon in one game of Apex Legends, you are seeing it right now. Now, the thing is here for Nocturnal as well. He can grief fights as well with his ultimate ability as well.
Up in case, unless someone pushes, and just as you mentioned, on above them, Onset, but I kind of like their spot right now. Actually calling a mobile respawn beacon down just to create cover, which is a brilliant use of that item. And oh, there's the ultimate. The Black sucks them all in. Nocturnal says go to sleep. Oh my God, he's causing havoc, and he jumps right back up. He's above, floating like an angel over the battlefield. The newest legend in Apex Legends, making a statement here in NA Game 1, and now 6 squads still remaining on set.
Everybody isn't looking at Nocturnal, and now all of a sudden he's using his Q once more. He's flying like a butterfly, and he's sting like a bee. Now he's up on top of the lamppost. 5 squads remaining, and Nocturnal has had box office seats for all of the carnage that's going down as he eliminates a team by himself and is still causing carnage in the lobby.
They don't know. They don't know he's up there. Are you kidding me? There's no way they don't know. He's gonna get another kill. Oh, Nocturnal with a 4th place finish.
And 3rd coming into this round, and uh-oh, looks like the fortification has finally gotten spotted out. 303 is like, okay, we know how to handle this one. Hit stick damage back over towards it. Big connections. Shield's gonna come out, but is it gonna be enough? Trying to deny out the 3rd-party shots while they contend with the caustic damage, and it is just stacking up. He steps out forward, trying to get a little bit more with it, and it is just catastrophe for 303.
The Rat Caustic just griefed 303, the leaders in this tournament, by the way, taking out every member of 303. That is the most annoying Caustic in Caustic history. That was insane what we just saw right there.
Scars, they know this is theirs to lose, but it's going to be on RPR, and no, we can't do it! No, we can't!
My name is Dan Ušić. In-game I go by PR, and I'm a master of the wingman.
Right now, as we see RPR doing what RPR does best, and that is having a wingman in his hands and hitting some shots.
My weapon of choice is wingman because I personally have always been more of a flicker than a tracker in video games, and the flicky playstyle of wingman suits me way more than any other weapon. Flicking is when you don't constantly have your crosshair on the enemy, but you suddenly kind of swipe your mouse in their direction and try to hit them. It's more of a reactive play. It differentiates from tracking because in tracking you have your crosshair on the enemy at 100% of the times, where in flicking you can kind of look around and kind of react to the enemy and flick on them. Alright, so this is how I warm up my wingman before I go in a game, is I'll load up firing range. There's a certain Easter egg in firing range that a lot of people don't know about. It's this tunnel, that's the last tunnel in the line, and you have to switch to Pathfinder and drop everything out of your inventory. Grapple up on this little ledge up here, get in the middle of the ledge, crouch and look down, and then swap characters, and you'll hear a little tick, and that means that the moving targets have been enabled. So now all the targets that usually sit there and do nothing are now actual moving bots that shoot back at you. So what I will do is I would pick up gear here, and I'll pick up a wingman, pick up the attachments that I want for the wingman, and I will set in the firing range and just kind of practice different scenarios that I might find myself in with the wingman. Like I'll go on a different high ground and pretend like I'm being pushed. I'll go and on a low ground and fight him on low ground, straight up. And for the most part, I'm just trying to hit as many headshots as I can, because hitting a headshot is the strongest thing you can do with a wingman. Now, the strengths of the wingman in competitive, there's multiple strengths. The most important strength is that you don't have to carry as much ammo, so you can carry more nades, ult taxels. In my case, I carry sniper ammo for my teammates or extra meds and stuff like that. Other than that, it's a very high damage weapon that can do a lot of damage quickly. If you, let's say, hit a headshot and a body shot in a row.
This rotation is trying to, oh my gosh, double headshot, RPR, absolute god!
That's 100+ damage. It's a really good opening to a fight. I would say at least one wingman per team is pretty good, because it also helps you manage your economy better, and it's that high impact damage. So I'm just looking for ways to maximize my damage and warm up my aim. On top of that, you can also kind of like hit these targets while you're waiting for them to respawn, and just warm up your aim as much as you can. Try to flick as much as you can. Practice your hip fire, your jiggle peeking. Just put yourself in different scenarios where you think you would be in an actual game, and try to like mimic that with the bots. Obviously, this is not perfect. The bots movement is not nowhere near as good as actual players in the game, but it's enough to at least make you feel warm before you go in a game. And then every time you get damaged a little bit, you can go back to the red armor tier, armor swap, pick up some more ammo, and just keep going. And usually I will do this for about half an hour a day before I start playing. Is usually what I look to do. You know, on tournament days I will do a little bit more, because I want to make sure I'm really warm. Also, you can, test out different sites like red dot, no red dot. Make sure you know which one you prefer. That's how I found out that I actually prefer iron sights in wingman, because I noticed that my wingman just goes way better when I'm iron sights. I play Wraith, which is a character that can overextend a lot because of her abilities. So the way I play is I'll run out a lot, and I'll run like to a spot that's a bit more dangerous for other characters, but Wraith can survive it. And I will scout out where the enemies are, and then I'll try to poke in like a couple of headshots, body shots, try to get some damage in, test out the enemy armors, and basically the way I use the wingman is just kind of like scout for information, scout for enemy armors to know which fight we're gonna take if we have to take one. And usually I also do the opening damage with it. The wingman is good for every range depending on the player. Mid-range, it's the strongest, it's what it's supposed to be used for. The long range, if you're good with it, you can hit a decent bit of shots.
Placements, that were his placement, 69 IQ, taken out in 16th spot. They're not able
to level up your evo, to red armor, purple armor early. And close range, it really just depends on the feeling. A lot of people get into close range and they miss a lot of shots because they're not used to it. But it all, in my opinion, what helps me with that is just iron sights. I put it on iron sights, and I hit most of my shots close range.
difficult for Scars if they do manage to find him. However, RPR is going to find someone else. He's almost going to get the knock. Yes, he is.
This is pretty much what most of the pros do these days. Firing range. If you want to get better, firing range is the way, because Apex is a BR game, and in the actual games, you don't really get that much action compared to how much you play. You actually have to also find the weapons that you want to use. A good weapon to pair with the wingman, usually I prefer any kind of a shotgun because of the bubble fights. But if I cannot have a shotgun, I really like flatline wingman, because flatline just allows me, like I can kind of use the flatline like a shotgun because I can hip fire it a lot close range. The best way to get better with the wingman is just to use it a lot. The only reason I'm good with wingman is because I've been using it since day one, and it's the kind of weapon that if you don't use it, you're gonna get bad with it. This is the best way to improve, in my opinion.
Scars, they know this is theirs to lose, but it's going to be on RPR. And no, he can't quite. No, he can! At the last second, he clutches that one out. He had almost no influence now.
So this was my ALGS Masters on the wingman. See you in the game.
They want this fight. They're going to take it. Some of the best Mastiff play I have ever
down
seen.
and finish the kill on the Gibby as well. He's going to hit some big shots.
He just puts 3 members of T-Rex
kill leader title.
currently having to hold it down as Shiny is knocked. They're not going to get the revive. They're going to hunt for kills. They still have their Bloodhound. They still have their Wraith. They're ultra aggressive players, and they have a Mastiff in the hands of Monsoon. And guess what? A Devotion right next to it. Monsoon is not done yet.
I tell you what, you do not want a red Evo Monsoon with a Devo and a Stiffy flying at you.
Oh my goodness, Monty going in with the massive map pick. He just did not expect that. Crummy though, taking down the Crypto, and he's able to get 6 out of the game.
And you like that, mate. Coming from 20th place, Crummy with 5 kills and the kill leader title. 7 squads remaining. This is a huge game for them, especially in game 3 to put them back in the conversation, you would assume.
Taishin, the German, on board with them right now as Manny's going to put some great shots through. Sitting on top of high ground and just raining down on everyone in the lobby right now is RPR and Co. But Shiv says something about it. He takes out 0-0. So you're targeting
Scars right now, but Scars notices that they're getting shot from all different angles. Shiv trying to do God's work here, but taking down one of Scars, but unfortunately wasn't able to do it. And it looks like one more team eliminated, and Shiv trying to do his absolute best to do some damage here.
They're trying to make that move in onto Rambo and Kubsky. This should be a simple finish here for Season as the Peacekeeper is hitting like a train. Finally moved down to try and finish those kills as the Wraith goes into the void, but it's just delaying the inevitable. At this point, Season will take home your game number 2.
Of winning or losing the entire game. Xenox with a beautiful massive shot to 186 right here. Gets the down. Will be able to maybe secure himself a kill point if he gets those reloads on the massive. I love to see double massive. Is my favorite freaking gun.
Oh my word, look at this. I mean, Xenox is he's having fun out here is what I would say. He should get that KP as well.
Here comes the push from Hardeki. They want this fight. They're going to take it here. Great Peacekeeper shot to kick things off. That's 160 damage done by Hardeki to start. Connects for a second. Paradise is going to actually knock ASCII right after the Hardeki and Gambit special.
Having been wiped by CLG and Team Superior, that would be a huge turn of events that might have saved everybody in the lobby another game before they were threatened with this tournament being over.
This is some of the best Mastiff play I have ever seen, as I'm Madness just connected for 280 plus damage right there with 3 shots.
12 bullets left. Got to pull out the Eva right and try and go for some more. Moving to the high ground, the caustic barrels as well are getting dropped and removed. Foam is up and the push is inevitable. 4-6 will exchange now. Maybe some confusion as to whose barrel that is, but the meat shots coming in from the shotgun. He's up for the time being. Got to get the reload in. Just that one gun for Phoenix as he tries to get the final kill. Behind the shields on either side. Got the drone going absolutely bananas as well. There's the crack and poor gang will take the game.
ここファイトですね。はい。さあ上から位置が有利か。ダーク e スポーツ。いやしっかり取り切って3キル。
The best ability so they can survive and start to push into this zone.
They've done such a good job of resetting here, and now Shiv, he smells blood. He's going in. He's hitting the shots with the Eva. He's doing so much damage here, and look at the damage from Shiv, and his teammates are there to finish it off, and that is... NRG and TSM, and Snipe Down, I believe, has got the first down as well. So TSM with a 2v3 advantage here. Imperial How with the Mastiff in hand as well is going to hit some big shots. And TSM take your game number 2 here.
There'll be a full team soon. C9 deleted. Space Station now. They're going nuclear. 3 teams remaining. We already saw something outrageous from them. Do they have anything left in the tank? Players calling over. There's mad thirst going on. Players are parched. And Space Station will be the only team today to take 2 victories.
Do you want any chance of ending this one on a top finish? Into the RV we go. Big Thermite here. Now it's 69 IQ. All that kit from Trials coming in handy, giving themselves the edge, and they will absolutely demolish the squad inside.
serious damage from those grenades and serious amount of death boxes. I feel like if we talked about the heat maps, well, guess where everybody's boxes are? They're just on top of each other. Look at that, all outside the truck, a bunch inside. Guess what? There's about to be more.
Yeah, Lecite France looking for a push on inside this one. 69 IQ Esports, they've just got armor to work with. They can hide under all of those death boxes if they want. The EMP comes through. Ganji does get cracked here, but he's staying alive for the time being. Meanwhile, Slayer's gonna attack his way in. Unfortunately, he gets cracked almost immediately down. So low on the hit points right now. It's gonna be on Ganji to try and save it, as well as Smegito. Let's see if they can hold out just on the edge of even this next circle. And it is a firefight back and forth as everybody breaks their way in. Down to 6 squads. Lecite France are going to fall. It's just everyone filtering into this RV.
How are there no armor swaps when there's 30 death boxes inside over here? Absolutely insane.
Noble just needs to buy enough time for these two teams to start fighting, but I don't know if that's gonna happen.
No, definitely not. Impulse is knocked as well. That's going to be it for them. It all comes down to this 3 versus 3 fight. Sentinels versus Senior Service. The wide right flank. The great 88 shots going to be through from Senok. And just like that, but Noble's still alive. One member of Noble is leaping into a 1 versus 1. It's Lucas. Farmer Lucas is alive versus, I believe, Senok of Sentinels. Lucas gets a couple good shots. Ava 8 is going to do absolute work, but he's not finishing through. He's going to get taken out. And Sentinels wins it. What a game number 1.
Got barely anything to work with. He gets taken down. Another kill going down to TSM. A huge game for them. And now comes the push. 2 brains, 1 controller. Who is going to come out on top though? Who is going to take the #1 spot here? Zentek hits the biggest of shots.
ただそこは最後の激戦区、ここを取りに行くか。強引に集めて当てていく、取り切る。さらにもう1チーム一旦引きます。
さらにアーマー落ちてますからね、これ中に。
さあかわしてアーマー拾ってフレッシュな状況。バスを奪えれば大きいが、クレイジーラクーン大量キルでのチャンピオンか。バス中はしっかり返したいと言ってました。なんとも強引な着陸になりました。クレイジーラクーンが回戦の合図。 R/R クローバー、これを返し切ることができるか。いやラスが2人落としている。そのままチャンピオン。
Stray fight, and in the end it will be Bryn and Endeavor who are the kill leaders with 4 kills, and they get the upper hand against Flavor of the Month Girl.
Endeavor has been performing extremely well, but unfortunately he's going to get pushed, and now he's in a 1v1 situation. Will he be able to get the knock? He gets the knock on Sanya. Will he be able to get the finish for the extra kill point? And the armor swap as well. Will he be in another 1v1? Will he be able to take out them one more time? He does it again! He kills him, he knocks him, he's going to go for the heal, and now that team just regrets pushing so much. The Thermites are going to hit, which is going to melt their armors. Hardeki's just going to tank it a little bit, go for that battery, but oh no, they're getting Crypto Ultimate, and there they go. Artico down, Gambit, Leogri down, and Hardeki no armor. He can't do anything here, but get away with 1 HP, takes the portal.
And he's gonna take that portal right to it. T puts in work. Oh my goodness! Hardeki just went huge. He just pushed 3 members of T-Rex, caught them off guard, and was able to take out every single one of them in the 1v2. Hardeki with 5 HP, a sliver in a dream, pops off with the EVA 8. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs live from Stockholm, Sweden. This is the $1 million international competition that we have been waiting nearly 3 years for. It's crazy to think. I'm Fallout, going to be filling in for my good friend Kate for a little bit. We got to give her a little break, and we're going to dive deep into the analysis here. Looking forward to hosting the desk for some time as we get ready for match number 2, series number 2 between groups A versus C. And to join me on the desk, of course, I got none other than my duo. What's up, VK?
Hey, what's good?
My man, Elfish. Listen, Elfish and I go way back, all the way to the wonderful land down under in Sydney, Australia. Now we're in Stockholm. Can you believe it, man?
It's a long way away. Yeah, look, honestly, I mean, my first event overseas since COVID started, so I'm pretty happy to be here. It's been a long travel for me and for a bunch of the other players as well from my region. So, yeah, hoping that our region is represented well.
Yeah, and on that note, how is the region doing so far? I saw you talking over lunch to some of the lads. How are they feeling?
I think the boys we were talking to were feeling pretty comfortable. That was Sudaraiku, who are actually going to be playing again in this lobby. They were sort of middle of the pack. They were saying they had some sort of small elements that they felt like they needed to clean up. But apart from that, they're feeling pretty happy. Reignite, in particular, by the way, doing pretty well considering they're playing with a sub. Won't see them in this lobby, though, and we'll have to wait for a little bit later.
Yeah, excited to see them, and of course, alongside G2 and others in that Group D, Group A versus D matchup. And for those that aren't aware, we're going to be watching Group A because it's the pool of death. I mean, let's just be honest here. Let's take a look at our participating groups in our upcoming series. On the left side there, you see Group A, Team Empire, right? Best team in EMEA, and you saw that. Came out strong, second place in their first showing, finished first in Pro League. 100 Thieves, they're on the up and up, and honestly, it's the right time to be peaking. Last 2 weeks of Pro League performed very, very well. And then all the way down, you got TSM, you got Scars, who a lot of people thought would come in and perform well. Obviously, also playing with a substitute. Some heavy hitters here. And Vicky, talk to me a little bit about Group C.
I mean, looking at Group C, it's stacked. I mean, when I was looking at teams that I really wanted to keep my eyes on, it was really difficult. You have teams like Energy coming out, players, 80 Raccoon, who actually has been performing so well, top of the pack so far on the secondary stream that Nicewick has been popping off with your group.
Popping off is a little understatement. My man Nicewick is losing his absolute mind.
Popping off. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Also, love how we get to see some of these shots for the players out here. Love to see the Alliance rep. Talk about some stacked players. Alliance is another one of those teams that we had on our radar in the EMEA region.
Yeah, second place in their B-Stream matchup, Elf.
Yeah, hometown heroes as well, right?
Exactly.
A couple of Swedish players, Swedish organization as well, so they haven't had to come too far. They're feeling good coming in. And what I find actually crazy about this lobby in particular, the A versus C lobby, is we've got the top 6 teams based on the previous lobbies actually in this lobby. So you're talking about how stacked it is right now. We've got AD Raccoon, Alliance, Team Liquid, Cloud9, Reject, EMP, well, Empire rather. All these teams really having a good performance in their first lobby, and now they're going to be smashed up against one another here in second lobby. So, yeah, very, very heavy towards the top end, and I think that's going to make things pretty interesting.
I gotta completely agree with you. And I guess key storylines here. What are some storylines in particular? Which teams you're looking forward to watching, Vicky?
C9 right now has been performing amazingly. I want to see them continuously dominate here because Energy's been kind of falling behind, but something that Energy has as a habit is they're usually quiet at the very start of the day, but then they ramp up. Very similar to what we've been seeing so far in Team Optic's gameplay for that first 2 groups that we saw in the first round.
Elf, how about you?
I mean, for me, TSM, obviously they were my prediction for the first lobby that we got to watch. They did start well. I was thinking, fantastic, I'm an analyst god, you know, I'm going to get this one right. And I think you and I
both, brother. I'm right there with you.
But, you know, they had a great start, right? They did pretty well on Storm Point. It started to slow down a little bit on World's Edge, so obviously I think the consistency coming through from them is going to have to be something that we want to have a look at and highlight coming into our second lobby.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. And you know, what was it in particular, Vicky? You obviously cast the first 3 games. They looked solid in the first 3 games. You were analyzing the whole series. Elf, I'll start with you. And you casted the secondary games. So that's really where they didn't do so well in World's Edge. What was it in particular?
I mean, I think they got caught on a couple of awkward rotations, you know, really unfortunate situations that they found themselves in. There was a lot of times where they were, you know, caught between a multitude of number of teams, right? Multiple teams just looking at them. It never really felt like they kind of got particularly settled. And unfortunately, that's, you know, there's not a lot of time really to do that when you're playing only 3 games on that map. So hopefully that opportunity in the first lobby has given them a little bit of time to maybe now reset, right? They've had about an hour and a half here, have some lunch, have a bit of a chat, what went wrong. Let's bounce back off of that and hopefully bring it back together on World's Edge.
That's right. Well, let's keep things moving here. And speaking of World's Edge versus Storm Point, let's take a look at the map schedule. For those that are maybe joining for the first time, North America, my fellow Americans, United States, welcome. You're waking up, I know, over in the West Coast. And let me tell you, it's been one hell of a show so far, one hell of a day here in EMEA. But this is how it's going to work here. First 3 maps will be played on World's Edge this time. So we're going to flip it and reverse it. You know, shout out Missy Elliott. And we're going to start off with World's Edge for the first 3, and then we're going to finish off with Storm Point for the last 3. So flipping things out, changing things up a little bit. What's it been like for you, Vicky, the kind of dichotomy between these two maps?
I feel like what we've seen so far, especially starting things off on Storm Point for the first 2 groups, is a lot of teams that feel very secure within those compositions, start things off strong, and then try to end it with World's Edge feeling much more comfortable, and then the opposite way around for a lot of other teams like Team Optic that we were highlighting that were able to ramp up throughout the day with that first group. I'm expecting now with the change of World's Edge, we're going to see a lot of heavy hitters with a lot of these teams that feel very comfortable on this map really start off strong and then start feeling a little bit more comfortable onto Storm Point. We see a lot more verticality come into play between the Horizon, between the Ashe, and between the Valk that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, what's been especially interesting about Storm Point has been, at least in the case of Team Empire and a couple of other teams as well, has been the adaptability that they've shown with a bunch of different compositions. You know, we've seen them pull out any number of different kind of legends, and I think that's something that's going to continue as well. I know, having spoken again to a couple of the APAC teams, they've been sort of experimenting with things as well. We tend to play a lot more caustic, even on Storm Point, than, you know, EMEA and North America, but they're trying to sort of put the Loba in and see how that goes and that kind of thing. So I think a lot of that is what today really is about, right? We're just trying to find our feet, figure out how things are going, and obviously tomorrow's where you really have to make sure you've got it on lockdown, because that's elimination day.
That's a great point. I mean, it's very similar to kind of like a pool play, Swiss play type of format. I mean, it really is. A group stage is kind of its own version of that. And typically on Friday in those Swiss play or pool play competitions, you're feeling things out, you know. And at the end of the day, every team qualifies for tomorrow. It's important to understand that, right? There's not one team that's going to be eliminated tonight based on your performance. And TSM's one team that's got to perform. Talk about pressure. And talk about team comp. Hell's performing so far, that's for sure. But you're gonna either get placed top 20 today in points, and you make it to the winners bracket tomorrow, which is huge. If you get bottom 20 today, you start in the losers bracket, lose, and you go home versus that cushion. So really, really important. But the important thing to note is 20th place is no difference between first place.
It's true. But the other thing for me as well that I think is really important about today is locking down those drop spots, and that's something that I know was happening on the B stream. There was a big battle between G2 and Alliance over Thermal Station. That is something that's going to continue here. Not necessarily between those two teams. We obviously have Alliance, but we don't have G2. We do have Sutaraiku, who like to drop in Thermal Station. They were doing that in our lobby. Now they're going to be contested for it. Are they going to even contest for it? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. There was a lot going on at Skyhook as well on our last lobby. And again, we've got probably 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 teams that like to drop up at Skyhook once again in this lobby. So there's a whole lot to sort of work through. And obviously that has a flow-on effect as to how the rest of the competition is going to play out on whatever map. You know, if you can lock down your position today, it means you're not necessarily having to contest tomorrow, and that's where it really matters.
That's a great point. You start talking about team comps a little bit. Obviously, that's a big part of the discussion today. And here's the pick rate. We showed this earlier, but we showed it in the context of Pro League. Well, now we're showing the pick rate for this competition in playoffs. Valkyrie still number 1 by a long shot, but you see Crypto number 4, Vicky.
Yeah, and I'm honestly really impressed to see that Valk is in that number 1 spot, not because of the rotations that we've been seeing, but because Gibby has been so dominant within the Pro League, where the discussion of the 93-94% pick rate of Gibby has now gone down, where Valk is a priority for those redeploy positions. So I love that. And then Cossack coming right after that. So are you going to be taxing the big boys over so that way you want to secure that final circle position?
I mean, I really think that a lot of it just comes down to the regional differences, right? We've spoken at length about how the fact that APAC North, they like to play the Watson sometimes in favor of the Gibraltar. Not every time and not every team, but that's where you're getting a lot of those Watson teams from. Obviously, the Caustic coming through in that regard as well. As I've said, APAC South likes to play a lot of Caustic, so you're kind of seeing that represented on the stats there. But end of the day, most teams are pretty happy to pick up Valkyrie. She seems to be like the number 1. You can't really do without a Valkyrie in most cases.
Completely changed and rewrote meta. Yeah, right? It's just the reality. Yeah.
Yep, number 1 in my opinion as well.
In your heart?
Yep. I'm a Valk main, so yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Would you marry her in real life?
I don't know. I mean, I guess free flights around the world doesn't sound like a bad perk, to be honest. So might take it.
That's a great point. Yeah, and and that's obviously Valk's a must use, right? And obviously the utility with her Q, her rotation coming through, completely rechanged the meta when she launched seasons ago, and it's been fun to watch how that's evolved, quite a bit. But one thing that's nice is the healthiness. I mean, you saw how healthy that list was. You see 7, 8, 9 different legends. You saw Bloodhound. You saw Bangalore get busted. Shiv's not here, by the way. My man Shiv. I always got love. I always give him shots on stream. He deserves it. He's at home and he's not here, and Bangalore still representing, which is good to see.
Yeah, I like that. I like the fact that it's not just one composition. You know, I think that can get a little bit boring sometimes, and you kind of get a little bit over it. But the fact that we do have the regional differences, not to mention just random stuff getting thrown out by certain teams here and there. Like you said, the Bangalore, the Bloodhound, we've seen a little bit here and there. Loba's getting in as well. It's always a bit of fun to sort of get that variety and then sort of look at the way that different teams play the game and how they think about the game. And that's what I think the beauty of this kind of competition is.
You know what's also fun? The most fun is the talent predictions game. Listen, I'm a fan. As someone who prides himself in always placing top 2, I didn't start strong. But I'm going to still roll with my same pick. It looks like, Elf, you're going to stick with me with the TSM pick here?
Well, actually,
you could change it. What would you change it?
I would go to 80 Raccoon, I think, is actually what I did say. But look, to be honest, TSM, I did see some pretty good stuff coming through from them, so I'm not too disappointed with that one. But from what I saw, again, we didn't get to watch the other lobby. We didn't really get much time to watch the B stream, but you can't really go past the fact that 80 Raccoon has had such a solid performance over there. And, I mean, like, obviously, they're sitting at the top of the pack right now. So
yeah, they're a pretty consistent team. I had to make my swap over to NRG, though. I didn't go to the TSM safety pick that I know that Bardolph loves to talk about sometimes. My original pick was Optic. I know Bardolph had chosen Team Empire, but I go over to NRG because, yeah, they had a bit of a fallback performance in that first stream going on in the side stream over there, but I feel like they're going to really make a comeback. I feel like this is a team that does start off usually quietly and then starts ramping things up. TSM is another one of those teams too, and since they did have some food now, maybe having some time to figure out what they needed to change up, maybe they're feeling a lot better now going into this lobby.
Yeah, a lot more confident. Biggest thing with TSM, and I'm excited to obviously throw it to our casters here in a second, their thoughts, but they're rocking with that same recent play style, which is a kind of a hybrid of early rotate, but then play edge and kind of walk in the zone. It's high risk, high reward. They're getting kills. They're just not getting the placement points that they're known for, and that's been their bread and butter success since the beginning.
Yeah, one thing that I really noticed about TSM and their play style over that first lobby that we got to watch was that they did seem to find a lot of good timings on the first map, which was obviously Storm Point. They found a lot of third parties. They were really coming in late to a lot of fights, and that worked out great for them, but maybe not so much on World's Edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, we could talk till we're blue in the face, but guess what? Gameplay is ready, and that's what's more important. We want to make sure we can jump straight into game. Again, I'm excited. It's going to be a great Group A versus C matchup. We have two of the top casters, best casters. I'm excited to introduce for the first time casting on the broadcast, none other than my good friend Rain Day, as well as James Bardolph, the meme lord himself. Over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Fallout. We are here. James, it has been 957 days to get to this moment.
All kinds of days.
And we are finally here. It's surreal to think about. In Stockholm, having an opportunity to see these guys. We obviously had a great matchup with A v B, and we've got A versus C now today, which is a whole new slew of challenges for these teams to go up, notably TSM, which they were just talking about, not quite finding their rhythm yet.
Absolutely. Can I just say that I didn't realize how nice John has his eyebrows going on.
Yeah,
his eyebrow game is outstanding.
Can we get
a budget,
referral,
man.
Please?
Mine a budget. I need crayons to extend it out here. Anyway, moving swiftly on, we can see that the teams are gonna gyrate together apparently before they get into the game.
There.
Nothing wrong with a bit of gyration. We can see that NRG are up top. I can spot Sweet Hair from anywhere. He was, I saw him at 7 o'clock in the morning today. I don't know if he was jet lagged, a zombie, or just in the zone, but I saw him hours later on as well. And the man seems very, very, very focused on the task at hand.
To the task, and mentioning that, it is definitely a physical strain. I think players are experiencing something they haven't in terms of the travel, in terms of the social aspect of this, which is keeping players up at night, trying to figure out as many things with their peers, and also to connect for the first time. Camaraderie is playing a part. But then switching that into we are locked in, we are focused, we are in the game. It's not as easy, and you could see how earlier on we saw a vision of him yawning a little bit to eat, to do all this stuff. This is the real part that takes a toll in land.
Yeah, circadian rhythm, traveling to a different continent. But another thing is comfort, sitting at a different desk. Let's go. All right, that guy's in the club.
You know what? There seems to be no hesitation from these
guys.
Dude,
he's ready for an after party right now. All right, so one thing I wanted to mention actually, just to dip into the fighting game community for a moment. Takedo, one of the GOAT players, he has been known recently to go to a setup with a measuring tape to make sure that he's always the same distance away from the table. Wow. The screen's always the same height on the table, and everything is the same, so he has the most consistent environment possible. So if you think about these guys used to playing at home for years, playing Apex Legends, and things might feel a little off, a little uncomfortable with trying to adapt to this new environment. But hey, we've had 6 games, we're moving on to our 7th now, so I would hope that everyone is settled in by this point.
Well, if you are not, it is time to do so. 957. The number of days it's taken to get here in day 1 of our playoffs in Sweden. But for match one of our second round of the day, we begin on World's Edge. We flip the tables. Will we see a new king emerge at the top victorious? We certainly know Alliance have been performing well in their earlier games. They are keen to do so again, as we saw them having a little huddle pregame as well, James. We don't start on Storm Point. World's Edge still very similar to something that's more of a concrete style, the way these teams like to play. And the way it goes, too, for an established team like Alliance, who's been in the ALGS since inception nearly, you would expect them to feel comfortable starting off the second round.
Absolutely. And to touch on Alliance a little more, you know, for the end of the playoffs, they always like to go to a LAN center together, but this is a different kind of LAN entirely. But let's not forget their struggles to get here in the first place. They almost didn't make it. And this is essentially home territory for the most part. And since they have reached this point, then it has been quite the storm on the second stream so far. But now they move on to the first. We'll see if they can settle with the pressure and continue as they mean to go on. Very, very early doors here. Our fourth game on World's Edge, our seventh game of the day, as we see Element 6, formerly known as 69 IQ, move through the map and try to find themselves with some loot. We see some early charge rifles as well. Some harassment happening here for Case Money, but he's not in too much danger just yet.
Element 6 is a highly performing team across all of EMEA, and we've seen the clash of regions unlike we've ever seen them before. The benefits of LAN here, and what's the result been for those just jumping in with us? It's been pretty even. North America, EMEA, APAC North, all taking wins today. Multiple wins today, James, which in my eyes sets up an even more exciting tournament heading into these second days and, of course, finals on Sunday. But for you, we've got a team in here that maybe might be the North Star of APAC, or you could say it like this, the star of APAC North. They are truly holding not only the points to the total, having the highest 79 here coming into it, AD Raccoon, but also they're giving us a new look at a region we rarely get to see compete against some of the most familiar names like TSM, like Alliance, like Empire in the league.
They have been slapping, but looking at this radar, have a look at where Empire are. They're around the corner from NRG, who are around the corner from Alliance. We've got big names which are all gravitating towards each other very early on indeed. So we'll keep an eye on that, as they all currently have space, but that won't be the case forever. And indeed, AD Raccoon have been slapping today. They have put in huge work so far. And you know, I wouldn't say that people expected these regions to do bad, but they have taken it by storm thus far. It is about consistency, though. We are only 1/3 of the way through the day, rather. You can see Scars on the rotation as well. Haven't had the most ideal day just yet, but there's plenty more to come. They are, of course, playing with a sub, as are Cloud9, who've been having a better time of things. We'll see if that continues. Again, much work to be done. We can see that Alliance have taken themselves a building. They'll be biding their time for the time being. Hope they've got the resources they need, as they may be stuck there for a while. Could see that players are in the vicinity as well. So indeed, you know, when I was on the desk before we moved over here, we mentioned many of these teams that will be playing together in this lobby. This is a hard-hitting, high-impact lobby. Empire, 100 Thieves, the likes of TSM, of course, Element 6, Optic, sorry, not Optic, that's the wrong group, AD Raccoon players, NRG, Cloud9, Alliance, and we've got the Watson flavor with Vega as well, so there's a lot that can happen here.
Team Empire already starting off with a couple of shots from the 301 on Ranches. What a team these guys have been. Suraiku as well. Bullet L, notable figure in the league from a content creator perspective, also coming in and performing quite well in some of these in-game circles. We'll see how these two match up fighting at Tree, but it certainly doesn't look to be simple, easy going right now. Still a lot of contesting. Revenant Esports, a team representing Indonesia. What a cool roster for them to have some representation here. Maxius, Lahim, and Belkun. We'll see what they can do, but still very, very early going here as we follow along with these squads. And I just want to leave it to you, James. Who has caught your eye in this particular set of lobbies? Because you did mention two big names that typically go hand in hand in terms of their fan bases going at each other. That's TSM and NRG.
I will answer that question in just a second, but before I do, I have to say that Sutaraiku, they cannot survive in this position. They have very few angles. to avoid all of these teams, and there's only going to be more teams coming in this direction, as we can see with teams going up the zip line. So I think their days are numbered if they cannot find a better situation. But as we have seen, the buildings are occupied. They may have to try and force their way in there. But in terms of who's been sticking out in this lobby, like different teams have, obviously Empire have, and some other teams as well. But we're going to head to a listen-in quickly with Cloud9, and then I'll come back and finally answer that question.
Blue armor on Gibby.
They have ultimators, bro.
We should zip over to Graceful. Regroup. We're going to start running at them.
Okay, I have to back.
Flatline as well.
Just push them away. We want them to know that we're taking this.
I like this spot, man. I'm staying here for a second.
They're on icicles, by the way.
Yeah, fine. We're not trying to kill them. We're not trying to kill them. We're just trying to push them away.
Grabbing resources. Yeah.
Yeah, they're leaving. They're leaving. They're leaving.
I'm just pissing them off. I know.
Oh, we even get a free bat, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
If I was on one on the FPS, would have killed that Cossack. I'm saying.
That's a team that doesn't know how we play.
I know. That's why I'm telling you guys. They're edging. There's a weird.
We're hitting survey, baby.
I got to get some of the juicers.
Yeah.
And we're going.
Let's go. Towards survey now.
They went survey, so they're probably.
No.
They went left. They
went fucking left. Yeah.
No, they went towards survey. I watched.
We're going.
They went this way, straight.
I mean, if they're here, they die.
Yeah, if they're here, we fight them.
I'm going up the balloon. I don't see anything on Crafter. Nah, we're good, bro.
Okay.
We need to make medkits, okay?
Yes,
We're gonna be in storm for a little while.
That sounds fine.
I'm gonna perma UAV. You guys craft.
That sounds good. Amazing, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
That's smart, Nutty.
I know, we've never done it before. Fucking genius. I'm just thinking at land, bro.
I like when you be thinking.
I'm making a flatline and I'm crafting my armor once. Oh, he canceled it. Dude, this shit game, bro. Even on land somehow.
It keeps canceling.
One thing I was super interested about in terms of the Cloud9 comms, as I mentioned earlier, was just how crazy they are on a good day to have a stand-in. Are they going to fit in? Are they just going to carry on in the same fashion? And I think the answer is yes, things continue to be crazy in a good way in Cloud9, but the spirits are high, and that is great to see. They're playing with confidence despite the situation that they've got their sub. But it's all good in the hood. I mean, hey, they were, I think, 4th place in the overall table, so can't complain too much. In the meantime, DIWA have got some work to do. They've got some targets they're heading towards. We'll see if they're able to get anything done, as we've got Flash in some trouble. The Arcstar just around the corner, but maybe he can get his shields up. But will there be some kills for them? Still 60 players up for the time being.
Reload on the flat line just to make sure he's got enough in the tank for another onslaught here. Doom, MVP, pressuring with the 30-30. You love to see it. The distance, shots ringing, and it's still getting tense. But DIWA can't find the opening to finish these players off the way that they would have liked to. Still 20 squads left, James. This is so unusual, but that just shows you how tense things are currently here in this lobby. No one wants to make a foot out of line, but there it is. You can see the first down onto ODK worst, and that's DIWA trying to find a little bit of respite after finally pushing this team towards their limit.
Brazilian team, ODK are the people they are fighting at present, and they will victimize the one that has been left behind, the one that's been abandoned, not outside the hospital, but maybe outside the morgue, and we lose our first player in our 7th game of the day. If you are just joining us, where on earth have you been? This is LAN Finals live from Stockholm, Sweden. We have many players here from many countries and much on the line. 250k for first place, so that is to come on the weekend. We're almost there, but not just yet. Quick rotation now from DIWA. Maybe hunting, maybe thirsting. Are they thirsty? Perhaps they are.
Really interesting, too. I think we saw 80 Raccoon go down. We're going to have to get some confirmation on that, but it did look like they were falling, and it's just now DIWA also falling to Audic Jinx. So maybe DIWA over-pursued there. We'll keep you in touch with that one. Seems like they may just be able to stay alive, but not for Easy Flash, having to do a lot of work to keep it that way. Early hustling, but look at that circle, and you could tell it's going towards tree. It is going to be a southern circle, and my, oh my, it is crowded, James. Doesn't look like there's going to be any more space for it up.
Yeah. The inside is extremely busy. I don't think tents are permitted, so it's going to be difficult for the late rotations. And DIWA maybe found some more opportunity after all. We'll see if they can deliver on this occasion. They'll lose their Valk, though, as we've got shotguns putting in work. How do they fix this situation now? Bastion is naked. He's got no shields whatsoever, and this is less than ideal. Their teammate might get thirsted, but he's going for the full res with some desperate cover. Everybody's quite concerned. Oh, that is quite the arc start, but they can move away from it on the high ground at least. So there will be some damage. But this is getting awkward for both squads now. It is a 2 versus 3 situation, but they're getting their shield up again, Diwa, and they're coming back for more.
I mean, how long are you two going to fight each other? Partially because not only is there 18 squads, but look how late you're going. Finally, Audic falls. It is Dewa who gets the better end of that trade, but my goodness, that took a while. And you have to say that two teams both needing points don't want to be cannibalizing each other and making sure that it's harder for each of them. Obviously, we still have some of the top teams that will be focusing not only in the current leaderboards, but as we take a look at what happened on the other side, it was Revenant Esports. We talked about them. Indonesia, stand up. You just took down the #1 team in the tournament right now, points-wise in AD Raccoon.
That is a huge scalp for them to take. Very nice guys. Came and said hello to me yesterday. Very awesome guys, and it's great to see them having some success and representing their area and nation. Empire now looking to add to their tally, not doing too shabby at all for the current moment. Got to dodge that grenade on the low ground though. Awkward to push on players of all people, although their standard's been in trouble. Leogri's gone as well. It's down to Hardeki, it looks like, and I don't know if he's going to survive. Apparently not. Players, we have got some early buffs for the big names in this game today.
These guys just been too good for too long. Empire putting on a show so far in the last standings coming into this tournament, and now, of course, in the tournament as well, nearly leading out that first group, A versus B. Liquid in another B stream you'll see on Nicewig and Greek God holding that one down were the ones to take the eventual point lead. But Empire, they are determined to continue their success, and it's been quite a run, James. In fact, this kind of leads me to something I've been discovering just in terms of the way I've thought about these top teams. We mention a lot of brand name organizations, but Empire has put themselves in that conversation in a silent but deadly way. They are always involved in these final circles. They are always there with a chance to win it, and they are a great team fighting team. I feel like we need to put more respect on the fact that this is a team that could win this eventual thing on the end of Sunday.
For sure. They were previously major pushers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't think too many people really, well, they hadn't established a brand name, let's put it that way. You know, they would creep in and get some victories here and there, but you kind of would forget about the name soon afterwards versus some of the bigger brands, established brands that we have in the space, but they have really made a name for themselves by force as Cloud9 tried to rotate in a difficult scenario. They've got a roof over their head now, and that will certainly help. But can they stabilize? We've got the turbocharged Havoc on Albraleli. Normally he's fighting with a charge rifle, but he's got the big guns out real fast. TSM have got Howl on his hands and knees, and they're going to have to try and hold the fort in the meantime. Things look awkward for a bunch of people now. Cloud9 getting their armor up, getting some space with the barrels, and Hal has been deleted by Graceful.
Tough spot for TSM. Not what they wanted. The start seemed promising earlier on in A versus B, but now in this lobby they've lost their IGL, or would you say co-IGL if you've been following the scene? Him, Reps, trading back and forth in terms of these conversations. It's been a big topic, of course, when you think of Apex Legends competitive and you think of North America, it's hard not to mention the winningest team in history, TSM, and everything that goes down to them being dissected. But right here, they're going to have to do it as two. The young Verholz as well, also named Evan. I'll co-sign that name. It's a pretty good one. He's going to make sure that he stays taking that leadership role, James, that I think they need to have him take in order to win. But right now, there's a lot to do, and shifting our focus back to teams who have proven they can get it done today. Empire, Cleve with the Wingman and the Bloodhound, and NRG looking for their rotation as well, trying to get in early. Let's listen in and see what they've got on the mind.
Side of the building. Your emo. Land right here. Land in the middle of this.
This team is
land here, land here, land here, land here. They're playing the balcony, it's fine. Landing on me. And switching sides now. Switching sides on.
I'm gonna just bubble. I don't wanna die.
Careful, they're gonna peek above us, Nate. We gotta watch this. This is our.
He's getting on there. I'm healing. I'm batting.
Batting as well. Someone hold that.
I'm back.
They would have to like full commit to us.
Pocket 100.
Yeah, you're good. Nice. Team behind. Oh, swing behind. I'm switching sides. Switching sides of the building. Get underneath the stairs. Underneath the stairs now. We're playing as a 3-man here.
Bubble 14. Bubble 14.
Yeah, they can't really do much like from when we're right here. They're
Peeking
peeking.
above?
They're all peeking. Yeah, this is Empire in here. And they're fucking... Oh my god, it did shift launch.
I'm not gonna have my Valkyrie. Maybe I just have 40%.
They might EMP and drop. They don't, they don't have it. Any ult access?
No. He's trying to peek the stairs. I hit him 20.
Okay, can we run up the stairs all three together and just try to gank this guy right here?
Yeah.
Ready? Now.
120.
Bubble.
120.
About 66. He's in the back
swap.
up.
I'm grabbing the swap.
Crack 88 plus.
Nice.
Great play. Chill.
No,
88. Now there's 2 teams. I got out. Try to get out, Nate. Try to get out.
I got out.
There's 2 teams in there. Try to keep crawling out, Nate.
Yeah, I am. They're rezzing right now.
Just let them res. Keep coming down.
I am. I got out.
Yeah, I'm gonna nade spam. It's Nate. Try to get his res.
They're fighting.
Come on, Nate. Come on, Nate.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm nade spamming these guys. I stuck one.
Keep coming.
Crack 2 inside. Team above. Get back to our spot, Nate. Get back to the middle of the building. Play place.
There, you have to shoot.
I had to run myself. You're fine there, maybe?
No, they're dropping on me.
A 60 flush in that give you. Did he bubble? Yeah. Why are they doing that?
They looked left, he threw right. What a play from NRG to take the kill on the Maliwan, but it started a cascade of events, James, that ended up actually losing both members. Sweet now the only one alive, and it was TSM who did that final knock on an Nathan.
Everybody smelled opportunity there. All the phones ringing like it was a game show in that scenario, but that was such a sick play, and that's an example of why a lot of people rate Sweet as the best IGL in the game. Yeah. You just not expect them just walking up the stairs, saying hello and saying goodbye to Empire at the same time. A nasty surprise for them as they continue to do a little worse on World's Edge than they started. You see TSM dropping on them as well, and again, TSM, a team who started hot today, but have started to cool off as well. Seeing some desperate ults just to try and control some space. Big rotation from Reject, a little oob, but they'll soon drop back into the map.
Ooh, a nice missile swarm as well. It's going to land. Hits 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, the wingman did not miss. Dogma did a ton of work there. Oh, but you can see that maybe it isn't enough. What a tricky situation. Obviously coming in, Mitsuong doing his best, and you could tell that it was just so close. Fennel, only 1 player remaining, and it was Momon. 75 health, but oh wow, what an effort at least.
So many bullets in that Spitfire, but still not enough. And here is the send from Detonator. They smell a barbecue, and they've got their forks out. Some problems, but they should be able to stabilize here. Indeed, they will be. That res should be okay. I think they might have enough space. And suppressing fire! There will be some Valkyrie, but oh, actually, there might be a send on them. I'm not sure. In the meantime, Element 6 are also trying to stabilize. Trying times for many a team as we see the kill feed being lit up, and indeed Detonator will be pounced upon. Revenant Esports coming through to take yet more names. They're racking up some nice kills for them in themselves in this game.
What a crazy pull from this circle. Everyone's thinking it might end up going tree, ends up sliding over into this corridor, and now they've got to move, which is why we're seeing the time and time again these fights happen what feels like in desperation because it's gone launch site. So we've got teams now who have been able to make that move, and specifically I have my eyes on Alliance, who are the 2nd place team here in the entirety of the tournament so far. But it's Elevate who are trying to break through these Watson fences, James, and they're going under some pressure, but they'll be making it out. That's Vega who will actually fall.
That was a nice little Club Scout, Boy Scout base that we had down there, but it's gone now, being destroyed. And Revenant Esports, again, looking to do more, but I don't know if it's going to work out for them. Perhaps it will. Element 6 eliminated. I just wanted to mention how they always have the gold armors, and in a situation like this, that one shield cell can go oh so far, but Revenant Esports don't care about your gold armor. Sit down.
Wives, Yuki, Hockey's on Alliance, still alive as well. 5 squads left. We've got Elevate, who just finished off Dewa. And so Dewa had been holding it down after that long run and fight with Audic. It did turn into at least a top 6 position, but this is the man in command right here, the IGL for Alliance. And you can see Hockey's is doing everything that he can to just keep the pressure on. They've got low ground, and 2, splitting the difference in the middle to try to basically be involved in this and leave a contingency plan if they get pushed too early. But Revenant Esports taking down AD Raccoon, James. What a game this would be if they could turn this into a win.
Look at how open and awkward this zone is. It's going to be battle of the domes, I think. If you find yourself without one, you could be in a lot of trouble. Plenty of harassment coming into that left corner here, but once those ults have gone, they may... Oh, actually, I don't know if they're going to have some space. Do you want to really commit your grenades to that position for the time being? They're not your biggest threat.
No.
If you get some down, you can't really send on it. So I do see a grenade here and there coming in, but I don't know if we're going to see the kitchen sink thrown at Revenant Esports, who seem to be surviving. They've got some loot as well, some boxes. In the meantime, though, Alliance may have some issues, but they've got a good enough angle to surely get a res here.
And I think this is Fennel. I think this is Momon and Shakabo who actually cleaned that kill up onto Hockeys, but it's going to be a quick res, and they're not going to commit. So that's kind of the cat and mouse of this one, James, where they've got so many people who they could shoot at, throw ordinances at, but no one wants to give up their spot. 5 squads remaining. Round 6 about to close in 8. We are here in our first game of A versus C, our second round of the day, and it is about to turn up.
How do Revenant move forward? Do they dome forward and run into it? Do they try and Valcult? Do they use the crypto spam to run distraction in the meantime? And look how far they go. That dome is deep, and they've got plenty of opportunity. Looking to find some more. The Spitfire's coming out again, and this is going to be racking up even more kills for them. Pass speed at boxes, say Revenant Esports, but can they survive?
Zen still alive here as well. 4 squads left. You can see Revenant. They're going to fully fall. It is Fennel, Pinoter, who finds that kill. What a play from our representatives here in APAC North, but it's still Alliance, the kings of EMEA, at least right now. They are at the top of the leaderboard, and they go up to the sky only to fall ever so slightly down. And look at this. Wives falling down as well. He's waiting. Hockeys to have a contingency plan, that last-ditch effort, and make sure the attention isn't on him when he falls.
They could hide behind the blue boxes, and I think the zone, I'm not sure if it will go in their favor or not, but we're going to see some Jibby ults, and that won't be in your favor if you don't have a dome. Trying to cover the 6 now as there's action coming in all directions. Goodbye, Fennel. Don't like the T. 2 squads remain now, and Alliance have opportunity, but Hackers has been absolutely annihilated. Maybe he will be enough tribute, and they can do something, but they're on the low ground now in a 3 versus 2. However, the team up top have to get their heels up, and maybe that provides some opportunity. You see the heels coming through as they try to break the caustic barrels. It could really go either way here, but well, I don't think so now. Alliance trying to hold on. Yuki doing what he can.
Wow!
But Zen will take the victory.
Look at the energy. You can tell the pop-off. We're live, baby. This is Stockholm, Sweden. We are at the playoffs, and Zen is talking their stuff. You love to see it. They sit down our #2 leader in the day on points, the #1 representative in EMEA, and they throw up the flag representing their hometown, their country. This is what esports is all about.
2 Brazilians and a Chilean on the team, and that's what you want to see. You want to see the smaller territories with less teams coming through, representing, showing people in their region what you could possibly do in future tournaments, but that is a big victory for Zen to go up against a team like Alliance, who have been taking things by storm. And hey, respect to them, they finished in 2nd place, but to overcome a team like that is a fantastic statement by Zen.
And you know, the way that they position themselves to, I think that final circle was really a lot about who was in the best place and out of kind of the center of attention. So many teams had access to shoot different parts of other teams, right? You had Revenant, who was trying to push in through the choke. You had Alliance on the low ground. There was a lot of people, Fennel up top fighting with Zen. There were so many people you could choose. They find a way to stay out of a lot of that controversy for quite a while to show up in that final 2 on high ground and a little bit healthier than Alliance, who had lost Hockeys in that moment. And it shows up here big in the points. Zen taking 19 overall here with a 1st place finish. Alliance, they do finish 2nd, but it's only 11 points. And you look at really the story for me, James. You've got Fennel at 15, but in 4th place with 13 kills, our representatives from Indonesia, Revenant Esports, with 18 points, a 2nd place overall finish for them.
Yeah, that is a fantastic result. If you weren't thinking about them before, you're definitely thinking about them now. We saw a lot of their kills as well. We saw a lot of their runs in that game, and that was fantastic to watch the decision making. They understood the positional advantage they had, just tanking the damage, knowing they can't harass us forever. There are bigger threats across. Taking the time, running distraction, that crypto wall allows them to push forward, get that late dome in, clear out the teams, Fantastic work from them.
We've seen so much of the meta conversation happen at LAN, before LAN, online, and even now within the game. And the crypto, certainly something that isn't a mainstay in North America. It's something that we see spattering of in EMEA. But what we're really seeing is in some of these APAC regions that there is a different approach and I think trust in the way crypto can help you win these final circles. It's a slower pace. It's not as exciting of a pace, but it seems to be getting the job done. You can see Wolf, Kings, Stalazy talk about Kings creating an empire of his own. Great performance from Zim, and a pop-off that I think we're going to remember for a while.
Yeah, and there was so much happening at the top that we barely had a chance to talk about the bottom, but the bottom 6 teams in that lobby, there was an absolute disaster for some of the bigger names that we're expecting to see here. Cloud9, again, they were currently, well, they were in 4th place. Before that started, they finished in 17th place. AD Raccoon in 20th place. Empire, 16th place. Like, it was, people got slapped in that game. They got clapped. And again, when you get the different groups matching up, then maybe things are going to go wrong for some people. Or hey, if a team like Revenant Esports is able to force their way to the top, someone else has to go to the bottom.
Well, North America certainly got a little sleepy after lunch, we'll tell you that. But Indonesia certainly didn't, as well as Brazil. These teams started to pop off. We're seeing some representation in our first global experience in years in Apex Legends here in Stockholm, Sweden. Rain Day, James, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We've got Game 2 coming up here in our second round. Don't go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We took a quick break here in our second round of the day. A round, that's 6 games. We've got 3 rounds. If you did the math, it's 18 games today. Our first day of playoffs in Sweden. My name is Rayday, joined by James Bardoff. Of course, James, I mean, the action, you couldn't have asked for a better start to the game and better storylines, especially from some teams we probably didn't expect to do so well.
Yeah, and it's always good to see the regions that we're not so familiar with. Obviously, you and I cover EMEA and North America most of the time, and you know, there's only so many regions you can watch based on time zones and needing to sleep. But it is great to see
you can't do it all.
Some of the smaller representation putting in a big footprint on the faces of some of the more established names. That was the first game. Doesn't mean it will happen in the second. I cannot imagine we'll see all those names in the arse end of this once again. One of them being Alliance, of course, who had not the greatest of games. Not Alliance. Alliance came second, but some of the other teams like AD Raccoon,
TSM,
like Players,
Cloud9.
like Cloud9.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of them that ended up in the Empire, 16th place for them. NRG, 15th place. Plenty of casualties early on in that game.
Well, it's time for a resurgence. You know what that means. Somebody from the bottom's got to make a rise to the top. Which team will it be? Will it be the team that already told us, hey, Rainday, James, we just gave you the story. It's Indonesia getting the second most amount of points heading into it. That would be, of course, our friends Revenant Esports. But South America holding strong, Brazil in particular, Elevate, Zen, 2 teams in that final circle, showing us exactly why we need to pay attention to this regional format of the Apex Legends playoffs. We are so excited to get Game 2 underway here on World's Edge. 2 of 3 on the day and 3 more on Storm Point after it's all said and done. What a time to be an Apex Legends fan as they drop Big Mod here. We follow along with our other representative here from South America, Brazil particularly as well, and that is Adik, who got into some trouble with Dewa a little earlier on. I think it lasted too long for both of them.
Oh, purple backpack off the drop. Must be nice. Must be nice.
That doesn't happen to you.
I get a 30-30, a P20-20, and
a syringe,
and no backpack,
yeah,
basically,
right.
and that's it. I'm just full poverty status straight off the bat. Well, I think NRG in particular were very unlucky in that last game because again we had the good fortune of seeing a fantastic play from them. Again, their decision making is exquisite, and we saw a great example of that. But everybody else saw opportunity. They saw candy in the candy shop, and they came in for it. And there's not much you can do. I don't know if there was anything else they could do at that point. I think it was just one of those things. But they showed great potential. And of course, we often do see that from NRG, which is why they were my pick for this one. I did want to go with the Watson team, but I don't think Vega are gonna have a crazy performance.
It's a hard
in
lobby.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough lobby, so I don't want to like throw everything away.
Yeah,
but
you're
I
still
do wish
Watson
them the
fans,
best.
man.
It was just so much fun. It's just so different to everything else we're seeing. And we did, in some of the scrims, we saw some great highlights from some Watson players just taking out player after player, and I would love to see that today.
Well, you know, piggybacking on your NRG comment as well, them doing something different, seeing candy in the candy shop, but also having eyes to say there's a play to be made here that Empire clearly did not expect. And you talk about a team that was in a prime position. They could have held that building till round 4, go out pretty clearly into the choke, be fighting from the angle that I think we saw Fennel fighting for most of the time, and keep the high ground. But it was NRG who threw them off. Then another team pushed them inside. So it is that ability of Sweet and this team that we talk about, why people consider him the best IGL, why Hal even in clips has been known to say, listen, Sweet, he micromanages more than me. I give it up for him to do that. He said some other things too I'm not going to repeat on here, but overall there's a ton of respect for what he can see and envision and allow his teams to do like a well-oiled machine. And I think that does bode well for them being your pick today. Obviously didn't work out in Game 1, but we still got Game 2 here. And look at this. AD Raccoon.
Yeah.
Is that something that just happened with NRG, James, or is that about to happen?
Well, no, he's disconnected, it looks like.
Oh, no.
I saw a disconnect symbol, so we'll see if he can solve that. Maybe just going for a game restart or something, but he seems safe for the time being. In the meantime, we see a slightly northeastern ring and many teams heading in that direction early. real estate is important and pretty sparse here, especially as far as the buildings are concerned. Once the initial ones get occupied, then life may be difficult for those latecomers. And Alliance may be one of those late teams. Perhaps they'll play edge in the current scenario. You can see players on the way looking for a better performance than we saw from them last game.
That's right.
They had a shocker, and they are a team where we have seen great things from them in the past. Of course, they have a stand-in for today. See how it goes, though. Plenty of skill remains on that team, and as a very early engagement, Leogri with the wingman looking to do what he can. There will be a dome to create some space to try and get those shields back up. They don't want to have another shocker here.
Yeah, dangerous, though. Mid-fight as well. Ardeki with a Peacekeeper. You would trust that man to come out, even if he's against 6 strong. The player did not have a good start to this one. In fact, on 0 points, you know that that's not going to satisfy in Game 2. So playing this one a little more cautiously towards the higher grounds of Epicenter. And we will see players continuing to bide their time. Smart choice. And, of course, when you're talking about choices you can make, I think this is a better one to do. The bow check in hand, maybe want to put that one away for now. But the wingman, certainly with the 2 times, will hold them off. Still a bit of a stalemate.
I met players and Empire at the airport, arriving in Stockholm.
That's right.
Had a nice exchange with Hardeki, which was also amusing. these guys know what's up. These wingman shots looking to find a nasty connection, nothing doing just yet. And of course, this bow check is less than ideal. As we can see here, a number of targets, but nothing hitting the mark just yet. We have lost a single player thus far. I'm not sure if that was a disconnect or someone else, but
yeah,
I'm sure we'll find out later on. But for now, it's uncomfortable for many. And I am, again, like, since we got to World's Edge, Empire have not really had the results that I'm sure they're looking for. They're still high on the table, but where's the Maggie? Where's the Caustic?
You have been hyping that up, and I think for a really good edification of our audience, the differences that Empire are willing to take in terms of legend composition is something that sets them apart as far as their playstyle and their confidence as well. They ran Bangalore, they ran Wraith. They mixed up lineups in the first 2 games, which they ended up winning, I believe, 1 of those 2. And then they've mixed things up here as well. They've also run Maggie on World's Edge, so it's not crazy. Mad Maggie, although no other team is playing her, Empire has chosen to go that route, which I'm a fan of. I love the Riot Drill. I think it's the most potent thing in her lineup by far. I would be surprised to see them use it here, though, James, because it does feel that if they don't have their rhythm now, they've got to try to establish something a little bit more concrete before they move into that area. Or
it's a play rain day. Yeah. I'm not having any of that.
Do you
think?
It is
a play.
I mean, maybe that's what gets them going, though. That's the thing.
Galvanize the team with Q spam. I don't know what button it is on the controller, but on the keyboard it's certainly the Q. So we can see that teams coexisting for now as we find ourselves on 58 players. And Reject maybe looking to have a go on a replicator, but having some difficulty with that at the moment. We see that the 3 times is in the replicator at the moment. That would be the main thing for the time being. So nothing too critical. Like Vicky and I are we're both big fans of the turbocharger being in the replicator, because then you see all kinds of energy, and the Havoc especially absolutely shreds. We saw Albarelli was fortunate enough to find a turbocharger at the right time in that previous game, and we'll keep an eye out to see if anybody else does in this one.
Well, a great point to mention as well, the replicator and the meta of what has kind of gone on for high-level play. Those who don't necessarily watch the ALGS for the most part do understand that this has been a new feature added over the course of the last few seasons, being able to replicate and create backpacks, batteries out of nowhere, weapons even this season with the flatline and longbow, but has become such a crucial part of this meta for players to use, even within several circles and zones, to still be replicating and planning their rotations on it. In fact, talk about planning, I'm not sure if TSM had this fight in mind, but they certainly have a lot of people looking at them. Let's listen in, see how they handle it.
I don't care, like, we have to get their loot.
I'm healing up.
They're coming to me now. They're in diner. They're in diner.
Port. Taking port. Popping a syringe.
Give me died. It's a solo now, solo. He's in elevator. Called. I just got hit by the nade.
Yeah, we're both cracked.
Play so. There's
another
I need to get out. It's another full team. It's another full team trying to
get
start.
out?
Yeah, try to get out if you can. Can you get out?
Come back to me. Come out. Get out now.
That's my give you.
Pop in a syringe.
Let's run back inside. Let's run back inside. Run
the
back
Gibby.
inside.
The Gibby is thirsted. I'm on first floor right now.
Okay.
I'm 2-0.
There's a box out here.
Yeah, loot the box like right away. I don't care where it is.
I'm on it. There's bats and shit. 3x.
Their solo still got away.
I'm one. I have bat.
They're pushing up.
Okay.
I got it here.
Crypto almost cracked.
Crypto.
I cracked that.
Dog flash.
I cracked two.
Give me low. Nice. I'm one. Thirst for me, please.
I got him all.
Nice. Good shit.
I'm healing.
Behind the south. Walking close.
I'm 1 HP.
I'm solo.
I'm 1 HP.
I'm going second floor.
He's next to us. He's a kill this guy.
Solo. It's a solo. I'm jumping down.
He's on the box.
Cracked.
I'm
Get him.
coming to you.
Yeah.
There's another team on top construction. Careful.
He's over here in the ditch. He's super low.
I downed him.
Nice.
He res his teammate.
I got his teammate up top.
Yeah,
that's his teammate, I think.
I have zero shields.
I'm jumping.
I dropped you my only bat. Look for his teammate. Zone's coming in.
Yeah, I need to heal, bro. Hold on.
We just need to loot. We need to loot.
Yeah,
we don't know where his teammate is. We need to loot. I need a shotgun. He has a massive. Perfect. I have 0 bats right now.
I could drop you a bat.
Okay. Not yet.
I need shotgun ammo. I have 1 bullet.
Let's go loot.
I'm dropping you. I dropped you 8.
I'm dropping you a bat. Turn the fuck around before we run into somebody else.
Passion. That's the name of the game for TSM. You could hear it there earlier on. A little bit of a meme, but you could tell the animated conversation was well worth it. They ended up getting a nice couple of kills, especially with what was, I would say, an ambitious push from Reject. How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a suicide run from Reject, but let's not forget there was a Gibby in that building that got fragged. And I think they were looking to push a 3v2 on that Gibby team.
They were.
But TSM were in there, and they essentially sandwiched themselves because one was hiding in the elevator. And so the Crypto ran in like, hello guys, I'm here. Got shot in the back and the front. And then they just got absolutely deleted, erased, forgotten about. There's no entry, or there barely is one in the history books for them in that game. So very unfortunate. I would imagine they played with the information they had, but it ended up being wrong and TSM, which is less than ideal, putting it mildly.
Well, I think that's the thing too. When you have that overconfidence sometimes saying this is the info, you don't lead yourself given the opportunity to question whether you have all the info. And I think that one was just a little bit of slip and slide there on that one. TSM out the building, then back in. Unfortunately, they met the maker on that one. Meanwhile, where we will see one of the more popular circles in World's Edge near this overlook epicenter fragment kind of central area, it will be a very familiar one for most of the teams in this lobby. Empire kind of at the center of it as well. It's not going to pull, for those who were watching earlier, far towards overlook, where we saw actually Optic Gaming win.
I got to say, if you look on the radar, you can see there's 2, maybe 3 crypto drones. These guys about to get thirsted.
Audic still playing so edge here as well. I can't see that this has been working for them, but the commitment to it as well, playing around Fragment, has just created all of these feisty engagements. And look at this C9 as well, a team that has been well on the minds and tongues of many of the players here, talking about what's going on with them, how will they perform. Graceful, Stay Naughty, Albrelelli, and they're rocking the havoc as well. James with a big shout out. The green and green looks good on the Caustic Man, and we'll see if he can put it to good work here. Only 19 squads remaining. They're looking to make it 18 to win this fight. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Crack two. Wait, why are we all the way back there? Wait.
Crack one.
Because I had
Can
to.
we
It was
get
one shot.
angled from this inside?
I didn't know there was a spot back there.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck we
I
just
had no
did,
idea. There's 2 in my bubble.
Come here, guys.
I need the bobbers. We're gonna get sent.
2 of them are on blue armor.
Crack. No more
One
bullets.
shot. No, I didn't have bullets either.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, so close. You could feel the clutch slip out of his fingers there on that one. Cloud9 will be out. It was actually Scars who took down NRG as well in your kill feed, but an unfortunate kind of miscalculation there. It seems like communication wasn't on point with Alberlele and the boys.
Yeah, it's going to hurt more because he had a gold Havoc. So, again, I mean, it must be nice. Well, must have been nice. Oh, TSM just got wrecked as well by Elevate. They've been sent to the lower ground level basement. No natural light down there. Revenant Esports will now have a repeat of their first game here in this series. They will be put in the bin as well. So there will be more big casualties early on as we move to 16 squads now. And again, in the split, we saw a lot of Alberlele on the charge rifle. Now we're seeing a lot of Alberlele on the Havoc. I like it. Elevate looking for more opportunity now. I hear cracks. Is it Stone Cold Steve Austin? No. It's Elevate. Just absolutely beaming people with a crafted flatline while they try and escape the zone, but can they escape Elevate?
Nella saying Bom Dia as well, representing our Brazilian squads here. But it's Elevate who get taken down right here by none other than AD Raccoon. Parka finding the kill with the flatline and the down. So Nellas, they're going to lose him. Sleep, he will fall as well. It's just been trying to stay alive. They have done well. 18 points here on 2 games. This is a live tally, so still a decent performance, but it seems like, if anything, AD Raccoon are still alive and well as players here who sit edge as a minute and 25 seconds left before this zone starts to move.
Yeah, they've got themselves some kills, but they still have a bow check. Not sure how many kills they've got with that. Sent somebody to the well, to a different dimension. And that is the end of them, and maybe now they can get rid of that bow check. We'll see, indeed. R3A1, that is quite the upgrade. I'm not sure how many arrows he had left, but it didn't look like he was Legolas.
It looked like he didn't have enough time to finish the trilogy of that movie anyway, so he decided he'd just skip it, read the Spark notes, talk to him, and there you go.
Oh, just as I say that.
Action. Good from range, James, but I think you're right. R301 is going to be better bet over the course of this game. Elevate working their way in underneath the tunnel. They might run into NRG, though. But meanwhile, Empire in the thick of things. Maliwan.
Yes!
Knowing that Ranch
Guess who's back?
Oh, my word. James?
I told y'all
Did
it
we
was
summon
coming.
this?
I told y'all. I'm summoning this like it's Final Fantasy. I got that materia out. Let's go.
I got scared if you guys could have seen me on the desk because I thought something had happened. And no, it was
something
just James
has happened.
realizing
this is huge.
Realizing that Mad Maggie is now being played, the newest legend in Apex Legends. Not for long, but the newest one as far as availability for competitive Apex Legends is here, played by Cleve. They have run this quite often, James, and it is quite successful.
This changes everything, Rain Day. This changes everything. If they can get that high ground, they've got harassment angles in every direction. These kind of trucks, which Empire are partly in at the moment, anyone in that truck is only going to have half that truck once Maggie starts coming through. With the Corsic there as well. And I don't fancy your chances, buddy. Scars, for example, could be a potential target. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, there is still more fire coming out of this truck from Scars. They try to create space for themselves, and actually Maliwan's going to have some trouble now, so that defensive bombardment may put a stop to Empire in this game. We'll have to wait and see as things are getting crazy out here.
It's overlooked. No, but it's not overlooked. I'll tell you what, this is a circle that these players know very, very well, and they know how hard it is to move through the chaos of the defensive bombardments that are landing right now. Scars, RPR with the wingman. He gets the crack. That'll be one. But will it be enough? Pinotar goes down, and he takes actually Alliance Yuki down there in the process. So Zen Wolf falling as well. You can see the kill feed starting to flow like a river. Scars staying alive and out of sight, though, although they're taking a ton of damage here in the zone. RPR is going to risk it for the Biscuit. He gets a little bit more resources to be ready for this final 9 squads now, but still 1 minute left before we get into round 6, and it is getting tight here, James.
And here we are with Vega and the Watson. Tatsu on the Crypto, in fact, and Jigen will be rolling with the Watson. We got fences on deck, and they've got some boxes. They've got some utility as well. Plenty of cover from the rocks. We'll see what they can do. We'll see how deep they can go. With the likes of Alliance and NRG eliminated, who knows what could happen. But Empire have had a catastrophe. Maliwan got eliminated for sure. I'm not sure if the second player is completely gone or just down for the time being. As far as we can see, it is just Ranches. I say just. Perhaps that'll be enough, but it is a very long road ahead, and I don't see any respawns coming anytime soon.
Players still alive. 100 Thieves as well. Saw them in the hallway yesterday, and a couple of us a little wary to give them the vote of confidence that they would win. Not because they haven't been playing well, but have they proven that they are in the top of the top, that they will close out a game if you leave them alive in the final 5. They've certainly gotten close, and in this tournament they have proven they are playing in form. Ooh, we'll see if that form continues though. Only 4 points so far in round 2 and game 2.
Oh, this is such an awkward plan B for 100 Thieves. They wanted to be up top, but there's a full team up there. They don't have any cover. They've got angles coming from multiple directions. I don't know where they go from here.
I think they're in. They can hang right here, but they're going to lose bubble. It's 23 seconds before that's going to come back, though, so they might have to make a move, and it's Scars actually fighting up top, so can they push on the backside? That might be Dewa that they have to run into, but Detonator certainly fighting with Scars, and oh my god, they take Scars out as well. Sudaraiku also falling the players. It is Hardeki getting involved, and Leogri finishing off those kills as well, so players 8 points to their name and still alive and healthy with this circle closing and round 6 beginning.
They Detonator down, Sudaraiku down as well, and the carnage continues on the low ground. There is hardly anywhere to hide. Hardeki trying to get what he can as there are 5 squads left, and maybe they've made enough space for themselves, players, as they hide behind these few rocks. They may want to just disengage for the time being. As you can see, they're checking the surroundings, looking for their threats, and they have Hardeki on the other side, and they have found some angles, and he is going to be victimized. That is the end of Dewa as we move to 4.
Add a point to the name, add a placement point as well. Players in a perfect spot to close this one out, but there's still 4 squads left they got to get through. 3, in fact. Element 6, they've got 100 Thieves, and V3 Vega currently tied for the top points in the game. Vega looking to push. They're just going to hit the caustic barrel, provide a little bit of cover and patience. That's going to be the name of the game. Who has to fight first? Vega on the low ground. Certainly feel like they're going to have to get exposed before players, but round 6 with only 7 coming is going to allow this to transpire with maybe 100 Thieves staying out of line of sight, because technically they have the most room to travel before they have to engage.
Yeah, they've just disengaged for the time being. All these teams have to be concerned with what is closest to them and the angles they're exposed to, but in terms of fighting, they've got to fight the guys who are on top of them, the guys who might drop on them. That has got to be the priority, which allows 100 Thieves to wait until it's the right time to strike. We've got bombardments coming through. Players will have to dome up now, and they can just admire the scenery for the time being, but they have to quickly decide on what they want to do once this dome is gone. You can see they're thinking about it. The ALGS styles potentially coming out. Are they going to drop on a team? If they do drop, it is a full commitment. There is probably no turning back. Hardeki is here with the Wraith, but I don't know if they're going to have the TP for it. What will they choose to do? We'll see, as 100 Thieves are just holding the angles. Again, they don't want to take a risk. They don't want to overextend. They are playing for top 1.
Put a wedding ring on it. There is no fear of commitment from the players, boys, as well. They're on the top of the mountain, and it's going to be up to Element 6 to try to climb up to meet them. 100 Thieves fighting on the outskirts. Here we go. Players from up top. They throw the thermite as well. Hardeki, he's going to try to find some damage, but they're still waiting. They do not want to drop until there's only 2 squads. Them and the team below them about to get finished, but they are coming from the backside of it, and 100 Thieves are patiently fighting as well. They take the win. It's 100 Thieves versus players. Can Hardeki clutch? He's only fighting 2, and players will come down and rise to the top. They take game 2 here in our 2nd round.
It took a while, but you knew it was coming eventually. Hardeki will not be denied. Got a cheeky smile on his face as they really did exploit the teams below. Waited until the right time to strike. As soon as it said 2 teams remaining, off they go. They make a Reuben sandwich, and they'll be the bread on either side. I wouldn't want to be the meat. That is a very important victory for a very calm Hardeki.
Hardeki. Is it the straw? Is that what's giving him all the superpowers? He somehow finds a way alongside his boys to get the job done at the end of it. We're going to have to talk about that if we have an interview going on with him. But the cheeky smile indeed. The man, the myth, the legend. More clutches than probably anybody in the EMEA scene, possibly in the Apex Legends scene. Some epic plays and 100 Thieves. Unfortunately, at the end of that one, but a solid performance from them overall in this game.
I think any team to the level of 100 Thieves who comes second is never going to be content with second place.
Right.
But, you know, I think they did the best they could in terms of timing, in terms of disengaging and trying to hold position as best as possible. But players found themselves at the top of the proverbial mountain and then just dropped on falls. They picked their timing better than everybody else's, along with their positioning. And we find them now with 12 kills for 24 points overall from that game.
Incredible stuff. I mean, the fact that they were able to kind of make the game go at their pace is what I think is always going to be player strengths. They find somehow to almost push the envelope, and it really makes it difficult for teams who maybe like to play more patient or wait for the game to come to them. 100 Thieves Element 6, particularly in that final fight, to really be at the back end of that. You could tell the aggression coming from Leogri, PK, and Haradeki. It was just too much. Big shout out to Vega, though. 12 points on that one, James. That's a very strong performance from them. They were in the top 4. Daewoo United Esports, they had that hard run in with Audic in game 1, but they seem to have turned it around, consistently getting points here as well. And Sudaraiku, a team we're expecting a lot of, but that leads out our top 10 there.
Yeah, we see Cloud9, another rough game for them. AD Raccoon, another nightmare game for them. Revenant Esports couldn't replicate the success we saw from them in the first game. TSM, 18th place. However, indeed, they get 6 points on the board. So even though their placement isn't fantastic, they will get themselves a bunch of points. And again, that is part of the consistency we talk about. You might not place so high, but if you can get the frags, then it all counts once you get towards the end.
Well, these are the guys who got all the frags as well. And you could see it was just all a team effort. Yes, PK, MK finds 7 kills, but Ardeki adds 2 assists and 2 to himself, plus 1,900 damage. Leogri gets 3, 2 assists also. These guys are lethal. It's almost like that they are trained assassins. They know how to execute, and you never want to meet them in a 3v3. You never want to meet them in a final circle. You certainly don't want to meet them in your group stages if you need points and are trying to get your rhythm up, because they're certainly going to take as much as they can get, and they've done that today.
Now we can see the overall leaderboard, and players suddenly find themselves in first place, moving up 17 places. We can see how important these points are, especially in these early games. Not far behind are the likes of Zen, Fennel, Revenant Esports, Elevate. A lot of teams you may not expect to be in this position, as we can see just behind them. You have the likes of Element 6, 100 Thieves, Alliance. The question is, can these 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place teams keep up this consistency and stay ahead of these teams as we go through these games?
Yeah, and the questions to be answered are, why are Alliance maybe having a little bit of an issue in separating themselves? It's not bad, really. 10 points away from 1st to 9th place. But Team Empire, TSM, NRG specifically, and even AD Raccoon and Cloud9, we saw what happened there to them, but a lot of these teams, the answers aren't quite there yet as to what is the cause that things aren't working out well for them, James.
Absolutely. It is, yeah, there's a lot of teams, a lot of name brand teams, let's say, which are running kind of cold at the moment. But I tell you what's hot right now, it's Maggie. She's a smoke show, and we're going to see more of her, I'm sure, in the next game. I can't guarantee it, of course.
But he's sure.
I'll get as close as I can to that.
But he's sure. Trust me, we're going to be talking about Maggie. We're going to get ready for Game 3. We're going to take a quick break, though. We'll be right back to finish out the first half of our 2nd round after this. Welcome virtually to Stockholm, Sweden. We are here live and well, and James has a banana
I just want to show you how big everything behind us is. Banana for scale.
Banana for scale.
So
okay,
I'm sure
James,
you can understand.
You know what?
Now.
Let's do this. Let's be honest, because out here, I have a personal story of pain and tragedy. As a caster in my entire career, I've been the privilege to work with some of the best casters and partners, but they've all happened to be 6'3" or 6'4". Now, I am standing on a box. Unfortunately, this is what it really looks like. Me standing next to James. I look like Kevin Hart, and he's Shaquille
my God,
O'Neal.
I didn't realize it was this much of a difference. I wouldn't even say you're small.
I know I'm not really, but I always have a 6'4" part. But you know what? I think it's something to look up to. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, everyone next to me has a box.
That's right. That's true.
At present, although
I'm not an exception.
Yeah, so there we go. I like people need to know what's going on there.
Yeah.
So
I had to give James his 6'4" rep.
I appreciate
when you're
it.
6'4" and everyone's standing in a box, he's like, I don't get to show how tall
I'm being
I
oppressed
actually
by
am.
these boxes.
That's right.
They're just hiding the truth. This is the fake news box.
Teams getting ready for game number 3. We are here at the playoffs in day number 1, round 2. We've got 3 rounds, 6 games each round. 3 games of those rounds are going to be on the World's Edge and 3 on Storm Point this time.
Man, you just said all kinds of numbers.
We're starting out with Storm Point. You're not afraid of math. I just said a lot of numbers about your height and mine as well. So I'm keeping it consistent. Hardecki, he's been keeping it consistent as well, always showing up here. Game 2 specifically, they take the win on that one, players. And they're all the better for it. I think this is a team that the lobby does not want to see heat up.
Speaking of heating up, bearing in mind this is the first LAN in 900+ days, those are not tea bags in his hands.
No.
Those are called hot hands, so they do radiate heat to keep players' hands warmer, especially when you're in a big venue. It's often a little colder in these kind of big venues, and it's hard to keep your hands warm. Many people will know what that feels like to play with cold hands. So you have these things called hot hands to keep your hand a little warmer. And I must say, I do appreciate some of the more custom keyboards we're seeing around here as well.
Yeah.
I'm a connoisseur of many things. One of them will be the keyboard, and I'm liking what I'm seeing on these desks.
Big shot of the CEO of Apex Legends there, Imperial Hal. Sitting next to his partners in crime, Reps and the young Verholst. Seems locked in, seems focused. Things haven't been working out for TSM so far today, as far as, of course, their standard, which is, if you follow Hal's Twitter, standing on the stage, accepting this trophy as the winner of this tournament. Otherwise, we all shouldn't talk to him. So high standards indeed, high expectations, and that's just the way it is when you're a part of TSM.
Dude, imagine having hair like Sweet. I want hair like that. People think I'm bald, man, but I just like, I'm not.
James isn't bald, actually.
I just like the way it feels when it's a 0.5. Although, trying to get a haircut in America, I go in there and I say, can I have a half? And the guy's like, bald?
Bald.
And I'm like, imagine if I was cue ball with a head this big, that would be insane. So I'm like, no, half. And then it's like, oh.
Not the Kashira,
I have to say half.
Yeah, you got to say half.
Yeah.
You got to give him your, is that American accent right there?
Yeah. If I say half, he's like bald. But if I say half.
Do we sound like that?
Yeah.
If we do, I feel.
I mean, that worked. That was the translation that he needed. So what can I say?
Yeah. Alliance here, no translation. He's a direct guy, friendly guy, though. Military background and leadership qualities to boot. He's helped Alliance become one of the most successful teams in all of Europe, but they were almost not going to be here, James.
Indeed.
Despite a couple of great performances.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster. But when the backs are to the wall, the best teams will often make it. Often, I say, because we are missing Sentinels.
We are.
I think everybody wants them to be here, and it was really brutal. It was brutal, partly because of Optic in the fashion in which they didn't, but hopefully for the bigger events like championships in future, fingers crossed we can see them at an event like that. I want to see Sentinels do it on LAN. They've got the talent. They are oozing talent. But of course, now we are at the LAN finals. We must focus on the teams that are here. Side note, little segue. We had Hal on screen. We had Hal.
I thought we were.
We had Hal on screen earlier. And he had a keyboard with no F keys on it.
Wow.
Like a 60% keyboard,
That's to
which
keep
is well up my street.
That's so he doesn't say the wrong thing to his teammates when he's chatting to them. He knows it's a...
Yeah, 12 F keys, way too many for Hal. So like that one on the bottom right corner as well, that will be a 60% keyboard, no F keys in there. So you have a function key. So if you wanted to press F2, for example, it's got his name on it. Oh, there's a little tribute. Oh, is it from his girlfriend?
I feel like at this point, if you don't have a custom keyboard, you are just not keeping up with the style.
Matches his mouse as well. I think his mouse has been modded with a custom spray. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like to me.
It's dope.
There are some guys out there who do that. I've had some make them for me. They've just said like, hey guys, we know you're enthusiastic about this stuff. Can I like mod a mouse for you? And they've like custom spray painted it.
Really?
In, like British racing green and all sorts. Yeah, it's really cool and stuff you can get out there. But have a look at this. This was a big story coming into this series of games. TSM, NRG, how sweet. So far, kind of a mixed bag. I think both will certainly want more from what we've seen so far.
It's certainly difficult when you have two superstars. Expectations are win or go home, essentially. That is going to be a tough thing to ask of any human being under what they're doing. Probably traveling from North America, some of the farther trips that they're going to make, obviously, and they're going to have to adjust. Both of them actually have girlfriends here as well, and so they've got a lot of things going on alongside the team, alongside adapting. That is, you got to stay focused for something like this, and you could tell that is the goal. It's not maybe day one, game one, but day two, and of course in day three, we expect those two teams and those two guys to be leading teams that are vying for the championship. Otherwise, we'd be very, very surprised.
I'm just looking at all the setups of these players now. It's still. I think yesterday we were all, we were doing rehearsal, we were here all day, and it was very, just to see the stage, to see the depth of the stage, to see all the seats behind us where all the players are going to be playing was just surreal for Apex.
It's beautiful.
The timing of the global situation, if you will, the pandemic, it was horrible for all the things that we could have had for Apex, but we're finally starting to have them now, and it is really, really good to see. This is an awesome stage. It's I don't know, it's still a pinch me moment,
Yeah, it certainly is. I think it feels surreal for a lot of us being here as well. And I know, James, you've been such an integral part of our team in the last year, and I think for those as well who were at that first LAN in Poland, there was a special feeling of what the team could do and produce and put together and organize, and we knew it was special. We haven't been able to get back to that for over 950 days. That number has been echoed throughout this broadcast. It will be echoed on Twitter. It is in the players' minds. They know how long they've waited, and that's why it feels surreal. Could it actually be happening? Getting all of your testing done, your traveling done, sleeping, waking up to this morning was like waking up on Christmas morning. It was finally here, and it's time to show up. We're seeing a lot of these teams put on great performances. Some teams not yet woken up, but we expect you can only keep a giant sleeping for so long. Game 3 coming up here on World's Edge. Rain Day and James Bardoff on the cast as we get ready to kick it off.
Time to drop again. World's Edge one more time, and I will be disappointed if Empire do not have Maggie in the mix, and I need confirmation of that immediately. I demand it. I don't request it. I need to see it. I need to see it now. Players coming off a very nice victory will look to do more in this one. We'll see how they're able to get on. I am curious to also see if Element 6 will find themselves with their double gold armor as they normally do. Definitely a great way to start again. Just makes shield cells basically, well, I would say basically batteries, but it's just so strong to stay in the mix. When a team are trying to force you back when they cracked you, you could just get straight back in there again and take them by surprise. As we saw NRG do with, well, in a different fashion with that play where they just all went up the stairs. And it takes a strong leader to do the things you can't do because you can't do them. That's when they're not expected. And a play like that completely catching a team off guard. We'll see if they can do that and stabilize afterwards if they're fortunate enough. Again, there were so many teams looking to third party in that situation. But I think with a play like that, they definitely deserved more.
It seems like they're on the right path. Just got to keep it up. You got to iterate. As well as something that I've noticed with NRG, just continually getting a little bit better. And I actually feel that they have manifested a great strategy of playing open space and really rotating well on Stormpoint too. So this is something that obviously players have had to juggle, bringing in lineups for Stormpoint, bringing in lineups for World's Edge, and managing your success on both of them. We saw a team like in the final round of the first round today, the final game, we saw GMT Esports actually come out on a win, and they had a tremendously terrible start on Storm Point, and that was mostly because they were 50-50ing, which is where it all leads back to the gold backpack would have been, the shield would have been super helpful in a situation where you're trading limited resources in a fight that could determine 19th spot or going on to continue playing.
I saw that Sutaraiku landed on the dome, and traditionally nobody wants the dome. As time goes on, if no one's going to the dome, maybe team spreads to the dome. But seeing the zone is all the way up towards the northeast, it's going to be a very long rotation for them. But for Cloud9, it is on their doorstep, and they'll be very happy with that situation at the very least. But once they have that information, better gather up your resources and pick your position, because you may be stuck there for a while. See some early rotations from 100 Thieves as well. Seen some nice performances for them, and they'll look to do one more before World's Edge goes out the door and Storm Point comes in.
A team that has been so close yet so far in a lot of instances, although these teams and these players extremely successful as far as championships go. We've wanted to continue seeing them perform to their best over the course of not only Split 2, but these playoffs here. And they certainly seem like they have the attitude for it. Picking up Onmu has been a huge part of, I think, the camaraderie and the team comms that are going along and creating a lot of synergy. So big expectations for them in this tournament. Cloud9, a team that clearly, from a communication standpoint, had a couple of questions that needed to be answered here. Obviously, playing with a sub, not easy, but continuing to do their best. And I think that's kind of the key here on Stay Naughty as you see him rocking the Gibraltar.
Traditionally in blue, the Cloud9 squad. Good start for them in that respect. Purple backpack on your Jibby, not too shabby either. We did talk about gathering resources, and all of those things will certainly help. And again, they'll just be looking to look at the climate around them for a while as we see rotation after rotation. Vega went deep recently with their Watson in tow, and they'll look to do the same now as they found some cover at the very least, but what else will there be? They've got the Watson ult up immediately to absorb, and again, I think we don't really get the opportunity to talk about how they can save their shield cells if they can hug the ultimate and get their shield slowly up, but you don't always have that opportunity, but it will certainly help extend your utility. They find themselves in a tough place, though. They are sandwiched between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. Rather you than me.
Not a great spot to be. A quick correction there was, I believe, Graceful, not Stay Naughty, who should be on the, of course, Valkyrie there. But Vega, these are important moments for them. 20 squads still left. Last game on World's Edge. You want to make the most of it. You've already set yourself up to have really a strong kind of showing. If you could win here, if you can get a top 10 here, you're setting yourself up for the final 3 games to be very successful and doing it a bit unconventionally. 30-30 repeater, one of my favorite weapons, but not what we always see players go to as far as a second offhand weapon. Typically, you are running something like a Mastiff, or you are running maybe multiple flex ability guns like a R301 and a wingman, a car, a wingman, something that gives you close range, but the ability to be nimble as well.
Yeah, and that could suggest that they prioritize rotating rather than trying to gather a better situation for themselves.
Right.
We can see players rotating in, so things are only going to get worse for Vega. They are surrounded by many of the best players in the world, and bearing in mind, we saw that 30-30 had no attachments whatsoever. So things are going to be difficult for them. Trying to level up your white shields, your squishy shields with a scopeless 30-30 is not going to be the easiest task in the world. I did see a wingman on one of the other players, so perhaps it'll be easier. But which direction do they even face? They are in a very ropey spot. How do they even make a rotation unless they're going to launch into the air once more? So many questions. We'll keep an eye out for the answers as we see players look to reposition as well.
Trying to hold edge here. This should be good for 2 zones. Round 1 on the way of closing. 20 squads still left. 60 players. Not a player hath fallen. And that means that these teams know how important this game is in this A versus C matchup. There is only one more game, round of 6, to come later on this evening, and it will be A versus D broadcast on your main stream. But of course, all of these teams will be fighting against one another over the course of the day to determine who sets themselves up for the point total of being in the winner's bracket tomorrow, and of course avoids that loser's bracket and ultimately avoids elimination easiest so that they can make it here on Sunday and be playing on the stage they are playing now. Zen, a team from Brazil who has had a fantastic showing today already.
Team players fell back from their position going over the zip line. I don't know if they really had an approach forward, especially with Vega in their position. In the meantime, Zen will try to hold on to the area they have, but they've got to get their Jibby back up again as soon as they can. There's a lot of action going on outside bombardments as well, which may encourage players to force their way forward. You can see them considering trying to put down a Caustic Cult to maybe try and control some more area. They've got to get their Jibby up soon, and risks will have to be taken in order to do that. They can put some barrels down, but will they go for the ult as well? How much do they want to throw in the drain potentially in order to get their Jibby up? It is worth it, of course. You lose so much ability if your Jibby isn't up. But K20, here's the res barrel. It's not going to be enough though, is it?
Hey.
Goodbye.
Wow, he is swinging with that. And not even a turbocharger in sight. The confidence, James, to be able to go ahead and try to peek that corner. It does work out for them, though. It is Zen who take the lion's share of the damage, and they force Wolf out from underneath. Say, we don't want to share this tendency with you. Get out, eviction notice on the door. And Wolf, well, he doesn't argue much with that.
He just came in the fire exit, saw the door was ajar, and exploited Zen. And again, you saw them pull out the Caustic Cult, but not throw it. Like, ooh, should we, shouldn't we? Even if we do, where do we throw it?
Right.
They don't know where the threats are, and it cost them. Wolf now, where does he go? I don't think he's got anywhere to go. We may be losing our first team very, very soon indeed. Still 20 squads up for now as he tries to find something somewhere. And I'll tell you one thing, he's not recovering those banners, I don't think.
No, it cannot. It can only last for so long, and he's just got to hope that somebody else comes in and starts making noise, starts knocking on the door, starts distracting them down the street, because so far he has got the sole attention of Element 6. But meanwhile, across the way, NRG, they are in the mix, and I believe they're next to 100 Thieves and Dewa United Esports. So pay attention to this one. NRG, Rocker, and Nathan go down. This is Rocker fully falling. It's C9. Graceful getting involved in it as well, and Dewa starting that engagement, finishing off Nathan here with Caustic Gas. This is a terrible situation for NRG, but a beautiful one for Dewa, who we said needed to go big today.
Yeah, everybody had a piece of that cake by the looks of things. Everyone getting fed up of NRG, and as I say that, Vaxlon will take out Sweeten. Goodbye, NRG.
Wow.
They are the team that finishes in 20th place. That is a shocker indeed. A very bumpy road for NRG, and I don't see any suspension whatsoever. They are taking massive damage from game to game.
Clearly, just it's not working out what's happening here. But again, the only thing I can think of, and we'll be giving it to our other casting pair to finish up these last 3 games coming up soon after this on Stormpoint, is that a map change will help them significantly. That will get them back in their rhythm. It is not the NRG we expect to see on Sunday. It's not the NRG we expected to be here in round 2, but ultimately, as quickly as it can turn off and you can struggle, you can get right back into the rhythm, and particularly with the challenge, James, of changing landing spots and changing groups this fast. You talk about a team like GMT, I'm mentioning them because it's really easy to note the early contest. You go A versus D or B versus D, they may not have to deal with that. And so that changes and adds a whole new layer of strategy that is clearly impacting a lot of these players, and they're getting used to.
Yeah, and so some of the results were unfortunate for NRG, as we saw when they made that great play and pushed into the building. However, cumulatively, it is less than desired, putting it mildly. We see Reject have some problems now. They've lost their crypto. I'd rather lose a crypto than lose a Jibby. However, you know, when you do need to retrieve a banner, crypto's the one you want to go and get it. Not on this occasion. You saw they were trying to fish for it, but they don't want to become fish food, so they have to go back. And the teams around him will know that they have forced the dome, so they're going to use the cover of that dome to get out of there, because if there's a team near enough to them and they know they're in a 3 versus 2 and they've burned their dome, that could be the go command to thirst the other kills. So I think they've made the correct decision in that respect, but it's too late to go over the wall now. And on this side of it, they may find themselves in trouble as they're almost losing their Jibby as well. He's running naked for the time being, trying to find some cover, trying to get inside just to get the shields up. So this game looking real hard for Reject. And while they've made their way in to try and heal up, they'll soon have to go back out again because they're not in the zone anymore.
Vivid imagery you're painting for us all back at home, James, and here in Sweden. Players, I think they like the imagery they've got in front of them as well. Players just have all of this area to move in for, and this is a great edge because you've got this barrier, obviously, where you can play back from, poke, but this is kind of what players like to do. They were running Bangalore on Storm Point, and it just gives you that instance of they're willing to play compositions that don't revolve around staying still, and obviously revolve around taking risks and using the opportunity to be successful, to see what's coming towards them. So there's so much coming on, and there's so many things that we can expect from today. Just to reset where we are at 18 squads left. We are in game 3, and we have a fantastic opportunity to see whether 100 Thieves will show up big yet again. Will players take play from the edge, or will, of course, 80 Raccoon, Karenpay, Obley find a way, Parka as well, to keep up this gatekeeping situation, because they are fantastically positioned right now.
Hey, thanks.
And of course, you can see there's just a lot involved in all of these. Look at Dogma with an R301. I don't think he's going to be able to do enough. That's reject out. Detonator hits the detonator on that one. And they close the deal on their game here in World's Edge. We'll see you in Storm Point.
And game after game here on World's Edge, we just have big casualties. And now we've got TSM in a very prickly situation. AD Raccoon on the other side, and I think that TSM may get the better of this one. Verhulst's trying to cover, but they've all been cracked now, and it is point-blank range where one team is going to have to go down here. Verhulst and Reps trying to do what they can. There is cover while Reps pops a bat, and it seems that TSM may survive. We shall see, as I don't think this is over quite yet. We've got grenades flying through, but they've got 2 men up, and that might be good enough.
It's 80 Raccoon who are trying to push in. TSM desperately need these points. Only 10, sitting well below the threshold of the lobby, but it's Detonator coming in as well, and Detonator, are they going to eliminate TSM? They will. 17th place out. Detonator takes down 2 squads in a row. Reject, then TSM. They are on a run here. 18 points so far in this lobby.
Get those shield swaps out. That building will be useful for a time, although they're feeling it. They're feeling the full set. What do you mean recovery? What do you mean res? What do you mean stabilize? Get out of my server, Detonator is saying. The cavalry's coming through as well, as they are thirsting like they've been eating nothing but biscuits for an hour.
20 points to the name. Can they stabilize here? They've got shield swaps. Surely Yuta knows it. He's going to go for it. Right now he swaps into an empty, but he's going to use his time, hopefully that they've bought, to just hit a shield bat and get some extra 25 value onto a full red Evo there. Detonator really showing up, giving us a taste of where maybe North America in a lot of these World's Edge situations, running up against other regions, need to be more prepared, or maybe look to take these fights differently, because Detonator almost feel like they're having free reign.
TSM and NRG grieved by the 3 Ps in different games. Very, very brutal on the World's Edge it can be. And again, the shield swaps in that building, they could just fall. We saw the Detonator getting ulted there, getting Jibby ulted. Just fall back to that building, get those shield swaps out. That building will be real crucial for them, forcing the little flyers away. Get out of my internet. Detonator now looking for more opportunities, as we see some players living amongst the lava. That's 2 different teams there. I'm not sure if they're even aware of each other, but we've got some vermin down below.
YL, me and Nightlay, and Yudu. Incredible performers so far on the day. Still have to do a lot more to catch up with players who are victors in the 2nd game. But in this 3rd game, it's not too much. 11 squads left. YL on the wingman, hits the reload real quick. 350 next on the Evo. He'd love to have a red, just like Yudu, who hit that swap and then the shield bat. But the biggest part is that they've been able to stabilize. And who were they fighting? Who are they looking at here? Fennel, another APAC North representative who has performed just 1 point higher than them. The regions coming out to play in the first test of Might on a LAN in over 2.5 years, and it has not disappointed.
Japanese team Detonator looking to put in more work. They have to abandon their building, but it has been kind to them. And we've got more rats on deck, desperately hoping that the drone doesn't come his way. But this run is going to be a painful one if he doesn't get moving quickly. Got to round that rock before he can make his way to some cover, or at least try. Detonator now. They've got 8 kills on the board so far, and they'll be looking for more. This has been a very promising game for them, but there are still 9 other squads on the server, so there is much more work to do. Worst case scenario, 8 kills will give them something, but there's so much potential for more as they move with confidence.
22 points on the name, 10 squads. left as round 4 looks to close.
Oh my days.
3 seconds here now, but Detonator, they're taking every bit of time that they have and making the most of it. 12s on the board from the R301 as it sings at range, and they look to rotate here. No need to kind of push on that center part. They're going to play outside. And will they run into 100 Thieves here and help be able to third party?
100 Thieves now up high, looking to do what they can. There are a lot of traps in that building, and now there are some angles and some big problems. Vaxlon and Scurry may be eliminated. Scurry's been deleted. My God, those caustic barrels delayed enough to cause a catastrophe. Triple Purple Cloud9 moving forward. They smell opportunity. They've got the zone to their right-hand side, which will give them some confidence as they will finish off 100 Thieves, opening the door, saw the barrels, and that was that.
Wow, Cloud9 here, finally maybe having a moment. And this is going to be very, very important, knowing that halfway they still have the opportunity to have a performance on Storm Point and change the tide of where this is going. But certainly, Poseidon, the god of the tides right now, has been in the hands and favor of Detonator, as well as Finnel. They are not alive, however. Finnel, they've fallen out. It is Elevate, Detonator, Element 6, Vega, Dewa, United Esports, Audic, and Cloud9 left. And Audic seem to be having a really nice spot here from range. They've got a lot of space to move in, but it's Dewa United Esports currently in a conflict with Elevate and Sleep. He falls down, James, but so does Doom.
Trying to create some space for themselves now, falling around the corner, but he just can't make it around the next one. And we've got some big issues now. Elevate deleted. In the meantime, they are really trying to stay alive as best they can. And that's where that gold armor comes in clutch. Or does it? No, he doesn't make it, actually. Gets eliminated as he's popping. Even the shield cell can't get there in time.
Stay Naughty finds the kill. This is huge for Cloud9. Fans around the world know how much they've gone through here in this moment. Can they keep it up? Alreleli certainly adds another placement point, and he adds a wingman shot as well. Stay Naughty, look at this angle that he's got. Creeping in from behind. Do they even see him coming? Stay Naughty stays. Naughty's got the car in his hand. A quick reload as well. Any ammo you choose, he'll put in that thing and make it ring. He finds the kill. Another squad down. Cloud9 turning up the heat. But just as I say it, Alreleli falls. It's just Stay Naughty left alive.
Gas Daddy's got indigestion, and the other teams can't make their way inside because there is caustic gas all over the shop that it will soon go. The bombardment on the outside will have to just force people away, and maybe they can stabilize. Can't go in, can't stay out, got to fall back, and that might be a lifeline for Cloud9 as they try to get their team standing once again. And still, this 30-30 with almost no attachments, still putting in nasty damage as the reses inside the truck continue.
8-Pack North almost feel like they're representing their entire region the way they've been playing so excellently. It is absolutely what you would expect to see from a team that has wanted to represent a region that has wanted to showcase themselves with the best of the best from South America, from APAC South, from North America, from EMEA. Well, they're certainly doing it, but there's still one top dog here who came in quite high on the rankings, Element 6, who are leading the current rankings now. 3 squads left. Element 6, Audic, and Cloud9. Cloud9 still looking to desperately get those points with a sub. But it doesn't feel like that with the way they're playing. If they can keep this rhythm up, James, and they can put this in to the next 3 games, this would be an incredible story of perseverance for them.
They've got some range for the time being, but you can see where that zone is going. They're going to have to press forward eventually. This is where they're waiting. Oh, the waiting game might come in.
Wow.
Again, desperately trying to keep their team alive, but look at the missiles that are coming through the windows. Oh my God, Stay Naughty might not be staying anywhere. I don't know if he's going to make it. And here come the guns. Element 6 pushing. They smell opportunity, and down go Cloud9. We move to 2 squads now, the final 2. If an Element 6 can play the waiting game, because they will have cover as they can watch their opponent lose theirs and have to run forward. It's a nervous time now as Element 6 can smell the opportunity.
Audic, the only team left from Brazil having a chance to change this dynamic. The story seems almost already written. It's just waiting to be greenlit by the studio, but will there be a rewrite? Will we see something change? It's an aggressive bubble as well. Sua looks to jump in, but not bite off more than he can chew. Both teams teasing, pressuring each other. but not fully committing. Element 6 know that there's a threat. K-Swinny gets involved. He's got that Fortify passive, 15% less damage to the Caustic and the Gibby. You've got to do 30% more damage in total to get through these guys. Plus, the aim, it's just so good sometimes. And K-Swinny knows it. He goes up for the Ego challenge. He goes down, but he's got Nags supporting him on the high ground as well. It's just Nags. They're trying to finish it off. He takes down one. Can Nags clutch it up and get the second? Will it be a total hero moment for Element 6? And Nags, the wingman shot. No! Brazil takes the win. Onyx celebrates as they should, as they take game 3.
What a crazy, crazy finish. We got knocks on knocks action on the outside and nervous wingman shots, but there wasn't enough in the end. And here these are the pop-offs we need on land, man. Talk your business. Trying to not say a certain other word, but this is what we need. The pop-offs. Keep going. Give it. Give it. That was a great finish to the last game of ALGS Edge in the second series of 3 today.
What a moment. Not just from Element 6 and Audic, but from that entire lobby, especially those top 5 teams. The ability for Vega to move in, the ability obviously for C9 to kind of deal with a hand that wasn't quite favorable to start out with and somehow manage that top 4 position, top 3 position. But at the end of the day, it was our team from Brazil, Audic, who would find the win. The clutch up indeed with the Mastiff. And man, they are smiling aplenty. A huge support here to our Brazilian fan base as well. You know, they're happy.
Bearing in mind these finals are in Europe, if you're used to watching EMEA and North American Apex Legends, then there are all kinds of spanners in the works with the results that we've seen in these games. But finally, we've got a good placement from Cloud9. I'm going to mention that first, in 3rd place with 8 kills. Element 6 up there as well with 8 kills, but in 1st place with 11, it is Audic. We've got new names, we've got new faces at the top of many of these finishes.
You know what I'm learning about this? Not only the fact that we've got a lot of teams that are now going to be a part of this conversation that maybe weren't a part of it coming into it because we hadn't seen them perform at LAN against teams that have built up that brand name that we've seen. But it's the fact that we may not know anything. Audic, Detonator, Fennel, Elevate, Dewa, if you tried to pick out this lobby and put Scars, Alliance, NRG, TSM, and Empire in the bottom, not only 5, but the bottom, like, 9, I mean, you're looking at this is what we would say is the best of Europe and APAC North coming in.
Look at the bottom 6, AD Raccoon, Empire, TSM, Alliance, NRG. Those are the ones to focus on.
Seed.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Players down there in 12th place as well. It is a drought here. All I'm seeing is 0s and 1s. It's like we're in a matrix here, but it's just full poverty. It's no programming, just basic ass numbers. And these guys leave with almost nothing here. Things looking real dry in the bottom half of match number 3 today.
Man, James, this has been such a great moment, and it's such a great day so far. We've got some casters coming up to finish off this day. Of course, we're switching to Stormpoint, which will be a whole new challenge for these teams. But just to me, your thoughts on just the way the regions have clashed and come together, and some of the surprises, or just some of the expression of feelings that is coming through, because it's just such a great experience to be able to see this happen finally.
I think this is what the best we could have asked for. I think this is what we needed, is that the other regions are showing, like, it's not just about your EMEA, your NA. It's not just about your big orgs, big names, big faces, but it's about the new kids on the block who haven't been able to go against these teams for years because of the pandemic and so on. So it is fantastic to see that Apex is thriving in all different directions.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it makes me want to urge you all. I know you're watching now, but to tell your friends, to get your parents up and say, watch this. I know you don't like esports, you haven't seen esports in a while, but you need to look at this because the storylines that are unfolding are setting up for a record-breaking success and a record-breaking, I think, experience for all of us here on our first LAN in 3 years. That is going to be it. Obviously, for James and I, we are getting ready for Game 3, though. I'm not sure if we have our desk ready to go.
Yes,
I think,
we
John.
do.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Fallout. He's going to lead the desk here to break down what we just saw after 3.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Fallout here. But look, get the camera off of me, all right? More important things are being had right now on this desk because guess what? I am joined for the very first time on an ALGS broadcast on the analyst desk with none other than the man himself. It's Nice Wig alongside the one and only Vicky Kitty. Wig, how you feeling, brother?
Honestly, man, I'm feeling great. Rocking the B stream over there, and we're having a good time, just talking, having fun. But, man, you guys do such a good job over here. It's a pleasure to be on this broadcast. I love you guys. I love what you do. So just thanks for having me on here, honestly.
You know, Andy's humble. He calls it the B stream. Listen, it's the B stream on paper, but it's the A team. You know what I'm saying?
It's the S plus tier stream out here, man. They've been doing such a good job. You guys are actually popping off. Love your energy, man. It's so contagious. You guys have been popping off.
Absolutely, man. And real quick, before we jump into the analysis here, obviously a lot to talk about on the main stage, a lot to talk about on the side stream, but how are things going for you so far, man? How's the experience been?
You know, overall, it's been unbelievable. It's been 3 years since LAN. I was at Poland, I was at X Games, and then we had a 3-year gap, and now we're back. And it just feels surreal, to be honest. Seeing the stage, seeing everyone hanging out from different regions, taking pictures, posting them together. It's a pretty crazy experience. It feels right. It feels like we should be here. Yeah, honestly.
Vicky, how about you?
It's been over 950 something days at this point, and it's insane that we get to see everybody together. We get to see the raw energy. We get to hear the trash talk in person, man. And it's such a good feeling to be here to see these players perform to their best abilities, but also seeing some underperformances too.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll talk about that and
Yeah.
more. I'm excited for some hot takes.
I'm down.
We'll jump into the highlights here from our last series. Real quick, you mentioned you were at the last one. There's those moments in esports you never forget. One of them for me is as a caster turning around and seeing you and the three boys all in arms hugging, hoping you're going to qualify for the next round. You did. You remember that moment?
Oh, yeah. Somehow. I have no idea how we did it. It was horrible, but we did it, man.
I call it the Backstreet Boys of Apex. That's why I used to call you guys, man. Good times back in the CLG days. But hey, let's jump into it. The quick highlights here. I know, Wig, we're catching you up because you've been watching the second stream. So match number 1, guess what? It was South America in the end game against Alliance, Vicky, and Zen ended up on top. They came down from high ground and they succeeded.
Yeah, that was also really impressive because we saw that Alliance try to split the attention, but that's what I mean. The pop-offs, the raw motion that we're able to witness with these player cameras. What's great is that before they won that game, I believe they only had 5 points, yet they still were able to have that raw energy after that one dub, man.
We were in the back, not gonna lie, kind of like roasting them. Like, you're popping off that much, they had 5 points last series. It doesn't matter. It's done and dusted. If you pull up and perform here in the second series, that's what matters. Second game, well, it was a team you're familiar with. Competed against them on LAN. It was players.
Yeah, and those guys are crazy. Hardeki is what we call the Grim Reaper. If he's wandering around, he's looking for KPs, looking for blood, you'll pop over to his team, has 0 damage, you go to Hardeki, has 4 kills, 800. I mean, the guy just knows how to wander. He's very similar to Hal with that playstyle, with a very Wraith mindset, and they know how to...
And look at him. This is after the win, by the way. Yeah, look at Hardeki.
Look at him. He's done it 1,000 times before. He just knows what's happening. He knows he's that guy. He really is.
I don't know what's going on back there. That's something different. That was a little different than your celebration.
A little bit different.
Yeah, and then match number 3, we'll see the celebration this time. I think that'll be more similar to the Nice Wig vibes from Poland. But we saw another South American team. Of course, watch the highlights here. TSM gets pushed by a third party from Detonator, the substitute team that came from APAC North. They weren't even qualified, but one team couldn't make it. And they take out TSM early. A disappointing showing from TSM on World's Edge. Nice Wig.
Yeah, and I mean, I love Detonator, by the way. I actually died to one of their players like a year and a half ago. I followed him on Twitter immediately because I couldn't believe the raw skill he had.
Seriously? Oh, wow.
Yeah, so seeing him killing me in ranked and then me following him and freaking out and him being here is absolutely wild.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
So cool. What a story is that? And of course, the way it ended off, Audic, this was insane. Wig, you were here on the desk with us. You saw it. A 2v3 clutch. You watched the Skittle Cakes 1v2. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. And this is the pop-off you're used to, right?
Oh, I love this. Look at him. Look at him going crazy. And the coach going wild. And that's what it's all about. I love it. I love the ish talk. That's what I'm about, baby. I love it so much.
I think I know you're familiar.
Yeah. Just what's amazing is that the coach hyping up the players, talking for the players, and then looking at the other players saying, yeah, that's what we're all about, man.
He's like, I didn't even do that. They did that.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, it's like when your boy pops off and you're just talking crap for him. Like, hey, you know what it's about, baby. We do this. That's how it goes.
Yeah, but hey, I want to get caught up. Obviously, we're going to take a look at the results from this stage and the overall leaderboards, and I want to get caught up on the side stream. But as a result of game number 3, E6 stock went way up. 33 points for the former 69 IQ boys. Obviously, Smeggy Toe, he retired. He's watching this team right now, and they are performing. Right behind them is Elevate. South America showing up. I mean, look, Elevate. Audic, we had Zen win game number 1. SA is really showing up here. I'm eating my words here.
Yeah, I love that. I love seeing SA pop off. You know, they are undermined sometimes when it comes to like the online tournaments. They weren't really talked about too much. Seeing them do well here at LAN where it actually matters, to me, makes me so happy. It's kind of like the CLG boys story. Everyone was saying they didn't deserve a pro league spot, didn't deserve to get signed. And look here, they're at LAN, performing, playing decent. There you go.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Vicky, it's not Cuba. We don't got any Cuban representation. Girl down in Miami. But we do have some Chilean players, some Spanish speakers here competing from South America.
Absolutely. And what it is that you were talking about South America. They heard you, Fallout. They were like, you know what? We got to show up right now because we hear Fallout is talking about us.
And you know what's interesting? You look at AD Raccoon. This is the tell of the other side of the story, right? Tell of the other tape. It's AD Raccoon in last place, the #1 team from APAC North. But I believe in your lobby in Series 1, they popped off, right?
They won, and they were dominant. There was a really crazy performance, some insane mechanical plays out of those guys. And I mean, they might be in last right now, but 3 games left. I'm going to be honest, I could see them popping off for sure.
They perform in Storm Point?
Oh, yeah, perform in Storm Point. They're a hard edge team. They love to take fights. They love to take 3v3s because there's just no one that could really take them in that mechanical skill.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
AD Raccoon, obviously the big story there, not playing with Selly, the star of South Korea, not playing due to injury, actually, and actually getting replaced by Karan Poo, who's on the team formerly. They did well in Split 1 playoffs. They performed. He hasn't competed in the last couple months, though, so there's a lot of conversation. He's great on World's Edge, doesn't have as much Storm Point experience. How much do you think that's impacting him?
I mean, we've seen it already with the other teams right now. Just between the different compositions that we see between World's Edge into Storm Point, a lot of these teams feel very comfortable on World's Edge, but then when you take a look at Storm Point and how some of these teams make those quick rotations, it's all about what your game plan is with those compositions. Like Team Liquid, they love to run the Loba, they love to play the end circle on Storm Point. We see that very similarly when it comes to some of these other teams when it comes to Storm Point, whether they want to prioritize their rotation first and foremost.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Storm Point's definitely like a kind of like an RNG fest a little bit. A lot of teams are starting to learn a little bit more about Storm Point, and I feel like NA is the region that's falling behind. A lot of these teams are adapting with the comps that they like. They're starting to understand what feels good for them, but you see NA flip-flopping around with what compositions they like, and they don't really know what they want to play. You see NA always switching when they do bad to another character, and I think NA is behind in the Storm Point. I think Team Liquid and G2 are the strongest NA teams for Storm Point.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That's good perspective. Well, speaking of Storm Point, we're going to be heading there in just a little bit. Let's take a look at our secondary stream standings, though. Wig, you've been watching this action, and speaking of APAC North, they show up in that last game. Talk about what we've been seeing so far. Walk me through the standings here.
Yeah, I mean, you see G2 coming in second right now. Backs against the wall. It's where they thrive. They love it. We were talking about how they love the animosity. They love the hecticness. They love the ish talk. They're all about it. And them being not good in the first round, that lit a fire under them for sure. And you know they want to pop back, coming in second place. We see APAC up there on the top right there. Love to see it. Optic getting third as well, just recently signed. And Team Liquid still in the top 4 right now. And then Reply Totem in the 5th. I think that's an overall standing that I was expecting. Crazy Raccoon, I expected a little bit higher though.
Interesting. Vicky, what else you seeing here?
I'm saying that the sponsor curse is not affecting Luminosity. It's not affecting Optic. Sure. They're popping off. I love how we've been seeing Optic also on the rise. Instead of it kind of being wishy-washy, it's constantly been going up for that team, and I love to see it.
2 things here on the second page of the standings, and Wig, follow up with any other detail you have. Ascend, well, they're descending. Another back-to-back disappointing finish for them, a team that came in with high expectations. Split 1 playoff champions, not looking great. Alongside them, though, Team Singularity playing with 2 players and outperforming in 13th place, which is crazy to see. GMT, another team that came in with high expectations, obviously not playing with Strafey. Our heart goes out to Strafey in Ukraine, but Mateys, obviously substitutes, playing fairly well. We got to see more from them, though.
Yeah, playing with a sub is always tough, no matter how talented they are. Sometimes your sub will just perform well with you and you have the synergy. Sometimes you don't. Depends how much time and practice you have with them beforehand. And obviously it was a very short sub time for Matey and company. They figured it out, but I mean, it's going to hit regardless.
Absolutely. Well, hey, we're going to jump to a quick break in a second. Before we do that, though, Wig, I just want to give you a chance. I mean, first off, thank you for joining us in the desk, man. The vibes, the energy, the analysis has been great. I'm so glad to finally have you officially come an ALGS broadcast here. It's been awesome. You're also streaming in the secondary stream. For those that are watching and maybe aren't aware, talk to us about that and tell us where we can find you.
Yeah, thanks, man. I love being here. It means a lot. Right now, we're up over there. I literally see the stream room that we're at. We're hosting the B stream over there. We have, you know, a pretty crazy vibe up there right now. It's not as official as you guys. You guys definitely do the official stuff. We like to hang out, shoot it a little bit, you know what I mean? It's a vibe. So if you want to hang out, it's on my channel. Nice week. Come through. We're hosting the other games. If you want to vibe, come through.
That's absolutely right. It's been the perfect balance here. We got the official broadcast, commentators, some of the best in the business here, like Rain Day, like James Bardoff, and our Aussies that are coming to join us. And then we have the watch party vibe, which they're having a great time up there on the B stream. So I'm absolutely loving this format. Hope you guys at home are enjoying it as well. Again, have myself, I'm Fallout, Vicky Kitty, nice week. Thanks for enjoying a little bit of a break here between games 3 and 4 so we can give the players a chance to recoup. We're going to be jumping right into game 4 right after this, though. Don't go anywhere.
Bogey here.
We are officially halfway through day one. 9 games done, 9 to go. And this is where we start to get to the busy end. Genome, of course. And so far, it's been so interesting here for round 2. A couple of the teams we thought would be at the top, finding themselves maybe on the bottom. And a couple of teams we thought would be towards the bottom, on the top.
It's like someone got the scoreboard and literally just kind of flipped it on its head at this point.
Yep.
All the big names there down the bottom. And we both predicted AD Raccoon, I think, for this series. And they are having an absolute shocker. It's like they completely blitzed the lobby in round 1 here. And they've just gone to sleep in round 2.
Fortunately, they had a very, very good round 1, remembering that all of the points accumulated in round 1 cross over to round 2 as well. So for those that did start well and maybe not having the best of round 2s, it's fine. They've got some points. Now, speaking of points, we go to Storm Point. Now we switch over for this, Genome. Hopefully we can see maybe some of those teams that we saw towards the bottom end on World's Edge. You know, you had the likes of ADR, like you mentioned, but even like Empire, TSM, Alliance, probably could expect to see more from them. Hopefully, for their sake, it can happen here on Storm Point.
I mean, yeah, there's just so many, as you mentioned, that extremely strong teams that are kind of struggling. And then you've got the surprise packages, right? Some of those South American teams coming through. Zen, as well as Odic, they both picked up a win. Unfortunately, that was kind of about it, right? They had one massive game, and then there was 2 points between them for the other 4 games. So they need to be much more consistent than that.
Mate, you cannot be knocking a team that's found wins, because you know, you're from APAC South, and guess what? They're the only region that has not found a win through 9 games played. As we head to Storm Point now, match 4 of 6 here for round 2, of course. Still a long way to go today, right? And that's the other thing to take note for teams that maybe over the last couple of games here for round number 2, you've still got round number 3 as well.
Still some time to get it done. And looking at this ring pool, we're going all the way up the hill. That means those teams that start there, Lightning Rod and High Point, looks like it's some APAC North teams that are going to be up there, as well as Odic. So they're going to be extremely happy. The team starting High Point, team starting Lightning Rod. Thunderwatch, is that actually no one's there at the moment? So considering that is dead center of this circle, Xenox, I'm sure that's going to become a flashpoint pretty soon.
A lot of teams down to the south as well, of course, and Storm Point being very open means we're going to be seeing them having to rotate, making sure they're not too late towards getting to that Thunderwatch area. Otherwise, it could be quite difficult later on in the game. So I think making sure if you're a team down to the very south end of the map, you probably do want to get a move on rather early on. Now, they were United Esports perfectly on our screens here. Gino, this is a team that you obviously know very, very well, and honestly have done pretty well, all things considered, here for round 2.
Yeah, decent start for them, as you can see. Both them and Revenant, the 2 Indonesian representatives we have here from APAC South. Fantastic start to round 2. We saw so much aggression coming out from Revenant, right? Picking up 13 kills in that first game, and that's exactly what they're known for. You know, going into this competition, we had some worries about how they would perform in these types of lobbies, because, look, there's been a lot of talk from the Peanut Gallery that perhaps that kind of style of Apex wouldn't perform in a LAN environment against this high caliber of teams, but Revenant, they're sticking with it, and for the moment here in round 2, it's working for them.
You just see the live standings there on the right-hand side of our screen, and some big names towards, say, the lower end, but Element 6 on top at the current stage, leading the way. Still 3 games to go, of course, now over on Storm Point. Fennel, a team that's doing pretty well at the moment, 9th, 22 points. It's also a lobby that's pretty congested on the standings themselves, Genome. I think really only 1 or 2 games, and you're suddenly going to get quite a decent amount of placing further up, and you can jump quite a lot in this leaderboard up towards the top.
It's something that we saw in the first round as well. You know, the points seem to have contracted a little bit because they're being spread out more evenly across these teams. It's a good thing. It's a good sign. It means that we're getting a high-skilled lobby where these guys really are going head-to-head. There's not just, you know, 1 or 2 teams that are a step above the rest and kind of running away with it. It makes for such an exciting tournament and a great start to this LAN.
Quiet start, though, so far. One of my favorite things about Storm Point is, honestly, we do have a pretty decent flow to the map, generally. Generally, we can have some decent fights early on and even in towards the mid-game. So I'm expecting that to happen at some point. In saying that, Thunderwatch over towards the more northeastern side of the map, relatively quiet. So while we may not see too much happen in round 1, by round 2, it should pick up a little bit. AD Raccoon. Now, this is a team to kind of keep an eye on. It hasn't been the best of rounds for them. After topping round 1, round 2 has not gone their way.
Yeah, look, and it feels like with some other teams in their vicinity, could potentially run into scars soon. We've had one team fall already, Xenox. That was Zen. And here we go, V3 Vega starting to get into a fight.
Yeah, jigging on the Watson, actually yellow armor as well. Tatsu has already lost that armor. Now popping double shield bats here for One Tap and Tatsu. V3 Vega happy to play inside of these buildings, especially using those fences. Although, not the best of starts, they have actually been able to recover relatively nicely here, and I think they've got a chance to maybe fire back as well. Although, now playing inside of the building, this is a chance for V3 Vega. If they can't get any cracks here, they are starting to get low on health, low on armor as well.
The fight has taken a little bit of a lull here as the teams just take pause, but then we go straight out. A nice little perimeter security fence there is actually going to stop that push from Alliance. A very quick setup. And the stun, they'll go back inside to try and reset. But now with Tappy down completely, Alliance look to push the advantage.
Alliance have played the inside really, really well here, and V3 Vega have struggled to get inside. Then you've got Odik that have actually got a third party. Knockdown and elimination onto Tatsu, so only one left. In fact, no more. V3 Vega are out in 19th position. Really well played by Alliance. Didn't panic inside of the building. Played it well.
Yeah, as you said, some other teams in the vicinity as well, so they're worrying about teams like Odik who are looking on. Luckily, when you're playing one of these oranges, the entryways are pretty small, and you saw them take that fight really slow, right? And that meant that by the end of it, it wasn't too bloodied. They'd already done some of the reset, and it felt like Odik thought that maybe it was a little bit too risky at that point, so they do stay their guns for now. And looking further down the map, we've got Elevate, there's TSM, all of these guys pushing up the hill. They're at Stormcatcher, and that'll get them in the next couple of circles, but...
Well, a lot of teams up north as well at the moment as well. So not a lot happening for Stormpoint, which does mean we're going to end up in a position where by round 2, round 3 as well, a lot of congestion, probably a lot of fights happening all simultaneously.
I mean, this next circle is going to be a disastrous one for a lot of those teams that you were talking about further up north, right? I mean, when you look at how much playable space there is, I mean, Thunderwatch, sure, but the hill leading up to Thunderwatch, it's like a slaughter mountain.
TSM on the rotate. So already seeing a little bit of Alliance, a little bit of TSM. Both teams haven't necessarily been at their best so far here in round 2. Hopefully they can turn it around on Stormpoint. That was really the discussion coming into Stormpoint. Can those top teams that have started slow here in round 2 for this group find a way to refine some form, some momentum going into the final 3 rounds here?
TSM definitely needs to do that. I mean, they have so much pressure and expectation on their shoulders. The winner of the last 2 official Apex LANs in Poland and X Games. Now, it's been a long time since then. It's been a long time between drinks. Elfish, sorry,
Elfish. No, what?
But, you know, like, they really, really need to get that done, considering how much is on their back, with all of the fans looking up to them.
Yeah, and look, I think we got Sudaraiko on our stream, perfect timing as well. This is a team that's going to be able to try and lead the charge for APAC South. We know the situation elsewhere, you know, with Reignite. I think this is a team when it can all click, when it can all get together, Gino, can they actually be, say, the first team to maybe find victory for APAC South?
Ras or Hal. They're sort of like the 2 guys I've watched since like the start of Apex, probably like the 2 biggest idols that I have, so it's going to be great versing them. Ras mechanically is unmatched. The guy's just a different demon, and Hal, it's Hal. You know, we're talking about the CEO, the guy that's won almost everything there is to win. Expect to see everything. Every region's coming out with something weird. APAC North is bringing out Watson, Crypto, Wraith, Valk. It seems my region, APAC South, is coming in with like Caustic Gib Valk as like a pretty general meta, and then NA, they're going to be running Horizons, Ashes, so I would say expect to see everything. It's going to be fun.
A lot, Gino, of course, insight there from Waltzy and Pasudoraiku, a team that I think right now just needs to find a bit of confidence, but find a little bit of form as well.
Yeah, and they're trying something different here on Storm Point, actually. They haven't played Loba really throughout the season, Xenox, but with a lot of teams taking Mill and Xeno Caves, they've actually decided to try and take the area in between that, rotate fast with the Trident, and then use the Loba to get their loot. So they're trying something new, very hard to do at this level, this quickly in a tournament that means so much to them.
Just see them rotate in. Still 18 squads, 54 players alive, getting towards the latter stages of round number 2 here. So as I said, all really going to look to kick off probably now around rounds 3 and 4. Over towards Parallel Camp, we got NRG. Like a couple of other teams, we saw them actually in the bottom 6 of game 3. So they want to obviously try and improve on some things. We now see yet another Skyward Dive and another rotate. Not really all too surprising here on Storm Point. Where are they going to go though for NRG?
So they go on to Thunderwatch itself. I like the roof position. Honestly, the roof can carry sometimes 2, maybe even 3 teams. Nah, maybe 2. And they play on the left side of it. That's fantastic. You've got a lot of cover here. You can see you actually get to choose your location. You get to choose the timings that you peek the teams inside the building. You do have to worry about the other teams that are going to Valkyrie on top of you, but now that they're running the Watson, they've got the fences starting to get set up and that gen going. This is a good spot for NRG. The circle could pull more towards the cliffside sort of depot there, all the way towards the east side of Storm Point. And if it does that, it's fine. You know, Valkyrie comes up every 3 minutes. They'll have another chance to take that rotation. But if it does pull the Thunderwatch, they are loving life.
Revenant Esports had a massive game 1 on World's Edge here in round 2. It was about 13 kills, roughly about 4th place as well. So clearly showing the ability for them to be able to find kills. Maybe not all that consistent at doing so, Gino, but yet they've shown what their best is, and it's enough to mix it with the best here.
I mean, you know, we're talking about consistency. Carapace, they're 2.3 average kills, and they barely managed to get any in the last couple of games. So buoyed are their numbers by their dominant round 1 performance. Revenant, we're probably not seeing them on that list because, you know, in round 1, they did okay. I think they maybe got something like 20 or 30 points in that first round.
At the moment, though, being gate-kept a little bit by AD Raccoon, who is dead last, 20th place here in round 2, and it is continuing to go against them. Parker and Obley both down. In fact, AD Raccoon are out, 18th position. One of the best teams, if not the best team from APAC North Genome, and they are dead last after 4 games played through round 2. Massive turnaround considering they topped their lobby back in round 1.
They didn't just top their lobby, Xenox, they topped the entire competition. I think it was 79 points. They were in the first position out of all 40 teams after round 1. And here in round 2, they just failed to show up entirely.
And they were the gatekeepers there as well. You know, they were in the prime position, and it's just not going their way. We can start to see now the congregation over towards Thunderwatch as teams are making their way over there. Still quite a few over towards High Point as well, but that's only really going to be for the time being. Scars, as Taishan takes a few shots a long distance away. We've been seeing a lot of Wingman today as well, and really if you can hit your shots with that Wingman, so impactful. 17 squads heading in towards round 3. You know it's going to get chaotic at this point.
Scars here, on the inside of Thunderwatch, looking up at, I imagine, what was... All right, let's have a listen into Scars right now.
They're gonna be underneath here.
Yeah.
I have 1 barrel there, but that's it. I'm just looking behind. Be very careful.
I'm batting. I'm batting.
He's disgusting head glitch for me. I'm holding his head glitch.
I think they're just sitting down there.
Right, they're popping a thingamajig.
Yeah, Caustic. Down here.
Yeah.
You have a good spot.
You remember this ending?
Yeah, it's like in the open here or close to us. It's like either away from us or close to us.
Yeah.
I'm winning this trade.
The only place I've not gassed is this.
Yeah, but they can't really get there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, you know?
Yeah, you know. People want to break our doors behind us.
Scam the beacon again.
He's alone on the truck there.
Which shook? I see him.
Headshot him.
Little listening with Scars. Elsewhere, though, Sudaraiku Genome has just been eliminated, so that happening a little off-screen. Down to 16 squads left. Scars, not a bad little position right now. More towards the western side of this circle. Not really under any immediate pressure, but always nice to get some insight.
Just having a look at this replay here as Alliance dominate Fussy. This is the Sudaraiku downing that you were just talking about, Xenox. So fortunately, the Apex South team does go down. We've got 16 left to go. I think as the day has progressed, so has... It's kind of been the opposite in terms of, you know, how fast the game has been playing. It's definitely slowed down a little bit as teams sort of become more comfortable with their drop spots. They become more comfortable with, you know, how these lobbies are playing, because they were a little bit worried that, you know, after playing scrims and everything that they've had to try and you know, get them into that mindset of playing this worldwide game that ALGS is all about, the global series. Now I think they're finally starting to come to terms with what that looks like. It's definitely slightly slower than it was in those first couple of games we saw as the day started.
We might have something here, though, just outside of the circle. Players have got to get this revive onto Hardeki, and will be able to do so. PKMK had a massive game back in game 2, if you recall, Genome. So the players at least having a decent round 2 so far towards the higher echelon of the leaderboard for round 2. They get that revive rather comfortably. And now we kind of finally see a bit of a fight. Team Empire pushing the issue, and they make it a quick one too. Revenant Esports, no chance at all in firing back. 15 squads remaining, and I get the feeling, I get the sense that it's finally going to start to pick up the pace. Empire, Arcstar close by, and this is where that pressure can really mount.
All right, well, they do get a brief respite there, trying to get back up. We see a couple of bats getting popped there, but is that going to be enough? Maliwan takes too much damage, and now his teammates are going to have to hold for him. Double bat going down. There seems to be teams just streaming into the area right now. That's C9 on the back there. Albraleli is the one that's pushing up and trying to do the real damage here, but he's backed up by Graceful on the back line. Finally, with Cleveland Ranchers down, it looks like Empire are done for.
Yeah, they can't win out against Cloud9 in the end. They get a pretty swift victory over Team Empire. Little high ground advantage as well, utilized and able to win out. You can just see that slight overview. A lot of teams close by now. NRG in the thick of the action against Alliance, who also make it a pretty quick, clean sweep. New kill leader too. Alliance racking up the points here now as we're over to 100 Thieves. And talk about high ground advantage. The Arcstars get thrown down. Can they capitalize though on this position? Bubble goes out. 100 Thieves, though, not pushing the issue, do not want to give up this high ground advantage.
It seems like there's almost no way that they can lose this, right? This is extreme in terms of the vertical difference between the two teams and the options they have to pop up. As you can see, C9 go down very, very quickly, and they've got time. They've got time to keep going, and Valcolt out of here. Players, do they have any time left?
Hardeki, only one standing at the moment, just trying to get this bubble dance to go his way, pushes in, and Hardeki salvages it for players, taking down Elevate and can go for the revive. We'll get Leo up first, then PKMK as well following that, so that is a big play for players.
Up the top of the ring here, we've got a couple of other teams, and it's really this Thunderwatch situation where most of the teams are crowded around that, but that's absolutely not where the ring is pulling. Xenox, if you throw your mind all the way back to the orange that Alliance won that battle in, that is Godspot right now. Alliance are going to be sitting pretty in there for the longest time, and every other team now needs to make that rotation either around or over the top of this mountain in the middle.
They were united. Well, speaking of rotations, Genome perfectly timed. They make their way up and away as they try to find some safety, some salvation here. 9 squads left. Where do they go is the question. A lot of information at least will be gained. Easy Flash, he needs to, of course, get that armor back up as well. But Doom, MVP, Bastion, at least full health, full armor.
No.
Now over to Element 6, who have been impressive, to say the least, here for round 2. On top
top of Detonator, and they make quick work of Detonator as well with a bit of help. In fact, there's multiple teams in this scenario at the moment, Gino.
Element 6 have been so impressive today, but can they win these fights back to back to back? It seems really tough. TSM certainly can't, and no, Element 6, they'll go down to 100 Thieves. It was TSM. It looks like they actually tried to make a push into Alliance in the orange, and it didn't work out for them. I mean, look, props to them for understanding that that was the win condition, but Alliance, this time they're the better team.
And they've got one of the better positions, if not maybe the best position too. So they have a good opportunity to continue and find some points in this game.
You can see how important that spot was for players, right? They fought for that up the north side of the zone, and now they're essentially the only ones there. Alliance! I mean, who needs Loba when you've got 8 death boxes or something like that just littered around the place?
There's a couple more scattered outside too, just for good measure, in case they didn't have enough on the inside. 5 squads left now, so yeah, round 4, round 5, definitely the hectic, chaotic rounds that we probably expected after a bit of a slow start here on Storm Point, but ultimately we get towards the action, we get to the fun, and Alliance, well, they're having probably the most fun at the moment inside of the server. 12 kills to their name, into the top 5, and you can kind of see the amount of points they are starting to rack up.
Looking pretty good for them. 100 Thieves on the bottom. Dewa, they're currently just hiding around the gravity launcher, I believe. And then you've got Otic looking to finally back up that performance they had earlier in round 2. So the South American teams finally getting their mojo back after that big game, and then a couple of disappointing ones.
Well, Otic won game 3, so in fairness, they have a chance to go back to back. That could be a possibility too. Long way to go. Definitely don't want to be counting any team out or putting anyone in you know, the favorable position.
Dude, Alliance can barely get out of their building. There's so many death boxes in the entryway there.
Basically blocking the doorway for them. But no, massive game. They only had 14 points, by the way, Gino, into the bottom 6 teams or so coming into this game. They have been able to rack up such a huge amount of points that they're into the top 4 on the live standings here for round 2.
I mean, it's like the death boxes are giving them like a Watson, like a Loba, all of these advantages there. Of course, that comes off the back of their amazing team fighting, and we're starting to get a few more of those right now.
And now we see 100 Thieves push over. Now, Onmu's already down, not ideal, but Scurry, decent job to at least get some damage in. Vaxilon now the only one left standing for 100 Thieves, does get the down onto Leo, but yeah, as I said, the solo player up above and has Alliance all on the inside, at least can maybe get a reprieve and get away from the sightlines of some other teams. But here comes Dewa United Esports. They want to get involved on the action. Let's add some more death boxes here to this position. Maybe for Alliance to salvage even more kills and more armor, ammunition, whatever they want. Right now, they want the kills.
It's just a graveyard at this point, and which team will be the next one to add their boxes to the pile? Otic, they've actually got some space by themselves up the top here, but with 30 seconds left until this next ring starts to close, I feel like they are going to lose that hub up very, very quickly. Meanwhile, 1,000 Thieves just down to the 1. It's the slippery Valk trying to make her way up to the top. I'm sure the Valks for the other team are going to start contesting that at some point. I mean, Valk, I think at this point is probably the most picked in the tournament, with Giddy closely behind.
32 points now for Alliance, still inside of this orange. They have not left this position, but soon, Gino, soon they're going to have to probably make their way out. And at that point, it does kind of become a bit of a free-for-all towards the end here for our final 4 squads. Still, I think regardless of what happens from here, Alliance have had such an amazing game. It's got them right back to the top of the standings here for round 2, so they can count their blessings. It's been a big game for them, but now they make their way out of safety and into harm's way.
Yes, they have to. The ring, they're really thinking about how they can play this next part out. I think they tried to go for an EMP, and possibly the drone actually got popped there, so that's a little bit annoying from them. You often want that combo where you force someone to bubble with the Gibraltar ultimate, and then you just come in and wipe away immediately with the EMP. It doesn't work out this time, and all of a sudden, despite the 13 kills that they've got, it's all up to Yuki.
The solo player for 100 Thieves that stayed behind and is still alive, gets the double down, has been able to make such a large impact. Late round does go down eventually. Otic, Jinx finding that kill, and now but Alliance are wounded. They're having to find a way to get their players back up.
Somehow, even though the one player has played havoc with that, they've actually managed to get some of them back up alive. Dewa in a great spot, though. They're going to down them again. Bastion with the Peacekeeper coming out here from the high ground.
Could they be the first team from APAC South here to find victory? This is the best opportunity for them to do so. Full armor, full HP, and a massive chance to convert, to find victory. They take out Odic. It's only Yuki left, and he cannot stand in their way. APAC South, welcome to the ALGS playoffs.
Beautiful scenes. The guys are so happy right now. The Indonesian players today have been incredible. I mean, them and Revenant, we're seeing them put up big, big numbers. And Xenox coming into the playoffs, right? This is the number 4 and number 5 seed from APAC South, and they weren't the teams that we were expecting to stand up and do as well here at LAN. And today, it's been all Indonesian.
Isn't it ironic? I've written in my notes, APAC South, only region without a win, halfway through day 1. First game that I get onto the broadcast, and APAC South find victory. You can thank me for that one, Genome, of course. Big victory for them. And like you said, they weren't exactly the team that I think many would have had eyes on for APAC South to find victory, but sometimes you can find it where you least expect it.
And look, it was a tough position for them to play for as well, right, Xenox? Because they were on the bottom side of that hill. You know, we kept talking about players. We were talking about Odic, who had the position up the top. And then there were the teams that were safe within the orange as well, like Alliance. And then, of course, you had the 100 Thieves player just running around being a little nuisance and essentially ruining Alliance's dreams of coming out with not only a swag of kills, but the win as well. I mean, oh my God, Dewa ended up with 11 kills.
But I mean, look, Alliance as well, 14 kills. Like I said, sort of towards the end of that game, they really did a lot of their work more towards the mid round, and you can see they walk away with 23 points. A massive drop off after the top 2 teams, though. Odic, of course, they won game 3, top 3 here for game 4. Really, really nice to see for the South Americans, and I think that's now starting to see as the day unfolds. We're seeing APAC South, we're seeing South America really come to the fray.
And then you've got a couple of teams down the bottom here who just really struggling to get started in round 2. AD Raccoon, I think, is the most disappointing one after a 79-point start. It feels like they're barely going to add to that total throughout round 2 at this point. Still 2 games, who knows? But at this point, it looks like round 2 is going to be going a different direction, I would say.
Well, we still got another couple of games, though, Genome, of course. We don't want to close things too early. I will say, though, it's really nice to see APAC South and also South America really start to collect some points, open up that diversity that we all expected to see here for the ALGS playoffs. Now, in terms of the highlighting, Genome, this one's all for you.
Yeah, look, easy flash there. You can see he's got over 2,000 damage. And, this is exactly what we expect. I feel like he's often been one of the damage leaders in APAC South. Almost regardless of, how the team is doing. He's always putting out consistent damage at long range. Look, sometimes like today, like that game, it's going to end up in a lot of kills, but he always shows up.
Now, one team that maybe hasn't been showing up, and of course, I'm a little biased being from APAC North, but AD Raccoon, 0 points once again at the bottom, Gino. You went for them too. I kind of roped you into picking them for the predictions.
I got baited.
What's going on?
It's hard to tell, isn't it? Because we haven't seen a lot of vision of them taking those early fights. I suppose there must be a disconnect there in terms of their rotations and where they're going. And this is something that is probably hard for a lot of these teams to do coming into the LAN situation is, when you play the splits, right? Split 1 and split 2, you get so familiar with how all the teams land around you and, how they're rotating. And you almost don't even need to think about it anymore. It's on autopilot. But then you come to this LAN and you don't know. And there's lots of people popping up in situations and positions that you don't expect. And they are really suffering for that.
You can see Alliance up 9 places there, moving up into the top 4 after that game. Of course, they were now leading the lobby as well with victory. We were just talking about AD Raccoon, 20th place, 3 points after, 79 points in round 1?
79.
They only got 2 more games to find some points. Otherwise, it's been quite dire. And look at the amount of teams there. Cloud9, Empire, the list goes on, NRG. The second half of that graphic, probably not the way we expected things to play out here for round 2. Genome, of course, more to come. We go to a short break. On the other side, though, more games to come. remaining here for round 2. 2 games for teams that have been struggling to maybe refine some form from round 1. We've spoken about them plenty at length. One team that did refine some form was Alliance, though, from the bottom 5 or so up into the top 4. Big turnaround for them.
Massive. I mean, tons of kills. It's hard to know whether it was, you know, a brilliant zone read or maybe just a lucky pull, but either way, they used it to almost its full advantage. You saw it was an onslaught for them, right? They had to fight off so many teams, evidenced by the amount of death boxes in that orange. You know, TSM at one point tried to get in there.
100 Thieves.
100 Thieves, and they, you know, mostly dealt with that until it was a little bit too late.
Most of them.
Kind of stung them in the backside.
Yeah. No, really, really good match overall. We look at Daiwa United, of course, they came away with the victory. The first APAC South team to find a win here for the ALGS playoffs, so really, really good for them. Of course, we've been seeing South America really come to the forefront as well over the last couple of rounds. So I think round 2 so far has been all about showing off the versatility of our many different regions that we have here, and that's really what it's all about when you get to LAN, when you get to these international events.
It's exactly what we want to see, Xenox. Everyone getting someone to cheer for, everyone doing well. I mean, oh gosh, that said, there's a lot of fans of a lot of big teams who,
exactly.
You know, perhaps won't be doing that right now here in round 2, but that's fine. You can spread the love around, and certainly the Indonesian team and community, I'm sure, will be getting some of that today. Really love them, honestly. Like, they're a great part of APAC South. There's a lot of big communities out there, Australia, Thailand, as well as Indonesia, and they contribute a lot of teams, and it's fantastic to see that they've made it overseas here to us with Stockholm.
All smiles, all fist bumps, all ready to go for Daiwa, and yeah, leading the way now, 44 points for them here in A versus C. Can they finish strong though? That's the biggest question that we will find out shortly going into round 5 here for round 2.
And look, maybe that was the secret sauce that we just saw there. It was Salvatore, actually a player who has very recently competed in ALGS, and he's actually come over into the coaching role now for Daiwa United. And look, I saw him last night, you know, had the pen and paper out there, obviously working hard for the team, right? Trying to make sure that these guys are going to be so prepared coming into today. And look, here in round 2 seems to be paying some dividends, because Daiwa on top with 44 after this 4th game. And look, we've got 2 more Storm Point left. And I don't know about what you guys saw in APAC North, Xenox, but certainly in APAC South, we saw some of the you know, less established teams actually getting ahead on Storm Point, or really, you know, it feels like it's kind of leveled the playing ground a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because the players that have been so established and they've really figured out World's Edge over the years that we've been playing it in the competitive circuit, all of a sudden, you know, they're kind of back to square one with some of these teams who perhaps haven't figured it out quite as much, and they can get a leg up on Storm Point.
I definitely agree with you. I think maybe towards the sort of more higher end, those teams still probably dominate, especially in APAC North. Hard to look past, you know, the likes of AD Raccoon and Crazy Raccoons as well. Reject as well being one of them, who have been really good at the event so far, and hasn't really surprised me. I mean, this is a team that has literally won a championship before back in 2021 when they were Fennel Korea. So I think this is going to be intriguing, because you're right. Maybe towards the middle section for APAC North, we do see some of those teams maybe do a little bit better on Storm Point.
Looks like we've got a bit of argy-bargy there in Cascade Falls. Daiwa United as well as V3 Vega, kind of right on top of each other. Xena sitting around Ski Lift just outside the ring there, and everyone else I think is just kind of happy to be where they are. So, you know, remember Zen went down very early last round. I'm not sure if that's because they tried to contest someone, or and now they've managed to find a fallow space to play in, like Ski Lift there. But with that very northwesterly shift of the circle, your checkpoint, your north pad team's super happy. Element 6, one of the teams we've touched on a couple of times today, who have really been showing. I mean, they only scraped in. They were the 10th place in their ALGS region to pull through Xenox.
Yeah.
So it's... Whew.
we've already seen a couple of teams, I think, do well in this particular lobby group as well. Like Detonator's a team that technically scraped in because another team couldn't make it in FA Kit, so they were 11th in Split 2, and they've been actually able to get into the top 8 so far and being quite consistent in their first couple of games. Intriguing to see if they can continue that. The V3 Vega continuing on with Watson, no surprise really with that, and obviously the Crypto too. I mean, the Watson pick rate in APAC North, it's not exactly like 100%. Maybe there's this sort of disillusion that it's like all Watson, no Gibraltar. It is closer to like 50-50, and some teams even play both at the same time. I will also say, generally, the top teams in APAC North do play the Gibraltar.
Oh. Interesting little tidbit there. And yeah, because they run that similar role, right? Yeah. It's all about the defense. And you see some teams even take the Bangalore, which is why we were just so surprised earlier today when Empire managed to win a game without Watson, Gibraltar, or Bangalore. It's a super, super rare occurrence in competitive Apex to run a composition like that, let alone to be winning at this kind of level. And speak of the devil, there are Empire coming down from Shipfall, and ooh, actually TSM, we've just switched on to a team on the other side of them.
I mean, I think even just talking about Empire for a brief second, of course, second place, there's where they finished back in round 1. Currently, round 2 has not been as friendly for them. Now, it's not like bottom 5 territory, but it's close to it, 15th position. So I think this is a team that continues to impress back in round 1, but has dropped off a little bit in round 2. Like many around them, TSM, of course, on our screens too, in 14th position, only 1 point above Empire. Cloud9 in 13th, NRG in 17th, and obviously 80 Raccoon in 20th. So a lot of top teams, especially ones that performed really, really well in round 1, they, of course, haven't been able to do so well in round 2.
Well, why don't we see what TSM are thinking right now, Xenox?
Ping a better backpack if you're fine.
I need you to bubble this beacon later. Okay. I can't scan it with the shipball team being there.
I'm gonna upgrade my shit to the purple, I guess. I can't do anything else.
There's a lot of closed bins over here. That whole side might be unlooted.
I'm gonna upgrade too.
2 times here.
I can grab one more crafter and make bats too.
I don't have room. I don't have room.
I can hold 2 bats.
I have a purple backpack.
I can craft a battery for you.
I can hold 2
bats. I can carry a purple
crafted
backpack.
a bat. I'm gonna go up to you in a second, Evan.
Alright, you should come down, Evan, so we can go grab the mats.
Okay, I'm coming.
All right, so TSM just taking things slow right now. They've rotated over to Barometer, and you can see they're happy with that. The Crafter, the Replicator is there. And another team, similar kind of vibe, similar kind of play style here is going to be Revenant Esports. They're just pooning around in the Trident right now, trying to get their armors up before they take on anyone else. And that really, really plays into their play styles. These guys are known as absolute just like balls to the walls kind of, aggressive players. And someone like Belkun, he just thrives under pressure. He's someone who, you throw him in the deep end and he just absolutely smashes it. That's why they're good in those big kill games today.
Yeah. In fairness, you could probably say that for the majority, if not all of the teams here. I think if you're making it to the ALGS playoffs, you can thrive under pressure. You will swim. You won't sink. So, and look, I agree though. I think for APAC South, it's a region that at times can be very top heavy. And if you're not one of the top teams, it can be very difficult. And they've been able to at least get into the top 5 and deal with that. Those teams like Sudoraiku and Reignite, they're contesting, right? They're up there with them. Good to see. For Otic, of course, this has been a tremendous here in round 2. 34 points into the top 6 and have been generally playing really, really well. So I think this is a sign of things to come maybe for South America. Don't sleep on them.
Perhaps, we've got all 20 squads left. No one's been taken out yet, Xenox, so anything could happen from this point in Game 5. And I've got to say, it's getting pretty squished up there in North Pad. And we've had a look at basically the only 3 teams that aren't very near to that at the moment. It's TSM, it's Revenant, and it's Cloud9. So these guys are all outside the circle. I think TSM just Valcolted in. But yeah, these other guys really taking their time to move all the way in.
We heard from TSM before. Let's go and have a listen in with Cloud9.
Your purple, grab the purple. You have
Where the hell is
the
the beacon? I don't even know where the beacon is.
Bro, all the way on
Sorry.
top of command. You're gonna go up there and
Oh,
hit
what the fuck? Alright. Well, I need medkits before I do that. I'm so confused.
Okay. Yeah, I asked if you have medkits.
Yeah. No, sorry. I was
Yeah,
confused.
come
That's the
grab
plan.
a medkit. I made you one.
Alright, ping me a car if we see. Give me 2.
Here, go ahead.
Where are
they?
they?
They're on the crafter.
bug,
on the
bro.
crafter. Go.
Alright, very well.
Yep. You go hit that.
I'm going to cannon, right? Or just can I fly up? I think I can.
I think you can fly
Do you
up.
need bomb for it or no?
No.
You should be fine.
I'm gonna cannon it.
Do what you gotta do.
It works too with the timing in case there's a team up there. They're just gonna hit it and leave.
How many meds do we want to leave with?
I'm not gonna have any medkits. I need 2
We
extra
only need
medkits on the floor, okay?
like 4, carry 4, Grace. Carry 4, I'll carry 2.
Grace, I'm gonna need
If you
2.
have the room.
I'm gonna need 2, okay?
Yeah, I'll make 3, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
You have the room for 4? If not, I can do it.
I do. There's 2x and 1x inside the house if anybody wants.
Hitting beacon as we speak.
Like, I'm pretty sure it just pulls to the north path leg. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine.
Alright, minute 45 and we're gonna be on slow side. Remember
Alright,
that
our car's
balcony we can
outside.
do on the wall?
Where's that car? Where's that car?
Give me kits, give me kits.
On
I'm
the
gonna
door,
throw my
right?
armor on once.
I'm
Get the
gonna
car.
throw on 2 more kits. You need to do the armor.
I'm holding
Okay.
4.
But no, dude, I told you there's a purple here, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
buddy, grab the armor.
an extra
Grab the
one?
armor. Grab the armor. Grab the medkits.
Well, there's a masterclass in how to play outside the circle, Xenox, and Dewa looks like they're giving Alliance a masterclass at the same time.
Wow, and yeah, I mean, our winners from the last game, and Alliance, of course, the top team from the last game, renewing pleasantries here for match number 5, and Alliance go out in last place after really turning things around in that 4th match. They go out far too easily, and Day United Esports, 47 points now, really topping this group.
And this is a sick position as well, Xenox. I mean, we'll see where the ring pulls, but generally with these outer map rings for Storm Point, you see them just pull and pull and pull in the same direction. So we are expecting this to keep going north and probably hit somewhere at the end of Launchpad, maybe even around the water. You know, we'll probably get some map vision at some point. There you go. As we said, just keeps going northwest, right? And that means this big building here is actually fantastic for holding at least a couple more minutes. And Dewa, not only that, they've got all the loot in there as well. I mean, there's a drone buzzing around annoying them, but they don't even care. They take some shield damage. There's probably heaps of shield left in there.
Team Empire, though, well, they're getting into a fight now with Odyx, so that goes down early. But so does Cleve, so it's a 1-for-1. Now, Ranches has to pop that shield back to get the blue armor back up to full. Maluan is getting a little bit frustrated here and pushes out. That's the first shot, then the second, and Odyx are eliminated. So some of our teams that have been doing well in matches 3 and 4 out early, Odyx and Alliance. Big result, though, for Team Empire, a team that has struggled thus far here in round 2. Could this be their game? Could this be the game maybe for AD Raccoon as well? Grompu gets the first knock on the Ranches. Now Cleve is down too, courtesy of Obley. So AD Raccoon really in an opportunity to wipe out Team Empire, and they do so. Is this the resurgence for the #1 team from APAC North?
Well, with 3 kills there, Xenox, I think they've doubled their total for round 2 so far. So, I mean, look, resurgence, well, you know, I guess that's all relative, isn't it? At this point, it's a good start, though, with 17 teams left. I'm sure there's going to be a couple more, perhaps, that they can put on the floor if they can find that form from earlier today. And Dewa, wow, here's that clutch there from Doom MVP.
The MVP into that case there. AD Raccoon up to 6 points. You weren't wrong, you know, they really did basically double the points that they've tallied so far here for round 2, but this could be where it turns around for them. 30 seconds until round 3 v3. Vega now on our screen says Zen are taken out early too by Cloud9. 16 squads left, and a stark difference to what we saw in round 3, Jen, where things were a little bit slow going early on. This very northwestern pull of the circle has created a lot of fights for us early on.
a few more this time. I mean, 16 going into round 3. You know, maybe just a tad quicker, but certainly the lobbies are feeling more like, I would have to say, not what I'm used to, right? Maybe what you're used to, because certainly if we compare the pace of the regions around the world, you know, EMEA, APAC North, they tended to be a little bit slower. APAC South was actually one of the more fast, consistent paces where, you know, you have fights throughout it, because it kind of depends on how many edge teams there are. And, well, called it.
That just continues to keep pulling as far north as it can, right on top of NRG. Zombu is going to just pop this medkit. May as well stay at full health while you possibly can here for 100 Thieves. Into the top 5 now here for round 2. Final 2 matches here for the round as well. So big couple of games needed. Scars only the 10 points, Genome. A little disappointing so far. But again, this is seemingly the game of redemptions for a couple of teams so far. Could they also join the likes of AD Raccoon and start to find some form and momentum to close out this second round?
Unfortunately, one of those teams that have been forced into a situation where they're having to use a sub here. Why don't we see what the Scars spirits are like here and head on to a listen in with them.
Still call.
That's how I gotta go, yeah. Shot from my right.
Oh, here.
They're tipping, other tipping.
Tipping away?
Us. Yeah,
okay,
tipping away.
Good. Careful here, Upper.
Yeah, I know. I think we can maybe play in here, if you come to me now.
Come with you now.
Come right here.
Coming instantly.
If it's not good, we're gonna turn around. Yeah, on my ping right here.
Yeah.
Oh, is the water below here empty?
There's no scans yet?
There's no team here. We grab this.
Okay.
Chill. Yeah, we gas that shit.
I wanna get...
We get crypto ulted, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm gassing this though. I'm batting.
We're good.
Angle here.
Yeah, there's angles everywhere, but...
Look, better on my side here, look.
I can see if we can get inside. I can siege it.
Yeah?
Yeah, no. Just wait for me.
Nah, there's someone on bottom floor. I saw someone bottom floor.
They're not looking though.
I think we just hold hands here, boys, to be honest.
Let me see.
I hold.
We can walk in maybe. Yeah, I think we can walk in.
Come to me.
I'm here.
Guy on
the door.
He has no idea. 1 HP. Nice, finish him. Kill the Ash.
They're nading us.
Armor swap, right here.
I can't.
Bubble
He's low. Ash is low. Nade the other side. It bounced off his fucking thing.
Play on me, boys.
Yeah, go deep.
Look at me.
I'm gassing someone behind us.
Come to me.
Come here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Ash is right here.
Right here, on me.
45, 90.
Good on me.
90 on Ash.
Heal up, boys.
I need medkit.
I have Phoenix.
I have to medkit. I have to syringe. They're trading below.
Yeah, I gassed it off. Let me.
Ash on me.
You're long.
Chill, man.
She's one.
I'm holding the stone.
1 HP on me. Got him. Full dead.
Yeah.
I got armor swap.
Come up. Up the zip. No mind.
I'm up the stairs. I need the Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm defending you.
I got him.
I'm defending. I'm sieging. Let me fucking barrel up.
Yeah. Good. I got that kill, boys.
Yeah. We got a good spot.
Don't overextend now, please.
Yeah, I just kind of want to loot him. He's right below me.
There's a team above us up here. Don't look up.
I know.
Extremely tense moments there with Scars coming out ahead, getting a really decent position as things really kick off. TSM now also out. We saw Cloud9 get eliminated as well as players, some big teams not able to really make their way inside of Northpad and really feeling the pressure.
And we talked about how Daewoo had a fantastic position, but they gave it up. You saw that Scars was just like, oh, I think we can walk in here, and then they just catch the back of the Valkyrie of Easy Flash, just completely unawares. I bet there's a couple of audio pleasers or something there for those guys. But really, you know, it was just up to them leaving their position where they had it locked in inside.
Well, time for AD Raccoon to now also make their way over to Northpad, up to 9 points now. Big resurgence for them here in match number 5. 11 squads remaining. 32 players alive. NRG out towards the very tippity top of this one. Let's go and have a little bit of a replay. Of course, we mentioned Cloud9 before they did get eliminated. They actually did take out players, so a big little contingency of teams getting eliminated in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, with the bubble reset there for Cloud and 9, but look, I guess it wasn't enough for them overall. NRG, as you can see, only 11 points to their name at this point, definitely struggling down the bottom. Now, you know, we kept talking about it shifting further and further north.
Yep.
It will get most of the way there. You can see it starting to cut into those launch pads there on the top left of your screen. And then teams who are up the top, NRG, you've got Reject there playing well, but then of course the team on the catwalk, aptly named Elevate.
And so far, aptly, it's all been about APAC and South America. It continues to be so here for match 5. Elevate up top. We've got a lot of the APAC North teams alive. Same with Sudaraku from APAC South, as Parker's actually going to go down to the defensive bombardment of Minsayong. And so Reject are now going to renew rivalries with the team from APAC North, AD Raccoon. They're going to get Parker back up. Obli doesn't have that bubble available anymore. 30-second cooldown on that one, so it does need to be a little bit careful here. And Parker is gone for good. Grompu and Obli now the last two alive for AD Raccoon, as Nilas now is the last one up for Elevate. This high ground position has been taken away from them. They've lost out. They're gone.
Element 6, they push up, and it looks like it was probably with their, 6% on the ultimate there. You can see Swinny went there with the gas grenade, and that's helped push Elevate out of that top position. But now it's V3 Vega coming in off the top. So a lot of shifting around in positioning there. I mean, it felt a bit fitting that AD Raccoon got a taste of their own medicine there with the crypto ult eliminating their, not only their crypto, but their bubble as well. That was from Team Reject.
Yeah, well, they do still have 2 alive. 9 squads now remaining here into the 5th round. V3 Vega have this high ground. They have a couple of death boxes as well to loot up, so they're in a great position to maybe close out this particular match. You can see NRG, though, Genum, right out towards the more outer side here of Northpad. Can they have a way to impact in the late round? Maybe come in late, try and clean up, try and third party a team fight.
It's a position where I feel like you're a little bit at the mercy of some other players, but it looks like someone is going in. No mercy right now from Element 6. They want their spot back.
Yeah, they were up here before V3 Vega took it away from them. They just walked in, put a couple of fences down, but it has not been able to deter Element 6. They made their way right back up. Now Slayers is down, but Nags and Swinny, fortunately, are winning this fight and winning it pretty comfortably. Still just about full armor, and they should be able to deal with V3 Vega, and they do. They get the revive, and now they can regain this high ground advantage.
For the second time, you've got the death box blockade happening here up on the catwalk. Element 6 just looking down, trying to work out what's happening. Reject on the top side here. It looks like they're getting into it with ADR again. Of course, this time it's going to be a little bit easier.
It was a 3 versus 2 in fairness there, as AD Raccoon do bow out in 6th place. Not too bad, much better than what we've seen from them in the first 4 matches here for round 2. So a decent performance. But Detonator, how impressive have they been?
So we haven't talked much about Straiku here, but they've actually managed to make their way into this final circle here. They're well down the bottom, so they don't have the vantage point. They're not looking at all the rest of these teams. Xenox, they're just kind of trying to wait for their moment at the end, but in the last 5 squads, it's not a bad spot to be.
It feels like Sudaraku haven't really been getting into too many engagements so far here at the playoffs.
Unusual for them.
Right. Well, maybe this could be an opportunity for them to sort of make their way out of the hidey hole towards the latter portion of this particular match and see if they can find some kills to find a victory and maybe make it back-to-back victories for APAC South. NRG, though, I mean, they look like they are going to be in a great place to find victory. Channeling their inner APAC North with Watson as Yudu is down. Same with YL. Element 6 just continue to be so consistent in these matches here for round 2. Cleaning house. They get the double knocked out now. Detonator not out just yet, but down to 1 player.
So NRG, you can see fenced up all along this north pad here. That's allowed them to create a lot of space for themselves. It's been hard for teams to get in on them. You see, as soon as they try, Goodbye, Detonator. And now we are down to 4 reject NRG. We've got Element 6 as well as Straiku left alive.
NRG right now are playing a great game. They've been able to really pick their fights, choose really who they want to try and take out on the outer edge here of North Pad. Element 6 starting to just feel that pinch a little bit here. A couple of death boxes they can still loot up. There's a nice fresh red armor too. No crack from that one, but still good damage. NRG really able to control this north side with those fences too. Again, it's almost like they're just trying to be an APAC North team.
But now Element 6, they lose their high ground and they're starting to lose players. Them and Reject. Okay, the missile swarm from Waltz is going to finish off 2 of the Reject players.
It's a 3 versus 3. NRG now versus Sudaraku. Can they find victory? Sweet. He's going to go down. It's Waltzy that finds the first one. So now NRG at a disadvantage with only the 2 players up. Can they find a way to find victory against Sudaraku? They get the knockdown onto Bullet L. So Nathan is the last one up now for NRG. Trying to clutch up big in a 1 versus 2. Trying to use these shields. Now outside of the circle. No, it's back to back for APAC South. Sudaraku find success, they find victory.
Waltzy looks more relieved than anything. I mean, oh yeah, look, give us the flex, Waltzy. Loving it. Oh man, I mean, you know, we talked about them not taking too many engagements, Xenox, but that's fine. If you're gonna take the engagements when it matters, you pull away the 12 placement points, you grab a couple of KP. On top of that, and everyone's happy.
They just look relieved more than excited, don't they? But still, big performance. They've been a little bit slow going in the kill department, but they've been able to sort of find a little consistency so far today and just sticking around, being always involved, whether that's making it towards the latter portions of games. But this is a chance for them to now really kick on. I think this win might just feel like, hey, we can do really good things here. We've got that confidence now.
And there's probably a question about that somewhere in their head, Xenox, because as I touched on earlier in the day, this is actually a team who's not used to playing like that. We talk about them running away from engagements. Usually this is the team that runs towards it. I mean, of those teams that have that very aggressive, sometimes edge play style, Straiku was the most successful out of any of those in the APAC South region.
Big turnaround as well for NRG. Really want to touch on that one. They had a really great game, just couldn't quite come away with the victory. A lot of points, 17 in fact. So, you know, 9 placement points, 8 kill points. Really, really good parity for them, and they needed it because they were a little slow going in the points going into match number 5 here. Sudaraku too, 19 points in total, really making the most of that particular game. Nice spread of points too. I mean, Element 6 have got 13 from this one, Detonator with 11, Reject with 9. You know, we saw a little resurgence from AD Raccoon. They picked up 8 points. Might be a little too late here for round 2, but still the points all add up. And remember, they had that big round 1 anyway, so they're still looking pretty good.
Well, if we think about the stakes for today, Xenox, remember, you kind of only need to be in that top 20.
Yeah.
And with the 80 points that they're bringing in from round 1, honestly, a mediocre effort here from AD Raccoon will probably put them in a fantastic position to close out the day in that winner's bracket.
A lot of these teams actually towards the other side of the graphic kind of cannibalizing each other. We saw Cloud9 and players, and then we saw TSM and Cloud9. They were United, of course, winning match number 4. They did bow out a little bit earlier here in match 5, but still 4 points to their name. APAC South really turning things around at the moment, because I'm going to be completely honest with you, Gino. We were sitting in the green room, and I was saying we're halfway through, and APAC South haven't quite shown up. Now, they certainly have.
They were always going to. I never doubted them, Xenox. And Straiku, a team you definitely shouldn't take your eyes off. Waltzy with the 6 kills. I mean, look, when there's someone who stands up in the fights for Straiku, I've got to say, pretty often it's that man there on the roller in the middle.
Yeah, and obviously I think this is a team that when you have a look at all 3 of those players, they can all frag out. They can all have big games, and they can all have good games and really be impactful. You know, Fossey with 5 assists really showing up there too. Always make sure you give credit to those that are assisting and helping out. Big win for Sudaraku. 2 games now in a row for APAC South. And a big turnaround, as we can see on the overall standings here for Group A versus C.
Yeah, and I was thinking about Detonator. You know, 39 points there. They had an okay game. 5, but you know, they had some points already in the bank, so that helps them get up to 3rd place. Wow, they got like 11 points and they went up 5 spots. That's kind of wild. Anyway,
well, it's pretty congested, isn't it?
It is, and it's again we're seeing this a lot today, and yeah, I think it just, I'm gonna keep saying it. It just speaks to how well these lobbies are, you know, the skill level, it's just so even between all of these teams.
Yeah, that certainly is. That's what we like to see as well. And of course, Sudorogo up 8 places with that win. That gets them into the proper side of the graphic. In terms of this side of the graphic, where you probably don't want to be, you can see NRG up 5 places. They were in the bottom 2 going into the last 2 matches. They picked up some big points, much needed points, and that's been able to kind of keep them in a good position. If they have another really good game in match 6, they could end up with some decent points here from round 2.
Well, Sweet is someone who's known as a really, you know, a great IGL, but also someone who, you know, doesn't necessarily crumble, right? Like, I think even though they might have started out the series in a less than optimal fashion, Sweet's probably going to be someone who's just keeping the vibes good and keeping the team ready to make that comeback at any point.
Yeah, well, we'll be coming back very shortly. Of course, one more game here for round 2. For now, we go to a break. Exciting round 2 here for the ALGS playoffs. It's all APAC South apparently at the moment. 2 wins in a row for the lovely region down under, Gino, which is what you've got a big smile on your face. Of course, one more round to go though, so we've got still an opportunity for teams to find some points, and then after that we still have round 3, so a lot more Apex to come.
Plenty more Apex to come, don't you worry, guys. It's a massive day, it's a massive weekend, and it should be because there's $1 million on the line, Xenox. You got to remember that. Even apart from that, you got playoff points. You know, getting these teams towards the championship. You know, I've done some points predictions.
Have you?
You know, about how these teams would work. You know, going into the finals. You know, later in the year, we do finally get that championship to cap it all off, that amazing event. And if you make the top 20, you are guaranteed 70 points, and that is almost enough, probably, to get you to that championship.
Wow.
So the teams that we see on day 3, actually quite likely to be there with us in champs.
Take that, of course, with the caution of warning there for Professor Genome and his calculations. Is there an asterisk to it, or you back it in 100%?
Oh no, yeah, that's not guaranteed by any means. But it will be somewhere around. I think 70 to 75 points is what I'm expecting. Yeah.
Anything that you're expecting here going into our final match for round 2? We've been able to see quite a lot of diversity when it comes to our winners so far here through matches 1 to 6 of round 2. Do you have anything here on your mind going into the final round? Anything you want to see?
Anything I want to see? I mean, it's Storm Point, right? Look, we saw, I think maybe, what was that, 3 or 4 teams playing a little bit of edge in that last game. Yeah, look, personally, I like it when we get more doing that.
Right.
Frankly, it makes for a fun game, makes for a fun early game in Apex, which, you know, as we were talking about, sometimes can take a little while to kick off, right? And the interesting thing is, because this is essentially like an 18-game sort of series day, because all of the points are added together at the end, we're not necessarily getting, you know, that period at the end where people are like, oh, I need to do it all right now. We'll get that in round 3, but...
Well, we have a little bit of a comparison here with Nags and Easy Flash Kids from Denver United Esports. Pretty close when it comes to the average damage, but in terms of the kills, Genome, there is a little bit more of a discrepancy between the two.
Yeah, and this is something we touched on before, right? When we had that champion screen up and we were looking at Easy Flash. This guy does pump out huge damage numbers. Are his teammates always able to capitalize on that? No, but you've got to think that also gives you other advantages. That means, you know, you're getting your armors up faster. That means you might be making more space for your team because, you know, everyone else that's coming into you is taking that pepper and having to worry about that and probably not going to want to sit in your vicinity.
Let's head into match 6, our final match now for round 2. After this, of course, we'll have a break and we'll go in for round 3 later on. Still a big game to play out here for Group A versus C. This is where it all comes to a head. Who can finish strong here and close out round number 2?
Well, it looks like Straiku, you know, just getting into it, but it's with the spikes. You know?
Did you want to quickly go over the name for Sudoraiku? Because you're saying Straiku, I'm saying Sudoraiku, others are saying Sudoraiku.
I'm saying it's a fake word.
Do you want to let everyone in on the naming
look, I have
here?
looked into it. Apparently, it's just the word strike, and then the Japanese, the Japanese language has reclaimed it and changed it into a more Japanese-sounding word with Sutraiku. So that's why, honestly, I'm not as worried about going into that pronunciation because, let's be real, we could just be saying strike and it'd be the same thing. But look, that's what they've gone with, and you know, all respect to them. And look, winning the last game, that's also seemingly giving them control over Sino Cave. And we've got to remember, right, they're not always getting this drop location, Xenox. A lot of the times, other players, they're either taking Mill, they're taking Sino Cave, and Straiku, who like to rotate from this southwest position, sometimes also grab a Trident. You can see bullets near one on that island as well. They'll usually take that, sometimes get the beacon there and sort of budget Mill, you know, the below where the mill is, and at that point they have to play Loba. So they're changing their whole composition just to suit the drop spot, depending on what other teams are actually playing around them.
Interesting. Of course, match 5, we went over to North Pad. Well, for match 6, we're going up north to the wall. Speaking of the wall, we saw it a little bit all the way back. Gentlemen, if you remember at the very beginning of the day when we started out on Storm Point, it was GMT and Fennel that kept fighting over the wall, and Fennel generally won out. I think that was for games 2 and 3 to start the day. So they got a pretty decent circle to start with here. Detonator as well. All the way very far up to the north. Same with V3 Vega. I promise. I'm not being biased here that the 3 APAC North teams are inside of this circle early on.
Yeah, they've headed up there very quickly. You can see other teams making rotations now. Hardeki for players. He's over there in the Trident, just zooming around the top side of the map. Someone who certainly isn't doing that, of course, is Sudraiku. So they are down the bottom in C-Note, and it looks like they've finally had their fill of loot. They also get the crypto to go along with that, as we noted, not the Loba this time, as you might see. But that is the difference between when they play those two heroes. It depends on the POI they start in.
So our final match of round 2. So far, game number 4, well, match number 4, I guess you could say, was a little slow going to start with. And then I feel like it did speed up a bit in match 5. Teams really starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. You could probably put it down to also the circle really pulling over to North Pad, which did alter a lot of rotations. That might actually play out again here for match number 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very northern circle, right? I mean, it's a little bit harder to get into these northern circles than it is to get into North Pad, but looks to Raika were thinking about how to get in there as well. Let's hear what they've got to say.
Started off really good. We won the first week. We were like very surprised. We were sort of hoping for like a top 10 finish, and kind of progressed, and managed to like sort of hold a top 5. Stormpoint, because it's so new, people make mistakes. We know the zones fairly well, so yeah, I feel like that's definitely our strongest map. I think my team had like an average placement of around, I think, 3 or 4. We never really fell out of sort of top 5. It's a new map, but I feel like we know how to play it. World's Edge, everyone knows how to play it. It's a lot tougher.
And he's not wrong, Xenox. They were actually the best performing team on Stormpoint in the entirety of APAC South. They absolutely smashed it. They had like an average placement of, I can't remember, it was like 3 or 4 or something like that. The placement points they got out of it were nuts, especially considering they are usually an aggressive team. Maybe not here at LAN.
How would you... Oh, well, hang on. I was going to ask you a question there, but let's go over to Odic and Alliance, who are having a bit of an early scrap, and it's worst who's come out worst. Alliance finding that down and that elimination to follow too. Now, of course, they did go out early in the last match, but prior to that, match number 4 was Alliance's big redemption match. They picked up a big chunk of points, has them high up in the standings here for round 2, although Jinx has actually been able to get the down onto Hakass, and now they've got to get this revive on the other side of the pillbox.
Oh, but they stop it. The Arc Star means they have to play behind the knockdown shield for a second, just giving more and more time for Odic to turn this around. Of course, they can't get the res worst completely out, but you can see, wow, the gas grenade there for Jinx coming out and doing some decent damage. It actually downs Hakass. Are you kidding me? That from... Wow, I can't believe that he couldn't get out of that in time. I guess it must have been, you know, some other things contributing to that as well. Actually, no, wait. He was probably the one who just got knocked.
Yep. Yeah, that was a big factor for that. Still a lot committed there.
Well, why don't we have a listening with Alliance and see how they play this fight?
Team. Come to me, Vibes. Just go inside, go inside. I'm getting thirsted.
I'm my side.
Minus 60 on Valk.
I'm getting burnt, man.
They're all here, dude. Who the fuck is this team? Like, what?
I'm just trying to crawl away, okay?
You're trying rat, Tuki, get out. Slide down. Just slide all the way down. Slide all the way down. You go left.
No. Can't
rat
just spin and.
Pretty sure you can fly up and play above this area, like on these banners.
You reckon gay banner?
I don't think so. Fuck it. I think you just rat.
What did you guys
go on your right side. Go on your... we're low
like
ground,
right
but you can't rest us. Just fuck it. Just fly up here. You can fly up. Up above that. You can fly up there. I'm pretty sure. You get inside the thing. Like in the end here, yeah.
Illegal.
This is good. You're not sliding, right?
Oh.
No, then you're legal. Just care, they can pick you. You can go a little bit further back a little bit.
Well, not the best situation there for Alliance Genome, and right now here in round 2, consistency has unfortunately eluded them a little bit. They finished second to start round 2. They had another second place 14 kill performance, but outside of that, 13th, 19th, 20th, and now in a position where they have one just left alive here for match number 6. So Alliance, well, consistency has not been key for them.
Yeah. Who is this team?
Who is this team?
Oh, they're so annoyed at 100 Thieves that was turning up there at the end and contributing even more to their woes that started as Odic pushed them there in high point. Well, as usual, this circle continues to just go further and further north. And as you said, yeah, look, a lot of the teams from APAC North have made their way up there. Straiku, we saw they're part of their rotation, and that is usually, you know, what they do. So they'll come all the way around for one of these northern circles in the Trident, and then eventually use their Valgol to try and make their way a little bit further up to this position where, yeah, we pretty much exactly where we see NRG right now, who are just on the other side of them. In fact, I think they might actually be, oof, if one of them decides to send it at least, they could be having a fight with Straiku pretty soon.
Well, round one coming to a close, heading into our second round now. NRG, of course, had a massive game back in match number 5, looking to repeat that as they look to finish strong here for round number 2. Now, round 2 as well in-game, and it does continue to pull up to the northern side, which has a lot of those APAC North teams, like you mentioned, so we'll see how that plays out. Yuki is just sitting, and will be sitting for probably a little while. It's a little lonely there for Yuki, for Alliance. Probably not the way that they were looking to close out round 2, Gino, but sometimes these things happen.
But I tell you what, he's set a circle and he's got a lot of cover. I'm not sure if teams will be able to see him there at all. And you got to remember, this isn't the scan meta. Maybe there's like a crypto drone, but I feel like the crypto drone usually needs line of sight to spot you out, right? So it might actually be even hard for the crypto drone. If you're a bloodhound, it might be a little bit easier, but we're not seeing many of them be run at the moment. So as this next circle comes up, you can see Yuki right in the middle there in that mustard yellow.
You can see all of the teams there with the expanded minimap and how many teams already, but mostly playing rather the edge side of this next circle.
They are, and it's going to be fun, Xenox, as we see some good shots come out from this charged Sentinel here. Rocket trying to drop someone out of the sky, doesn't quite succeed, but hey, still time to pick that armor up. Look, in the meantime, you know, we've got, yeah, all those teams just really pushing north. And eventually, I think it's going to be pretty tough for them to get through the choke points, right? Because, you know, when we looked at Yuki right in the middle there's this cave, and it's funneling everyone into a very central position.
In saying that, though, so far in a couple of matches that we've seen, at least today, or at least here in the second round, is those choke point positions aren't always the gold spot. Sometimes those teams pushing in have been able to win out those fights, so it's never going to be a given. Nothing is a given here at the ALGS playoffs. You need to be at your best, regardless of your positions here, as we see Hardeki, well, just sort of lingering.
Yeah, the players, they're really just playing this slowly. They're playing it silently. You can see them just crouch walking across, trying to make a rat play here, and they might get the better of someone like Fennel or NRG, who are just below them.
If you have a quick little glance at the minimap, you can start to count the amount of drones that are circling around the vicinity up north and how much information that's really going to be in play. You know, we talk about the crypto genome and how, you know, if there's only 1, 2, 3 couple of teams really playing the crypto, they get so much information, so much value out of the legend. But if you have, say, maybe around 10 cryptos in the lobby, it starts to really sort of diminish those values as players. Leo gets a freebie down onto Nathan of NRG. This one really kicking off as well, and that's Rocket that falls. Players can push on this.
I'm surprised, yeah, that they aren't actually getting onto it a little bit quicker here. I guess they're just, you know, worrying about some of the teams around.
You don't really need to eliminate them, right? Damage done, 2 downs, 2 eliminations, nicely executed by players. Third at the moment here in round 2.
Well, it was exactly the rat play we were talking about, right? And they just waited, they were patient, and look, the kills came straight to them.
Have a look at TSM. Well, where are they going to go now as well? There's so many teams already up to the north. Do they find a choke point to just sort of hold out? Currently, 19th place, Genome. Not where you would expect to see a TSM roster. They need to finish strong here, need to get the points. Are they going to be, you know, at a vulnerable position by the end of round 3? Who knows? You don't want to be in that conversation. You want to be inside of that top 20 and have a lot of points next to your name.
They need to give themselves an opportunity to keep pushing up to do better there, and they're going to be one of the first teams to actually take up position inside that cave. It looks like Scars were actually thinking about it a little bit as well. RPR, he's currently just watching there, but AD Raccoon, looks like there's too many teams from the north suddenly pushing into them, and it feels like they've just left Is Obley just been left
Yeah,
for dead?
Obley's
Yeah, you
down.
can see him crawling in the middle of the screen
That's the Gibraltar down for AD Raccoon, so they're going to lose a lot of defenses from that, and they can't salvage this. They have to leave him behind. As you said, crawling, literally crawling away. Elevate, they have got Sleep, who needs to probably pop a couple of cells and get that armor back up. Triple purple for them. 20 squads still, by the way, so obviously a couple of solo players. We saw Yuki before, as it's going to be Ben getting that elimination onto Obley, confirmed at least. Another kill for Elevate. AD Raccoon now. It's only Parker and Grompo who just gets cracked immediately. Only blue armor, a little bit of health gone too. Pops the shield bat. And we're seeing the kill feed as well. Not looking good for Revenant. So while we haven't had any squads eliminated yet, Gino, the number of players actually in the lobby is starting to dwindle down.
It keeps dropping. Cloud9 in the gas right now. Looks like it's their own, and Revenant, well, Nexus, he's on his own, and
another solo.
Use the Skyward dive to find his way out. Yeah, they were fighting outside the ring. Actually, they were fighting all the way over at Thunderwatch, Xenox.
Right.
And yeah, unfortunately, just had to leave his teammates.
What's happened here?
Unfortunately, he's going to run into Reject. Dogma almost loses the 1v1.
Oh, they gotta save him though. Please don't just let him get eliminated that easily for free. They do deal with Nexus in the end, courtesy of Jungi, but yeah, that was probably not something Reject would have been expecting. And here come Empire as well to just spoil the party. Reject were just walking along, and now their game might be over at the hands of Empire.
Yeah, they're coming in off the back of that. I think they kind of, it looks like they EMP'd themselves, honestly. I'm not even sure, but Empire easily are going to win that fight. But all of a sudden, there's still, I mean, you know, they've still got to make it into the circles. You know, 30 seconds, they've got to run through TSM, they've got to run through Cloud9. All these teams in front of them are still going to pose somewhat of a problem.
I think you've got to just try and at this point get out of this position. Albralele going to go down to the house here for TSM. Can they get some kills here? Can they find victory in what's going to be a bit of a choke point? There's a couple teams in this area too. It's not going to be easy. Now Reps gets off a full shield back up to full armor. Imperial Howl is getting involved in the action too. That's what you like to see if you're a TSM fan, and they will be able to win out rather convincingly in the end. But there's more to come. You can see the shots firing in their direction. TSM, they cannot rest on their laurels.
There's no time for that at all. Now that they push into the cave. Okay, let's see what their next move is with a TSM listen in.
Fucked. No, we don't want another team. We want only us and another team. That's what we want. I have 0 nades now.
Are we safe in this corner?
Play on the. We got to play the right. There's the Gibbies. You guys walk up to the right.
Yeah,
walking up now. Walking up now.
You might have to bump me to cross run. Like this guy is just solo shooting me. Like, what the fuck?
Gibby 3 times.
I'm popping cells.
We should just kill this team, no?
Oh, just wait. There's another team. I'm pretty sure west. There was another team west side. Unless they were slow holding. I'm slow healing right now. I have only one back, no nades.
They haven't peeked the right side at all.
Okay, good. There was a Valkyrie that was over here earlier.
There's a Gibby on the rock. Gibby on the rock. I have 2 bats.
I have one
Is it possible to take this height? Like,
Yeah,
I don't know where
yeah.
they're
You can 100% walk up on this.
I think they're split holding. I think it's only one team. I might be only one team.
We're walking up.
I have nasty angles here on me.
Evan and I are taking an angle on the right side.
Give me 6 for 60.
They're running down a little bit.
Yeah, they are. They
That's
just
good.
jumped down.
We pushed them down. We pushed
all
them down.
three
We
jumped
need to
down.
push them down.
No one on our right side.
Okay.
We have to push them down and walk in our right side. That's all we can do.
Walking up a little bit.
Just hold that. They're right there. They're right there. I hit 2 shots on Gibby.
Yeah, I have 100 light. I have 100 fucking light. There's another team wrapping behind him. We can pinch them here. They're getting pinched now.
I don't think anyone's behind us.
A team could come from our right side.
I know, but we should pinch them.
I'm looking on this.
Gibby's almost cracked. They bubbled in the corner. I don't have nades or
I have
ammo
no nades too.
Doing it. 70 on Caustic.
They're Valkyrie. Look at that. Look at that.
Shoot the Valk.
He's 30 HP.
Got him. I got him.
Nice. Try to get the kills.
Gibby on Evan on the ground. Gibby on Evan. Get out of there.
Back up. Gibby.
I knocked the Caustic. It's only the Gibby.
Nice. There's some in the corner.
I can't see.
It's in the corner.
Checking her backside.
You can shoot Evan. You can shoot Evan.
Backside's clear.
They're dead. I have 40 light.
We can walk on our north side for free. There's nobody there.
I know. I'm
One
just saying.
Doing that. Walk up a little bit.
Careful. We can't commit to this, I don't think. There's a Gibby on the left side.
Can you grab light, Evan, maybe for me?
No, the boxes
No, they're right on the boxes. There's a Gibby on the left side and one of...
They're all 3 fucking off. I think you loot it, please. All right, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Give me
light.
We gotta loot this. We have to loot this now.
Light and gun and ammo. You know,
I got light. I got light.
nades.
I'm coming now. I light for
Look
you.
for me. Look for me. Drop it. We're gonna die to gas. Come on. We gotta go. I'm just gonna go. We gotta go now, Jordan. We're gonna die to gas.
Coming.
I have 0
Fuck, I
nades.
should have grabbed the bats.
Right here.
40 on
Somebody
him.
cracked. Dead?
Nice.
Solo?
I think there's a guy in front of us.
Yeah, there was. 100%.
I'm gonna just ulti and use all my shit if we have to.
All right. I'm right behind you guys on the right side.
40 on one. 50 on Gib.
I ulted them. I hit them with my ulti.
I can't do anything.
I'm walking up.
I have no nades.
They
bubbed.
They have give you ult.
They bubbed. No.
We're safe here. We're safe here.
They're right above us.
Yeah, just chill here. I'm good.
They arced us.
I'm safe here. I'm safe where I'm at.
I'm safe.
They
Yeah,
ulted.
give you ulti.
They give you. I'm in above.
Yeah.
At the bub.
They're my aim. They're getting naded.
We have nades. Anything.
No, I have nothing.
Do we swing this right side?
Yes.
They're getting thermited, it looks like. I'm gonna queue up, maybe.
They're in the crate.
110!
Walking up. I'm with you, Jordan. I'm with you.
Go!
Raid.
We're getting third party.
All
I'm
day.
going down the hill.
I got a spot.
Popping a bat.
30. They're on me. Ash is on me. I'm one. You gotta hold. Shoot now. You have to shoot. You have the peek. I'm dead to that.
Slide damage again.
I cannot. I'm dead. I'm just dead.
Yeah. It's the third.
TSM's journey through that canyon and out the other side. Not bad. A couple of kills, wiped out a few teams, but it's only the whole stack is left and has been able to at least find maybe another player, maybe another opportunity to get a kill, to get the down, but unfortunately falls at the exact same time, courtesy of Dewa United. A lot happening there, Genome as well, elsewhere, and we are getting towards the end here for match 6.
Helping to finish off Element 6. We talked about Detonator being one of the teams that had the very most northern position, and they have continued to hold that for the entire game. Once again, the APAC North team has the god spot.
100 Thieves looking to finish strong here for match 6 as well. Detonator, a team with basically playing with house money here at this event, have been able to really prove themselves, but they've lost all of their armor. That defensive bombardment have been in their side now. As they fall back, they'll need to heal up, and it's 100 Thieves who are getting aggressive, trying to get into their face and finish them off. 3 squads remain, 8 players alive. Detonator, at least they were able to fall back, full armor, full health. They're ready to re-engage. And Dewa United, already who found victory earlier in match 4. Can they find a second win to close out round 2?
It's going to be pretty tough for them. Xenox, you can see they're down the bottom, only the 2 left alive. Doom and Easy Flash. Meanwhile, the other teams fully stocked, ready to go. We can see they might actually get into it with each other. I think that was that a mobile respawn beacon? Are they actually going to be able to get a res off while the other 2 are fighting? That would be insane.
That would absolutely be insane and could turn the tide here as well. Detonator, 4th place, 100 Thieves higher on the standings as well. Now Miyake lost a little bit of armor there, has to pop that shield battery. There comes back a full strength Dewa, but they are only behind that rock, and 100 Thieves surely are not going to allow them to push out.
I mean, unless there's a full death box behind there. Xenox, I don't know, they need to find their way as one somehow to get him back into it. You can see they're in a world of hurt, but meanwhile, the other 2 teams just don't seem to be worried about them, and because of that, they may actually get back into this.
Yeah, Dewa, right now what they need is Detonator to push on to 100 Thieves, and then they can be in a position where they can go for the third party. Detonator, though, not really looking to push out, not looking to be all that aggressive. It feels like it's 100 Thieves that are being the proactive team right now, setting the tone for the closing moments here of round 6.
And they might have pushed a little bit too far, Xenon. Vaxlon gets taken down by Mia Knightley, and it looks like 100 Thieves, Detonator just don't care about their back at all. Some trading now going back and forth, and Dewa just creeping up the hill.
Could they find a third match in a row for victory for APAC South? It could be the case. Detonator have to move away from that missile swarm now. It's Dewa United who have got triple red. They're in a great position. They've been able to get some time to recover, to push out. Now they're happy to take the fight. They're the top team here in this lobby group. They are looking to finish on top.
Okay, the full red armors, they have found provisions, and Dewa not only have provisions now, but they've got the top spot, and everything's switched around. 100 Thieves, now they're on the low ground. They've only got 2 members, and that unfortunate fight that they they decided to take with Detonator has been their own bane.
This is going to come down to basically 3 teams just having a free-for-all to close out match number 6. Detonator, that's bubbled down. Now you got to heal up, get those shields back up to full health. Now Vaxlon is gone, of course, so the 100 Thieves, they've only got the 2 players remaining. Onmu at red armor. Detonator, they need to start to get aggressive. They've been too passive. They need to push forward. Dewa could find themselves in a position where I think 100 Thieves could pinch them with Detonator.
Yeah, they're struggling in the middle. They've got this crate to play around, but that's pretty damn hard, and Doom MVP goes down.
Time for Detonator to make the push forward. I think it's falling apart for Dewa. Now, Detonator though, Meerkat loses that red armor, has to pop the shield bat. Easy Flash is gone down courtesy of Yudu. 100 Thieves, are they going to be able to find themselves in the prime position despite being down to just the 2 players? Onmu loses armor, same with Scurry as well, and losing health too. 100 Thieves fall back down, but it's Detonator who find the elimination onto Dewa United, and they've got the high ground to finish off strong for APAC North. All they've got to do is take out 100 Thieves, the team that didn't even think they would be here, find victory and close out round 2 on top.
Looks of pure joy on their faces, and well deserved. That was such a hard final circle to play. I mean, the tension between those 2 teams, between 100 Thieves and Detonator as they went back and forth was just so much that we saw a res with 3 teams left alive. I mean, that's not something that we see every day.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, they finished split 2 in 11th place. They were 1 spot out of making it to the playoffs through fortune, through good fortune. They've been able to find themselves here, and they are making it count. You know, they've been so impressive. You know, I've watched these guys for a little while now, and this is probably the best I've really seen from them. We know that they're a top team. We know that they can really perform, and they're proving it on the global stage. Detonator closing out round 2 with victory in match 6, and they absolutely deserved it. What a little free-for-all though, Gino, towards the end. They were united. Almost a chance for them to find 2 wins here in round 2. They had a pretty decent game. In fact, really all 3 of those teams towards the end really taking home a lot of points.
TSM also there in 4th, picking up 14 points in this 6th game. Will push them up the rankings a little bit, but I guess you don't even need to think about rankings, right?
Yep.
That's kind of the split mentality that we're in. Now that we're in the playoffs, it's the raw points, how many raw points you can actually take out of this. So 14 will help TSM. But if you think about how they've gone through this entire series, it's still probably a little bit of a letdown for them.
Team Empire, 11 kills, Gino, only the 2 placement points, but they'll take all 13 points on offer there from match number 6. We go over to the other side of the standings here. Again, it hasn't quite been the round for Reject, only the 1-point game. So Raikou couldn't really back up that match 5 win. They too down the bottom. But ultimately, I think you can see on this side of the graphic how so much of the top teams really soaking up all of the points.
Yeah, even between the Indonesian teams we're seeing there with Revenant down at the bottom in 20th, but having a good start to the day, unfortunately falling off. They're going to be a little bit disappointed that they didn't take that momentum and just keep running. But, you know, Element 6, 10th seed in their region. Dewa, I think they might have been the 5th seed in their region. So, you know, that's 2 teams who just barely scraped through into the LAN, and all of a sudden they're showing up when it matters.
Well, at the end of the day, when you come to such a grand event, when you've got 40 top teams from around the world, you know that they're going to be able to put on a show, and that's what we've really had here for round 2. I mean, seriously, the ALGS playoffs just continue to get better and better, Genome. It's been fantastic to watch, and I really think, again, reiterating, round 2 has been all about the diversity that we have here. South America really coming to the table, APAC South as well, and then obviously to close it out, APAC North. And we know that EMEA is going to be great. We know North America is going to be great. They'll be there towards the pointy end when it all matters on Sunday. But ultimately, it's really good to see all regions finding some success so far.
Yeah, look, big trips for these guys over there, and probably big expectations from their communities as well. You know, it's Zen. They really struggled in that first round, and then to come back and at least grab a win here is going to give them some confidence. But talking about the winners, it's Detonator for game 6 here. Only a splash of, you know, roughly 1,000 damage across the board there for them, but that was enough.
But it's spread evenly. It's a team effort. I always love when we see all three players putting in basically an even performance. You can see that with the kills, the assists, the damage. These guys are great to watch. Mia Knightley, also known as Mia K, usually, and then YL and Yudu, absolutely fabulous performance and really putting Japan on the map with this victory. For Detonator, again, they didn't know that they were going to be here. They didn't expect to be here. They felt like they missed out. And so they are a team that does not want to miss out on this opportunity. They want to make everything count.
Yeah, and look, they've started to do that here in our second round today, Xenox. You know, I'm sure we'll get the full standing soon, and then we'll get to see just exactly how well they've done.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see really where everyone is at now. What have we gone through? 12 games, you know, of course only 6 more to go. By the end of the day, we'll know which teams are in the winners bracket and the losers bracket. And ultimately though, going into then round 3, that's where it might be sort of last chance for teams to find some points.
Yeah, there's so many more chances for these teams. No one will be eliminated today, and with 6 more games, why don't we find out what the panel thought about the 6 games that we just saw.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Fallout here alongside none other than Vicky Kitty and Elfish. Listen, there's a lot of APAC action to break down, whether it's APAC South or APAC North, and thank goodness we got Elfish guy to help us decipher what we just saw. A really impressive showing there in Group A versus C for the APAC region.
Mate, I'll tell you, I was getting a little bit worried at one point. We get halfway through the competition, or through today's competition, and we haven't seen a single APAC South team. I'm thinking, mate, what did I even come for? You know, like we want some APAC South representation, but unfortunately we're not getting the wins. Luckily for me, we get the last 2 there, or the first 2 of the second half, and then you obviously get an APAC North team coming through as well for the win. So yeah, really impressive stuff. Obviously being able to step up. It was a bit of a slower start, I thought, for the APAC South teams in particular. Sutaraiku getting themselves a win definitely needed that to turn around what has been a bit of a rougher day, but I'm most impressed by this Daewoo United roster. Now, these guys formerly known as Method to Madness, coming from 5th in our region, were not, you know, if I would do a power ranking before, I'd look at the 3 teams that I would say from our region, from APAC South would perform. It'd be Reignite, Burger, and Sutaraiku. But Daewoo United, they just topped the lobby. So, I mean, credit to them. They're doing phenomenally.
Yeah, absolutely. Kudos to them. They, of course, get a win alongside Sutaraiku. And I guess if I say Aussie, 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 you say,
oi, oi, oi.
I'm man. Y'all, Vicky, what are you seeing here?
I'm seeing Element popping off, following Dua actually with their performance. I believe they finished overall with 61 points there. And then with that final performance that we saw in that final game, Detonator really coming through with that dub. Yeah, they finished first place with just 5 KP, but they were able to secure, I believe, top 3 after that.
Yeah, really, really great, consistent games from Element 6. And that's one thing we got to say. Look, we stay sleeping on E6, formerly 69 IQ. And every time they pop off, we're like, what? E6 is popping off? And the answer is they always do. I mean, they're always consistently a top 3, top 5 team, and E6 doing really well throughout this entire series. But game number 6 was a different story. It wasn't D6 from Mia. Instead, Elf, it was none other than Detonator.
Yeah,
really good rotation from low kill game.
And I mean, the boys on the cast were sort of saying it. This was a team that didn't even expect to be here, right? They were the team that replaced FA Kids, who couldn't obviously come to compete. And so Detonator, they're basically playing with house money in a sense, right? They've got absolutely nothing to lose. They just come in, do what they can. If they make it into the top 20, fantastic. They get some bit of money. If they don't, well, was the expectation that they were even going to be here anyway? No. So I think they're playing free. They're playing without really any pressure at all, unless they're putting it on themselves. But you got to say, I mean, they're sort of setting things on fire as well, right? They've come 3rd in that lobby. They're getting some good points on the board. So what's fantastic about this for me is, like, you know, you come in with your expectations of X or Y team's really going to do well and blah blah blah. Someone did this and that in Split 2, but you know, it sort of feels like anyone can actually succeed at the moment, right? We've seen Detonator, the team that came in 11th in APAC North, taking top 3. Daewoo, who came 5th in APAC South. They've topped the lobby. So it's not, I feel like you can't really go ahead and say, oh, this is what's going to happen, or that's what's going to happen, right? Well, obviously we're analysts, we're supposed to do that, but I feel like you just throw it all out the window and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, you know, it's the most interesting thing. At this point, every region pretty fairly matched. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, because guess what? Leaderboards are ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboards from Group A versus Group C. And on top, over everyone else, with the victory in this group matchup, is Dewey United Esports. Yeah. Again, a Method to Madness roster you wouldn't have expected to win, but they perform here. And very impressive job from them. Element 6, you called it, Vicky. Right behind them in second, EMEA looking solid. And then Detonator, the 11th best team in the APAC North region, coming through with wins over the likes of 100 Thieves, TSM, Cloud9, Alliance, so many others, including players, the gods from CIS.
If the 11th placing team could outperform these gigantic heavy hitters of a team, what does that say for all the unsung talent that haven't been able to make it out here to the LAN? It's insane. It's insane. It could be anybody's game at this point.
Vicky, you just said $1 million question. Truly, and that's what's beautiful about this ALGS format. Any person watching right now, we have hundreds of thousands across YouTube and Twitch. Any of you could be competing on the main stage in a future ALGS competition or season. The open qualifier format is brilliant. Kudos to John Nelson, the commissioner of the ALGS, Chris Piper, the entire team that puts together this format. It's great. And you got teams, like you said, like Zen, who weren't necessarily the top dogs in South America, but were able to kind of grind their way to the top. They obviously got a victory in game one. They popped off, but were a little bit more quiet. They end up in 17th place overall. The biggest disappointment on this list, I know exactly where you're probably going to go with this Elfish, that 20th place finish from 80 Raccoon.
Well, yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, I felt like I could play both sides here, right? When we were talking about predictions, I said my prediction was AD Raccoon. What the graphic said was TSM. I sort of said in the green room, I was like, I'll just choose whichever one of them does better, right? And then I'll feel happy about it. Unfortunately, neither of the teams really popped off. And AD Raccoon, I mean, they've gone from 100 to 0. They topped their lobby in the very first lobby of the day, and then they've come dead last in this lobby. So that's a lot of inconsistency. That's really crazy for me. I'm not sure what to make of that. And that's kind of what I was getting at when I was saying, like, how can you come into this and analyze that? What can you possibly say that actually makes any sense? Because they've gone from top to bottom, and now we've got one more lobby to play. What can you even expect from them? Like, how can you fathom where they could possibly go from here?
And if that's the case, by the transitive property of mathematics, you could also say, well, from group stages to champ bracket tomorrow, a team can play bad in groups but perform tomorrow. Right. This is just the beginning, my friends, in this kind of pool play format, if you will. It's going to be really interesting to see how things continue to shake up. But before we continue to break things down, guess what? We got two Brits live on the main stage for an interview. It's my good friend Killer Pigeon, joined alongside the controller god himself. It's Nags from Element 6.
That's right, Fallout. We have got Nags here from Element 6. Of course, just missing out on that top spot, but looking lethal as this went on. And Nags, you were just telling me this is your first big LAN, this is your first big event. Yeah. How are you handling that pressure?
Honestly, coming into the LAN, I was just so excited to play because I know I've heard, like, you know, there's the ping, the latency is all low, and I heard that it's a buff controller. And today, I was just so excited to play. I just wanted, to show, the world, the Apex world, who I am and stuff like that. And I was confident in my abilities. Like, I know what I can do and stuff. But yeah, I just tried to be confident and just outperform basically. But yeah.
Yeah, and we can definitely see that confidence come through. I mean, the crazy thing is a lot of people going in this, they probably had their top 10, the big organizations looking at the top. But we've seen that's not the case at all. Dewa, Element 6, like, you're all coming through. Did you have any of these, like, top 10 on your radar right now, or are there any big dark horses that you're already seeing that you're trying to keep track of?
Honestly, this lobby especially was like the hardest lobby. You had teams like Hardeki, you had also teams like TSM, NRG, Alliance, so many big teams, ADR, Crazy Raccoon. So we were coming into thinking like, oh, this is going to be like our hardest lobby and we need to do good. And the dark horse, I'll say, like the Apex South teams, like Dewa and Detonator. I think Dewa ended up winning with 64 points, and Detonator was third. So yeah, they definitely performed really well today as well.
Did you find any of them tricky for meta differences? Because obviously this is a lot of data to process at one time, right? Like, you've had regional play for so long. This is the first interregional. Is there anything that's standing out that you're probably going to go back and analyze that you feel like you want to change about your gameplay that's been inspired by a different region?
Honestly, when it comes to like analyzing stuff, is more K-Swinny. He's like the IGL, and he basically but especially with like all the regions coming in together and playing in the lobby, it's like a lot of different methods. You have like Watson, you have Crypto. You also have like, I see teams playing Loba now, so it's a whole lot of different methods basically. But yeah, the whole analyzing is just Swinny. Like he's got the brain. I'm just there to shoot, and I sometimes like to like help him call and stuff like that, and like basically have like a third view eye of it and everything he's doing. But yeah, I think it was just Swinny's calling and stuff was like amazing today. It was really good.
Yeah, and of course, K-Swinny being the IGL, usually they'll be your kind of go-to person. They'll be the person dictating the flow of the game. Would you say your team has a very open format where there's a lot of suggestions coming out from each player, or is it quite restrictive with K-Swinny just taking the leads at all times?
I feel like it's more restricted, but there's sometimes like today we were playing on the big mode, and I just called and I said, oh, I think we should play here because there's less angles that we could get shot from. And he was like, yeah, it's a good call and stuff. So yeah, I think it's more restricted, but sometimes like he will listen to one of our calls and stuff. But I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's better if a team has a restricted IGL, so you can just like listen to him and not like, you know, counter his calls basically.
I mean, you can feel free to say this to yourself, but like every team kind of has that pop-off player, that one that the rest of the team relies on in that moment they can trust in. Who is that for you on Element 6? And is that a situation where maybe that person takes the lead in the comms and maybe dictates what's next?
For pop-off, I'll say it was me. Personally, I mean, I got signed for the team to be as a fragger. And we played a lot of online tourneys, but my style when I first came, it was like to take angles and stuff. And after maybe 2-3 months of me playing with Swinny and Slayers, he decided to want me to be more kind of AP and just go straight in, just do the damage, you know, get like 1 clips and just basically do damage. So me coming into this line, I was really confident in my playstyle, and I just wanted to, you know, trust his calls. And if he says push this, I don't want to like hesitate. So yeah, I'll say damage dealer probably me, but like calls wise and everything else is just Swinny. Me and Slayers are just, you know, just the backbone of the team.
Hey man, either way you look at it, what I'm hearing right there is a lot of trust given each way, and I trust that's going to take you far in this tournament. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Let's head it back over to the desk. Thank you very much, Nags.
Thank you so much to Killer Pigeon and to Nags. Interesting perspective, right, from this team who's obviously gone through some diversity, a few roster changes, but ultimately they're still performing the same way that they did last split, and so far so good on group stages. But the big question is, this is just group stages. You got to perform in champ bracket starting on Saturday, and of course in the match point finals on Sunday. And that's what's really interesting. I guess one time real quick, Vicky, if you don't mind, very fast explanation of kind of how the format works for those that are just maybe tuning in of this brilliant playoff format.
Yeah, so aside from the points that you're able to obtain throughout the different games, everything's cumulative. So you're having to be racking up all these points throughout the next few games, and altogether, those points are going to determine where you're going to be placed in what bracket starting tomorrow. You have some teams moving on to the winner's bracket.
Top 20.
Top 20 teams starting off in the winner's bracket, and then the other teams going on to the lower bracket there too. So then from there, you want to maintain being in that winner's bracket, because on finals day, those top 10 teams that will start off in the winner's bracket will start off with points with an advantage.
Yeah, well, I've never been more disappointed in my life, Vicky. You just called it the lower bracket, the loser's bracket.
I have it stuck in my
had
head
this discussion.
too.
We've been there.
We were talking
You
about
lost.
it and everything too. We were talking about the elimination bracket. It's the same thing.
Bracket. That's like the everybody gets a trophy bracket if you call it the elimination. No, I'm just kidding. But jokes
Everyone's
aside,
a winner.
Losers bracket versus winners bracket is a big deal, obviously, to kick things off. And let's take a look at the updated standings here so everyone can see from the other stream. This is Group B versus D, what went down, and it's NA on top. There's been a lot of banter, a lot of rhetoric, a lot of criticism on Twitter and elsewhere around North America showing up. Well, hey, Optic Gaming, Team Liquid showed up, and that's 2 series in a row for Team Liquid, and Optic honestly looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, looking at Team Liquid, they are absolutely performing out of their mind. Yeah, you're seeing Team Optic all the way on the top, but let's not forget round 1. Let's not forget what we saw from Team Liquid, just absolutely dominating the lobbies, and I believe that actually sets up Team Liquid as the overall #1 spot so far after these first 2 rounds.
Very, very dominant.
Yeah, I got to give a quick shout out to Team Burger. To be honest, they started this lobby.
Of course you do.
Yeah, I know, right? Apex South bias, whatever. They started the lobby in last place. They played like 3 or 4 games and they were in last place. I was looking at the score, but I was thinking, geez, this is not looking too good. But then they had a second and a first. They jumped themselves up into 6th overall, a little bit better of a performance. So I think what's really interesting again is that you're not necessarily locked into any of these positions. It can really just change in the blink of an eye, and obviously we've only got 6 games left to go, but those 6 games, if you really pop off, you can step yourself up into the top 20, and the reality is the top 20 may as well be first place, as long as you get into that upper bracket.
Exactly.
That's what matters.
There's no difference between 20th place and first place in this format. You're still going to qualify for winner's bracket. There's no seeding advantage. Unlike match point format in the finals, where the top 10 teams are going to get a little bit of a points advantage, does not exist for tomorrow. So all you got to do is place top 20. Teams like TSM, IG, who aren't playing so well, have a chance. And that's the thing. You guys have been talking about some teams that are performing well. There's a lot of big storylines here of the teams that were expected to perform well but aren't necessarily doing that so far in group stages. Obviously, TSM and NRG, the big 2. But Invictus, IG, in my eyes, that's a disappointing showing. They made the controversial roster decision led by their coach, EMEF, and they have not showed up. Let's take a look at the overall standings to continue the conversation here as it currently stands. Going into one more 6-game series, these are your top 20 teams. Space Station on the fringe, Team Liquid, and Optic Gaming for the first time in Apex Legends on top in the top 2. 4-7 representing APAC North, Alliance representing EMEA, and Element 6 right behind them. So again, in that top 10 alone, we got 2 APAC North teams, an APAC South team, 2 or 3, maybe 4 EMEA teams, and 3 or 4 North American teams. Very evenly distributed here. Vicky, walk me through the rest.
It's actually insane to see that Space Station is by the border right there. We were talking about where's North America. I mean, they've been popping off for Nicewig and Greek God. I mean, they've been performing looking at Team Liquid Optic Gaming.
Luminosity, Mexico.
Yeah, look at Luminosity. We're talking about the sponsor curse here, but they're sitting in 12th place overall here too, and it's beautiful to see. G2, they had a rough start to today, yet they're still coming up on the climb. Very similar to how Optic started off in their first round.
I think the thing for me that I really want to highlight when we're looking at this is that, realistically speaking, almost every single team, even regardless of how many points they've got right now, could still make their way into the top 20. If we're looking at the maximum amount of points that you're going to get in a 6-game series, or even just taking into account today's results, 79 points was the max that any team has gotten so far. That was 80 Raccoon at the start of the day. So let's say 60, 70 points maybe if you have a really good lobby. And at the moment, if you get 60, 70 points, that could jump you up to potentially 90. I'm looking at CLG right now. They're on 23 points. They could get up to 93 points, and that potentially is enough to actually get you into the top 20, given, obviously the cutoff at the moment is 63 points. You're not going to be expecting every single team to perform in this final lobby. So I think there is a bit of a leeway, right? It makes your job a lot more difficult. It means you have to perform in this next lobby coming up, but the day is not over yet for all these teams down even to number 40.
Absolutely, and that's what's interesting. Keep in mind here, there's a couple asterisks I want to actually mention. GMT, obviously playing with the sub, Strafey in Ukraine, and not able to make it. Players playing with the sub as well, performing there on the front page. And then, of course, Team Singularity, heart goes out to them. They're playing with a team of 2. Unfortunately, did not have a substitute filed, so they are playing only with 2 players and still somehow above Zen and CLG. Pretty darn impressive, if you ask me. CLG, a big disappointment here. NRG, TSM on the cusp as well. It all comes down to this final matchup and if TSM and NRG can perform.
What do you think needs to change here, Fallout? We were looking at some composition changes at the very end. Energy going with the Watson. We saw how going on the horizon. Some of these last-minute comp changes now as we change over from World's Edge into Stormpoint have now been more consistent. And is that really working out for some of our heavy-hitting teams, or at least what we were expecting to be our heavy-hitting teams at this LAN?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. In my eyes, the biggest thing with TSM that's been interesting is their inability to place. They're getting kills. They're doing what, obviously, they do well with a little bit of aggression, but they're deciding, and I've referenced it a few times, to play edge. They're deciding to play a little bit more of a fight, at least when they early rotate, as opposed to just fast rotate, post up, and play for maybe a lower kill game, but get that top 3, top 2 place. I don't think TSM, the fact that TSM has not won a game yet is so unlike them. The fact that I don't even know if they've placed top 3 yet, if I'm thinking correctly, that's very, very uncharacteristic.
Other than that, maybe that first game where they definitely had a great pop-off game, but it was kind of the only time we really saw them have that pop-off game. But aside from that, I feel like this kind of follows the TSM storyline, where it's like day number 1, they're kind of starting off slow. Then day number 2, they start ramping things up. It's like everybody slept on them because of what they did in day number 1, and then they have something to prove beyond that. Because that's kind of what has followed the TSM storyline so far.
And go ahead.
I mean, the reality is, like, they're just on the cusp. It's not been an awful day for TSM.
Exactly.
It's been fine, and that's the same that you can say for quite a few teams in that capacity, right? I don't think they necessarily need to change a whole lot up, right? I don't even necessarily say that they need to change up their compositions or anything like that. I know they have been trying it a little bit. Horizon coming in there for Hal, but end of the day is they're 1 point behind SSG. So all they need to do is get 1 point more than SSG in this next lobby, and they can potentially get themselves up into the top 20. It's been fine. You just need to tighten up that little bit, and all of a sudden, you're in the top 20. And then from there, it doesn't matter. The storyline is, again, you're in the top 20, you're in the winner's bracket.
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Any of those teams, even all the way down to 40th, have a chance to potentially pop off here. Obviously, another kind of some key notable storylines. We talk about TSM and NRG, such big brands and names, but there's also CLG, dead last right now. Nano and his scientific beliefs, unfortunately, not performing yet. And then you have IG International, huge story. They make a very controversial roster decision. They pick up Urban, unproven, young gun. They replace their third in Blasts. Well, I had a chance to meet Noises. I'm really impressed with him as an IGL. All eyes on them. And guess what? We'll see both of them in this Group A versus Group D matchup. Another big story I'm excited for in this last main stage match. Well, it's G2, the Roller Boys, represented on the main stage for the very first time in their debut. And we're also going to have teams like Reignite, who I know you're excited for, Alf.
I am. Yeah, look, It's an unfortunate story for Reignite, obviously, but it looks like they've actually been doing really well today. So I got to give them credit for that.
Top 20.
Right? You lose the #1 most impactful player in your region.
In the world, like literally, he's up there. Top 5 player, top 5 controller player, undoubtedly.
And that was a big question we wanted to answer here. But they're not playing with Jen Burton. Obviously, there's no getting around that. The fact that JMW has come into this roster and, like, maybe they've never even spoken to the guy in his life before, slotted in, seems like they're having a pretty decent, solid performance. They're sitting in 14th overall. Like, it hasn't been anything amazing. It hasn't been pop-off. It hasn't been tournament winning. But I'll give them credit for that. Make it into the top 20, and then the longer you get time to sort of make this work together as a roster, get a bit more familiar with your team, maybe you come back tomorrow, you have a good solid performance and make it into the top 10 or do what you need to do. Either way, credit where it's due.
Yeah, absolutely. This is their first time playing together as a team. Imagine when they mesh and mold a little bit into Saturday and Sunday. Meanwhile, flipping over to our side stream, you can, of course, catch the action. You've probably been doing it all day long with the boy Nicewig and my Greek brother, Mr. Greek God himself, as it's going to be the Group B versus Group C matchup. You see him up there representing, holding it down, taking a little bit of a well-deserved break with the Windows screen, as you see right there. They're chilling for a second, having some dinner, I'm sure, as well. But guess what? They will be live with the B stream for that Group B versus C matchup, bringing the energy, bringing the noise and excitement. It's been fun to have that kind of diversity of a watch party kind of format and vibe up there. And obviously, we're a little more suit and tie, keep it a little professional with the bomber jacket style down here on the main stream. But we appreciate y'all. Hope you guys are enjoying the action at home, of course, watching things like multi-view. We now have the new stats feature where you can watch stats in real time, which is amazing, which is all obviously very, very exciting. And now I officially have to transition to the segment I was looking forward to least on this desk.
Oh, no.
And it's the talent prediction segment. And our AD Raccoon and TSM predictions not looking so good. Vicky, your NRG prediction. Oh, I beat you by 3 points.
It's shambles.
All of us are in shambles, to be honest.
Oh, no. If I could put the trash emoji on the teleprompter, I definitely would in this situation right here. But Alliance.
Pigeon, you gun.
Yep.
Get on the block.
Pigeon knew. He knew the script. We unfortunately did not get the script in time before the talent predictions. But this really should highlight what is going on in these lobbies.
Yeah.
And we still got Group A versus D to come.
Exactly. Look, I'll take the TSM prediction at this point. Like I said, I did say 80
You did say 80 Raccoon, actually.
Hey, I'll take the free 14 points. I will take the free 14 points. Either way, yeah, I agree with you, Vicky. It's a fantastic point because, again, we're supposed to come in here, we're supposed to be the experts, we're supposed to know what's happening, and then we're all throwing in our predictions, and it's just getting completely tossed out the window, which is, actually, to be honest, I like that. I actually prefer that because I think, you set up these storylines, you set up these expectations, and it's all for the better when it actually gets thrown out the window. That means you get an upset.
And before you roast us, by the way, if any of y'all say you would have predicted Dua to win that one out or Detonator to get
You're lying.
You're literally lying, okay? Stop pretending. But now, jokes aside here, obviously, that's the competition. That's what we've been looking forward to with this LAN tournament. The first international competition that we have seen in almost 3 years, and for the first time in that long, we have a chance to see who are the top teams, who's going to perform, who are the best regions, how have things developed. It has been so exciting here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. $1 million on stake here. And not only that, the biggest thing, qualification for champs. We haven't been talking about that nearly enough. We'll talk more about that, obviously, in quite a bit, but the top 30 teams from this competition and from overall ALGS points will qualify for the ALGS Championships later this year. But hey, it's been a great day of Apex action so far. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to give the players a chance to eat some dinner. We're going to get some dinner as well. Obviously, it's been a long day here from Stockholm, Sweden. We'll be right back, and when we come back in a few hours, or maybe an hour and a half or so, we'll be live with our Group A versus Group D matchup, G2 versus TSM. We know you in North America have been looking out for it, and many, many more matchups. See you later.
Shotgun ammo.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Fortune, I believe, is APAC North. I could be wrong.
Let's make a varsity play for the deck.
We want to make sure we give the correct credit and make sure that we know the exact region that they're from.
Let's see. What was really answering us?
APAC North?
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Who's APAC North? They're from Korea? Goes.
Okay.
And I love to see them put down for the region, bro. I had a feeling they were. Just want to double check, make sure I wasn't wrong. But I love seeing them. They're in third place right now, only 2 points behind second place. And for me, bro, it's a really, really big deal because we saw ADR, first lobby on the B stream, win. Right?
Yeah.
Now we're going to have an APAC North team here, again, almost about to maybe even come in second place, third place. And you love to see APAC North perform. Absolutely love to see it. There's nothing better.
We have CLG and FC.
Yeah.
Most likely 50ing again.
Yeah. And here we go. We're going to see what happens here. We're going to tune over to Hammer Drill this time, and he's going to be the one to watch in this situation. No Bloodhound for FC here moving forward, but they will be contesting CLG again as a flatline is indeed being crafted by Hammer Drill.
Looking at the zone on first glance here, I think it's going to pull back towards Launchpad, so SSG will be in a good position here.
If this was a plat lobby, I would run these kids.
Got a bogey on my marker.
That's my favorite channel. It's my favorite channel. You're facts, bro. You're the best, baby. Get after it, kid.
And hey, FC moving up already.
Yep.
CLG looks a lot more positioned for this fight.
Look at the armors, dude.
Yeah.
Purple, blue coming out for FC immediately, dude. And honestly, bro, I think this is going to show right here in this fight. But CLG is holding that height spot now in a way better spot, a little more aware in this situation. They're on the backside height. Now they're on the front side building height. And I want to see what they do here as CLG is getting some shots down. Hammer Drill is around 75 armor, or 55 armor. He's going to get some shield cells going. Doesn't have a lot of loot in this situation, obviously, because they just loot and run over. But FC, is this going to be stalled again? What do you think?
It doesn't look like they're going to take this fight here.
I don't think so either. And it's very interesting to see why FC wouldn't want to take this fight when they've been so aggressive every time over. Are they nervous about the third party now?
I mean, they see double white, though. They might aggress on this now.
And here we go. The double white coming out. The triple, the double white. The unreal shots. And Hammer Drill's going to die here, most likely.
Staying alive. They get the knock onto Vatro,
Oh, my God. Vatro goes down. Hammer Drill still peeking at 1 HP. He needs to full heal and get the hell out of here. Laziness moving into the bubble right here. Some arc stars going down from Nano here as Mamba gets the knock. And Yuka's going to be pushing forward.
2v2.
2v2. Can they do it?
2v1 and CLG gets eliminated.
CLG most likely going out in round number 2 at 20th place. That's tough scene.
Unfortunate. You know, it's a tough stage here at LAN. 50-50 on top of it doesn't make it any easier.
No, not at all.
You hate to see it from the boys, but hey, we have to give the props to FC Destroy. They have played every 50-50 phenomenal. 3-0 on the day, and they took care of business way quicker than that last game.
And I think they realize that they just know they can win the fight right now. They just know they're the better team in this 3v3 in this situation. They've been winning it every time. They know they can do it again. So this time they add a little more confidence, a little bit more aggression, and they're like, hey, what's up, bro? How much you deadlift?
Yeah?
What you pulling off the ground, bro? And they said, hey.
They wasted no time on that one.
They said, I'm pulling your whole entire family, your whole team off the ground. I'm deadlifting 605 right now. I'm pulling all y'all out there. And I mean, that's a great job from FC. Love to see it, bro. And also want to put emphasis, FC Destroy.
Sick name.
It's the sickest name, I think, in this whole tournament. I also love Crazy Record. I think it's a W too. And we see a bunch of teams fighting over here. We're going to see United fighting on the bottom side right here. Can United get anything going in this situation in a 3v3 on this top side rock?
I believe the team that they're fighting is Totem. You have Rig coming in on the backside. They might third party this if they get into it.
Oh my God, unbelievable shots by Unite, bro. They are unreal. They are so talented at pulling together these fights. They're so good mechanically. And they have not really made a lot of action today, but they are definitely a team you don't want to sleep on. They could definitely take a fat 3v3 and definitely dominate the fight here. But I'm curious to see how this goes for them. I don't know if they're really trying to commit. Oh, they get a knock. Totem onto a Maz right now, and a Maz goes down. And here we go. We see the Crypto trying to make some plays here moving forward. And Saku might go down here. Saku going to stay alive. He is not going to stay. He's going to stay alive this switch. And he gets the knock onto the Totem player. That's the Gibraltar. And Rig now moving in for the third party. No, they're not. And Rig getting shot in the back right now. The duo is going to be coming in. Are they going to be able to stay alive here, Rig? Are they going to get pressured by this duo? Is JMW about to get shot in the back without even knowing?
I don't know if he knows the duo's there. Oh, they do know.
Now they know, and oh my god, JMW almost going down. He's going to give up the spot and immediately move forward. He gets one out scanned by the duo here, and there's no bubble. The bubble comes out, but there is no push from Singularity, and we start to move over to Team Liquid and Company, who's on this bottom side. Crazy Raccoon over here next to FSV. No shots going down, and we see G2, Lightning Rod, IG leaving over to Command Center. So G2 and IG are not going to be fighting this round, but I want to see if Crazy Raccoon then fight FSB over here. 4-7, will they take the fight against Crazy Raccoon, or is this not going to happen?
Ganjaman and them looking to fight Phoenix as well.
Yeah, a lot of fights looking to happen right here. We have FSV right across the street from CR neighbors. How you darn skis? And then we have LG. Where are they at? LG down below, bottom side, right next to FNX. And we're going to turn over to them.
You've seen this fight happen already twice out of
we're going to go to FNX. I want to see what they're doing. They're batting it right now. Look at Frogs with the off angle here. Might be able to get a knock onto the LG boys.
Ganjaman pushing up.
And here's the one clip. Can they do it?
Oh my god, what are those
The one
shots?
clip on the ego. Oh, good golly gosh, Mr. G. Willikers. How you darn? And he goes down, though. Ganjaman with the knock on the Frogs here, and it's trade for trade. What is going to happen? Azazel, bro, gets the knock on the ego, full kill, and the Squid's gonna make sure the bubble goes down.
Gets the crack here.
Look at this. Ganjaman with some aggression right now, with some great arc starts here. And he's got the rotate to the fence line right now. He's gonna get it. He's gonna be good. It's gonna be a 2v2 situation for FNX versus Ganjaman and Company over on LG. Getting some off angles here for the boys.
Good shots from Nizo with the charge rifle. Calls out the crack. Ganja looking to pick up and get this knock, though. Will he be able to get it before he gets the bat off?
No, the bat does come off.
It doesn't even matter because he one clips it anyway.
And here we go. FNX struggling against LG, and this is not a minute.
LG just dominating the shipfall fight. That's 2 out of 3 games or 3. I don't remember, but they have been rolling them in
I mean, if we look at the damage here, bro, Ganjaman was 500 damage, his teammate was 400. I mean, Ganjaman's just dominant.
Huge fight from LG there. That's a big W for them to get the 3 KP. They get the crafter, and they can walk in here into antenna late game and get another.
And CR just trade spots with FSB.
Oh my
They just traded, and a crack going on to the Watson as we watch CR still aggressing onto FSB as they're just trading houses. They're doing the wife swap, and they're not even wife swapping. They're just swapping houses. I'm trying to make an analogy here. You get my point. It's just weird to see teams just bouncing from house to house.
Playing musical chairs here with the spot.
That's way better. Musical chairs. Look at you. You're so smart. For sure.
This is looking like it's pulling back to Launchpad. And you have GMT in a very good spot. You have SSG in another good spot. Ascend is in a good spot. Liquid has a house back there. There's a lot of teams set up here for this zone.
Yeah, a lot of teams set up here. I like where Liquid's playing. I think it's a really good pull for them. Ace is also Ascend on this backside spot. We have Saku and Unite still in that area where they wiped that team, and we have Rig here on the backside too. Now, one thing to watch out for, Hammer and them. Still crafting and Barometer hitting Beacon. Chaotic and Kick now rotating in. IG right next to Knock, and is OG gonna fight IG? Which G is gonna come out? Who's the real G here? This is so good. That beam is absolutely disgusting. Almost gets the crack on the Valk there. Really good job. OG just starts to rotate out here, and they're going to be in a tough position. But look at the boys Burger over here, man, rotating for the Beacon on the top side, right outside of Cascades. And I wonder if any team's going to run into them here. We see G2 fighting right now on the top side as G2 starts to take a fight on a GW. Another GW. Another G2 fight on the top side Stormcatcher. And here we go. The Horizon queue up this.
Good shots from Gento to make up for that damage.
Oh my god, really close call there as G2 is going to try to take this fight. Let's see what happens in this situation.
They most likely cannot aggress now. That design wasted the Q.
Yeah, they're going
to have to reset, heal up, get another angle, and wait for Design to get his Q back, because that is the start of the fight here at Stormcatcher. Is Design's going to have to queue up, throw a good ult. There's 2 different ways they could go about this. They can Horizon ult to burn the bubble, and then Gibby ult. Or they could do the other way where they Gibby ult first and then Horizon ult after the bubble is gone.
They use bubble for Beacon in this scenario. So it doesn't even look like they want to fight anymore. They want to rotate out. But I mean, Gentrifying looking for the Valk ulti here. They're going to look forward left side and they're going to leave. Wow. Don't decide not to take the fight. They actually bubble instead of aggressively. They bubble for the Beacon, which is 100% the right play in my mind.
You know, 100%. They tried it last game. It didn't go out well. Maybe they're trying to play a little more end game. It is the last game here.
Yeah, and look at this. Roz and them just still holding hands with FSV, and no fight has happened here. And we're going to turn over into Crazy Raccoon again to see if they get the fight going. And the Falco ultimate comes out. Crazy Raccoon stalls for time for so long, but don't even end up fighting along with FSV. 4-7's probably happy about that because the fight was not going to be optimal for them at all. And Crazy Raccoon's going to try to get a little bit of a movement going on this backside. And now we have Ace and company trying to stay alive here as Unite is just struggling to stay up. Unite, Legenda dying right here as Saku is the only one alive. SSG drops with a knock on to the boy with a charge rifle. And look at the map here. Huge zone for SSG.
They've had ultimate height here all game so far in Launchpad.
And Rig now pulling up on Ascent from the backside. Good shots coming out from Rig. Sharky here with some great damage.
Drops has been putting in damage with the charge rifle all day.
Yeah, I would not doubt it. He has been really, really strong with that charge rifle. And
almost getting the
Sharky,
knock there.
Oh my God, great shots from Sharky here. And Denial's almost gonna get knocked on the top side there, but he's gonna be good. They're on the top catwalk. And this team's gonna be in shambles. Ascend is gonna be in a tough spot here, or Unite's gonna be a tough spot. Saku, the only one alive, and Ace in a really bad spot as well. Can they hold this down? SSG is looking above them as Rig is gonna be hard chilling. G2 and Gentrifying moving on this left side. FC Hammer now hard gatekeeping, but look at Antenna. 4 teams in Antenna right now. 4 teams as Kick and Chaotic. We're going to move over to them to see what they do in this situation.
You have FC Destroy here holding both of the houses, actually inadvertently gatekeeping 3 teams.
Yep.
And I don't think any one of these 3 teams in Antenna know about each other.
No, not at all. I don't think anyone's really aware of what's happening right now. They're going to hit the Valkyrie, so Kick's going to get out of here. It looks like Burger's not going to hit the Valkyrie. They're going to rotate left side a little bit. Maybe the Valkyrie comes a little bit later from them. And then we have LG just hard chilling inside. They're not hitting the Valkyrie yet either. I wonder when these teams are going to do it, if they are going to do it at all. And they're rotating around the zone.
Yeah, Kick Valcolted out as well.
Oh my God, so every team leaving Antenna, FC just holds out all these teams. And look at LG. Do you like this rotate out LG?
That's tough.
I don't like this rotate at all about LG, if I'm being honest. And Kick's trying to stay alive here as Singularity's looking for some KP on the Kick. They're going to be good. They're going to get the reset, and Kick's going to be okay moving forward. There's a duo underneath them. I wonder if they know that or not. Looking for the Ash GP. The Ash GP is going to be good for the Ash, but not really good for his teammates as he's going to go down. 2 go down for Kick. The 1 goes down, and Saku's still alive, and they're dying to post killing company as Singularity's also killing them off as well. That is 2 down for Kick. Chaotic, the only one alive, and that was a good Ash GP, but his teammates were not on the same page at all with their team.
Gilderson sneaking in a knock, though.
Yep. And here we go. Crazy Raccoon still holding that top side. We have OG and them all up top here with GW. OG still in Storm. And Chaotic's going to go down as Ascend gets full 2 KP onto them. And Ascend now getting looked at by the duo on the backside as well. Is this duo going to get any KP out of this situation? They are putting down massive damage right now on both these 3-man teams. And here we go. The jump pad coming out. I heard a little octane with the Bloodhound here. And I want to see what Singularity does. A Gibraltar ulti comes out, a Bloodhound ulti does get popped, and I want to see if Kick, if Ascend does get pushed here.
It's a tough spot where they're playing. As you can see, there's 4 different lanes that they can get shot from.
Yep.
It's very, very tough to hold down there, but I think they're doing a good job. They get the reset, it looks like, for the time being.
And look at this, dude. Look at this. IG holding out OG. And if you're IG and you don't know this is OG, you're in for a treat when you start fighting these guys. And I want to see if IG takes the aggressive route here, or are they not? And they're going to actually, push back a little bit, hold these kids out. Some good shots coming down from Duplex, man. The firepower this team has is unmatched. 4 shots coming down. 42 damage on the boy. How you darts? Some more shots going down.
Just putting in damage.
It's just like all these guys just put down damage. And OG decides to rotate out, not taking the fight. Smart decision right there. Probably a skill Cake's call, to be honest. And they move down to the right side, just sliding down, and they'll be good to go to rotate. Most likely a Valkyrie coming out from the OG boys. Or
G2 looks like they're fighting right now against Luminosity.
Yeah, so a G2 versus Luminosity fight on the backside here. Neither one of them are in zone right now, taking that round 3. A respawn beacon coming out, and a Gibraltar ulti goes down. No bubble for the GT boys. They start to fly down a little bit. They're going to hold underneath the staircase, but it's not an easy spot to hold it all. Gen's going to try to stay alive. Resulta has no dome here, as LG is going to be looking down on a G2. Are they going to get suffocated here? Is LG going to get the kills on a G2 here? Tons of grenades going down. Resulta 30 HP, and they are getting looked at from the topside rock.
Once again, Crazy Raccoon fighting FSB
Yeah,
again in this house.
Here we go. FSB getting a knock right now onto them. And they are the dominant team right here.
And
as Mandy goes down, Zadar goes down, and it's going to be Roz all alone up top spot. They're going to get the full heals as Roz dies to GW at the other side building, and Crazy Raccoon is now out. Wow. Not expecting that at all. You think about the 3v3 situation, you really do think that Crazy Raccoon's going to take it from FSV, but they're on fire for that.
Yeah,
they're
playing well.
Yeah, and now they rotate on the backside fence. Balcony's going to have to come out. They're getting looked at massively by this team, which is going to be GW on this left side. And it looks like Justin most likely leading around here, and he does. It's going to be Team Liquid peeking up from the bottom right now, getting a knock on FSV.
This is big to point out here because Team Liquid is in second place and FSV is in third. If Liquid wants to solidify this second place, all they have to do is get 4-7 out of the game. They've already knocked one, and he's going to die to Storm. FSV might be dead here.
Looks like they're going to be dead. They get the knock right there, though. Can he stay alive? No, he does not.
And 4-7 goes out.
And 4-7 goes out, but look at the zone. It's going to be hurt so hard for GW. Can they stay alive? They're starting to push it. GW, a two-man squad moving up right now on the edge of zone. And they're getting take from that one solo. Unbelievable shots down. It's actually a duo here on this backside. And GW, Baltastera goes down here, and it's gonna be IG, who's a full three-man team holding out as GW is most likely gonna die here on the backside of the sea alive. And look at the zone here. MC on the backside, Solo kicks them on the backside and bringing them across the backside.
Yeah, so Liquid, with that play from Nocturnal, griefing FSV solidifies the second place for them.
Yeah, and IG gets the full kills on the GW. It's a dual kill right there. 2KP coming out for IG. They've been struggling today, but you love to see them getting a little bit of flow right now. 13 squads over 36. Good game overall so far. A lot of teams dead, though, and a lot of teams taking some very risky edge fights.
Yeah. You know, desperation is at its highest. Last game, people need to have a big game if they want to jump spots, so they're trying to make it happen. You're going to be naturally more aggressive. You're going to go to try to get more kills, fight as much as you can. The boys from Optic still on edge, though. They're very, very patient and methodical with how they play edge.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they're so patient. They're either highly aggressive or highly patient, and they do both so well. They're probably the most dynamic team in Apex Legends.
Yeah.
That. They don't just have one play style. They have multiple, and they do great on all of them.
They survey the field. They play hard edge, but they play it very smart.
Yeah. And now we look at Team Liquid, who's going to have a really hard rotation here. The dominant performance in game number 5. What can they do in game number 6 in this situation? They have a very hard rotate. The Falcon is most likely going to come out. We're going to pop over to Team Liquid to see what happens in this situation. IG is most likely going to fight Bryn. We're going to fight Rig over here. OG and them still out there. FC still over here, gentrifying and right next to the duos. And LG still in a dominant spot here. But let's move over to see what TL does in this very, very tough zone.
Yeah.
A Falcon is going to be tough in this situation. There's not a lot of spots to play, and they're getting looked at by everybody. Gilder 6, only 100 HP right now. Oh. It's going to be tough. Not many spots to land, but TL's going to have to really, really make a push here.
This is a tough Valkyl for the boys from Liquid. They have really nowhere to go.
They're probably all dead this situation. It's the Valkyl. The Kraber coming out from Rig 0 right there, which is absolutely huge. And we're going to pop over to Zero. Team Liquid most likely going to go down here. And Rig 0, the player... Oh! Oh my God! The Kraber headshot onto the team on Antenna, which is gonna be IG trying to oob everybody out of bounds here. And what a great Kraber shot. Another 145 as Zero and company with the Kraber going crazy, knocking out IG International.
He's going crazy right now.
That was a disgusting Kraber shot on top of the Antenna. Absolutely gross. 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 You probably see a clip of that for sure. OG Skittle Kicks going down. Nocturnal going down as well. It's going to be fun as yes, last one alive.
Good shots. 2 knocks there. Does he get the 1v3? Gets the shield swap. Get the other kills too. Nice. Gets the shield swap.
The movement,
and FC Destroy goes out.
And FC Destroy goes down. Dude, FC Destroy just almost got 1v3 by Fun FPS.
Still gets the 2KP though, which is huge.
See that wall jump, bro?
Yeah.
That was disgusting.
That was gross.
Dude, that was dirty. That gave me the stank face immediately. And we're going to tune back over into Zero here with the Kraber. Let's see what he can do in this situation. Zero performing without Jem Burn today, the glue to their team, but they're doing great today, honestly, and I'm very impressed with
Fun
these boys.
gets another knock and the Finn.
Fun getting a knock onto the duo team, and then Singularity gets eliminated, and Fun gets an extra KP for this. And look at Zero looking for some shots here.
Another shot on the
199. Great job right there with the shot. Good patience as well. Zero is just looking for KP as G2 and the boys are still alive on the bottom side here. And look at the zone. The zone is so ugly.
LG, the only team in
looks like you. And look at the shots from Zero. Not going to get another one there. It's going to be real tough, boys. And let's see what they do here. Rig has to move forward. G2, I believe, has to just chill. And LG is going to be hard chilling. Look at all the teams that have to move right now. Look. Look at this. There's 30 teams that have to rotate in. And we see Rig hitting the Falco feed face drop, getting more kills on the skill case. And they're doing the hoop dance. They're going to do it.
They drop here.
Good bubble.
Coming down. Optic Gaming getting eliminated by SSG.
Yep, and this is going to be the feed face here. Look at all the teams colliding the edge. GMT going down. Riggs here looking
good
for a great shot. 145 on the Wraith right here, and they're in a 3v3 situation. Shark getting some massive shots. Great job by Rig. An unbelievable rotation, unbelievable move, and another team starts to pull up. What are they going to do in this situation? A great Kraber shot. He misses there, though, unfortunately. And JMW's in a 1v3 scenario. Can he pull through right now? Is he going to do it? It looks like he might. Great shots going down, and he's not. It's going to be SSG with a wipe on the Rig. And can they get the full reset
And
here?
G2 coming over to third party. I think G2 gets the full
G2 is dying right now, and they're dying over to Burger right here, and they get trades right here, and Gentrifying eliminates Burger, and they're a two-man with LG full three-man up, SSG full three-man up. No, they're not. They're only one man left. It's going to be Zanile, last man standing on SSG.
Fighting off LG here. G2 is looking hungry to third party this, though. Gent and Design as a duo here. They're going to be going up against Luminosity, who is a full three-man here.
And here we go, 3v2 for the LG boys versus G2. G2, one of the best 2v3 teams in the world. The bubble's going to be popped by Resulta, and they're about to go crazy. The 2v3 coming out. Can LG do it? G2 with an unbelievable rotation early game, getting in the spot over here on pad, and this is going to be a 3v2, LG versus G2. Who's going to win?
This is a very big game for both these teams.
The bubble being popped by LG, and they start to move forward aggressively. What is their game plan here? Are they going to try to fight this immediately? Are they going to climb up? What is the goal here? They're versing two role players who need to do it.
Here we go, the triple climb from LG.
And that's a tough climb right there, and they're going to get bopped here. They're going to look for some shots right there. And Gentrify goes down. It's a 1v3 scenario for Designful, and he gets the knock. And can Design do it? 1v3 scenario. Is Design going to get it? He's going to be the man to watch here. 1v3. Is he going to get it on the LG? Caustic Gold does come down, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it.
Oh, my God.
And he goes down the Caustic.
Luminosity with
all
the
over
dub,
him.
game 6.
And Luminosity shot. It's Nocturnal. As if Nocturnal's watching. That's for you, buddy. That's for all the shit you talking about control players on Twitter. You deserve that one. Let me have that.
A quick start here on game number 2.
Yeah, I got the form down pat. I'm practiced that.
You look good, man.
Thanks, buddy. Move over more, Bluff. See you. All right, game number 2 starting up here. SSG with a lot to prove moving forward. Not a great game out of them. Tough situation. What the heck was that noise? Oh, it's the Nessies. That scared the absolute crap out of me. I had no idea what was happening. Again, I don't think anyone's getting contested in this situation. I don't think anyone's actually fighting off drop. Oh, maybe actually here. United landing.
No, they split it last game.
Yeah, United's taking this right here, and United's taking all of this. So
yeah.
Crazy Raccoon's going to get some good loot, but United gets a little bit of the building, which is pretty good, to be honest. That building's pretty broken. We have SMG landing here. Hayako landing for the building, but he's going to actually back up because he sees his team moving forward. He's going to get the crypto drone going forward to get the beacon here.
And you see the zone pulling down towards launch site.
Okay, so we see a launch site ending here, coming out. LG, second place last game, and it's going to be a launch site ending where they land. It's going to be a very good game for G2. It's going to be a very good game for LG, especially for OG. FNX going to have a really good pull here too as well. And then Crazy Raccoon is also off to a hot start, along with CLG going to be easy rotates, IG. And look at this, GMT, one of the fastest rotating teams in the world, landing on Train Yard, which is Landslide, and then landing on Landslide, and then also, got you. and landing on that side, and they lose the Loba ultimate. So for those of you who don't know what happens in this situation, guys, it's a very interesting tactic for teams that land landslide. They're going to land landslide. They're going to pop the Loba ultimate down. They're going to pop an ulti excel for that Loba ultimate. They're going to steal something from the train yard vault, most likely, which is a gold helmet or a gold bag. Whatever's gold in there, a gold helmet's good because you get your ultimate again. You're going to pop another ulti down, loot up all of landslide pretty much through a Loba ultimate, and you're running around, and you're the fastest team to rotate, especially if you get a beacon in that scenario, which they did. GMT is just in a great spot to rotate early, and that's the Loba strat. You guys need to learn that, especially in ranked games. If you ever go back to World Edge, vaults and Loba just go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Matey, you see here with the Devo,
yeah,
going onto the map here, it is pulling down towards launch site.
Yep.
You see CR taking top glass building. You have LG very, very split here, and they're
Crazy Raccoon fighting, and we're going to have CR trying to get some shots on the LG here, and they're going to move forward and actually just take dominance on this bottom side of launch site. And this is a really far pull, a really far rotate into launch site here, knowing what the circle looks like, but they still want in over here, which is super interesting to me.
So the zone will be pulling towards launch site. Any one of these buildings is a good spot. I think LG got a little lazy with how long they took to craft. Being that it is land and teams rotate fast, they are extremely lucky to have dodged a bullet and all three still be alive without losing one player.
Yeah.
They're going to hold the back building, which is the most dominant in this zone. They'll be able to hit the beacon back and forth.
And they're moving up right now to maybe take this fight. IG is routing this? I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what CR is thinking. Are they going to take the trap? I don't think they think anyone's here. The trap is here, and they're adamant on pushing this right now. No, they're going to back up. Good choice. See the cause of trap. They know about that one real quick. That's definitely the right choice for the CR boys over there, dude. Crazy Raccoon backing up, making the right decision. Love that play. They don't want to lose their spot in the back here, and they're going to move forward, take their spot back, and they're good to go. I see FNX and company rotating out here from Dome. Pretty late rotate from
They're going to
FNX
play outside of the map here.
Yeah. So, for those of you who don't know, you can play the outside of the Uber right here, which is actually a really good spot. You can hold these bottom sides as long as you don't get heavily focused. There's a lot of room here to play, a lot of different areas to play here. If you get hard focus, it's pretty bad, but look how much room you have to operate.
I will say, being that these guys have dome loot, they crafted and they rotated fast because I can promise you Optic Gaming will be going to dome to craft, and they will be playing this this far side of the map. Smart from FNX. If I was them landing dome, I would not stay there because you know the boys over at Optic will be going there at some point.
They're getting crypto ulted right now too. Getting a fat hit onto the white armor. Cell's going to be dropped here. Has 15 cells, but not really a big deal. As we start to look for Rig here, rotating in for Lava Siphon here, and SSG hitting a fat ulti right now into launch site. This is going to determine a lot as to where they place in this game. And it actually looks like they want to go backside dome, knowing there's a team in Eggshell. Where is SSG going to go here? Miesel getting knocked right now onto the GMT boys, and GMT's going to be in a bad spot. Mady down, Noske down, and Sir Dell's going to be the only one alive in this situation. What are they going to do? Is GMT going to get the res off right now? And I don't think it's going to happen. Mady going down to FNX as Noske is going to be dead as well. Sir Dell, the only one alive, resing up on Noske, who has a gold bag. Noske, 1 HP here, just trying to stay alive. Sir Dell going down, and it's going to be GMT. Vice likely dying here.
Niesel getting finished. Same with Enemy.
Yep. Chaotic and company just getting in there, bro. Wiping a lot of these, getting a lot of these team wipes. And another crypto ulti going down. Noske is 1 HP and he goes down. And what a
Luminosity and GMT both out early here. LG, which is the launch site team, going out in bottom 20.
And that hurts. If you know games end on where you're landing, dying in that situation is absolutely ass. It is a terrible feeling. It hurts your soul. It makes you sad because it's like, dude, I land here. And now I'm dying before I can even play the end game. What's wrong with me? And that's a lot of the time on the teams that land that POI. And LG was very lazy, like you were saying, rotating and also crafting, and they got picked off early. That's how it goes, man. Who cares if the zone's on where you're landing? Play it smart and play it aggressive still. Now, we're going to start to move forward here as we see SNG, the duo, rotating into the tunnel. We're going to have GW on this right side, SSG inside dome, CLG taking the front side of launch, and we see G2 rotating so late. Team Liquid with a Valk ulti here, and we have Burger over in staging still. So a lot of teams playing Edge, FC still playing Edge here, and this is going to be super interesting to see because it's not going to be an easy zone to get through at all. It's not going to be an easy zone. Not one bit. Oh my God, I just got monster in my eye. Oh my God!
Do you think that hurt more than the hand sanitizer I got in my eye
Fun
on the
fact,
plane?
chat. I want to let this be known because Greek is an idiot. We're on the plane ride to Sweden, 10-hour plane ride. 3 hours deep, Greek is using hand sanitizer. I watched this man. Ready? This is the hand sanitizer, and he's closing it. This man closed the hand sanitizer like this. And fun fact, hand sanitizer went right in his right eye. And if you look right now, it looks like his pillow got farted on and he got pink eye. He was in pain for 2.5 hours on that plane ride. But I've never seen a bigger idiot stare at the hand sanitizer that he was closing. What's your thoughts on that? And the whole time he's in pain and agony, I was dying laughing. Just to let you know.
Let me tell you, Chad. That hand sanitizer went straight into the retina and hit me harder than a "we need to talk" text. And what did this man Wig do? Instead of helping me out,
yes,
he just sat and laughed at me hysterically while I was in pain on the plane.
It was hysterical. Because what idiot just stares at hand sanitizer when he's closing it?
Fancy a wee stroll this way.
It's just like, dude, like, you're trolling at that point. It's absolute shameless trolling. We're 10 hours deep in a plane ride and you're going to close hand sanitizer next to your eye? I mean, your eye is torched. You're going to need a patch. You're going to look like Jack Sparrow after this movie.
It's just building character.
Yeah, building character. You were crying the whole time. What character did that build? Show me how weak you are. Jesus Christmas. Okay, sorry, off topic there. And we see Team Liquid now moving underneath FC, and FC is going to be here right next to Liquid. They're playing the trailer side. Let's see if FC actually fights this. They don't realize Team Liquid's behind them at all, and they're looking for this team over on the backside, little rocks over here, which is actually a pretty bad spot to hold early. And I want to see if FC actually pushes this team underneath. It might be Assault, it might be the duo, and it is going to be the duo. SNG trying to stay away. SNG just trying to play their life in these situations. They are the duo, and they're just trying to stay alive, bro, and make things work. But this is going to be so difficult.
In Dome right now, you have the boys. Optic are getting gate kept by SSG.
All right. Well, you can Predator them looking forward right now. Let's see what happens in this situation. They're going to be next to Team Liquid here, and we're going to see CR. CR still on that bottom side. Love to see it, man. Actually, great job from them. I love seeing that the CR boys took a very aggressive spot inside of it. Now, Ace, Ascendant Company, bro. Now going to be next to this team. Falcoting out. They should be still fighting this team over Rig. And it's going to be, no, Rig actually Falcoting out as Kashera and Company, the split one champions match.
Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Listen, if you take a look at those fabulous chairs, well, I'm glad to tell you that Herman Miller Gaming products are on sale for 15% off now through May 9th. Use the code APEX5 for that additional 5%. And enjoy yourself an incredible gaming chair that our players have certainly been enjoying themselves. Well, welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League playoffs on LAN. That last part is just such a sweet addition to that sentence. And speaking of additions to this show, I want to say a huge welcome back to the desk. We've got Elfish and we've got Genome. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here. This is your first time on our desk right now. Old veteran, of course, but let's talk a little bit about rounds 1 and 2, because we come into this with some data from, you know, scattered pieces. Some teams came in with momentum. Some teams were saying great things on scrims, and here we are. Let's talk a little bit. Genome, talk to me about what rounds 1 and 2 really meant for a lot of these teams. I mean, it's a big question, but let's go.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're 2/3 of the way through the day, and honestly, some teams have probably already cemented their spot in the top 20 going into tomorrow, where we're thinking about how these teams separate out into the winners brackets and the losers bracket. I mean, we even saw like AD Raccoon, who had a pop-off, amazing first round and an abysmal, horrible second round. I think they're still like in the top 10 overall, because and that just shows you how the power of you know, just playing well, and even 2 rounds is good enough to get you through to that top bunch.
And Elfish, it's all about points.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is kind of what I was saying on the previous analyst desk when we were coming out of our second lobby. I think it kind of ties into what you were saying there as well, Genome, in that, you know, you're touching on AD Raccoon, who have had kind of like one good lobby, one bad lobby, and that seems like it's kind of enough, almost. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, but my argument kind of was that even if you've had a couple of bad lobbies, there is still a very real possibility that if you have a 60-plus point lobby right here, that might still be enough to get you just onto the bottom edge of the top 20, but the bottom edge of the top 20 is the same as the top edge of the top 20. There's no extra like prize money, there's no extra seeding, there's nothing like that. It's just the top 20 is the top 20, and that's where you want to hit. So I kind of want to make the argument that almost anyone can still make it into the top 20 if they perform right here.
And there it is, the Dare to be Great scenario. The bubble exists for a reason. Well, a bubble that you can enjoy, certainly as part of this ALGS experience. It's something we call multi-view, and if you haven't taken advantage of it, you should. It's excellent. Take a look at what you could be part of. You be a pro viewer we know and love. The multi-view is that command center down by the Twitch follow button. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And that's where you're going to be able to see all of your favorite teams, your players. You can listen to in-game comms. You can basically be the director of our stream. Our director is incredibly talented, but guess what? His job is up for grabs right now, because I am looking at that multi-view, and there are some things to be said.
I use it when we're up there casting. I'm looking at that map, making sure we're following what's going on. It's a super cool tool, and I really hope everyone else at home is following along and getting that out of it.
Absolutely, and plus we're debuting 2 new things, of course. That would be the Twitch extension with that stats sub that you can put into your multi-view stream. And remember, if you see any of our team's flag and they're going yellow, that means a fight has broken out. So that's always one great element. Dynamicism, it's something we love to see anyway. Let's talk a little bit, though, Genome. You talked about the things that we have seen now from round 1 and 2. Let's talk about weapons, because that's such an impactful part of our meta here today.
Yeah, well, I talked to some of the players coming into this, right, and we're on LAN now. Finally, we've got that low ping, we've got the LAN servers, and the players finally get to feel, you know, the differences between that and how they play online at home and how they played, you know, up until this point. A lot of players were saying that the wingman was going to be very strong, and even, you know, throughout Split 2, actually, I think we've seen that rise in prominence, and I've actually been quite surprised at how little of it I've been seeing here. I mean, well, still some, right? But maybe not as much as I was expecting. And the second thing, I think, is that with the lobbies slowing down like we have seen towards the second half of today, it means the teams aren't taking fights until the ring is quite small, and as a result, we're seeing snipers used probably less than I have in the past.
Absolutely, and of course we do have Stormpoint and World's Edge that these teams will be on. We just did see our groups A versus D. This will, of course, Elfish, the first time we're going to see Group D on this mainstream.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a tantalizing prospect, isn't it, right? Because we, as you say, we haven't seen them so far. I obviously haven't been able to watch a whole lot of their games. I have been tuning into the B stream when possible, when we've not been on the show. And I've seen some interesting stuff. I think the major storyline that I kind of want to touch on for this group in particular was G2. We had a lot of eyes on G2 coming in. We'd heard they'd been doing great things in Scrim, triple controller team, blah, 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 like all this hype stuff coming into LAN. And they kind of got absolutely booked in the very first lobby they played. They only got 14 points there. What is good to see, though, is they've completely turned that around in the second lobby, and they've actually jumped themselves up with another bunch of points there, 59 in the second lobby. So real good turnaround from lobby 1 to lobby 2, and if that continues here into lobby 3, then they're going to be fine. So they're definitely going to be one of the teams that I'm looking out for to have a good performance here. I think they're definitely a team that a lot of people are quite excited to see. So all eyes on G2 as far as I'm concerned.
How about you, my dear?
Yeah, I mean, I was very excited to see them as well, right? They have such an interesting play style, but yeah, look, if we're looking at Group D, you know, I'm just fascinated to see how Rig is playing with the two players that we know well and love, Zero and Sharky.
No bias.
And then JMW, who's also come in.
I love that guy. Love that guy.
Guys.
Fantastic player. Probably one of the best players at this event, to be honest. But anyway, continue.
Yep. And yeah, look, we were all wondering how it was going to go, and I think you guys talked a little bit about that before.
Yeah.
You know, you've lost what a lot would consider to be the best player in the world, at the very least, the best controller player in the world, right? Jen Burton. But you know, we haven't had that chance yet to talk about the other players on this team. There's 3, and I can tell you, they're all absolutely top tier. Zero, the IGL, and Sharky as well, the Gibby player for them. Like, they put out a lot of damage, and oftentimes you'll actually see Zero come out with more kills than Jen Burton in many games they play. So they're absolutely no slouches, and that's why I think it doesn't really surprise me that even though we've taken this crown jewel out, we're still seeing them perform and be in that top 20 right now.
I just want to say, if you see a Kraber in Zero's hand, be ready for something. We did get a little bit of a brief taste test of that on the B stream. Nicewig was getting pretty hyped about what he was seeing. We were watching it in the green room. All the guys from EMEA and NA were like, what on earth is going on here? This guy is absolutely cracked with the Kraber in hand, so just keep an eye out for that.
And you know why that is, Elfish? It's because he's had more practice than anyone else, because you don't get to pick up the Kraber every game unless you're Zero.
Yeah.
And there it is.
He just finds it every single time. I don't know how they do it, but it always finds his way into his hands.
He's like, you know, that way, Water Buffalo. Either way, this is, speaking of secondary streams, and our man Nicewig, who is killing it up there. These are the groups he will be showcasing. That would be B versus C up there. There's the man himself. And if you want to check it out, well, of course, we'd love you to hit up twitch.tv/Nicewig right down there below. Hey, Nicewig. It's great to see you, bud. It's fine either way. The point is that we have some incredible Apex. And, of course, I got to say, this is round 3.
It is.
This is the end for some. Or I shouldn't say the end. Nobody's being eliminated.
Yeah.
However, this is the beginning of a harder grind, which is saying something.
Well,
or this could be winner's brackets time.
I mean, I think grind is the perfect word there, because we are now 12 games deep into the day, and generally speaking, most of the time players are going to play 6 games a day in Pro League or whatever. So they're now double that. And it's kind of getting late. Everyone probably woke up at about 6 a.m. to be here on time. It's getting pretty late. It's like 8 p.m. now here local time. So you've been up 12, 14 hours. The tiredness is starting to get set in. If you haven't been playing too well, maybe the tilt's getting to you. You're getting a bit annoyed with your teammates. Luckily, you've had a bit of dinner, so that's good. They're taking care of us, giving us some food. That keeps you happy. But it can also have the opposite effect where, at least for me, I have some food and I start to fall asleep. So there is that mental aspect, I think, that a lot of the teams now are going to have to start to really check in on and make sure that for these last 6 games, we reset, we refocus, we make sure we're not doing this on autopilot, and we actually come in hoping that we're going to be able to perform in these final 6, because as you say, these are the last opportunities to put your name up in lights before we go into tomorrow, which is the real deal.
And I know these are your gamers that we know and expect to be sitting there at home and playing for, I don't know, 16 hours a day or whatever. You're like, oh, they do this every day. What's that?
It's different.
But it is very different. The amount of energy you consume, the amount of focus it requires at the highest level is so much more than these guys, sitting at the comfort of their own homes where they know, the space around them, and they're not necessarily just like giving it that 100% for 100% of the time that they are here.
I mean, I'm feeling it, to be honest. All I've been doing for half the day has been sitting in the green room watching the games be played. And, that's certainly not a high-pressure environment compared to what these players are dealing with. So, I mean, I can imagine some of them are starting to get a bit frazzled, and you have to make sure you can zone in.
Well, and there's also one other element we should consider, which is some of these players, this is their first LAN.
Yeah.
This is their first time digging deep under the bright lights. But I will tell you, this is an interesting comparison here. And Elfish, talk me through this, because gentrifying and nice, we're talking them some pretty good stats to take a look at Valkyrie to Valkyrie.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's quite a relevant statistic to sort of, or two players that are quite relevant to touch on, because these are two teams that are actually probably two of the top teams in this lobby, or at least we'd hope to see be the top teams in this lobby. Element 6 maybe came through as a bit of a sleeper pick. We weren't talking about them too much at the start of the day, but I got to say they really impressed me in the first lobby that we watched, which I got to cast. And I was thinking, hey, these guys, they're getting a bit of work done on the edge. They're definitely getting a lot of kills. They're fighting a lot, but they're winning a lot of those fights. And then coming into lobby number 2, they went bigger and better. So they have actually been on the improve. And you could maybe argue the same thing has happened for G2, though they started at a bit of a lower point and then they built up off of that. So I think both of those two players, again, very, very key in how this lobby could potentially play out.
Is it safe to say the momentum and motivation are going to have their day right now?
All-time high at this point. Going into the third lobby, you have to have it now. It's got to happen now or it's not going to happen at all.
There it is, third lobby. Speaking of, let's talk about what map these players are going to start on here, because of course we like to change things up, which means maybe round number 1 was Storm Point. Round number 2 we started on World's Edge. Well, guess what? We're back to Storm Point, gents. First 3 matches here, Genome. What do you think this is going to do for our lobby? I mean, it's such a tough question.
Yeah, does the map rotation matter that much? Sometimes it does, sometimes it totally depends on the team, right? I think, yeah, just talking about that kind of end of the day scenario, now we're getting up to the point where, when we usually play those 6-map series, and you see the, game 5 maybe, but definitely game 6 gets a little kooky where everyone's like, well, if I don't go crazy and get 20 kills here, I'm out. And I feel like almost this entire third round might feel like that, because teams might have huge gaps to overcome to try and make it into that top 20 into the winners bracket. So absolutely, people are going to start sending it.
Oh, I cannot wait for some Hail Mary plays. To be honest, this is where the rubber meets the road, and I'm very excited. Speaking of the rubber meeting the road, let's take a look at those talent predictions. It's always such a different kind of element here. Okay, I'm seeing some G2 love, gang. Elfish, I see you're one of the G2 loves.
Yeah, look, I mean, the way I looked at it was I've been hearing great things about this roster, and again, I haven't actually been able to watch much of their gameplay today, unfortunately. That's what we're going to get to do now. Yeah. But from what I've seen, looking at the stats and looking at how the games have played out, obviously a bad start for G2, but what really impressed me was the ability to bounce back in that second lobby and, get themselves back into a great spot. So I think they're probably coming into this with a high degree of confidence, momentum. They're feeling good, probably. They've shaken off all of the bad vibes from that first lobby, and now they're ready to dominate. So I've given them my vote, which may be a bad thing because I haven't been very good at predicting so far today. So I'm sorry in advance, G2.
Don't worry, I didn't vote for them. I was told not to. Zolta. We'll talk about that later, young man. Either way, 100 Thieves was your pick, my dear. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I guess, Elfish was talking about sort of the hot and cold there, but for me, I wanted something consistent that was just going to put points in the bank. And for me, there was 2 picks there. It was Element 6 or it was 100 Thieves. And for me, out of those 2, I feel like 100 Thieves has the higher pop-off potential between the teams. So I ended up going for them. That said, you were talking about us being the Rig fanboys, but who's the one on the desk that picks Rig?
Well, look, I don't want to go too far down the APAC South rabbit hole. I don't want to be that biased caster. I don't want to come to an international event and be like, APAC South is the best, even though we are. You gotta spread it around. Spread the love.
Hey, listen, and if we talked about the breakdown of winning regions right now, APAC North, South, I mean, it's really neck and neck. Let's be clear. Like it's nobody's domination in terms of regionality. However, domination is what we're getting here for game number 1 of round number 3. So I'm heading over and checking. Wow, the casters, it's your time to shine. Enjoy that lovely segue I just gave you.
Kate, if we were all as polished as you are 99% of the time, our lives would be going pretty swimmingly. However, we're on about 2 hours of sleep each, and we really only have ping pong to discuss because we have no idea in this interim what is going to happen, James. Every prediction we've made has been terribly wrong, and I think that's kind of the fun of it, though.
I won the first prediction. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to avoid the fact that you beat me in something else besides height here. Let's just get into what is going right in this lobby. 100 Thieves performing extremely well. Group A, we've seen them twice now. It's the 3rd time we'll be able to see them. Any other standouts in Group A that we've been able to watch all day?
I just got to say, Kate made me cry a bit with laughter right now, and I've got stage makeup in my eyes, so I'm a bit visually impaired in the short term. But yes, 100 Thieves have had good performances today, and you know, from what we've seen, not always on the mainstream. The likes of G2 have certainly been struggling. They've been underperforming so far, but as we can see, they've got plenty of believers in the talent crew today, and it's not too late to turn things around. I have to mention Invictus Gaming have gone missing, definitely on the back of the milk carts in that team, but perhaps we'll see something more from them in these final games of the day.
I think there's so much effort that goes into identifying some of our leaders coming in that we almost get more excited talking about the people that we didn't spend the most time setting up for you guys earlier on. One of the teams, particularly Element 6, that has shown up for us, that has been an absolute wrecking ball in terms of consistency. And that's what I think you look at. There are two types of teams when you come into a tournament like this. There's a team that's going to show up, be in every 5-7 ending game circle and be one of those top teams always in contention, but maybe never make it. Then there's those teams that kind of are hot and cold. They may not be there at all, but then when they show up, they're going to get a 25-30 point game. Element 6 seem to be kind of having the best of both worlds there, alongside Empire, who's another team who kind of fits that, pretty consistent and able to kind of, when it counts, execute on the edge of a knife.
Yeah, and we have seen some performances in reverse where rather than getting hot, people have started hot and then gone missing. TSM, one of the big names there. We saw that from Empire as well, who had a great run in the early games and kind of just fizzled out and haven't really been able to get back into the swing of things here. So again, there are plenty of points to play for. If you can get first place or get near first place with a good amount of kills, then you can really improve your fortune and hop up the table. And that might be something that some of these teams can do. We haven't really mentioned Kick too much just yet.
No,
of course, Space Station Gaming as well. It's the first time we're seeing them on the main broadcast. Of course, Group A, we've seen it on the main broadcast all day. And quite a stacked group it is. But Group D, definitely lots of teams to talk about as we come into this one. Totem Esports as well.
We've seen A go toe-to-toe with everyone so far in Sweden. Day one of our Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs continues with the ultimate ending here, our final round of the day. Game 1 of 3 on Storm Point. And of course, Group A, the team we have watched battle the entire time on the main stage with names like TSM, like Scars, like 100 Thieves, like Team Empire, ready to either perform or have some serious soul searching to do heading into tomorrow's win or go home situations, now against Group D to finish it off.
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody wants to finish with a strong performance. It's not about how you start, it is always about how you finish, and it begins now. Reply Totem. We're going to be contested immediately, and Shop's not sure which way to go, which way to turn. We'll be trying to deal with these rabid animals as well, but we can see there's a lot of fire coming their way. Jay Savage has gone down early, and it seems that Rejects are looking to eject Totem out of this game very quickly indeed. They've lost 2 players.
And they'll be looking for a reset if they can find one, but they might regret how that first fight took off. Seems like how you start also matters as well, James. 20 squads left, but we know that there are 58 players, meaning that one squad is with one player. That would be Totem. Unfortunate.
Finishers of all sorts.
Been able to at least stay alive for now. Running the Ash. Which is in a way, you know, a talking point, but it hasn't been kind of the feature of today. The legend compositions as well, James, strike me as what you would assume heading into a major land with many regions, something that would be absolutely what the tide would swing on. But so far, we've almost had so much going on, it's been difficult to focus on what the meta has been and what's been set. And it almost feels as if there hasn't been anything set.
Yeah, we certainly have quite a few talking points, but I think it's been quite interesting. If you look at the beginning of the game, you play three games on one map, then you move to another map. So you don't even have time to adjust. If 2 teams, maybe more than 2 teams, decide they want to land on a place and they start contesting and so on, you don't really have time to settle in and figure out what's what before you move on to the next map, which keeps things changing constantly and can prove to be problematic. What can also prove to be problematic is if your opponent lands on a wingman and you either don't land on anything, you know, maybe two people are running for one weapon or something, like, oh god, oh no, oh god, oh screw, you know what I mean. So we kind of saw that happen to Reply Totem. There was certainly some wingman action that they were the recipients of, the unwilling recipients, but sometimes it be like that. And we will have Singularity eliminated early as our first game of the day on Stormpoint was a very busy game indeed.
It was.
And it seems that we're kind of having some hints of that here right now.
Tough moments for Singularity, obviously starting with 2 for those who aren't aware into these lobbies, so doing the absolute best that they can. But there is only so much you can do, outnumbered here as a result. The team not being able to fully be present, no sub available. So it is an unfortunate situation, but there's only up to go from, in my opinion, so you might as well keep doing your best. Sudaraiku, a name I would love to see in a final circle that we are casting. Having some great performances over the last few games. James really starting to find a little bit of their rhythm as well. And that's a dangerous team, which, you know, hasn't necessarily driven Group A.
Yeah, we have seen some flashes of brilliance from Sutaraiku, but they're definitely a team who are on the rise. And, you know, when you're on the rise, the problem is every other team on the server wants to oppress you.
Yeah.
So you can't be successful all the time. Oh, by the way, crypto randoms, okay? You get in the drone, please click the banner, communicate to your team if there are people in the area or not. Whenever I get a crypto random, I have to tell them. I have to instruct them to do that. Click on the banner.
And do you call them crypto random and then instruct them? Because I feel like that's a nice opener.
I'm polite about it. I'm like, hey, crypto, go into the drone and ping the banner. And then, you know, that's how we communicate. That's how we get the information up fast. That's how we make decisions. That's how we move forward as a unit.
It's really, you know, to get the greater good of communication and connection going.
Yeah, but they always listen and do it. And then, hey, we've all learned something. We've learned information. You learn how to play crypto.
Yeah. You've learned how to get what you want from that person.
Exactly. Yeah, there we go.
That's a great lesson.
We've made some synergy.
Yeah, teach your children that as well. Here's how you get what you want from people. James teaching an ethics class very, very soon. Right now, though, right-hand man on this cast as we get into game 1 on Stormpoint.
The bandana's gone. Where's the bandana gone?
That's true.
Maybe he gave it to a teammate so he can channel the energy, you know?
Maybe just a little sweaty. I mean, could be hot in here.
Yeah, possibly.
Anmu, obviously, very talkative, keeps the energy really high with 100 Thieves. Probably my most impressive team in North America on the day, outside of Team Liquid, who are winning the day. I mean, such an incredible showcase. We saw them earlier in A versus B, so we obviously have spoken to them. We've interviewed Nocturnal, but they've continued that onslaught, staying high. This may be the biggest story of the day as far as North America and the lack of where they want to be. TSM on the cusp of, without a performance here, not making the winner's bracket.
Speaking of channeling energy, we can see that Howl's hair is completely black, so what's the energy in the color of the hair?
Was it in the hair?
Is it like anime energy?
Oh my god.
Right? Is he going Super Saiyan when he's got the bright hair? These are questions that need to be answered this weekend.
If we go off Hardeki or Shakabo, you're going to see that the answer is yes. Both of those two playing extremely well. Players obviously taking quite a few games in our last round. And Fennel being a nuisance in all 3 rounds. Anybody that they come across. Element 6 here on the screen. Case Swinney, we heard some great words from Nax, who has said he's got the confidence given him from Swinney to be the aggressor, to get involved, to start to make fights, to one-clip opponents. It certainly worked for Element 6, who become better and better and better as they face Fennel, a team willing to fight in this zone. In fact, Nax and Slayers as the backbone of that team, actually aggressing, staying as a 2 and leaving Case Swinney isolated himself. Both teams trying to find an edge in this fight, but Chicago, he gets taken down just a little bit here, and Fennel now in trouble. They're forced to dome. Nax trying to push in on this as well, James, and it's Nax who goes down.
There is a flank coming from Fennel as well. They left the lurker in the zone. He's going to come in from the back, so this could go the way of Fennel, and indeed it will. Element 6 eliminated. I think they may have been baited into that situation there, because he was just standing, he was just kind of hiding in the zone there. Came in a bit late, Pinot, and gave them some Pinot Noir, a bit too much perhaps, as they have had to retire for the evening, at least in this individual game. In the meantime, TSM have got some nice colours on their squad. They've got the purple armour on Verhulst, and Reps and Howl will have blue for the time being. We had, during one of the breaks, we had a nice look at their victory from the previous split. Very interesting. It was great to relive that moment where Hal needed 6 damage to upgrade his armor and couldn't do it for about 5 minutes.
Some of the best content, I think, as far as Apex Legends high-level competitive. If you want to get involved in it, check out Play Apex Esports on YouTube. You could obviously see that if you're on the YouTube channel watching us here. We're also on twitch.tv/PlayApex. So many different ways to find information, but the collaborations with pros and really the cooperation with pros, like videos like that, are really so inspiring, not only to casters, but I think to players who want to know the inside process of what does it look like here. We're not always hearing the comms, but there is so much going on, all the little details deciding and obviously setting up what TSM would like to do here. Big change to note, James. Horizon on the side for Hal. Obviously, something that he's feeling comfortable with here on Storm Point to switch up.
Okay, my last fluff piece for this game.
Okay. I'm never going to ask you.
If you listen
directly throw to anything.
Yeah, I'm just going to ignore everything you're saying for the timing. If you listen to Linkin Park, right?
Oh, God.
Reps sounds like Mike Shinoda. His voice is the same. He's the guy who raps in Linkin Park. Okay. So Reps kind of sounds like Mike Shinoda.
I don't know why it does. Is that the wrong?
I think that's the guy.
Is that the guy?
I think so. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, he kind of sounds like him sometimes.
It's a jam.
Yeah, there's a similarity there.
Well, you know, highly successful in their fields. Reps, Mike Shinoda.
Yep.
It's a comparison I didn't think would
He's
be
spitting
made
bars
today.
in a different way.
He certainly is.
He's spitting domes, actually.
No, Reps is spitting damage onto health bars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Think
spitting,
about it like
spitting
that.
damage, spitting domes.
And TSM obviously trying to, well, do anything, whether it's spitting or just gathering points. They need them desperately. As we mentioned earlier, not in the top 20 heading into this final round. So what can they do over the next 6 games for TSM fans around the world? And of course, their journey here in Sweden, which is just beginning, but beginning on a note that they did not expect change up. It has been the Horizon choice from Hal, which I prefer. I think she's been a big part of the meta over the course of experimenting on Storm Point. Obviously introduced this season, this split into Apex Legends. The first time we've seen another map outside of World's Edge in almost every single season since World's Edge was introduced. And it is made for such a wide breadth of character selection and choices, and Horizon has certainly been one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see the resurgence of Horizon into the meta, and a very busy meta it is in so many areas. But Horizon's certainly been interesting, and there's niche applications which you have to look out for. For example, if a team is trying to hold very, very late in the building, which is about to end up in the zone, and you put like a Horizon queue in front of the door, it may stop the team from exiting. We saw that recently, actually, a few weeks ago, where they ended up dying because they couldn't get out of the building because of the Horizon. So those little nuances can really give you some great advantages with Horizon, and we've seen entire teams going up on the Horizon ability, tactical ability, and just landing on a squad together, which is like almost like a mini Valcult in the way it's been used, but just landing and obviously in the air they're just like absolutely peppering people. Actually, I think I don't know if TSM were a victim of that themselves earlier on. I don't want to say something that's wrong, so I might not recall that properly. But there's a lot of utility. There's a lot of things that Horizon brings to all the different situations that we're seeing in the game at the moment, for sure.
Such great utility on a character, and such great utility in terms of choices for Storm Point. One team who's chosen instead of Horizon to opt for the Ash is Invictus Gaming, a team desperately in need of points today. They're starting their journey, win the last 6 games of this round. Let's see what they've got to say as they make their way 18 squads to remaining.
Yes. Be ready for rats. Every corner, check your corners. Be together.
I'm ready. I'm right behind Bryn. 5 steps.
Yeah, I'm 5 steps behind you. Oh, I'm right behind you. Sorry.
You saucy boy. It looks clear. It looks clear.
I need to fucking.
We're gonna clear top down. We're gonna climb on this door here and walk in the balcony, alright?
Yep.
Door clear.
Oh, Bryn. Lovely. Definitely Bryn in that bitch. Yeah, it's clear. Thank fuck.
It's clear.
You don't give a
that was
shit,
intentional,
bro.
boys. Don't worry about it. I closed the door, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
So someone carry.
I might just fucking. I'm 4-12 right now. I'm not gonna take them. Wee. All right, what are we thinking, Bryn? We could play it like from this bollock, maybe, and try and play this, but it's going to be very contested.
What about this? Will be very contested.
I mean, that is the best situation ever, but how do we get there? Like, we have to burn these Valcolt to get all the way there. You know what I'm saying? And if it's taken, we die.
Walk with me.
Oh, okay.
Walk with me.
Oh,
sorry, Dad.
Walk with me. Okay, okay.
We're gonna see if we can take the bollock, I think.
They grabbed the care pack.
Genuinely.
That was a terrible bubble.
Where was that from? Where did that bubble come from?
I think bollock.
They went to grab the fucking care package.
Yeah, from bollock.
From where? From where though?
From
bollock.
bollock.
Yeah.
Be careful, boys.
Everyone else has zone info now, don't forget.
They Valcolt the way just to Valcolt back to where they came from. That's fucking epic.
Who, bollock?
No, not bollock. Some team at the backside.
We're gonna try and walk up to the tech glitch.
Yeah. Here.
We're gonna swing right here.
Come behind you, Ben.
Follow my pathing, follow my pathing. Come up with me.
Yeah, come with you.
There should be a team on the hill here.
Yeah, there is a repeat team. I heard it.
Don't let
kill
them.
them.
Come towards shipfall.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
There's kind of beacon here.
Okay, we can just instigate.
They're going into shipfall.
Can we take their building? Oh, I don't know if you want it.
On the ridge here, we need to capture that.
Yeah, on the left.
Kraber or something.
That was it sounded like a longbow.
They're on the roof of shipfall, bro. They're gonna hold us, I think.
Okay.
We want to see maybe one of Valcolt from here.
Yeah, I'm down. What, just look for something?
Yeah.
What do we think, Brendan? Like, something around this building?
This seems about to slide down the hill here. Bro, come to me, come to me, come to me. This team might look to fight.
Well, still on the journey. Not quite sure if we've reached the second chapter of it yet. Definitely the prequel or the prologue.
This could be Ascend, you know.
I hope so.
They've got one guy flashing as a charge rifle. If that's me, I'm closing the distance.
Oh, it's SSG, James, your pick.
Yeah, I went for SSG. You know, we've seen great things from them in the online era of Apex Legends. Moving to LAN, we'll see if they can do the same, but I smell weakness.
Wow.
Space Station don't seem too comfortable with this. 30-30 at close range could be a little awkward. Trying to keep it medium is Frex with these taps, with this peppering of the squads. Now desperately trying to get his HP up once again. But has the moment passed for IG? Has they gone beyond the point of no return though? So many questions to be answered by both of these teams, and who knows if they'll disengage and they'll both survive. I'm not quite sure. Zanal's been dropped actually by Bryn, so they surely have to capitalize on this.
Drop's already been dropped, and it seems like Zanile as well. It's SSG out. Big change here for a team that we were looking at doing things here. Definitely needing to do some things. Horizon coming in. It's G2 Designful. They clean up this party, coming in as the third one, and you know that's the best one in Apex Legends. Designful Resulta. It's not fair. Gonna send out IG, at least one. Urban will fall. It seems like maybe Bryn got away off of that phase breach. And so that is who they'll be searching for. And they certainly will find it. And look, Riddick Zero. If you saw the B stream with Nicewig, you know what this man could do with a Kraber in his hand. It looks like he's got another one. That spells danger for the lobby.
Yeah, but you can see he's in no man's land at the moment. He's just running out there on his own. Starting to fall back now. He's got the slope, so he will slide out of there. Reply totem eliminated in the meantime, and he's still going for it, but he's in trouble now. He's got to pop a bat or something. Definitely got to get back to his team either way. They'll throw the dome to help him out, and now he's inviting them. I dare you to come and push here. We'll see where that ult goes. He manages to get around the corner. Such is the nature of Valve. Movement god disappears entirely, and that is a wasted ult, and they'll look to reposition with the Kraber once again. Designful trying to make his way forward, trying to stay in the zone. He may be forced to his doom the way that things might be going for G2 at the moment. Third party after third party goes from bad to worse. Resulta gone, as are G2.
And look at that, Sudoraiku as well, falling to TSM. Imperial Howl, so some big names in the kill feed. Sudoraiku as well, falling to Verholst. But let's just catch up on what happened. It was a great play from Reignite, one of our representatives in APAC South, being able to bring together the best of the best in all of these regions. It's made for some stellar showcases of talent. And I would say Zero has taken the Kraber King title for at least today, but they've got to run through another big matchup here on the edge of the circle to determine who's going to be applying pressure on the outskirts. It's CLG going up against Finnel from APAC North. What do they got here? Finnel peeking on the right side. That's a big clip from the R99. Don't see it as often with the car in the meta so much now, but Malice Mamba, CLG.
Grenades everywhere.
One of the best in terms of team fighting, James, but you're right, so many ordinances, so much caustic gas as well. Mamba's gonna have to do a lot here because he can actually run through the gas as the caustic himself without being deterred. But look at this, clinging to the very top of that Gibraltar Gibraltar Dome. I'm just not sure it's going to be enough. Fennel go down. Moment is fallen, but Pinotur and Chocobo have to clean up here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really narrow one as none of them have any armor left. Starting to get their armor up as CLG are eliminated. We have lost a lot of squads in a row.
Wow.
100 Thieves soon went as well. This is looking like a very painful lobby here on Storm Point, and it's going to get even more painful because look at the size of that next ring. You can't be running into the zone anymore. It is going to hurt way too much, and that means that Fennel have to find their way forward. But after they go past this bridge, what kind of cover are they going to have? They're losing more players now, and Chocobo is alone, trying to run from Elevate, trying to flee. Has to get behind that rock, though. And again, how does he keep moving? He's being shot from the high ground by Saku, as we can see here. So I think this might be the end of the line for Chocobo. I wouldn't even try and launch 1 HP in a dream, and that dream's turned into a nightmare.
Important to get the points. Obviously, Fennel looking to qualify for the winner's bracket tomorrow, and they are about 10 points shy of being involved. The team ahead of them, though, is Elevate, who actually was a part of doing the damage with them. Another team that we've got to talk about, haven't had a chance to mention on this mainstream, Game With. And they're flying in, but they're going to meet, a lot of danger here, especially when you look at the side of Team Empire. They're going to go out very quickly to recreate. There's 6 squads left now, James. Round 4 closing in. I'm not sure if we're going to see Game With get pressured unless it's TSM who do the pressuring. They're on the outskirts, a team that has desperately had our eyes and attention on them for their lack of performing today in Game 1 of our final round. Could they start to turn the tide?
Reignite, they're in a sandwich at the moment. I don't know if they're able to survive this. You can see on the high ground, they've got Elevate behind them. They've got teams to their side as well, and teams ahead of them. So they better hope they have enough cover. In the meantime, Zero's going fishing again with the Kraber, and we've got domes galore. Fortunately, they've got high ground, and look at the 3Ps coming through. Reignite looking pretty thirsty right now. They're looking to quench that thirst, and they might push these domes.
It doesn't matter who wins this fight, because you know who's coming afterwards. It's Reignite. It's Zero with the Kraber, leaving 0 people alive to tell the tale. 4 squads left here, but you know who else is out in the water? It's not Jaws, but it might as well be. They've got Jaws as large, ready to clamp down, but have they been efficient today? No, it's TSM still waiting, biding their time. Maybe something different is better than the plan that hasn't worked before, and Team Unite fine to take advantage of that because they're going to get an extra placement point. They'll find another kill. That's 11 points for Team Unite. It's Reignite. It's TSM in our final circle here in Game 1 of Round 3.
And finally, the Kraber has finished firing bullets, but all those boxes, he'll get a re-up on a new weapon, and he'll be in a very good position indeed. TSM disengaging. They are admiring. They are voyeurs peeping through the window, looking from behind the curtains as they look to reposition now. I'm not sure if all of that house will be in. Most of it won't be, actually. I don't know if it's going to be occupiable, but we can see that Verhulst and Imperial House are trying to create space. In the meantime, Unite's got some nice angles, and that's going to be the go command. It's time to get some KP.
Look at this, Unite. They know they've got to make some plays, but Zero with another headshot on the Kraber. Don't do it to him. Do not do it to him, but he will not. Unlike he's done the entire game, that miss could be a miss. Then he makes up for it right after that. This man cannot be stopped unless it's by a full team, and TSM are still alive and well, and that's the black hole to hopefully send this fight out into space to never be discovered again. Imperial Howl cleans up 1, he cleans up 2, Unite is out, and TSM are back on top.
They just came in like vultures, waiting until everybody was weak. Doesn't matter how many Krabers you find in the boxes, timing is everything, and finally some smiles from TSM. Saw them in the cafeteria earlier on and didn't want to say hello because, not having such a good time, not making eye contact with people, but now they are happy as Larry. Don't know who Larry is, though. But either way,
happy guy.
Great decision-making from TSM. Okay, we're going to chill in this house. We're going to let these guys ruin each other. Then we're going to come in and clean up. We're going to bleach the floors. We're going to leave things looking sparkling and clean and delicious.
You know the world is going crazy. You expect the chat to be flying. This is something that I know a lot of fans have been waiting to say. TSM win. They get it done. Is it too late, though? They are just outside of qualifying for winners tomorrow. In fact, they're 1 placement away from the top 20, sitting 21st overall in points. But a win in game 1 of our final round should certainly help put them in the conversation to feel a little bit more at ease. Hence the smiles, James. Hence the relaxation finally from TSM.
That's certainly a release of pressure for TSM. That's some important points on the board. Again, playing position means you're not going to get as much KP, but they did add some towards the end. So we've seen some first places of about 23 points. This one 17, but all these points are crucial, and they'll take every one.
I feel like it's just a matter of them being willing to wait towards that final circle as well. There was a lot of patience shown. I feel like TSM was playing edge, and it may just be in Storm Point starting off with an edge-focused kind of play and aggressiveness on the third parties is going to be the way that they win. Early rotates, sitting in buildings may not be their style, and I definitely love the Black Hole and the Horizon, which gives them a lot of utility. Whether it's high ground, low ground, or whether it's just managing these open space circles, pressure within Gibby bubbles is one of the things the Black Hole does as it pulls you with even if you are covered by a surface in between, whether it's walls, whether it's Gibby bubbles, it'll still pull you towards that center and throw off a lot of your plays. So something that TSM are utilizing well, and you can see it here in the stat line. Our bottom 10, though, G2 in there, James, a couple of notables as well, not having a great start.
Yeah, G2 still having a disappointing time, and the same can be said for IG, but we saw what happened in that scenario. They landed in an awkward position. They were engaged by a team I can't remember, but they felt weakness. They put one in flesh. They saw a charge rifle. Like, we are at a range where this is just not going to work out for that team. Instant third party. They end up in the bin towards the bottom. Not enough kills to really make it worthwhile. However, some people who did make it worthwhile was TSM, Verhulst, Imperial, Howl, and Reps. It will be 3 kills for the fearless leader of Howl, the captain, the icon, the acorn, which one you prefer. 1,111 damage from Imperial Howl, but Reps will be there heading towards 1,400. Again, this is what you want to see from CSM. You want to see them winning some games, and here's the first one, maybe not the last one for today.
181 damage from Verhulst as well, too. That's a bit surprising, but whatever.
Happens to be here.
Exactly, but whatever is working, I'm sure he'd rather have that in a win than a lot of damage and a loss. That's just game 1. It is our final round, ladies and gentlemen. We're deciding who's going into the winner's bracket tomorrow, who will be in that deadly losers elimination bracket, setting up our storylines for the first LAN ever in Apex Legends Stockholm. ALGS history, actually, for the ALGS. So we will be right back. We're going to take a quick break. James and I will see you in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I'm nading. There's 2 downs.
I'm walking up on the bridge. I'm walking up on the bridge right now.
Oh, they get knocks. I got a knock. It's a Watson, I think. Can we kill this Watson? Can we drop? He's dead. Got him.
Nice.
I got the knocks. I got the knocks. Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
We came back. Let's go, boys.
Just sat in a
That's
golden
what
hole
we
game.
needed. That zone was free. The zone was completely free.
There's a good luck right there, boys.
We came back, and that's what we needed. I'm certainly sure there's a lot of people who needed to see that to know TSM didn't wait 3 years after winning our last LAN to just show up and not win at all. But it certainly helped to make this group that much more competitive, as we all imagined, since it's been named the group of death by some, colloquially referring to it. There's a lot of great teams in A that we've been watching, but that was one heck of a win and kind of a return to form, even though not a huge game, but a win.
Yeah, an important one. And I love the discipline that we heard in the comms there. It's like almost a 3 versus 1. Like, can we drop? Can we drop? Yeah. But it also shows you the importance of when you do drop. It is a point of no return. It is the full commitment. Everything is on the line. Yeah. But to show that they are, okay, if you say go, we go. If you don't say, we stay. Right. Is awesome. The focus, and especially with the bumpy road they've had thus far, to see that level of focus is fantastic. And that's what most teams need when you defer everything to one person. Yeah, that is how it has to be.
Well, it's a totally different energy that you're even looking at. I mean, Verhulst has been, I guess, reserved with a lot of facial emotions today, so we haven't been able to read too much. But you could certainly see in Reps and Hal that they were just a little bit not happy. They were not really emoting very much at all. And now we're seeing smiles. Now we're seeing relief. We're seeing that visibly, and it just goes to show they are feeling like they have figured this out. It's also a new lobby, and that's going to be another challenge, James, how these teams adapt to these new lobbies and the variation of is Stormpoint first or is World Edge first? Because usually teams are a little bit better on one map or the other, and starting off strong can help you keep that momentum into the map switch.
Yeah, indeed. Momentum is oh so important, especially if you've got that flow state level where you're just like ready to absolutely drill everything. And we know what that looks like when Hal has something like that. Yeah. Everybody is going to get shredded, and I think most of us enjoy watching that happen as well. So maybe we'll see some spectacle like that in these coming games. That was a very interesting Stormpoint. It was almost World's Edge-esque in how many 3Ps we were seeing in a small concentrated area. And we'll have a look at Reps versus Slayers here. UK man's on deck, hashtag roadmen, etc. Double Gibraltars. Reps, of course, maybe well, one of the most important Jibbies in the game, but perhaps that could be true for Element 6 as well, because again, they have been somewhat under the radar, again, formerly known as 69 IQ. They have rebranded to Element 6 now, and they've put in some results today. I think they've had a much better time of things than we've seen from TSM thus far, so maybe, he'll be in future in the discussion for the strongest Gibraltar in the game.
Well, if you noticed very clearly within those stat comparisons, there was actually more damage done on the side of Reps. The difference, the kills, 15 on the side of E6 in that player comparison. Reps, only 9. Conversions, efficiency. And it seemed like TSM has found a way, not involved in many of those fights, only took the fights they needed, but then they executed. And that, if they can keep going here as we start off game 2, will spell trouble for the rest of the lobby. But I don't want to speak too soon. Obviously, still a lot more game to play. Teams making adjustments themselves as well. Antenna, where TSM land on Stormpoint and where they'll be starting here.
I think it was Rejects who were contesting in that first game with, was it Space Station? No. It was with someone. But I do wonder if that's happening again. Oh, it was Space Station, and by the looks of things, and it seems
but it was Reply Totem.
Reply Totem, okay, and it seems that, the ego, you have to have ego if you're a competitive player and you want to be the best. You must have ego, and ego will continue, and so will the contact. Oh, okay, Mozambique with range like that. All right, just going to get some glass cracking, just create some space for yourselves, cause some problems for your opponent. But what is the conclusion of this engagement? Do they continue to push each other? They'll both fall back by the looks of things and get some more loot up. But this will be an ongoing situation in this game and the next.
I mean, this is kind of a conversation too, especially with these scrims coming in. You know that you're going to be splitting some of these areas for loot with other teams. The key is, are you going to be splitting neutrally, saying let's 50-50 this, where each squad gets 50% of the loot and you almost go into an active truce? But if you do do that, do you sometimes turn your guard off and open yourself up for an easy pick, which turns into, obviously, if some team has the capability to take down another team, they're going to do it. There's no actual truces in this game whatsoever. So it's a fine line to play between showing presence, starting a fight, but actually wanting to fight, and what they did just there, which is reply totem, and Space Station decided, all right, we've poked at each other a little bit. Let's go loot up. You know we're here. We know you're here.
It's getting late in the day, and you have to have a second thought. A lot of Mozambiques on those teams for the time being. Some people swear by the Mozambique.
Some do.
I don't know who those people are, but I'm sure they're out there somewhere.
They're all over. They just, I don't know any of them.
I bet Vicky plays Mozambique.
We know Vicky knows probably about
I mean, whenever she's not in a position to defend herself, that's the time to call her out, you know?
That's right.
Hopefully by the time she's back on the desk, she won't remember this. So that makes it true.
It does,
you know?
yeah. Totally.
You've got to put things out there.
Mozambique's really, too, James, also, you know, and I think in the meta of shotguns, we've seen an evolution of what was in previous tournaments, and you see a lot of the footage in our breaks. An EVA 8 really being, after the Peacekeeper was obviously the starting shotgun in all of Apex Legends, really got nerfed so much to where the EVA 8 became the powerful weapon of choice. The Mastiff had a moment, but then got quickly nerfed. And then, of course, we saw some changes back towards the Peacekeeper that have allowed that and the Mastiff to take over as the two kind of signature slots there. I prefer the Mastiff, in my opinion. Just I think it's a little easier for the active reload. You can get that final shell back in for that one shot versus a full reload on a PK. It doesn't give you the option. I do also feel that the spread's a little easier to control on my end. And sometimes it's just preference. But a lot of players veer towards that PK in general, even though the Mozambique, I've heard people say they might prefer over the EVA 8. And so I think we've seen the shotgun meta has taken a bit of an interesting journey here. It's kind of where it currently is, but I wonder what we'll see in the next season as well.
Yeah, I wonder about the range of the Mozo versus the EVA 8, because we did see a match earlier where, I forget the team, but there was an alternator involved, ran out of bullets, but they didn't have the range with the EVA 8 to engage, I think, versus a wingman, and then couldn't really win the fight, tried to escape, that didn't work either. So that was a very interesting scenario we had there, but that is something we can do the science on later on, as guess what, we've got some Watsons in the house. Game with whipping out the Watson, whipping out the fences. I saw a fence on the way here.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
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 How was that?
I wanted to stop to take a picture, but, you know, I had the call time, so I'll try and get it tomorrow morning.
So you showed up late, I thought the story would have been, because, you know, of course, that's the most important thing in your day. If James sees a fence, well, rehearsal stops, ladies and gentlemen. We know this man loves what Watson can do, and we also know that there's not a lot of teams that feel the same way as him in terms of today. We've only seen a few, actually, kind of dive into the Watson and commit to it throughout all of the games. Game with a team we haven't seen on this broadcast, particularly playing the Watson as well. Comes with its pros and cons. It's been an APAC North kind of treat. But it hasn't necessarily been something that's taken over the meta. Speaking of the meta and taking over, this is a team that has done it time and time again. And with wingmans in their hands, you should be scared. Let's go ahead and listen to G2 as they finish up their Skyward dive, start their game plan with 20 squads to 11.
Wait, they got out of the car. I'm just gonna craft, fuck them. Alright. They're gonna run. I think they Ashrafted out. Yeah, they're gone. Need a beacon real quick? Alright. Nice. It's fine by me. Craft up quick. We're gonna take their car, we're gonna go launch site, craft purples, fish farms, craft bats and stuff, med kits. I'm just gonna craft more med kits here and then my armor to perp.
Well, launch pad, grab purples, fish farms, craft bats, and then head into the final zone. G2 deciding to take the long way, the road less traveled, but...
They're on a pilgrimage.
Yes, they are.
They're on a pilgrimage. They are going to have sore, bloody feet by the time they get to the zone. But we'll see what they can do once they get there. In the meantime, we can see 100 Thieves and Space Station. Please give me a hoodie near each other. I have to say, their hoodies are really, really sick.
You gotta ask our boy Shonduras, man. He should hook you up. You should have some stuff on the way.
I was gonna buy one, but they ran out of my size, and I'm not trying to wear one of those oversized ones. Imagine that on me. That would be like a curtain.
Yeah.
You know.
James is a medium, and if it doesn't fit him for whatever reason, like I guess I'll just take it.
Not a medium.
I guess I'll just take it if it doesn't fit him, but it's for James. Come on. Love Space Station. James's pick today as well. He has thrown some good faith in there. I actually really love what Space Station we're running. I preferred Zenile on the horizon. We've seen him shift away from that. But you know, I think ultimately this is a team that has the capability with a more traditional big boy lineup, we like to call it, with the Gibraltar, the Caustic, and the Valk. They've got so much defensive utility. They have the ability to rotate those big boys as well. And ultimately teamfight really, really effectively in a place where, you know, you do need as much defensive cover as possible. But the word defensive cover is very malleable here on Storm Point. It could look like a Bangalore smoke to some players, especially the team players who likes to run Bang here with a Valk and an Ashe.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for any Bangalores in this configuration of teams here on Storm Point. And if we don't have them, then it'll be interesting to see how these players and teams choose to control space and give themselves some breathing room. In the meantime, G2 will have to get Designful back on his feet. Not sure if there was an engagement here or if simply, I mean, it might be that he was driving the car. So if you're driving the Trident, you can't heal, but your teammates can heal. So that may be what's going on here. But there is a, oh, they may have stopped to do the insects, to shoot the insects.
Oh, that might have been what it is. Plus, this is, I mean, the zone is ticking. You know, these guys, they like to play a certain way, and they definitely love to bring the energy and the fun trash talk. Let's go ahead and listen to what Designful said to us heading into the beginning of this LAN as he spoke to our producers.
My name is Tyler Gardner, in-game name Designful. I've been gaming competitively for quite a long time. Ever since I was about 7 years old, I picked up an Xbox, and I got Xbox Live when I was about 10. And I was always in competitive sports and stuff growing up, and once I found out about online esports, it was just game over. G2 esports, baby. My role is IGL, to keep the other two controller idiots in check. Like, you just need to know how they're gonna play, and you gotta always be open, and it's all just about that bond, and like just knowing what your teammates are gonna do every fight, and knowing their specialties and their lack, and like always talking stuff over and never dwindling on the mistakes.
Well, two controller idiots is one way to refer to the rest of your team.
Listen, he played Xbox since he was 7. That explains everything. That explains absolutely everything, but I wouldn't change it for anything.
And you know what? I wouldn't change it either. We had a great time meeting these guys. One of the actually first teams that I met when I came here. We all spent a few hours talking, chatting, gentrifying, Resulta, Designful. Really, really great lads. And I think ultimately they've got a passion for the game that it's hard to replicate and find elsewhere in the scene. They have a uniqueness about them, and I think that's why they've built up such a fan base. What they've done today, probably not enough for them to feel satisfied for their day one. But there's still 5 games of redemption possible. And you mentioned a pilgrimage. Will they find what they're looking for when it's all said and done? That's what we're going to find out here.
Their path got a bit longer as well as they were heading towards some more replicators and had to go the long way. So I don't think they're going to be engaging too much anytime soon. 19 squads remain, 56 players as the round countdown is getting close to 0, and that zone will soon close. But there'll still be plenty of space in the next one, so it may be a while before the real slaughter begins. However, we can see that there is 2 kills for Zen. They'll be chilling for the time being. You can see they are very bunkered up. And that's one thing that's really cool about multi-view, because if you get, say, an entire team at the right time, you can see some bunker busting action when they force their way in, be it by throwing a dome halfway through a door so they can enter and then try to engage once they've entered a room, etc. There are really interesting things that you can learn if you do play with a squad at home. So that is definitely a good reason to look up multi-view, get some bunker busting action on the go rather. In the meantime, we'll see Singularity playing with 2 players, sadly. doing what they can. And we wish them all the best in that respect. Very difficult decisions to be made there from the get-go in a situation like this, but fortunately it is very rare indeed.
28 points. That's their total after 2 rounds. Zen have 26. CLG have 23. With 2 players, they're beating 2 teams already with their performance. I would say tip your hat off to that and know that there's a possibility to do more. I mean, miracles can happen, and they still have, even if they don't qualify in top 20, which seem unlikely now, with only 5 games left, the losers bracket, to be able to make some comeback and fight in that losers round to be able to ultimately make the playoff finals. It'll be a journey for sure.
Oh, hold on a second.
But they are not done. And look at this. They're taking a 2v3 on. Besk following in. Hits a lot of great shots with the car. They're looking to get 1 down, find the second here. Singularity pulling off an incredible 2v3.
Oh, that's Space Station.
And they're going to take down Space Station? Are you kidding me?
They had a little help from another player. I'm not sure.
Finnel.
Yeah. Well, but either way, they got it down. They're like, full send, let's go, boys. I mean, boy, is any one of you. And Space Station have lost a 3v2 to Singularity. Space Station, where are you at? Definitely not in the right kind of orbit. They are leaving the room in 19th place on this. I don't know if you saw the little dance on the camera, but there are really strange things happening right now, and I love all of it.
No, I was just laughing because I think you lost your sweatshirt with that comment right there. I'm not sure they're sending it to you. Team Singularity, though, I was just more impressed by the fact that, again, 2 members every drop in this lobby. They are having some exceptional awareness. You don't have to fight fair when it's not necessarily an even start for you with 1 less player. So showing up at the right time, taking advantage of the third party. This is a beautiful showcase of it doesn't always have to be going your way for you to make it go your way. Some excellent perseverance from this squad.
Yeah, send these guys some love. They've been smashing their region as well. But hey, we still have championships in the future, so there'll be more chances for them. CLG, a team we haven't spoken too much about today. We ride with Malice Man, but they've got 2 kills on the board thus far. Another team looking to improve their situation.
Yep.
We'll see what they're able to do now. I'd like to see something from CLG. You know, it's a very notable brand in the space. Been around a long time in a number of different games, and we want to see them put in some work here. Here with Nano now on the Jibby. They've got plenty of space for the time being, and as we can see from the ring information, they're going to be here for a while, but they want to just show some presence and keep as much of this space as they can.
100 Thieves on the low ground. It's going to be a barometer circle. And for those who are familiar with the casual side of Apex Legends, the mode control, this is one of the maps that you can play. So be very familiar, even if you're new to the ALGS, exactly what this layout is. This is what will determine how players hold, and you also get some clues into where to hold, what to do that they decide. There's a lot of angles to play. Some of these outer cubbies, these wide open cubbies. There's this inside of the rotating mill, and of course, inside barometer, the very height of the tower. There's several different layers inside at the bottom and at the top to play. You'll see the inside at the bottom highlighted right there. CLG aware of it, but they're content to stay in the rotating part of this centerpiece. So 17 squads still left. Round 3 in the process of closing. Round 4 coming up soon. It has been quite a while, and it certainly will look like a busy round 4 and 5 games. Too many teams soon to occupy this type of space, but G2 have put themselves right on top of where they want to be. This is maybe as close to a god spot as you can get on in-game like this.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they're not going to be in the next zone, and there is a team quite ahead of them, and then there's CLG further on. So they, I was wondering if they were going to have to, if they were going to force the issue and push that team, but with 17 squads remaining, not potentially wanting the variance. We spoke about bunker busting, and I think we may be seeing that now as Reply Totem are forced forward, forced under the bridge. And under the bridge is where they will lie, in the shallow waters. It's Singularity again. They've just been center present there. They were on the escape, but there's no escape when Singularity are lurking, and they will thank them for all the boxes and the shield swaps.
If these two break out, I'm not going to chase them because they are dishing out the pain to whoever comes to take the challenge. Team Singularity, we brought it up again. No sub available for this tournament. Unfortunately, lost a team member here with the inability to play. And now we have 2 members deciding to jump in and do it with what they've got in this lobby. And now they have not only the kill leader with 4 on the side of Elysium, but 5 points here and a decent spot heading into this game too.
If you didn't know this team, if you weren't a fan, you better be now, because they are doing things the hard way and they are really putting people in the dirt face first. This is quite a performance so far. Let's see what they're going to do now. Going to get a rotation. I was just thinking to myself, as soon as I saw the portal, I would love to see like a kidnap or something. Just something completely outrageous. But I have to say, what they're doing right now is already completely outrageous.
And of course, I mean, it's just such an incredible journey that we've seen from some of our teams in these different regions coming to play. You see the Brazilian representation from Besk and the Chilean representation from Felipe. That's Elysium. Great story there.
I don't know how G2 have found themselves in a building in the zone with the previous situation they were in. They do have a team immediately above them, and I think it might be Scars on the outside as well. So how they've managed to slip past all of these people and make their way into the building, I don't know. Maybe Scars are a different one, and it's not really clear to me just yet, but we can see, oh no, G2 and Scars are sharing the same building with more players outside as well. We can see that 100 Thieves are finding themselves in an awkward position. They're getting pounced upon and shot from multiple angles with minimal cover, so things have suddenly become extremely awkward. And hey, when this zone closes, we're gonna be sub-10 squads, I reckon.
100 Thieves already performing, maybe the best on the day as far as the North American team. They're gonna have to prove that. This one even more so. Rig, Zero, we talked about the headshots from the Kraber. He's getting headshot, in fact, down right there. G2 and 100 Thieves in a scuffle on the side. Team Singularity, they find one kill on the Finnel. Don't tell me they get another one. They spot one, and it's Besk staying alive, but not enough. They get one more KP from it. It's Finnel who take them out. But a round of applause for Singularity on 2, fighting a full team of 3 and almost coming out on top. But speaking of on top, James, TSM with 18 points, leaders in this lobby for points.
Better fall back, 100 Thieves. Don't overextend. Don't chase those kills too much, because there are 14 squads remaining. And it's all about the long game, the long con, if you like. We can see Ranches is just lurking on the outside. Not sure if he's alone or if he has a team with him, but he is having a little look-see. And look how busy this area is. This heat map is at nuclear levels as Scars continue to hold quite reasonable space, in fact. Those barrels will be very useful to block the doors. As long as those doors stay up, they're relatively safe. Those doors get blown off, it might force their hand, but for now, they are okay. In the meantime, it is Fence-mageddon around GameWith. They are protecting themselves as best they can.
13 squads remaining. Shakabo, if he had his whole team alive, might be approaching from one of the best angles in this final circle. But he's not going to have that choice to wait any longer. It's going to be do or die. 9 seconds left before round 5 starts to close. Maliwan already finding Zen. Not a full takedown. CLG Vatro getting in the mix as well. But where's TSM? Leading the lobby with 18 points. They're on the outskirts, but they are on the high ground. They can push in, mirroring a team as they push as well, who's in front of them. But they're going to take the gravity lift from Horizon. They can drop down on Howls first. He's going to need some help from Reps as well, and it's an early bubble. Verholtz finds the kill on his end, and that was just a solo ratting. So now, TSM, yes, 24 seconds without the dome, but they have secured a spot. They are in zone, and they're going to be able to hold here as long as they don't get pushed from any of these other teams, and why would they?
Those walls are absolutely crucial. They've put themselves in a nice position for the time being, but they've got to be real careful about where they stand. 4 bats and 4 cells for Reps, so not too bad for him at the moment, and we can see teams trying to coexist. It must be very nervous on the outside, especially with Scars on the inside. If domes are burned and bombardments come through, a team may be forced to push into these caustic barrels, and Scars are just waiting for something like that. But look at that countdown, 1 minute till the final round. Things are going to go from bad to worse to disastrous for many teams. Somehow we still have 10 teams alive?
IPN, one of the Caustic Maestros, introducing it on the side of Alliance when he was playing with them. But Caustic was thought of as a joke. Oh, if they could see it now. Oh, if they could see it now. James, he knew all along. Then we brought him in on Split 2, and he never stopped telling us. And I think that's the key. When you find something that works, work it. RPR leading this squad. They had ups and downs for sure, but we all know the potential is there. And they're certainly trying to hold on to it, James. They're going to have to move out, but they'll have a little bit of time. There's a few teams above them, and of course they've got to deal with the 3 teams on the launch, and it's depending on who they try to put their pressure onto, the teams in front of them or the teams above them who are going to drop down.
Yeah, I think if they try and stay in for as long as possible, maybe there's a world where they just put the caustic gas immediately outside the door.
Yeah.
So any teams dropping are going to have immediate problems. I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing. My breakfast, my cereal is moistened by the tears of caustic haters, and I'm sure we're going to see some more caustic action soon. Empire, they're waiting for their time to strike. They've been missing for a while, and maybe it's time for them to turn up, but we're going to see all kinds of variants coming our way now. And hey, we might see Horizon queues on these doors to keep people stuck in these areas, but that is to come. For now, it's point blank 100 Thieves putting in work on G2. TSM in the meantime eliminated.
100 Thieves on move with an incredible gravity lift, goes up and down and forces G2 to take an Arc Star to the face. They go down. 8 squads left because now it's a full G2, and Unite is getting fallen on too. TSM, as well as I believe Rig, can move in slowly. Last year in this environment, but it's Elevate who have gone down thanks to Kick, and Scar's still alive here, James, pushing in with strength. There's only 6 squads left. It's just Scar's Kick game with Team Empire, 100 Thieves, and CLG.
I think we saw the gas come out from Scars, and I think they put their dome on their own gas, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be quite the invitation. In the meantime, Scurry's down, 100 Thieves are out. We move down to 5, but for how long? Kick has some problems now. A deep run from them, but it might not last. We'll see what happens. CLG is still in this. They're putting in work now. If they've got some kind of cover, Kick indeed have been eliminated. We move down to 4 now, and the Thermites are coming out. Empire trying to defend on the side. Game with the fences is still here. I want to see some late fences. Who knows what can happen? Scars trying to hide behind the smoke, throwing the barrels forward, trying to move in behind them, trying to create space, as are CLG. They've got a corner for the time being. They've got a Wraith on top. The shotguns are out as well, and we're somehow still with 4 squads.
Oh my God, Cleve comes in with a PK, but he's taking zone damage. He goes down. He bleeds himself out, but Ranges is still alive. He's taken the portal in and out. He doesn't have anything else, just a wingman in his hand. The Watson is down, and down comes the Valkyrie. It's CLG Nano Fries versus Empire Ranges, and CLG clutches the win to take the game.
We saw some deep runs. We saw Scars up there, but look how cool they are. They are like, yeah, that's a big result for them. That's a huge result for them. But you can see how focused they are. They barely react to that. A little release of energy, just a little, but that is the result they needed. Just one big result can do so much for a team, and that is exactly what CLG were looking for.
Think about it, James. They are 40th in this lobby in overall points. 23 coming into this one. With a big win here, we don't know where it is. Could be in the 17 range, could be in the 20-plus range. That already puts them towards the middle of the table. If they have one more of those, they could start looking at qualification. It's a bit of a dream run, but they've made it possible now with the win there.
Yeah, that is quite the result from them. CLG, again, we mentioned at the beginning of this game, this was a team that we haven't had the opportunity to really mention in these games so far, but now we've got plenty of reason, but that's not the only story. So many things happening in that, and of course, let's not forget the performance we saw from Singularity.
Yeah.
They put in numbers in that game. They're coming into these games starting with 13 kills for CLG. Where has this performance come from?
This is huge. This really puts them in the conversation. This nearly places them with where Reply Totem are, especially with them losing out to Singularity in that 2v2v3 kind of middle fight. So CLG making some huge moves. A big play from Empire to stay on the top. Scars, 8 points at this point. Not enough for them to feel comfortable with what they've been put through. They are still sitting at 35th with only 30 points, and qualification is at 65 right now for winners. So a lot more work to be done on that side of things. A pretty consistent performance in 6 from 100 Thieves as well.
Note that Game With's logo is basically a fence.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. And people just don't want it. Put the fences up. People will just leave you alone. And we can see it is very heavy on the CLG side. Wow. Look at all those zeros on the right column. I do not recall seeing this before. Nothing but zeros. Space Station deleted. Element 6 deleted. IG Reply Totem. All these teams, these big names are just being... They have nothing to say for this whatsoever. Nothing. Nothing at all.
And we still haven't figured out exactly what's going on. We haven't had a chance to speak with these teams. It's very limited interaction with players, with casters. It's all a lot of speculation because these groups, once you figure it out, they rotate maps. Once you figure that out, they rotate groups.
Yep.
And so it's definitely a little bit of the wild, wild west here, and it's testing these players' adaptability in a map situation like this, a pressure situation specifically. But I also got to give a shout out to Singularity, who performed. They got 7 points, even though they were in 15th overall. They had 7 points, which put them, I think, just 1 point behind 100 Thieves, who placed 6th. So that should tell you how well they did. But big shout outs here to CLG. Vatro, Malice Mamba, Nano Fries, a couple of these guys already championship winners of our previous circuits. I believe the summer circuit is when CLG won, and now they're putting it together again. This is a lineup that has gotten deadlier and deadlier as they played more and more.
Absolutely.
And it's not a team that you want to warm up, because they have that lethality in these final circles to really be showing up and ruining your day.
Yeah, they've broken through the firmament and made it to the top. And hey, those are big numbers on that caustic. And I'm telling you, man, I live on the tears of caustic haters. Fantastic result for CLG. 28 points, not just winning the game, but big KP on the board as well.
Yeah.
That's so crucial. It means so much. Just one victory can just shoot you all the way up. As we see, they move up 9 places now in the overall leaderboard for Group A versus Group D. Team Empire finally with a reasonable result will edge forward a little. Had a deep run again. We mentioned they've been missing for a while, but finally they're showing up once again here on Storm Point.
And James, one of the big reasons why is that if CLG continue with this, obviously they're looking at, can the teams ahead of us have a little bit of a slowdown? One of the teams currently qualified, but with games like this won't be, that's Space Station Gaming with that big 0 there. So they're holding that final spot in the top 20 currently. TSM right behind that. And you will see TSM with the performance today now push into that top 20. Space Station will drop. We'll see more as the game goes on. I'm certainly expecting Sudaraiku, even though they had 4 points, they looked more lethal over the course of 2 games.
I've got to ask a question here.
Yeah.
Singularity got 7 points from that game with 2 players. IG got 3, Reply Toastum got 1, and Space Station got 0, Element 6
They
got
tied
0.
G2
I
in
could
points.
go on. I know, right?
I mean,
that's massive.
Should it count for 2/3? I mean, should we give them an extra 1/3 of points right there? Should they have like 10 or something?
Dude,
really?
Props.
I feel like it.
Props to Singularity. Respect everything you pair of guys. They're queuing duos, man.
They're killing it, man.
Yeah, that's really, really awesome. And it's great for that is a really extreme underdog story, but something that's very endearing, I think, for everybody watching. So that is really awesome. But but you know, of course, like we cover EMEA and North America. So when we see those big name teams not doing well, we wonder what's going on. But of course, we have to respect these teams coming in from other regions, putting their countries and their regions on the map. APAC North, APAC South, Latin America. Everybody is turning up from all the regions we don't normally get to see.
Exactly.
Too often. So that is fantastic. I did want to say earlier, okay, so I tried to stay up to watch APAC North, and there is one Mirage out there who will just ult and run around in circles, and one day he's going to make it here, and I'm waiting for that day.
James will not be satisfied until every single legend available to play is played in the same lobby of competitive Apex. I think we'll be casting for quite a long time together before we see that one happen. But it won't be too long before we get back to Game 3. It's our last game on Storm Point. That's coming up after the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few. Well, that is a picture of lovely Stockholm, Sweden, and our trophy, of course, that represents 957 days of waiting for this moment to arrive. That's right. I almost feel like I'm going to break out in song. And 5, 6, 7, 8. If you put a choir behind me, I would have done it. I swear I would have done it, or if this was New York. I think it is worthy of singing, though, James. It's a special occasion. This is the first LAN event, for those just joining us, that we have had in Apex Legends Global Series history. We had a preseason invitational in Poland, but finally seeing the clash of regions, we're getting great stories. We're seeing EMEA show up, North America.
Look at all these internet people.
Show down these internet people. We're seeing them try to interact socially in things like cafes and
people are not making eye contact, I'm telling you.
I mean,
we're going to train them.
I'll tell you, we could cast a lot of social interactions here that are going on or not going on. But also these great regions that are showing up. South America, Singularity, APAC North, and APAC South as well do a big conversation piece for us. It's just been phenomenal, of course, from my eyes, and I'm sure yours as well.
Yeah, it is really, really awesome. And it's just the first day of our action. But this is their one day, okay, where you can beat a game and not make eye contact. Tomorrow, it's just mad confrontation.
It's just like, James like, yo.
You better say hello.
Don't not say hello to James, especially in the hallway. I'm not going to say who, but we definitely know who doesn't say hi to us and who does. But we are respecting the fact that there's a lot going on here. And you know what? Not everybody can be as happy as Empire. Not everyone is pretty much clearly through into the winner's bracket tomorrow because of how well they've been performing over the last 2 months now. But finally putting it together on LAN and offline, that's pretty impressive.
Hal said hello to me.
Did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
What was it? Did you guys talk a little bit?
No, he kind of waved to me. We were all wearing masks. We were walking up to have a meeting yesterday. So he waved to me, kind of nodded hello, Couldn't stop and say hello properly, but definitely will do.
That's funny because I was actually behind you when I waved at Hal, and he waved to me. And I saw you bow down for some reason. I said, why is he doing that?
Oh, I had a pain in my back, actually, walking around a lot.
Yeah, just kidding.
Lifting chairs.
No. I respect it as a competitor. In fact, I almost wanted to set a little bit of the stage here. We had our talent picks over the course of today. And round one, I think the talent team was more off than we've ever been off. And I think part of that had to do with we really are having a hard time gauging what the interactions are going to be with all of the variables here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, personally, the only teams I want to pick, I mean, it's probably getting old now, but I want to pick teams that are playing Watson. I want to pick the off-meta teams, basically. Which is why I went for Empire, because I was expecting Maggie. They didn't even really whip her out in that round, but they did well anyway. Again, they did fizzle out afterwards for quite a while. But I just like the off-meta stuff. I like to just, go it on your own, go it alone.
Yeah.
And make it work anyway. I love that stuff. It's endearing to me for reasons I cannot explain.
Well, one thing I can't explain to you, the stakes right now, Game 3, our last game on Storm Point, getting us ready for the final 3 games of today, day 1, and of course, the final 3 games before the losers bracket and winners brackets are decided. Points now are tallied up over the course of the other 14 games they have played over the course of today. They've got 4 more, including this one, to see who is going to be the 20th highest scorers. They will play in the winners bracket to decide tomorrow who will go into the grand finals on Sunday, and especially those who will have a point advantage in our special match point system. So much on the line, so much fun, and of course, so much to dissect here as we have Reply Totem and SSG. We started off with this 50-50 as well. Will the respect be there? Will one of them say, hey, it's time to challenge, let's just finish this?
Yeah, Space Station able to slip away from the platform after getting cracked with the R301. And again, some of that RNG coming through, the weapons your opponent has. You're getting beamed by an R301. You need to disengage. You need to leave the premises. You need to escort yourself out the door before you are by force. So we start with 59, of course, because Singularity are playing with 2 players. Our heroes for the day have got to be Singularity after that performance, and that is quite the zone. G2 are going to be extremely happy about this, but not just G2. IG are having a nightmare of a game. Now everything is coming to their doorstep. They have to perform now.
Well, here's the problem. They've got to go through G2, who also have to perform. This is that famous lightning rod circle.
Oh, look where G2 are going.
What does that mean, James? It just means that the team at the top of the lightning rod, well, they have their choice of really how they want to control the top of the mountain. I almost think of it as Odin sitting atop Olympus, or not Olympus, you know, atop of really Valhalla, and looking down at anyone who tries to get up to the Golden Land, the Promised Land, without his permission. It's just not going to happen.
I gotta say, when we've seen this zone in North America, all I can remember is G2 absolutely melting fools. It is very hard to push them if they dominate on top of that building, and I would be surprised if we saw something different today. But for now, the Totem are gonna be smoken by the hands of UNI, Unite. So it's going to be a different team, but it's going to be more variants for Apply Totem. And again, going to see some of the teams from further away having a nice start in this occasion. And guess what?
Yeah.
Watson's out again.
Yeah, and this is not what they needed. This is a team, obviously, who's going to take every single point today because they need to move forward. Right now, I'm about in 30th. So G2 sitting at the top of Lightning Rod. This is the scenario we described. They are going to wait here. They're going to hang here. They are going to fight here, and they're going to have to now be joined by 100 Thieves. And you can hold these areas. It's not about holding, James, but winning this circle. If you are not in G2's position, I've almost never seen it happen because it ends up becoming almost just a high ground looking down fight as the circle closes in, or a heal off. And they have more time up top, essentially, to deal with all of that. So it's just a very tough situation unless you can go ahead and 3v3 fight G2 to take the God spot.
Just a reminder, Multiview is live. Click on the command center and you can watch all the G2 angles as they lord over the plebs below them or another team as well. But G2 in this particular physical position with this kind of ring, it reminds me of when you play arcade mode in Mortal Kombat and you have the tower with all the different characters, and at the top is Shao Kahn just waiting to destroy anyone who dares come through. That's who G2 are right now.
That is it. That is it. A little bit of a different game rating than the one we've got here. We like to keep it E for everyone on this broadcast, of course, but you wouldn't be a gamer if you didn't understand some of those classic titles that we were forementioning. But you're right. It is really the climb to the top, whether it's Zeus on Olympus, Odin in Valhalla. Either way, there's a strong opponent awaiting for you at the top of an arduous climb. Gentrifying G2 already showing this is what happens, Game With, when you try to take our space. Lightning Rod is ours. But look at this. Designful still goes down yet again. And this is Game With Yuka who has done it. So not all of Game With finished off. Could this be maybe a change in the divine plans?
And this is one of the more interesting things. I think if this is a full NA lobby, this area is probably a bit more empty and maybe G2 are a little more feared. But this is an intercontinental lobby, and these guys either they don't know about this or they don't respect it. Either one is fine, and we do see some early problems for G2. So they're not going to have the respect they are used to having in this position. So things are going to get mighty interesting indeed.
That's a great point. I mean, no need to have any past traumas you don't want to live through again because they haven't experienced that trauma. This might be brand new to every single person except the TSMs and, of course, the 100 Thieves in this lobby. And so G2 are going to have to maybe fight a few more obstacles and take what should be rightfully theirs in this landing zone. And I agree that they should have a strong advantage here. They land in, I think, Storm Point, which pulls definitely more central and southern, more so than these northern circles. And when it does turn north, it is an incredibly strong showcase. So, James, TSM, they've got a lot of work to do still in transit here.
Yeah, they are picking up the scraps from the Prowlers and such. They've got some work to do. For Holston reps in white at the moment, the squishy armor. We'll see if they can level that up soon.
And TSM, we mentioned they've got a little bit of a road to travel. Well, as they travel that road, let's listen to their IGL, what many people call the CEO of Apex Legends, Imperial Hal. See what he has to say.
Our biggest rival will probably be on NRG, I guess. We always get compared to them. So I think like Sweet, you know, my biggest rival would be Sweet, and then like for team would be NRG for sure, since we've been in the same region for a while. I'm like looking forward to competing against like Ardeki for some reason. Like he keeps popping in my head. I just have like a feeling that I might have a 1v1 for like a win or something.
I love that idea.
I know why that pops in his head.
Why?
Because he respects Hardeki as one of, if not possibly the best player in the game. But he also, it's like one of those things where you're not going to say that you might not say that you're the best,
right?
But you're not going to let someone say that they're better than you.
Exactly.
You know, and if that's a question that needs to be answered, then he wants to have that. He wants to taste that. You know?
Oh yeah. 100%. I think he put himself in that 1v1 scenario because there's going to be 2 people alive for a victory. It's going to be me, and it's going to be Hardeki. And I think that belief shines through. It hasn't really shown up in all of the games in rounds 1 and 2, but certainly starting round 3 off with a win helped. This is game 3. Can they get back to it? 20 points, nothing too shabby, but only 2 points in game 2. So definitely need to do something here.
If it were to go down to the line on Sunday and be a situation between Hal and Hardeki, I think that's one of the best case scenarios. I mean, there are quite a few.
Yeah.
There are quite a few, be it in the usual suspects, be it NA versus Europe, be it a team from a further away region. There's plenty of them, but that's a very big one that could potentially happen. That's like a dream matchup.
I mean, it's
that
almost,
we could have. It's their individual skill, like physical skill, their fragging skill, but how fast they process information and make decisions as well. And there's clearly mutual respect there.
And I think that's kind of the thing, right? You know, having somebody who has pulled off some of the unthinkable moments in EMEA history and somebody who's pulled off some of the unthinkable moments in North America history, having those two finally able to clash and go toe-to-toe on the same region, to be able to shake hands afterwards and maybe hoist a trophy as a result of that, there's no other way as a champion that you would want to go out or that you would want to win. That's about as good as it gets. That's Jordan hitting a buzzer beater against Kobe or against, you know, LeBron. Really having a chance to decide all of these things in person. Obviously, we don't often get that chance in sports, but we do have a potentiality brewing here. As we take a look at our darling, kind of the Cinderella story here from South America. Singularity playing with 2 players here in the lobby. They've been able to frag out James 7 points, and obviously looking for more.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in the scenario they have. They need something real early in their engagements, otherwise they must disengage.
Yeah.
Because of course they're always in a 2 versus 3, or almost always, and indeed that will happen here. But we see that I think it was Space Station Gaming they were engaging, but Empire are just around the corner as well. And between those 2 teams, Empire have looked more promising in the games that we've seen today. And we've seen quite a few of Empire, of course. And Space Station, they'll certainly be looking for more, but I'm sure they still have their focus. And again, there are still plenty of points on the board, plenty of money on the table, if you will. Plenty of things to be collected. So as bad as it has been thus far, they can still turn things around and make something of this day, Space Station.
Well, they've got to do something now, James. And they really do have to make it happen. In fact, I'm curious the tone, the conversation, what their plans are. It's game 3, last game on Storm Point. They've got to have something in the mind to turn things around and get that big boon they've been looking for. Let's have a moment and listen in with Space Station.
You guys still need to craft?
No. I have 100 crafting yet, but...
Okay. Take zip and then let's see this bitch.
Bro, is that a Moby? What the fuck am I hearing?
I don't know. $19 squads alive. We could play top of fucking this right here.
Enemy spotted. Far.
Top of Thunderwatch.
Bubble the beacon?
Yeah. Yeah, this is lightning run.
Yeah. We should go top of Thunderwatch. Like left side.
Yeah.
People are fighting like in like, you know, whatever, like far back. I mean,
Yeah.
there might not even be anyone here.
Yeah, potentially. Everyone might be towards lightning.
Yeah.
If there is a team here, it might be like 1.
Yeah. Man, we just gotta play really slow, boys, and like let's play our fucking game, man. Like.
Yeah, just take fights,
we've been
bro.
fucking trolling, bro. Like. Walk up left. Do you know the Skittle Cake spot they played over here? That we can play it. We can play that shit.
Which one, the fence?
Yeah, no, it's like right up here.
Oh, no. It's like
no.
the head glitch, or what?
Nah, we just climb up. Yeah, climb up. Anybody here? Do you see anything?
Nah, no one here.
There's a team in tunnel.
Team over here.
Okay.
They're gatekeeping.
Yeah.
That's the duo, by the way. That's
yeah.
the Wraith Bloodhound.
Yeah. I don't think there's any good spots that we can actually play. I think we're just gonna have to walk this one in.
Alright.
Team right here.
I think we maybe like walk from like here. And then let me try to see like what's actually like, yeah, lightning rod is like gonna be fucking all of lightning rod is basically gonna be taken from.
Well, feeling a bit hopeless in terms of taking anywhere in lightning rod, saying it is gonna be already closed off. They know this circle very, very well. And a team that knows fighting, well, that's Element 6. They just took down TSM in the kill feed if you were paying attention to the top right. And they've now lost Slayers, but they're looking to get the banner, knowing there are some enemies still around.
Very awkward position as they can try to keep that team in the zone, keep them tanking damage.
Wow.
Because they have to engage this fight. This is more important than recovering the banner at this point. There are some KP to be had here if they can control this choke point, and it's quite a tight one that that team are in at the moment. This is probably the worst place they could try and push from, but they have managed to make their way through, so they do get to breathe now. But Element 6 certainly have position. I don't know if they can really withstand this for a minute and a half and have the zone start to move forward again.
Yeah.
And you've always got to be conscious about, they're basically in a dead end as well. Who knows what's behind them? Because someone else might hear opportunity with all this shooting. Yeah. And maybe there's like 5 or 6 KP that someone at a higher level could potentially get here.
Well, look at this. I mean, just creating the space right here. You can tell the car and the Havoc. The Havoc, a really good weapon from range. But up close, Case Winning has to use the car. He does have the turbocharger here on the Havoc, so he's doing plenty of damage, but it's not enough. It is going to be Elevate taking down Element 6. Case Winnie, for all the great in-game leading he's been doing over the course of today, it is not enough to in-game lead out of that situation. Elevate continue with their onslaught. 23 points so far on this round.
Yeah, they don't know what's ahead of them once they get to the top of this tunnel, but we shall see. They've got a lot of running to do, and here we see a replay of the engagement with TSM while we were having the listen in earlier on. Some wingman shots being fired off, some hunting from Nags now. And that's a great scout for a young lad to get, especially on land, so that'll be good for the confidence. And there is the end of TSM, but not just TSM in that overhead environment, if you will. And speaking of, we've got Reignite, who are going to be overhead someone if they exit from the wrong position. So we'll see how things go, because the ring's going to start to move in just under 8 seconds.
And Reignite, 0. Do not let a Kraber get into his hand. Sharky, 3415, and JMW rounding out a squad representing our APAC South region and doing such a great job at that. So much potential to pop off. And SSG, as we caught up with them with the listen in, just trying to find a spot to play. Players, by the way, who have been playing quite well, in fact, leading in terms of kills. You can see it right here. Ranch is at the top. Empire somehow have some of the best results, and that's probably why, because he continues to be that successful. And look at this. Trying to get into zone. The ring is closing. They're going to have to make a very treacherous route somehow work. And Reignite, they already know this is well-occupied territory, but they're going to find a little angle here. It's just, can they stabilize? They've got the bubble. Will this be enough, James?
Yeah, what happens once this bubble is gone? That is my question, because I think I maybe saw a charge rifle. Oh, there are angles on them, and there's more rotations coming through. And you can see on the radar, there are 3 crypto drones flying around as well, as we see Valko after Valko into the Nox gas. Outside you go. It is not welcome at all. This is a hostile environment, and it has been busy for quite a while.
Reignite taking down Elevate. They try to come in, but they're a day late and $1 short here, and Reignite know it. They're not letting their foot off the gas pedal at all, and so they're going to find a few kills and clean it up. That's KP for Reignite. And they will sit with a wingman, a defensive bombardment to go up top and apply pressure, making sure no one comes down to push. And even if they do, they've got caustic barrels aplenty to dissuade them.
I'm really curious about where these crypto users are and when it will be opportune time for them to start using their crypto. Well, speaking of which, we see one there, but their shields are wrecked already, so that won't do too much damage. They're looking to get their team up, get their weight up, get their shields up as well. 13 squads remain, and look at that incoming ring. You simply cannot coexist at this level in that area, so it is time to say goodbye, and it's saying hello to some thermite grenades first. Again, trying to get rid of these crypto drones being really painful, but that charge rifle, angles are everywhere. The cover is limited, and teams are gonna go.
Designful picks up scars with a bow check bow. James, I would have expected you to start popping off right there from long range downtown. He hits the shots that count, and Scars in trouble. IPN goes down as well as Sudaraiku. And can they continue to be successful? Designful on the high ground again, looking like an archer, whether it's from Greek mythology, the Artemis. No need for the hunting boar as well. The game is coming to them, both literally and figuratively, as the circle starts to close. Round 4, 5 seconds left. They're gonna have to make a move, but everyone knows the top is where you want to be, but that's the only spot that's not available.
Peppering with the bow check, 37 arrows, and Onmu is the next victim for the bow check, finishing off the job as well. Thank you and goodbye. Ticket has been served. Looking for more now is Designful with the bow check, and we can see they've got a Trident for cover up top as well, which is real smart. Didn't they lose a player earlier? How did they get them back into the game in such a busy area?
That's right.
We'll have to find out later. In the meantime, Empire trying to get something done. Is that a Bangalore ult that we're seeing? I think it might be from Ranches actually. So the Bangalore is back on Storm Point, but there are still 11 squads up, so we'll see how deep they can go as they get into closer ranges.
G2 sitting. Oh, with another one on the bow check. Can they miss? I don't know, but if they don't start picking up from long range, they're going to lose out KP, and we know how important that is to stay in the top. But it is Empire, Ranches, and Cleve now becoming the kill leader, showing you exactly why they are here to play, representing EMEA as your #1 seed. Boy, oh boy, they have proved that they deserve that spot right here, and G2 still not contested for very good reason. 10 squads remaining, 1 minute left before round 5 starts to close, and it becomes Sudaraiku forcing the engagement here, and this is a good idea as well. As you can see, Bullet L on the crypto drone. Is this the time to try to hit the EMP? He's got 3% before he can actually do it. It would have been beautiful, but now he might just save it for the next fight.
Yeah, but where do they use it? When do they use it? How do they capitalize on it? You want to do it, you want to use it for 2 different things, to get some kills afterwards or to keep a team off your back. We've got the bombardments coming through as well. And who knows, maybe if somebody domes in plain sight to avoid a bombardment, you can try and crack that dome and then get some angles on them. A few different ways it can be used, but you got to pick the right time. This is like an ant farm. We've got people crawling all over the place, actually, just trying to climb and everything, trying to find some cover, trying to avoid grenades and all sorts, and angles are very limited in where is safe for you to stand. And we can see they might try and use some barrels reignite to try and give themselves some angles, to try and hide behind maybe, to try and just have a little peek. They've got a little corner to themselves, but again, that ring is closing soon, and we're going to see some people going off the side of this building.
Sudaraiku and Invictus Gaming currently fighting for that low ground. Empire having eyes on them.
Where are they going to go?
They have no idea where they're going to land right now. This might just be gathering information. This might just be going up to the sky and say, don't look up. As we come down, pay attention to somebody else as the round closes. They're going to land dangerously close to G2 and Empire, but G2 find another target in sight. Designful, he picks up Zen with Wolf with a bow check bow. That stays doing work, and Invictus Urban is going to find Reignite. These teams are collapsing on each other, James. There's just not enough room to hold.
I don't know what the plan was there, but that definitely wasn't SpaceX, because they were not going to land with any kind of safety. IG will be lost in 8th place, and Designful is still lording over the plebs below. Woo! The ant farm is getting more sparse now as we have 18 players remaining. We moved down to 7, but there are so many moving targets. This is like an ADHD game of target practice. There's people all over the place. Still G2 just enjoying the cover up top. They've got a Trident up there as well. And but they need to think about conserving their ammo as well, as it might start to get low considering how many people are here. But of course, there are going to be death boxes everywhere. But when do they choose to drop? That is the all-important time later on. But Sudaraiku trying to survive in the meantime, but Space Station say no.
Oh man, SSG with a triple take. We haven't seen that one much today, but it is certainly the shotgun sniper that is perfect for a situation like this, where you may have to shoot from afar, and you may just have to get up close and dirty to get the job done. G2 on the bow check bow. Designful, does this man miss? He's picked up a red Evo. Is it time to use one of those shield cells? He might just be waiting to take a little bit more damage, doesn't want to waste it. And of course, with 5 squads left, maybe the best defense is offense. You can see Unite here. Saku
with a little rat strategy. Himself, the notorious rat strats come into play, but there's nothing notorious about Empire. They know they can play 3v3 against anyone, but will they have the chance? Because if they don't go out now, James, they might just be in for a heal-off.
Man, that rat spot's going to hit the spot better than a cheeseburger if he can get a deep placement for his team. There are 5 squads remaining at present, but how much more space does he have? Eventually, he's going to go straight into the hands of Empire by the looks of things. We'll try to keep an eye on that, but there is so much action happening. CLG outside the door. This thermite could be absolutely disgusting.
Why not?
But they've got to think about that window to their right-hand side as well and be real careful about that. The entire team is standing here. This is going to be a war of attrition, and it's going to start and end very quickly when it does. There's a gap in the door. There's the thermite, and things are going to start to get real painful now.
G2 up on top, and it's fine because CLG leading the lobby right now with 35, and of course Team Empire as well as Space Station Gaming staring at each other, leaving G2 at the top. Those little silhouettes right there. When is Designful going to fall? You know it is Lightning Rod, and if you challenge Zeus at the top of the mountain, you better bring the Thunder. But G2 have no team in sight to fight. They go down, and will this be enough? They bring all 3 members of it looks like potentially SSG up and out. They almost knocked someone off the map, but Designful is still alive, fighting into the gold shield. He hits almost all the spray, and it is gentrifying in the purple who falls. G2 out for the count.
Where's the rat? There's the rat. How did they find the rat? I can't believe that must have been from a scan or something. They don't have a scan. I don't know how they found that position, but indeed they have. Perhaps they heard some flying. Either way, we're down to 2 squads now. Empire have picked the right time. They're up close with the shotgun, with the Belize as well, and there it is. Empire will finally get some big points on the board once again.
They are conquerors. Just like the Roman Empire, they saw somewhere they wanted to occupy, and they took it with brute force. They do it here, and they usurp Lightning Rod from G2, and they claim the top spot. Ranches, Maliwan, Cleve, top of the leaderboard in kills, top of the leaderboard in points right now in game number 3, and wave it to their fans and the other players like they know what they just did. We see you, Empire. Y'all are a team to watch out for.
Wow, what's going on here? Are they trees?
All right,
these guys are super happy. Respect. Man, that ending was as spicy as Shin Ramen. That rat on the outside of the building, that's a fantastic spot prompt to whoever found that, but there was so much going on there. G2 must have had their dome, but I would imagine, I don't know if they had multiple bombardments coming their way, but they just had nowhere to hide. They had nowhere to get their shields up, but it was a deep run from them. They love those late zones. They thrive in those late zones. That position is so strong for them. It's so hard to just climb up and try and grab an ankle of a G2. They're just going to kick you down constantly, but this time they don't get a W. And Empire, who went missing for quite a while, have come back with a vengeance.
It's a great performance from a lot of teams in that final circle. You can mention SSG and the Patience, although not a lot of kill points there. Great placement points. Empire doing it on all accounts. And of course, G2 staying at the top and not being able to finish higher than 4th. It was Unite who stood as the lone rat. That was Saku who stayed alive and got those extra points to almost make G2 lose what I think would have been at least 2 points to add to their total, put them in a clear 3rd. It was SSG who lasted till 3rd place. CLG, who are already leading in the lobby, taking 15 points there on the game, and Team Empire with a 25 bomb, 13 kills, 1st place. I mean, this is not only the team that we need to pay more attention to, this is looking like a team that, if they continue this for the rest of this round, are becoming one of the favorites to win this entire event.
Yeah, they took a bite, and it was a juicy one indeed. But it's looking pretty dry once again towards the bottom. Element 6 with another rough game. 3 kills for them. TSM went out early. We saw they went out at the hands of Element 6, who essentially got third-partied afterwards. Reply Totem again losing those early fights. And 100 Thieves, who we have been talking about a lot so far today.
Yeah.
That wasn't, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. This was on the back end of things. Game With had that rotation, I think, into the hands of G2. Didn't last very long there. Gave them a little hell towards the end, but as we saw, G2 were able to stabilize and get back into the swing of things later on.
Yeah, you could tell that there's definitely a lot going on when it comes to decision making in a Northern Circle. That's kind of the ire, you know, the benefits and the cons of playing up north, because you've got most of the time a lot of rotation area to travel. You've got to make it down to Fish Farms, to Barometer, to Launchpad, but
if it does come north, you know you're going to be in a top 5 situation pretty easily as long as you play your cards right. This, a team that I think has been impressive in so many different ways, representing EMEA and kind of showing up as not a dark horse, but a team that has proven with their points that they should be in the caliber of talking position like TSM and NRG coming in, like Alliance, like players, but weren't for whatever reason. Maybe it's because they haven't established this brand in the same way that some of those orgs have, but certainly in Apex Legends now, there is no mistake. This is the team to watch in terms of their performance over the course of the day.
Yeah, they were so interesting to watch on the online stages. They're now coming to LAN again. They started the day well, and they're threatening to end the day well, despite the middling performances they had, where they the middle games rather, where they didn't really score so many points. They racked up so many early on that they're still chilling towards the top of the leaderboard, and that is a big scoring game for them to get back to the very tip top once again.
Well, to be able to do that in a lobby like this and to be able to replicate it in what is probably the most difficult situation again and again with new teams you're playing every single round over the course of 14 games, 15 now, it's pretty impressive. We've got 3 more coming up, but before we do that, let's send it to the panel for a little halftime here, talk about what we've just seen and set us up for the next 3 on World's Edge.
Thanks, gents. I'll talk about what we just saw. A rat that was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and yet they did. But Elfish, as we talk about our first 3 games here, you can't not talk about a little prediction you made before we started game.
Yeah, you know, I feel so vindicated, and I feel so good for Reignite as well. We were talking about Zero with the Kraber, and what do you know, straight into game number 1, he picks up a Kraber somehow. You know, you were saying he always finds one, and we actually, funnily enough, we're sitting in the green room. We heard the Kraber, and we were sort of talking about it. We were saying, was that a Kraber? Was there a Kraber, or was that a Sentinel? Like, we heard the shot whiz past the team. I think it was G2. And then in the kill feed, we saw Zero with the Kraber getting a knock on the G2, which ultimately kind of ended their run in that first game. And, you know, he went on to do some pretty good things with it. And then...
And not only 1, but 2. They find a second Kraber. We see Sharky pop up in the kill feed. Old Mate also taking a ping. And then I think when Zero run out of bullets, they
swapped it. Yeah.
They shuffled it across and like, here's an extra mag.
So this is, I guess, what you can see, by the way, on the replays. This is exactly what we're talking about. Zero was just going absolutely nuts with the Kraber. He was dropping down behind that that shield and setting back up as soon as he got the shot ready to go in the chamber. And you know, ultimately it wasn't enough to get a win. TSM, the major benefactors of that first game, but overall, we're just excited about Apex stuff. So.
And there's the man, the myth, the legend himself, looking great, smiling as all get out. But let's talk about that match number 2. We saw that Southern Point bridge really utilized in this as well here, Gino.
Yeah, well, look at Singularity. I mean, you know, the duo, it's so tough to work it when you've got other people to go up against. Everyone else is a trio at this competition, of course, right? And, you know, like, as soon as you get a knock in a fight, like, you push it. It's a 3v2. You have that advantage. They start off in that position in every single battle they take, and yet still, they manage to come out on top in a bunch of these in game 2 here, and it's so impressive.
They had like 5 or 6 kills in game 2 as a duo, which is pretty damn impressive, you know? Like, I don't think half of us would get 5 or 6 kills going in if we were playing with 5 or 6 people on our team. So it is what it is, I guess. Great stuff from Singularity, but the big thing that we have to talk about, I think, not only for game 2, but just in general, is of course CLG, right? They go from the bottom of the table. They were literally in 40th coming into this 3rd lobby, and now they're actually winning this lobby right now. They are at the top of the scoreboard for our final lobby, and that's what I was talking about at the very start. I was saying it is still mathematically possible for any team to make it from the bottom to the top if they have a really big 6 games here, and maybe that's what we're seeing.
Well, we talk about the dare to be great scenario. We talk about momentum. We talk about motivation, and CLG had all of that in spades, and they capitalized on it, which I gotta say, Gino, this is something as we take a look. Even, I will tell you, Team Empire has also been capitalizing certainly today, and we just saw that as well, of course, taking game number 3.
Yeah, you know, the sense I get from Team Empire is that today's almost like this like testing lab.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, they've been chucking all this weird stuff out, different legend compositions, game to game, map to map, taking it different every single time. And when you think about the format, right, we've talked about this. It's 20 teams going to the upper bracket, 20 teams going into the lower bracket. And with that, you know, you don't have to worry too much as long as you're in that top 20. You keep both of your lives and the competition's fine, right?
Now, they're taking this chance, being like, it doesn't matter what we play, we're still going to get into the top 20. We're that good. But at the same time, you know, they limit test everything, and then going into tomorrow, they might be saying that we're in a better position than anyone else because we know what's going to work, and we've had the chance to test that out in the tournament server.
I mean, what an interesting idea to test out this on the most dangerous lobbies of the split. Well, speaking of, let's take a look at what the lobby math has to say, because we are looking at some very interesting numbers, I'm sure, as we talk about. And my gosh, Elfish, I got to give it. CLG coming in numero uno, A versus D.
I mean, that is a massive turnaround for CLG, you know, and I think that's kind of the beauty of how this competition has been playing out. You can't really take for granted the way that teams have been performing so far today. Some teams started awfully in the first lobby. I mean, we spoke about G2 having a pretty bad start to the day and then bouncing back and having a good second lobby. That's kind of the same story now for CLG. They've had bad lobby 1 and 2. Coming into lobby number 3, they are performing phenomenally, and they're maybe doing enough, right? 40 points in 3 games. You extrapolate that over the course of the entire 6 rounds, maybe they get 80 points. Now, granted, 80 points would be a pretty good shout, and we are moving on to a different map, so there is, you know, maybe some caveats there, but if they can do that, they can get in the top 20.
I think the other big one there was TSM. Now, they were sitting on 21st, so they are right on that bubble, right? So they need that 10 at least, probably placing in this 3rd round here to make sure they make it to that winner's bracket tomorrow, which they would absolutely have expected coming into today. So if they keep that up, they keep the pace they've set so far in the first half of this round, we'll probably see that.
I'll tell you, that bubble is going to be so important, not just for motivation, not just for that potential momentum, but certainly the math there is going to find us perhaps in that winner's bracket or that loser's bracket. And the grind is real. Talk to me a little bit about that. I mean, we talk about the bright lights. We talk about having to come from different global areas. How does that sort of help and dictate, especially now that we are in 15 games of 18, the real, like,
I mean, you know, some of these teams are boot camps, right? So they've probably been in Sweden for a little bit longer, maybe given themselves time to sort of acclimatize, you know, not have that jet lag affecting them. Some of them came in a little bit later. Some of them were kind of, you know, playing it safe and wanted to make sure they were here at the tournament, all ready to go and just playing from their home setups. But yeah, look, an 18-game day is huge, and I think the grinders, you know, like, honestly, like, Hal is one that comes to mind. I mean, I think there's a famous clip of him sort of saying, like, this is all I do, you know, like, I come in here, and this is my office at the computer every day. You know, I'm not off there playing, like, single-player games or, you know, relaxing. No, it's Apex. Apex is life, okay? And I think for a guy like that, you're playing an 18-game day, this is his home stadium.
Well, and under the bright lights, we really genuinely appreciate it. But as we mentioned, this is our main stream. But guess what? Our secondary stream is popping off as well. Of course, a huge thank you to Nice Work for doing that. And Elfish, we're looking at Alliance here.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to say a healthy lead.
That does look like a pretty healthy lead to me. And to be honest, they've been really good all day. They've been, I mean, they had a bit of a dip in that second lobby. They just did drop off a little there, but as a general rule, their consistency has actually been really, really solid. And I know they're one of the teams that didn't sort of step towards the top end within the EMEA region, but they certainly seem to be performing here. Home ground advantage, who knows about that? Swedish team, Swedish location, Swedish org, it's all coming together.
I can tell you, I didn't look, like, if I had not have looked at, you know, the standings at all, I could have told you that they were on top of this, because as we were standing here waiting to go live, I saw them walk across in front of us, and the swagger from Hackers was like the most unbelievable, like, like, arms swinging out. I mean, like, you could tell they were feeling it. You could tell they'd had an amazing start to round 3.
Absolutely. I also want to showcase real quick, Crazy Raccoon coming up 12 spaces. Elfish, I feel like that's going to be something, a contention, certainly a lobby disruptor, to be sure.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. I mean, it looks like they finished second in round 3 of this lobby, so that would be where that's coming from. They're getting a lot of points out of that second place that they did have. They had a 20th, and then a second, so I guess they really got, I think actually all of their points in one game. They had 0 points from the first 2, so they've had a bit of a roller coaster of emotions. Obviously not so much the case for those teams toward the top end. We once again see GMT down towards the bottom half. Revenant Esports, who had a really good performance in a couple of the lobbies that we got to watch earlier, not putting it together tonight. And maybe it's just a case of, again, that fatigue starting to set in, right? You've gone so hard for so long. Eventually it's got to come crashing down.
But their Indonesian compatriots, we saw they were towards the top there. And Daya, I think, were pushing, they were 10th coming into round 3 in the overall standings.
They're doing really well.
So another like top 5 position from them. All of a sudden, they're on track to be the top APAC South team.
It's kind of looking like
into,
it. Yeah.
That winners bracket game.
Wow, amazing. And a big up to all of the regionality that we have been showcasing here. You know, we talked about the teams from the different regions that have pulled out wins. And listen, they're all balanced. EMEA, NA, APAC North, APAC South, South America. We're not talking about any particular region, Elfish, that has popped off and dominated, and that, I think, is something to be said.
Well, I mean, again, that's kind of going back and tying into what I was saying before, where it's really hard to predict how this tournament is going to play out, because from one lobby to the next, you've seen, you know, one team have a terrible performance into having a phenomenal performance, and then you start the day off with EMEA and North America having really good games, and then we jump into the second lobby, and APAC North starts to really do very, very well. And now APAC South seems to be having their time in the sun. And South America obviously showing some pretty good wins here and there as well. And it's not even just the teams that you expect to see it from. Like, it's not the top seeds all the time. And in fact, for the most part, it really hasn't been the top seeds from a lot of the regions that have been performing. It's been some of the bottom seeds. Like,
Dewa isn't.
5th seed from APAC.
Element 6, 4-7 is the top APAC North team coming into round 3 with 115 points.
With that
They're doing
Watson
really
pick, man.
well. Yeah.
So it's just like, how do you go into tomorrow and say, oh, this team or that team's going to do really well? I mean, we can look at today's results and say, over the course of today, maybe Alliance is the top team off the 18 games. It's looking like that may be the case. Obviously, still pretty early to say that, but you go into tomorrow and everything could change completely because it's a completely different scenario. It's an elimination tournament tomorrow.
It is, absolutely. Well, one thing that has certainly made the difference for some of these teams are the team comps, obviously, the legends. And, you know, you talk about that. We've got different teams trying out different things. Genome, let's take a look here at these pick rates. And anything surprise you here as we take a breakdown?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the first time I've seen the raw stats actually from today, but I was expecting, Valkyrie to be above Gibby. We've definitely seen the flex on that sort of defensive support character in a lot of these compositions, whereas at the moment, you know, until, I don't know, maybe something happens with Valkyrie's ult cooldown, I think she's going to stick there at the top for quite a while. The rotational, like how far you can rotate with Valkyrie is just unmatched at the moment. And then sort of moving down further down the list, Caustic, expecting that to be fairly high up there as well. Not only because there's a couple of regions, NA, APAC South especially, that really like to put that in there, but also when you start mixing and matching with these different regions, Caustic is one of the team, or one of the legends that kind of forces other people to want to play more Caustic so that they can deal with you.
Absolutely. Speaking of dealing with people, let's talk about the Hardeki-Hal rivalry. This is one certainly storied throughout our split. It's definitely one that has taken a lot of Twitter gas from Elfish or Genome, either one of you. Anything you want to talk about there, because they've been a part of these lobbies, especially here in group number A.
I mean, I think it's a fun one, right? Hal was even talking about it in the SOT that we got to watch of his from TSM's perspective, saying, you know, this was maybe a scenario that he could foresee happening. And I think it's one of those storylines, one of those rivalries that you really want to see sort of built up. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be those two. It can be region-specific, it can be player-specific, it can be team-specific. It doesn't really matter. But that's kind of what we're here all looking for, right, is specific rivalries, things that can pop up that are going to be really fun, and that certainly is going to be one. If it does get to a situation where you've got TSM going up against players at some point, trying to find that rivalry, trying to find that 1v1 for a victory. What a storyline that would be. What a great finish to a game.
Absolutely. And we've seen some griefing done. Let's not get it twisted. So I wonder if this playoff will help birth some rivalries that transcend boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many contests at the start of these fights, right? I mean, I feel like you guys keep bringing up like Sentinels, and it's like, you know, that's one rivalry that's sort of like done and dusted already, because one team made it to playoffs and one team didn't, right? So, but now, for the first time in 957 days, we have a global competition, a global LAN. We're all together, and I think that's, you know, that opportunity for a lot more of those storylines to start coming together, as you know, I'm sure in a year's time when a couple of these teams come back and they play together again, they'll be like, these guys contested our POI last time, and we're sure as hell not going to let them win this time.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look. Speaking of POIs, let's take a look at what those maps are going to be coming in. As we mentioned, we started on Storm Point in round 1, going to World's Edge, and we're going to do it again in round number 3. Elfish, this is obviously the map that people have the most time on. They have the most experience, and certainly it seems they are often the most comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it doesn't really feel like today we've seen a whole lot of consistency map to map with the lobbies. You know, we've seen the first 3 rounds sort of lean a certain way, a couple of teams really having good performances on the first map, whatever it may have been, and then we swap over to the second map, and it's kind of dominated by a different bunch of teams. So it's kind of got me thinking here for our final lobby of the day, are we going to continue to see that consistency from CLG, from Empire, you know? Are those the teams that are going to move into this second map and continue to play well, or are we maybe going to see, like TSM, for example, they did okay on the first map, but they haven't really like dominated or anything like that. Are they going to come in and go back to something a little bit more comfortable, maybe go back to the Wraith for HAL, for example, and then have a bit of a better performance to finish the night off? It's a